Chapter 99, The Ancient Emperor and His Son Return. Gathering all the spiritual energy of the mountains into one place greatly speeds up the practice. But Xiao Xuan was not happy about this. I can use this method, and others can use it, although it's not as scary as me. But they have more powerful talents than me, not to mention those top forces. Now that my strength has been upgraded to the Dongxi realm, the strength of those veteran geniuses, it will also reach a more terrifying stage. If I want the head of the family to show up, I have to work harder than them. I originally planned to look for that opportunity later, but now it seems I have to leave early. Only when I get that great opportunity can I have the ability to surpass those old geniuses. When Xiao Xuan talked about that opportunity, his eyes shone. With that opportunity, breaking through the tribulation realm is just a piece of cake. I just hope that I can get it in my hands. After all, this is the only inheritance left by the abandoned Tianwu god in the vast world. Now I only have half a year left, I must get this inheritance. Even Xiao Wushi couldn't compare to Qiqian martial god's fighting power. Not only did he conquer the eternal galaxy, but he also visited all the heavens and worlds. From practice to the peak, there has never been a failure. Known as the most powerful man in ancient times. However, since the other party became the great emperor, he has never appeared in the public eye again. For this reason, there are countless legends about him in the vast world. The most widespread legend is that he has passed away. The inheritance left by such a strong man is enough to scare the entire boundless world. Even if it is only left over from his youth, it's enough to make everyone scramble for it. Xiao Xuan then headed towards the location of the inheritance left by the abandoned Tianwu god. However, he did not realize that the entire vast world had undergone tremendous changes. An ancient mountain suddenly exploded. A terrifying monstrous force came from it. All the surrounding forces are gathering here. With the premise of spiritual energy tied, this momentum suddenly appeared. Let them all think that there is a great opportunity inside. A young man slowly walked out of the blasted mountain. After so many years, I finally woke up from the seal. Is this the world of great opportunity that Father God mentioned back then? The aura exuded by the young man made the surrounding forces even more excited. They felt that this young man got a great opportunity from here. That's why such a big change happened. At this moment, an onlooker from the cave void realm jumped up, trying to go to the exploded mountain. But he was stopped by the young man with one arm before he could react. Then he cut him down and killed him. Immediately afterwards, a stream of pale white air flowed from his body into the young man's body. The heavenly path list, spiritual energy recovery, and spiritual energy tide are indeed the world calculated by Father God. In this world, there is actually a legacy that surpasses the great emperor. Interesting. A strong man in the cave void realm was killed inexplicably, and his method was even more bizarre. The surrounding forces couldn't help but be afraid, and they didn't even want the opportunity inside. They all left around. The young man obtained the man's memory and discarded the body in the mountains. The geniuses who are on the Qianlong Tianjiao list will not only receive heavenly rewards, but also you can also compete for the 36 geniuses list in southern Xinjiang and participate in the final general list of the vast world. But this process is too troublesome. If you want to be listed among the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang, you must be in the top 10 on the prodigy list within the region. Before that, you must first enter the dragon list. This process is too time-consuming. It's better to just knock down the top one on the list of geniuses. Since he will wake up during this time period, it proves that the world of great opportunities mentioned by Father God has arrived. Then, the young man rose into the air and headed into the distance. But his voice continued to echo in the sky. I, Wang Teng, was born in the period of the great emperor. I was born with strange phenomena when I was born. He is born with the appearance of a great emperor, and is even more invincible among his peers. Of course, the great emperor is not my ultimate pursuit. What I want is an existence beyond the great emperor. For this reason, the family has exhausted its eternal resources and sealed me. To this day, just waiting for the opportunity to arise. I am even willing to sacrifice myself to cultivate myself, just to be able to transcend in this life. Who else is qualified to get this great opportunity besides me? The young man's voice continued to ring through the sky. His words shocked countless people. The powerful men who can be called great emperors are all powerful men from ancient times. Unexpectedly, even the great powers from ancient times were involved in this revival of spiritual energy. In an ancient clan, countless people gathered in front of an ancient mountain. Among them, there are many powerful men like the Tao-killing king and the Supreme Lord. There is even a warrior god. These people are all the top forces in the vast continent. At this moment, they looked at the stone gate in front of them with great respect and awe. At this time, the stone door exuding an ancient atmosphere slowly opened. Everyone took a step forward with a thought. A young man wearing a yellow robe walked out of the cave. I have given up many years of cultivation just for the great opportunity of this life. If I cannot transcend this, everything I have planned, even my death, is just a dream. The young man's voice was full of vicissitudes of life, and his eyes fell on the strong men in front of him one by one. Immediately afterwards, these powerful men and women all knelt on the ground in fear. Unworthy descendants, pay homage to our ancestors. The young man in yellow robe nodded. Everyone, get up. You have done a good job in protecting me. If I can successfully transcend, you are the biggest contributors, and I will definitely not let you down. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. However, in one room, a woman was crying and laughing heartbrokenly. What an ancestor, what a loyal and dedicated descendant. In order to be resurrected, even my son was sacrificed. After saying this, the woman destroyed her dantian, shattered the heavenly spirit cap, and died. That's when the young man in yellow robe frowned slightly and looked at the sect leader beside him with an angry expression. Why do I still suffer from the resistance of the remaining soul in my body? The clan leader was stunned for a moment, then realized and stepped forward cautiously. In order to allow you to better seize this body, we imprisoned the mother of this body. Now his mother has died of self-mutilation, presumably due to the telepathy between mother and son. The young man in yellow robe looked at the clan leader in front of him calmly. Even though he was already a martial god, when facing this young man, I couldn't help but feel frightened. Immediately afterwards, the clan leader suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and even his body was trembling. When the young man in yellow robe saw this, he turned around indifferently. Did you know that, because of this woman's death, I still have to spend time dealing with this residual consciousness? In today's vast world, every minute of my time is very precious. It was precisely because of this that the young man in yellow robe couldn't help but get angry. This is just an example of what happened today. If it hadn't been for this, I would be able to challenge the talent list right now. After saying that, the young man in yellow robe jumped up and flew directly into the sky. The young man in yellow robe is one of the legendary emperors who shocked the world in ancient times. In the Northern Territory at this time, a young man in black is killing everyone. Those in front of him were ferocious beasts at the level of the Tao Slayer King. However, he was as easy as killing ants. When I was planning this, I kept a hand in order to prevent what happened today from happening. The young man in black killed the last ferocious beast without changing his expression. All kinds of corpses were piled around him. However, the young man could remain calm and watch all of this indifferently. As the great demon cultivator of the demon clan, I have been sealed and asleep for many years, just to transcend in this life. How can I be interrupted by traitors like you? However, your cultivation level can be my best nutrient. Even if it cannot reach 1/10 of the level of the previous life, it can still break through to the peak of the tribulation realm. Mo Xiao Great Emperor Mo Xiao Xuan was one of the top emperors in ancient times. One of the giants of the time. Dong Huang. A genius who had dominated the heavenly path ranking for several months was being crushed and beaten by a newly emerged genius. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Tianjiao couldn't even take a single move. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. With the last palm of the new genius fell. The top spot fell directly from the sky. A huge mushroom cloud exploded instantly. The new genius looked at him indifferently. With such a low level, he can't even take one of my moves, yet he can still dominate the rankings for several months. This level is bad enough. Today, I take the top spot. Then he looked down with disdain and turned to leave. The young man below looked forbearing and unwilling, but he did not dare to make any rebuttal. This newly emerged talent is so terrifying that it doesn't look like someone from the cave realm. Also at this time, there was a new person at the top of the list of heavenly Tao, and the original genius also appeared on the list of dragons. Things like this are constantly happening throughout the vast world. More and more unknown geniuses emerge. Soon, rumors about these geniuses spread throughout the vast world. These newly emerged geniuses are all emperors from ancient times, or even the sons of the emperors who have returned. This can also explain why they can easily defeat the local genius. Strength and cultivation are not in the same realm at all. At the same time, everyone in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace was kneeling respectfully in the main hall at this moment. Sitting at the head of the hall was a young man. You all know the main reason why the world sent this young master down, right? This young master even cut off his own cultivation. If you cannot complete the task, you know what the consequences will be, so with this great opportunity, Wanxiang Heavenly Palace cannot afford to slack off. Everyone responded in fear. I will obey the instructions of the young master. Among them, there are also 3 martial gods. It can be seen that this young man's identity is unusual. By the way, whether all the materials for the sacrifice are ready or not is a matter of whether this young master can transcend. After hearing this, the master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace took a step forward. Because the matter was carried out in a relatively secretive manner, only 4 people have been found so far. They are all imprisoned in the dungeon, but we have also locked 3 more. And we can bring them back just waiting for the right opportunity. The remaining 2 are still being searched. The young master can rest assured that before the list of the 36 geniuses is released, we will definitely be able to find them all without affecting your access to great opportunities. The young man nodded slowly when he heard this. Then you should hurry up and let me first go and win the top spot in this domain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the young man was not to blame. As time goes by, almost all the top names on the list of geniuses in the vast world have undergone major changes. Even Bai Ruofeng, who had always been ranked 10th in Tianzhou, was replaced. The 10th genius of the Tianluo realm turned into a boy in white named Luo Fanchen. And Bai Ruofeng became the top of the Jiaolong challenge list. This huge change has attracted the attention of many people. However, everyone did not wait for the reaction of who this new genius was. Luo Fanchen appeared in the sky above the Xiao family. Even everyone in the Xiao family was attracted by this man. At the same time, a line of small words appeared on the Tiandao ranking. Tiandao ranking, the challenge of Tiandao ranking Tianjiao cannot be refused. If you do not fight, it will be regarded as a waiver. Where is Xiao Tianyun? I'm here in the mortal world to fight. Luo Fanchen's voice kept echoing over the Xiao family. This sound also attracted the attention of countless forces. As early as 2 months ago, Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun had a battle. Xiao Tianyun defeated Xiao Qingyun and became the top of the Tiandao ranking. However, Xiao Qingyun did not try his best to fight against Xiao Tianyun. But everyone in the Xiao family also knows it very well. Even if Xiao Qingyun tried his best, it would be difficult for her and Xiao Tianyun to decide the winner. Chapter 100: The Defeated Ancient Emperor. At this time, in the sky above the Xiao family, an aura that could shock everyone rose into the sky. When countless creatures felt this aura, they turned their sights to the sky. At this time, the terrifying existence of the Xiao family has appeared on the screen of the rankings. During this period, the top spots on the lists of geniuses in the vast continent were constantly updated and replaced. There are even rumors that the emperor and his son from ancient times have returned. Therefore, everyone is extremely concerned about Luo Fanchen's challenge to Xiao Tianyun. But at this time it was far outside Tianluo territory. There are 3 figures rushing towards Tianluo territory. When they saw the figure in white on the Tiandao ranking list, they couldn't help but stop. Luo Fanchen actually took action. The 3 of them were shocked. It can be seen from the expressions of the 3 of them that Luo Fanchen is the object of their fear. I thought we arrived early enough, but we didn't expect Luo Fanchen to be one step ahead of us. Now that he has taken action, the top spot in Tianluo domain has nothing to do with us. To meet Luo Fanchen. What a damn unlucky thing. Let's go and find the next area quickly, otherwise we don't know who we will encounter. One of them was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by the other 2. Now that you're here, let's see what this Luo mortal can do after his reincarnation. Yes, don't you want to know how much strength Luo Fanchen, known as the Dead Immortal, still has now? The other person sneered at this. Even if Luo Fanchen is reincarnated, his strength cannot be underestimated. Is it possible that you still think that the genius of Tianluo realm can force out his full strength? Don't forget his sword move, which is known as the Death Immortal. Even if everyone in the heavens sees him, they must be polite. Not to mention that when he was at his peak, he destroyed 3 ancient capitals. You and I heard this with our own ears. Even if the 3 of you and I join forces, we still choose to give up the competition for the position of Tianluo domain's Tianjiao at the moment we see him. Another person agreed. No matter how powerful Xiao Tianyun is, he is still in the Tianluo domain. He can only lose against Luo Fanchen. However, the young man at the head didn't feel that way. Since the Xiao family can have someone on the heavenly Dao ranking, it proves that it still has strength. And this Xiao Tianyun has never seen any other achievements except fighting against Xiao Qingyun. The other 2 couldn't help but smile when they heard what he said. This doesn't mean anything. Even the great emperors in the vast world must be careful when encountering Luo Morchen. What's more, a little genius from the Tianluo domain. But since you want to see it, my 2 brothers are happy to accompany you. It only takes a few breaths. Then the 3 of them headed towards Tianluo territory together. At the same time, the news that Luo Fanchen was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor also spread throughout Tianluo domain. Especially his sword moves, known as the Death Immortal. It shocked the entire beings in the Tianluo territory. For a moment, everyone felt that Xiao Tianyun had been defeated by Luo Fanchen. It's just a matter of a few moves. Xiao Tianyun, who was practicing, also slowly woke up. Not only did I realize a bit of Quafu's power during this training, but I also integrated a lot of the bloodline of the Chaos Demon Ape. It can be said that the combat effectiveness has increased by more than 100 times, but I don't know what it will be like in actual combat. Just in time, let's try it with the reincarnation of the Emperor to see how powerful these two are. After saying that, he looked towards Luo Fanchen above the sky. His eyes were filled with infinite fighting spirit. Then he soared into the air, just one breath away. Xiao Tianyun appeared in front of Luo Fanchen. The aura exuding from his body is enough to suppress all directions and deter the three realms. Xiao Tianyun looked directly at Shang Luo Fanchen. As the two collided, the surrounding barriers were slightly shattered. Even the sky was trembling slightly. Everyone was surprised. Just the collision of eyes can unleash such powerful power. If they really fight, wouldn't they have the power to destroy heaven and earth? Even so, there are also many people who are not optimistic about Xiao Tianyun. Although Xiao Tianyun is one of the strongest geniuses of the Xiao family and is even more invincible among his peers, the opponent is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. No matter how powerful he is, he can't overcome the overwhelming force of his absolute strength. At this time, the three people who were rushing to the Xiao family in Tianluo domain saw this scene on the scoreboard. They couldn't help but stop, and one of them even showed an expression of appreciation. This genius of the Xiao family is not bad. Although the other two people were surprised that Xiao Tianyun had an aura that was comparable to Luo Fanchen. But if he really wanted to take action, Xiao Tianyun was still a long way off. As expected of the Xiao family's genius, who occupies 7 rankings on the heavenly ranking, his qualifications are indeed good. It's a pity that his opponent is Luo Fanchen. If Luo Fanchen takes action, even if he doesn't die, he will still be half disabled. It's a pity. If he continues to grow, it is possible to surpass you and me. At this moment, the Xiao family is in mid-air. Luo Fanchen was also surprised by Xiao Tianyun's strength. A young disciple from a later generation was actually able to take on his own move. Yes, this rich and natural aura is worthy of the name of Tianjiao. Xiao Tianyun nodded lightly, thank you. Since you are here to challenge me, let's take action. Luo Fanchen laughed dumbly, I praise you for your good qualifications, but it doesn't mean that you have the ability to fight with me. Xiao Tianyun also smiled when he heard this. I know the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but if you and I don't learn from each other, how can we know what the final result will be? Luo Fanchen was thoroughly amused by Xiao Tianyun, and even his eyebrows showed his appreciation for him. He is a good seedling. Let's do this. I will ask you to follow me, and we will provide you with the best resources. Given time, you will surely be crowned emperor. Luo Fanchen's voice reached every corner of the Tianluo realm through the ranking screen. Countless creatures were excited after hearing his promise. If it were anyone else, they might question it. But this is the personal promise of the ancient emperor. Since he has already spoken to help him become emperor, it proves that it can be done. That's a height that many people can't pursue in their entire lives. Anyone would nod in agreement without hesitation. However, Xiao Tianyun remained unmoved. Take action. Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting Xiao Tianyun to be unmoved by the olive branch extended to him. But if the other party agreed easily, he would have to think about it. It seems that you don't believe in my strength. In this case, I will beat you until you are convinced. After saying that, Luo Fanchen stretched out his hand to signal Xiao Tianyun. To take action first. Xiao Tianyun didn't waste any time, he jumped into the air and punched Luo Fanchen. This punch actually made the air around him still. A terrifying majestic momentum is like falling into the mortal world. Everyone was horrified when they saw this. Xiao Tianyun does not have the cultivation level of the tribulation realm, but this punch of his. But he has the strength of the peak Dao Slayer King. The top spot on the heavenly Dao ranking is indeed well deserved. Even the three emperor conferring experts who were watching from the side showed horrified eyes when they saw this scene. Even Luo Fanchen was facing such a punch. A trace of astonishment also flashed in his eyes. But this can only make him take action, nothing more. I saw him using his hand instead of the sword and gently swinging it forward. A flash of extreme sword light instantly moved toward Xiao Tianyun's punch. Boom. Under the collision of fists and swords, even the surrounding void was shattered. The airflow seemed to turn into substance at this moment, and the sky also trembled. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Luo Fanchen was actually repelled. And it's still 5 steps. This may not matter to others. But the other party is the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. Even Luo Fanchen himself looked at the distance between himself and Xiao Tianyun in shock. Obviously he didn't expect that he had the ability to repel him. The 3 emperor conferring experts who were far away on the edge of the Tianluo domain were also shocked when they saw this scene. Has Luo Fanchen released the water? No, he really defeated the Xiao family's genius. When everyone heard the conversation between the 3 people, they all cast horrified looks at Xiao Tianyun. Even the 3 powerful emperors were looking at Xiao Tianyun again at this moment. As reincarnated emperors, they would never be able to take things lightly. Because they are reincarnated for only one purpose: get great opportunities and gain transcendence. Luo Fanchen frowned slightly. I didn't expect that this emperor actually made a mistake. In that case, let me see what kind of strength you have. Say it. A long sword appeared in Luo Fanchen's hand. The blade of the sword actually carries a majestic sword power. I saw him swing a sword. The sky shook and everything changed. Even the void barrier is constantly shattering. When the 3 powerful emperors saw this scene, their expressions were shocked. I didn't expect that after Luo Fanchen was reincarnated, he could still maintain the strength of his previous life. This sword doesn't even have any flaws. We are really beyond our reach. Although this Xiao Tianyun is powerful, under such a sword, the only result is defeat. Then they turned their attention to Xiao Tianyun. Although they already knew the result, they still wanted to see it. The genius of the Xiao family, who was able to repel Luo Fanchen, faced such a sword. What kind of defense or offense will be made? The great emperor's sword is indeed terrifying. But it was still far from the move he used against Xiao Jianqin. I saw him punching the air. After being forged with the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape, his combat power is more than 1,000 times greater than before. Plus a hint of Quafu's power of understanding. It's no exaggeration to say that this punch could shatter the sky. The emperor's sword met with Xiao Tianyun's punch. It was shattered instantly. The void barrier also made a shattering sound at this moment. Turned into irregular pieces floating in the air. Next moment, Xiao Tianyun jumped up and punched in the air. A majestic momentum drove countless void fragments. A critical attack towards the front. Everyone felt like the world was shaking. Countless thunder and thunderbolts continued to sound in the air. I saw 2 figures intertwined in the sky. Every collision of fists and swords made a huge sound. After the explosion of power, the shaking screen of the rankings briefly went black. Even the Tiandao ranking has announced it. The power is huge. Cultivators below the tribulation realm must get out of the way. However, what was more shocking than the official announcement from the Tiandao ranking was the fight between Xiao Tianyun and Luo Fanchen. Xiao Tianyun has been suppressing Luo Fanchen from the beginning. Even if the opponent keeps trying to attack, they were all forced back by Xiao Tianyun's powerful and swift punches. At this moment, Luo Fanchen caught Xiao Tianyun's flaw. I saw him swinging a sword towards Xiao Tianyun. This sword directly divided the airflow into two halves. There are also cracks in the scoreboard screen. Just when everyone thought Xiao Tianyun was bound to lose, Xiao Tianyun stepped forward and punched Luo Fanchen in the chest. The sharpness of this punch caused countless people's expressions to change. And Luo Fanchen's body actually flew out. Everyone was shocked by the scene. This punch directly caused Luo Fanchen to spit out blood. Even as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, he no longer has the ability to fight. Xiao Tianyun defeated the mortal world with his absolutely tyrannical strength. This moment, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Xiao Tianyun is a native genius in the tribulation realm. He actually defeated the reincarnated ancient emperor. Even if his strength has not yet returned to the peak of his previous life, that was enough to make everyone's expression change. However, Xiao Tianyun defeated him. This scene also broke the thoughts that countless people had just had. The reincarnation of the ancient emperor and his son are not invincible. These local geniuses also have the ability to fight with them. Therefore, many geniuses have regained a lot of confidence. The three powerful emperors on the edge of the Tianluo domain. He couldn't believe that Luo Fanchen, known as the Immortal of Death, would actually be defeated by the Xiao family's genius. He was even suppressed by the other party. This is something they can't even imagine. Above the Xiao family, in midair, Luo Fanchen stood up slowly, holding his chest, and staggered to Xiao Tianyun. I am defeated. Luo Fanchen had to admit that Xiao Tianyun was very powerful, although he still has many trump cards in his hand. But these trump cards are not what he can use now. Xiao Tianyun's expression calmed down after hearing Luo Fanchen's words. He looked at the sword in Luo Fanchen's hand indifferently. The sword fight with Xiao Jianxin that day came to mind. Your sword cannot even reach 1/10 of Xiao Jianxin's level. Xiao Tianyun's words were somewhat mixed with his own desire for revenge. Who made Luo Fanchen want him to be his follower as soon as he came up? Luo Fanchen said nothing but surprise when he heard Xiao Tianyun's words. Xiao Tianyun is at the top of the Tiandao ranking, although Xiao Jianxin is ranked third. But since they are both the geniuses of the Xiao family, it is impossible for them not to learn from each other. Therefore, the fact that he can say such things proves that Xiao Jianxin is. His attainments in swordsmanship are indeed extraordinary. Then he turned around and left here. The entire Tianluo domain was boiling at this moment. Xiao Tianyun actually defeated the ancient emperor. Even the Tiandao ranking issued an official announcement about its combat power. It won't take long for Xiao Tianyun's name to be spread throughout Tianluo territory. There are three powerful emperors who are far away on the edge of Tianluo domain. After seeing Luo Fanchen defeated by Xiao Tianyun, they all turned around and left. They didn't think they could defeat the Xiao family's genius who defeated Luo Fanchen. But they can grab the top spot on the Tiandao ranking in other regions. Xiao Tianyun returned to the Xiao family and saw Xiao Xuan and everyone in the Xiao family already waiting here. So he stepped forward and saluted Xiao Xuan. On the other hand, Xiao Jianxin stared at him with some annoyance. He cultivated in the Xiao family smoothly, and the results came out. I found myself with an extra enemy. Xiao Tianyun said haha, with a look on his face that said I was right. Xiao Jianxin couldn't do anything to him. Who allowed them to have such a good relationship? Besides, what Xiao Tianyun said was true. After his sword skills were taught by Wang Lingguan, even Xiao Xuan couldn't easily take him down. Jamal Xiao on the side was more concerned about what happened next. Today's incident about Xiao Tianyun's defeat in the mortal world will probably spread throughout the vast world. By then, the reincarnations of the ancient emperors and their sons may be targeting him. Xiao Xian shook his head after hearing this. The ancient emperor and his son may have been very powerful beings in their time. But in this life, he can only exist as a foil. Everyone who heard Xiao Xian's words couldn't help but be a little confused. Xiao Xian patiently explained the reason to them. A great opportunity will appear in every period, and if you want to obtain this opportunity and help yourself achieve transcendence, in addition to the realm of cultivation, you also need to experience great tribulations, life and death, and even disasters. Only by gathering these kinds of people can one transcend the secular world. But they have never transcended in ancient times. How can I succeed in this life? Great opportunities will appear in every period. The people who can get this great opportunity, except the Son of Destiny. There are only people who have gone through hardships, and these only belong to this era. And as the ancient emperor and the emperor's son, they should have seen through everything, but they were trapped in it. It's just a delusion of the authorities. Even if it's been planned for many years, in the end, it's just a dream of prosperity. Xiao Xian's voice was very calm. But what he said was like a stone, causing ripples on a calm lake. Xiao Tianyun's defeat of Luo Fanchen today is just the beginning. In the vast world, there will be more and more geniuses who can defeat the ancient emperors and the reincarnations of their sons. At that time, even if they regained their peak strength, they could not reverse the situation. Chapter 101, The King List is officially released. Everyone fell into silence listening to Xiao Xian's words. Great opportunities will appear in every era. But only those who are destined to get great opportunities can get great opportunities. They are those who have experienced great tribulations, life and death. Although the ancient emperor and his son could predict when the great opportunity would appear, but they were not detached at that time. When they come to an era that does not belong to them, it is even more impossible to transcend. Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin also looked at their own life experiences after hearing these words. Although they are reincarnations, Xiao Qingyun only awakened his memory in this life after going through several reincarnations. Although Xiao Junlin was reincarnated with memories, but in this life, he experienced life and death several times. The law of reincarnation did not bring him into reincarnation time and space again. On the contrary, it seems that this era has chosen them. Nowadays, the competition in the vast continent has changed due to the return of the ancient emperor and his son. The head of this family will also start practicing in seclusion. When the list of kings is released, we will gather here again. As Xiao Xian practiced in seclusion, everyone in the Xiao family also entered into their own cultivation. This time, the Xiao family had made sufficient preparations for this spiritual energy tide. Therefore, the spiritual energy of the entire Xiao family is very strong. They also happened to take advantage of the time when the king list was released. Once again, he broke through his own realm of cultivation. The news that Xiao Tianyun defeated Luo Fanchen also spread quickly throughout the vast continent. Many people call him the first genius of the country. As time goes by, other geniuses who defeated the reincarnation of the ancient emperor have also emerged in the vast continent. In the North Sea, everyone is talking a lot about the ranking of the Tianjiao on the Tiandao ranking this time. Jun Guihai from the Tianlong domain stole the show this time. Even the reincarnated Emperor Lu Wuhan was defeated by him. His sword was absolutely stunning. Even Lu Wuhan was severely injured by it. Lu Wuhan is a famous ancient emperor in the world of heavens, but he can't even take 40% of Jun Guihai's sword moves. Compared with Xiao Tianyun of the Xiao family, this Jun Guihai can kill each other instantly. The reason why Xiao Tianyun was able to win over Luo Fanchen was because Luo Fanchen didn't adapt to his reincarnated body. If the two of them were to fight once, Xiao Tianyun would have no chance of defeating him. As time went by, Xiao Tianyun's victory over Luo Fanchen was gradually forgotten. In addition, he also entered seclusion for training, so everyone underestimated his strength again. In their eyes, he is a truly powerful person. I will not choose to do other things when I can prove myself. The battle between Lin Xianer and the reincarnated emperor Lu Xiao also amazed everyone. That's right, especially her charming tricks, which are amazingly talented. And the Chu Zhongwang spear skills can't even be matched by the reincarnated Emperor Donglai Emperor Lin Wenwen. The great Emperor Lin Wenwen from the east was even chased by Emperor Chu Zhong across 3 domains. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have been the first reincarnated emperor to be killed by a local genius. Speaking of which, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although the vast continent also has local geniuses who can defeat the reincarnated emperor. But there are still very few peerless geniuses like this. Most of the top spots on the Heavenly Tao ranking are still occupied by the reincarnated emperor and his son. In 2 months, each of the peerless talents in the vast continent became more powerful than the other. Xiao Tianyun, who was the first to defeat the reincarnated emperor, was forgotten as time went by. Also at this time, the list of kings that everyone in the vast continent and the ancient emperors are eagerly awaiting. The list release was also started at this time. Everyone looked at the list of names above the sky with great attention. Xiao Xuan's realm also broke through to the 9th level of Tao Slayer King at this time. I saw him slowly opening his eyes, and there was an aura belonging to the king. It exploded all over him in an instant. The peak state of the Tao-killing king may be nothing in the vast continent. But it only took him half a year to break through from the 8th level of Tao Slayer King to the peak level. Some veteran cultivators may spend thousands of years or even a lifetime on this just to break through this level. Xiao Xuan looked towards the sky. Now he has reached the peak of the Tao-slaying king. With the blessing of the Master's jade pendant, even the Supreme Master is no match for him. Then he checked his current situation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, 9th level of Tao-killing king. Magic weapon, top-grade imperial magic weapon waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, powerful Wulong. After completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8th stage. The 4th level, upgraded to the 9-turn golden body. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Now, not only has his cultivation level reached a breakthrough, but his physique has also been greatly tempered. After merging the blood of Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong, his body contains infinite terrifying energy. The sword power has also broken through to the realm of Desheng Kendo, and the 8th stage slash has been upgraded to the 9-turn golden body. And after breaking through to the 4th turn, with the help of magical powers, Xiao Xuan, can even be said to be invincible in the vast world. Later, Xiao Xuan came out of the system. Slowly walked towards the door. Today is the time for the Tiandao ranking king list to be released. At this time, all the geniuses of the Xiao family have gathered at Xiao Xuan's door, waiting for the release of the Tiandao ranking king list. At this moment, everyone was excited. The moment I saw Xiao Xuan coming out, everyone was excited. The head of the family has made another breakthrough. I don't know where the master's cultivation level is now. This aura is too terrifying. This time, the top of the king list must be the head of the family. Yes, if the head of the family cannot be on the list, then this heaven's Dao list will be too useless. In terms of strength alone, they are incomparable. If the head of the family uses secret realm magic weapons or something else, he will be invincible. Having said that, don't forget that there are still many old sects and families, as well as the heavens and the world. These things are what they lack most. That's right. If this is included, the heavenly Dao ranking will be dominated by all the heavens and worlds at the beginning. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 102, Is this what is called worse than a dog? 4th place on the heavenly Dao ranking, roaring heavenly dog, the sacred dog of the Xiao family's protector, in Tianluo domain, Tianzhou. He has the blood of a Tengu, and was born with the magical power to devour the sun and moon. His combat power is unknown. Currently, it is the Xiao family's ancestral guardian dog. Its body is 3 meters tall and its body is dark. Without the approval of the Xiao family, all outsiders will become enemies. Roaring dog, also known as Sirius. Tiandao rewards for 4th place on the heavenly Dao ranking, the supreme level devouring heaven and moon, and 1 heavenly Dao initiation. A drop of the essence and blood of the god, the supreme level wind splitting claw, the supreme level Tengu body burning technique. With the distribution of heavenly rewards. The roaring heavenly dog also appeared in the Tiandao ranking list. At this time, Jingjing was crawling at the gate of Zhao's house. There is also a huge god-level dog bowl in front of it. The huge bones contained in the dog basin can be seen at a glance as monsters with thousands of years of cultivation. And it was chewing some bones with a look of enjoyment. I saw a golden light shining on it. Then the roaring dog let out an extremely comfortable cry. That appearance makes people feel that it is somewhat human. As the golden glow of the heavenly Dao initiation dissipated, the roaring sky dog also stretched lazily. Then he continued to chew on the bones in front of him. Obviously, in its cognition, this golden light of heavenly enlightenment is coveted by countless people. It was just a ray of sunshine that made him feel comfortable. At this time, several Xiao family members appeared on the screen. They were holding several monster bones in their hands. After seeing those people, roaring sky dog happily threw them to the ground. Licking their faces is like a pet that pleases its owner. And the roaring sky dog, which has obtained the bones of the monster beast, will also be waving its long tail. He continued to crawl in front of Zhao's house, enjoying the moment with a contented expression. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Number 4 on the Tiandao list is actually a dog. If this picture hadn't been played from the Tiandao ranking list, everyone would think this was a prank played by the Xiao family. But they would rather believe this is a prank. It is also unacceptable that a guard dog can be on the list. And they are many times more powerful than this dog, but they are not on the list? Until the screen on the scoreboard disappeared. No one has reacted yet. What followed was a moment of shock and collapse. Even Shantian Goe and Shimen Zongxing are powerful people who have already stepped into the semi-step of becoming supreme masters. They can only be ranked at the bottom, and this dog. But he ranks 4th in the list of the top 10 kings in southern Xinjiang. That is a powerful being that can kill the supreme master. The ranking is not as high as that of a dog. Isn't there a mistake in the list of heavenly Tao? A dog can actually be on the list? In addition to being huge and having a god-level dog bowl, he is just a pet dog. Can a pet dog also be on the list of kings? Then how embarrassed are those king-level powers? A dog can be on the list, so why am I not even as good as a dog? I don't know who started it, and sour jealousy spread among the crowd. Yeah, even worse than a dog. Followed by continuous fermentation. Even with a slightly sarcastic tone. The people on the list are all half-step to the Supreme Master level, but the ranking is not as good as a dog? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that right? After practicing for a lifetime, the result is not as good as acting like a coquettish person. This makes those powerful kings feel so embarrassed. They can't really admit that they are not as good as a dog. Ha ha ha, no, they all have the ability to kill the Supreme Lord. How can you admit that you are not as good as a dog? It should be said that the ranking is wrong. Those half-step Tao-killing kings are probably going to be furious. They have been practicing in seclusion for many years, but they were defeated by a dog. No one can accept this. What shall we call them in the future? Half-step Supreme Masters, who are worse than dogs? Are they too weak, or is the Xiao family's pet dog too powerful? So much so that their ranking is not even as good as a dog, ha ha ha. Everyone originally felt resentful because Roaring Sky Dog was on the list of kings. At this moment, they are all targeting the powerful king on the list. For a while, the cultivators throughout southern Xinjiang became excited. There is a lot of discussion about this time's ranking of the Tiandao ranking. And those powerful people who are on the list of kings. At this moment, he became extremely angry. How dare the Xiao family humiliate me like this? A mere watchdog can actually be on the list. The Xiao family is really good at it. The combat effectiveness is still unknown, isn't it, because the Tiandao list has received the benefits of the Xiao family. Xiao family, our demon clan remembers you. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at the ranking of Roaring Sky Dog on the Heavenly Tao ranking. I also felt a sense of doubt. One of them was stroking the Roaring Dog's head and feeding it bones. When I saw Roaring Dog ranked 4th, they all doubt their own eyes. They couldn't imagine the big black dog that they played with on a daily basis. Turns out to be the dog king known as Sirius? But apart from being coquettish and cute with them, it also acts like a coquettish person. There is no demon king spirit at all. For a moment, no one knew how to describe the big black dog in front of them. Just keep calling it Roaring Sky Dog. Or call it Sirius? It seems that no matter how it is called, in their eyes it is an extremely obedient pet dog. The Roaring Tengu is the descendant of the Tengu next to Erlang Shen, and is a pure descendant of the Tengu. There is a great possibility that he may return to his ancestors and become a Tengu. Xiao Xuan's words completely awakened everyone in the Xiao family. Although they couldn't talk about the things in the secret realm, they remembered them clearly. Especially the scene where the Tengu next to Erlangshan fights Sun Wukong. It is engraved in their bones. It can be said that there is no Tengu biting Sun Wukong. Erlangshan has no way to catch Sun Wukong. Thinking of this, everyone's doubts disappeared. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 103, The Sword Chi Gap That Frightens the Common People. Number 1 on the list of the top 10 kings in southern Xinjiang on the Tiandao list, Xiao Xuan, the head of the small family in the Tianluo domain. The 9th level cultivation realm of Daoslang King destroyed the great Thunder Holy Temple and Xuanluan Mansion with one person's power. His sword energy gap is a great place for future generations to understand. And he has never failed since his debut. He is the most peerless swordsman in ancient and modern times. His swordsmanship is unparalleled and he can be called the best king in the world. Tiandao ranking of the top 10 kings of southern Xinjiang. Tiandao. Rewards: Divine Weapon Promotion once, Heavenly Dao Initiation once. Improved Luck, Improved Physique, Master-Level Swordsmanship and Martial Arts. Training, a drop of Quasi-Emperor Essence and Blood. Then the famous scene of Xiao Xuan destroying the Great Thunder Holy Temple. And Zhuanluan Mansion appeared on the screen. And that gap of sword energy exuding golden sword light, there happened to be someone who had achieved enlightenment and breakthrough. As the rewards were distributed, Xiao Xuan's appearance also appeared on the Tiandao ranking screen. I saw him accepting the heavenly reward with a calm expression. Even the fall of the heavenly Dao initiation did not make his expression change at all. Then he took back the reward calmly and looked towards the sky with a calm expression. He knows what it takes to get to the top of the list. There will definitely be people who are not convinced. I know that you are very unconvinced that I topped the list. Therefore, I will set up a sword energy barrier thousands of miles away from the Xiao family. If you can overcome this barrier, you are eligible to challenge me. The time limit is half a month. I am waiting for you to challenge at any time. Xiao Xuan's words continued to echo in the sky. His domineering and fierce voice shocked countless people. As Xiao Xuan's figure disappeared from the Tiandao ranking screen, everyone in southern Xinjiang also came to their senses. Xiao Xuan is indeed very powerful. But in terms of strength, he is far from the 10th-ranked Shantian turtle. Therefore, all the creatures in southern Xinjiang also feel insulted at this moment. He is probably the best swordsman. I want to see how powerful your sword is. Isn't it just that the Great Thunder Holy Temple and Zhuanluan Mansion were destroyed? If I take action, it will be your turn to be Xiao Xuan. Half a month, right? By then I will have broken through to the Supreme Lord. I want to see how you, Xiao Xuan, take my move. The number 1 king in the world? That's because you didn't meet me. The number 1 king in the world and the top of the heavenly ranking list both belong to me. In an ancient deep mountain, a young man wearing simple clothes looked up to the sky with his bright eyes. It wasn't until the rewards from heaven were distributed that he slowly stood up. A magnificent momentum burst out from him instantly. The spiritual energy in the entire mountain was also converging on him at this moment. A moment later, a terrifying kingly aura broke through the sky. The strong pressure caused all the surrounding creatures to give way. In a short period of time, the young man's cultivation level actually broke through to the level of the Dao-slaying king. If the world saw this scene, I don't know how many people would be shocked. As the rankings of the top 10 kings of southern Xinjiang were all announced, the Tiandao ranking also gradually disappeared into the sky. But soon, another golden ray of light shone down from the sky. 2 months later, the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang will be opened. This time, they will compete with all regions in the vast continent. By then, those who have made it to the top of the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang can go to the vast continent for the finals. The King's List challenge list is open, and the King's List rewards will remain unchanged for half a year. Challengers on the King List need to be able to kill the 3rd level of the Supreme Lord. Anyone who challenges the King List must prove their strength to heaven. See here. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. The rewards for the King List lasted for half a year. You must know that the rewards on the Genius List are all after the first time. It gradually became less and less, and some even had no rewards at all. But the King List can last for half a year. This is a resource that makes everyone jealous. This moment, Almost all the strong men and powerful people in southern Xinjiang were dispatched. Monsters, demons, and hidden families are all heading towards Tianluo territory. They all have one goal: Xiao Xuan. However, when the subsequent conditions for the Heavenly Tao list were announced, countless people have stopped moving forward. Even if they want to continue to challenge Xiao Xuan, heaven will stop them here, because they are not qualified enough to challenge Xiao Xuan at the top of the list. Although they can't challenge it. But it doesn't mean others can't. Therefore, many people rush to the Xiao family in Tianluo domain with the mentality of watching the excitement. After all, Xiao Xuan is the only one who can be rated as the best swordsman in ancient and modern times by Tiandao. They would like to see it. How powerful is the sword of this greatest swordsman in ancient and modern times? And does Xiao Xuan really have the strength to sit at the top of the list? Although I have the strength to kill the Supreme Lord due to the concealment method I practice. But the true strength was ignored by heaven. Otherwise, with the strength of this great emperor, how is it possible that you can't even enter the Tiandao ranking? The best swordsman in ancient and modern times, right? Let me meet you. Topping the list of Heavenly Tao, you will set a record for being ranked first in the shortest time. For a while. Sounds like this kept coming from the sky. Even everyone in the Xiao family was speechless. They even tried to block their hearing. But I don't want to miss the best moment to slap these people in the face. So they all looked at Xiao Xuan with half smiles. To know. When the genius list was released. This is how he looked at himself. Now, they are fighting tooth for tooth. Xiao Xuan shook his head helplessly. Just ignore the looks of these guys. Enter the system to receive the reward for the Xiao family's ranking this time. Ding, it has been detected that the Xiao family's guardian beast, the roaring sky dog, is on the list, and the blessings of heaven will be automatically converted into redemption points. Ding, it has been detected that the Xiao family's guardian beast, by Fangyao, is on the list, and the blessings of heaven will be automatically converted into redemption points. Ding, it has been detected that the Xiao family's guardian beast Qiongqi is on the list, and the blessings of heaven will be automatically converted into redemption points. Ding, it is detected that the host reaches the top of the Tiandao list, and the Tiandao blessings are automatically converted into redemption points. Total conversion and redemption points, 250,000. This time, 250,000 exchange points were directly exchanged. Plus the previous exchange points on hand. You can also exchange it for the secret realm of causing havoc in heaven. But this time, Xiao Xuan directly targeted the secret realm. Therefore, these exchange points are still far from enough. Wait until you have saved up enough redemption points to redeem that secret realm. By then, the strength of the geniuses of the Xiao family will be revealed. The entire vast world cannot catch up. Soon half a month passed. During this time, the rankings on the Tiandao ranking were also constantly changing. Except for Shantian Turtle, who ranked 10th, remained unchanged. Those ranked 5th or lower on the Heavenly Way ranking. Almost all have undergone a major change. And the changes in the rankings of these kings. It also increased everyone's confidence in defeating Xiao Xuan. After all, those powerful men are all reincarnations of ancient emperors. This day, Xiao Xuan appeared in the sky above the Xiao family with a long sword in hand. By his side, there are 4 chasms with sharp sword energy. Just like the miraculous workmanship of nature, it is impossible to find traces of man-made artifacts. And long before Xiao Xuan came here, there are already countless people hiding around here. Just waiting for the day when Xiao Xuan and other strong men can challenge. Now, Before these four sword energy gaps, it was already filled with strong men of the Daozhan King level. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 104, Where is Xiao Xuan's upper limit? Good swordsmanship. Let me try it. Xiao Xuan, take the move. At this time, another terrifying aura of a strong man came from afar. A fist power that swept across all directions met the sword energy. It turned out to be the Chang'e boxing champion. I didn't expect the Chang'e boxing champion to come too. The Chang'e boxing king is even more powerful than the Mabe sword king. It is rumored that he once killed a powerful man at the level of the supreme lord with one punch. Not only that, this person is also ranked above the Mabe sword king. Looking at this, he should be able to cross the sword energy gap and face Xiao Xuan. Everyone was talking about this. At this time, Chang'e boxing champion in the sky has launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. However, before he could get close to Xiao Xuan, a terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky from the chasm. Even the powerful Supreme Lord, after seeing this sword energy, he also showed a bit of fear. When the Chang'e boxing champion faced this sword energy, his face condensed, and his eyes showed fear. Nice sword move. But it's still a little tender. Break it for me. The Chang'e boxing champion roared loudly, his voice powerful enough to break mountains and rivers. A punch in the air, sweeping across the sky, suppressing all directions. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sky was shattered. The power of this punch made countless creatures tremble with fear. Even a half-step Supreme Master level powerhouse cannot produce such power. As the power of the fist fell, the sharp sword energy was also shaken away. Everyone was stunned at first. Then he reacted. The sword energy was broken. The long-awaited battle is about to begin. He is worthy of being the Chang'e boxing champion who has killed the mighty Supreme Lord with one punch. Even the sword energy gap that severely damaged Mabe Sword King can be annihilated with one punch. Xiao Xuan, now you know what real strength is. A few sword energies are just a showpiece in front of a truly strong person. It's time for you to give up your position at the top of the list. The Chang'e boxing champion threw his head back and laughed with high spirits. Then he rose into the sky and headed towards Xiao Xuan. However, just when everyone thought this unprecedented battle was about to begin, the sword energy that was originally annihilated instantly soared into the sky. Four chasms and four sword energies all burst out at this moment. It was attacking from both sides, heading towards the Chang'e boxing champion. Boom! The Chang'e boxing champion froze. The sudden four waves of sword energy made his pupils shrink suddenly. Then a few punches were thrown. Annihilate these four sword energies. However, these four sword energies seemed to be flowing continuously. One was annihilated, and another followed. And each sword force is more terrifying than the other. Even the void has cracks. The four sword energies erupted from it, carrying an aura that could destroy the heaven and the earth. It attacked Chang'e boxing champion's chest, coupled with the locking of the sword field and the attack of the attribute sword intention. In full view, Chang'e boxing champion was severely injured by these four sword energies. The body was instantly knocked away, and blood flowed from the mouth and nose. Even on the chest, one can see the raging sword energy. The Chang'e boxing champion fainted directly. He was accompanied by several attendants. Several people saw this scene. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Chang'e boxing champion up. He looked at Xiao Xuan fearfully. Seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing to attack him, only then did he help Chang'e boxing champion treat his injuries. And everyone also fell silent after seeing this scene. Chang'e boxing champion's tragic injuries were deeply engraved in their minds. I originally thought that these four sword energy gaps were just a showpiece, but never thought about it. This power actually severely damaged Mabe Sword King and Chang'e Boxing King. This is just the gap between the four-sword energy formed by Xiao Xuan. At this time, their focus is no longer on who can win the top spot, but who has the ability to cross the four-sword energy gaps. How terrifying is Xiao Xuan's true strength? It was beyond their imagination. However, the power of the four-sword energy gaps attracted their attention. As the Chang'e boxing champion was severely injured, he fell into a coma. The following few days, people keep coming to challenge these four-sword energy gaps. They think Chang'e boxing champion cannot cross. It's just that his strength is too weak. If they go there, they will be able to defeat them easily. However, it was not as expected. All the strong men who come to challenge, they were all severely injured by these four-sword energy gaps. One of them even lost half of his cultivation. If you want to return to the peak of the Tao-killing king, it will take at least 100 years. This scene shocked everyone even more. Finally, above the four-sword energy gaps, there was a terrifying momentum. All the creatures in southern Xinjiang looked at the scene on the Tiandao, ranking with bated breath. Only one person was seen wearing a yellow robe. A middle-aged Tao-killing king with an extremely majestic appearance, walking calmly and leisurely through the void towards Xiao Xuan. I saw him stagnating on the four-sword energy gaps. As his momentum exploded, the four-sword energy gaps were also condensed into one ball. The moment his momentum exploded, the earth trembled for millions of kilometers around it. Even some supreme masters were so frightened by this scene that their expressions changed. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. This person can even condense sword energy. When his appearance appeared in the eyes of everyone, everyone was shocked. It turns out to be the Heavenly Dragon King of the Heavenly Dragon domain. I didn't expect that even the Heavenly Dragon King would be unable to resist the temptation due to his ranking on the King of Heaven's list. It is rumored that when he was in the first level of the Tao Slayer King, he killed a powerful third-level Supreme Master with one punch. No, this is not a rumor. I was lucky enough to witness it with my own eyes. Back then, it was this battle that let him resound throughout the Tianlong realm. Not only that, the powerful men in the Tianlong realm also named him Tianlong Zuanwang. Yes, I didn't expect that after a few years of seeing each other, King Tianlong's strength would be so powerful. Everyone was very surprised by the appearance of Lord Tianlong. But I thought of the rewards from the Tiandao ranking. Then it felt reasonable, with everyone talking about it. The terror of the Heavenly Dragon King is also well known to the world. As a half-step Supreme Master, Tianlong Zhenwang, why is he not on the list of Heavenly Tao? You must be ignorant. King Tianlong entered the small world 3 years ago to experience. He didn't come out until the announcement of the Tiandao ranking king list was over, so even the Tiandao ranking didn't notice his aura. No wonder. If he had come out earlier, he would definitely have a place on the Tiandao ranking. There's something fun to watch now, a swordsman and a Heavenly Dragon King. King Tianlong glanced at the four-sword energy gaps laid out by Xiao Xuan. Nodding, yes, he is indeed an excellent swordsman. It's no wonder these kings avoid you. The sword is a good sword, but it's a pity that you are not qualified to be the best sword in ancient and modern times. Xiao Xuan heard what King Tianlong said. He just raised his eyes lightly. Then he ignored it. King Tianlong was not unhappy because of Xiao Xuan's indifference. On the contrary, he looked at Xiao Xuan with interest. Young man, let me teach you how to write the word modesty today. Then he jumped up. Punch out at the four-sword energies. This time it's a small world. Although he failed to break through the realm as he wished, but the combat effectiveness has been improved hundreds of times inside. Even in the face of such great power as the Supreme Lord, he can also kill it easily. Not to mention Xiao Xuan, who was only at the peak of the Tao King. I saw the collision between fist power and sword energy. A boundless breath burst out. This momentum is enough to shock the space. Not bad, but it's still a little short of heat. King Tianlong sneered. He glanced at Xiao Xuan contemptuously. I saw him punch 4 times in succession. Those 4 sword energies were directly annihilated. However, just when King Tianlong was about to go to Xiao Xuan, those 4 annihilating sword energies. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 105. It's just a clone. Now. Everyone looked at the figure in white that had not moved for a moment in the sky. Fell into silence. No matter how powerful a person is, he will have his own limit. But Xiao Xuan. But it seems like there is no upper limit. From Mabe Sword King to Chang'e Boxing King. And then to the current Tianlong Xuanwang. In addition to drawing 4 sword energy gaps. He didn't even move his body. Let alone a real fight with them. Even a powerful man as terrifying as the Heavenly Dragon King. Also, after comparing the consciousness with Xiao Xuan, he was hit so hard that even the Taoist heart was almost destroyed. Such existence. In front of Xiao Xuan, he was like an ant. Is there no one in the entire southern border who can defeat Xiao Xuan? Is the strength of the top one on the Heavenly Tao ranking already so terrifying? Everyone heard this man's emotion. Lost in thought again. Even the Heavenly Dragon King, who was separately distinguished by the Heavenly Dragon territory. They were all helpless in front of Xiao Xuan. Not to mention them. The feeling Xiao Xuan gave them. It's enough to suffocate them. Is there really no power in southern Xinjiang that can defeat him? No. Although Xiao Xuan is at the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking. But it is only the cultivation realm of the peak Tao Slayer King. In southern Xinjiang, Zhongtian, and even Tianlong territory. There are also existences such as the Supreme Lord and the God of War. Such a strong and powerful person. Anyone that comes out can kill it. But the fact that Xiao Xuan is invincible among his peers. It is also generally recognized. Lord Tianlong woke up after a brief coma. Chang'e Boxing Champion also slowly woke up under the treatment of his entourage. The Mabe Sword King had already woken up, but he had not left. As the strong men defeated by Xiao Xuan woke up one by one, the area around the Xiao family became lively again. But they all chose to stay here. They are waiting. Waiting for someone who can defeat Xiao Xuan. They want to see it. Xiao Xuan, is he really invincible? The crowd watching was also surprisingly quiet. So smart? Then let me come and meet you. A refreshing laughter came from the sky. I saw a young man in tsingy coming through the air. However, the moment he claimed to be the emperor, everyone knew his identity. The reincarnated emperor. It was obviously an ordinary step in the air. But there seemed to be a giant dragon under his feet. People who knew him pointed at the phantom of the giant dragon entrenched at the young man's feet and were filled with emotion. I didn't expect that Emperor Longting would come here. This person attracted everyone's attention with just one sentence. The Soaring Dragon Emperor? But the Soaring Dragon Emperor who created the dragon race in ancient times? That's right. Emperor Longting was the product of the combination of the dragon race and the human race. He is born with divine power. Not only that, he also has the blood of the strongest dragon and human beings in his body. Since he was born, whether it was a battle in the north or south, or a battle between strong men, he has never lost in his life. Even when he was a teenager, he had already conquered a galaxy by himself. It was also at that time that the Dragon Clan was founded, and the 8 nine-headed dragon maids around him became the standard equipment for strong men. Subsequently, in all major ancient families, The great reincarnated emperors and the geniuses who seized the body also recognized Emperor Longteng. Things about the soaring dragon emperor. It is also spreading rapidly throughout southern Xinjiang. Even Emperor Longteng has come forward, which shows how attractive the Tiandao ranking is. The other great emperors who reincarnated chose to compete for the 36 geniuses on the heavenly Dao ranking. Why did Emperor Longteng come here? You don't understand this. Emperor Longteng has not followed the ordinary path since he was born. Choosing the king's list is in line with his character. But since Emperor Longteng has chosen the king's list, it proves that there may be a big opportunity here that is worth taking a chance on. Xiao Xuan is the #1 swordsman recognized by the Tiandao ranking, and Emperor Longteng is the reincarnated emperor. I wonder what kind of sparks the two of them will create. It goes without saying that although Xiao Xuan has the qualifications to be a great emperor, Emperor Longteng is a quasi-great emperor. Xiao Xuan will definitely lose. You can't say that. Xiao Xuan hasn't used a sword yet. But even if he fails, it is still a gain. After all, even a powerful person like Tian Longzhenwang cannot take one of his moves. The great emperor who was reincarnated like the Longteng emperor and the genius who took over the body. The moment I saw the opponent competing for the king list, I didn't know what to say for a moment. They are reincarnated, but they are all here for the great opportunity on the list of geniuses. There are only the geniuses of the younger generation. Only then will there be a great possibility of obtaining the great opportunity of this life. However, Emperor Longteng chose the king's list. I really don't know whether to call him courageous or extremely stupid. But this is just their inner thoughts. Although they are all reincarnated emperors. But there is also a gap in strength. For a while, everyone once again focused their attention on the scene above the sky. At the same time, Emperor Longteng has arrived in front of the four sword energy gaps. There were constant rumbling sounds in the chasm. Although there is no scattered sword energy. But that roaring sound. But it gives people a kind of extreme oppression. It will feel like a big explosion. Emperor Longteng stood with one foot on the gap between the four sword energies. I saw him slowly moving forward with a smile on his face. Then a giant dragon phantom was released. The phantom looked up to the sky and roared. Don't directly enter the gap between the four sword energies. The chasm that was still rumbling. It became extremely peaceful at this moment. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Xiao Xuan's four sword energy gaps are terrifying. They have all witnessed it with their own eyes. Now the soaring emperor only released a giant dragon shadow. He easily suppressed this raging sword energy. As expected of the reincarnation of the great emperor, this level of strength is intimidating to us. Just a shadow is enough to make us scared. At this time, there is another world in southern Xinjiang. Many people gathered in the restaurant, discussing the strength between Emperor Longteng and Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan will definitely be defeated this time. How can Emperor Longteng's strength be matched by him? Qin Tianji is a famous intelligence spy in Tianji Valley. The moment he saw Emperor Longteng take action, he put down his bold words. However, his words did not elicit much response. On the contrary, it was also despised by many people. Especially the know-it-all. You can judge a person based on just one word. Is this the intelligence capability of Tianji Valley? Bai Xiaotong sneered and took a drink. Qin Tianji pushed aside the crowd and walked up to Bai Xiaotong angrily, looking at him contemptuously. If Xiao Xuan can win, I, Qin Tianji, will go around Nanjiang shirtless and shout, Tianji Valley is not as knowledgeable as you. Both Tianjigu and Bai Xiaotong are intelligence spies. And they all develop in southern Xinjiang. The two have had an antagonistic relationship since their inception. Now that they meet, they are even more jealous. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 106, Defeat the Reincarnated Emperor with a Clone. At this time, Bai Xiaotong was sitting in a private room drinking tea. He looked at Xiao Zongtian, standing aside, with a surprised expression. Aren't you surprised? He couldn't even bear to ask what he was thinking. Xiao Xuan only had one clone. It would be able to severely injure King Tianlong Zun. This is something unprecedented in southern Xinjiang. At this moment, he felt as if his blood had been coagulated. However, Xiao Zongtian looked at him with an indifferent expression. It seems that he already knows everything. Bai Xiaotong couldn't help but come forward. Did Brother Xiao already know that this was just a clone of Xiao, the head of the Xiao family? Xiao Zongtian shook his head lightly. No, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the head of the family who did it. Because his mystery and power are far more than that, even if he is fighting against the god of war at this moment. Even defeating him doesn't bother me at all, because it's so easy for him. When Xiao Zongtian said this, his eyes were filled with adoration. The trip to the secret realm that caused so much trouble in the heavenly palace has been deeply engraved in his mind. In the heavenly world, who is not a terrifying existence? Even Taishang Laojun, who has the insight into the existence of all of them through countless galactic years. He also couldn't sense Xiao Xian's existence. Even Emperor Haoyan, the founding Yuanling. They all regarded themselves as juniors in front of Xiao Xian. So, when he heard that it was just a clone of Xiao Xian, wouldn't be surprised. Because these are compared to the secret realm of havoc in heaven. It really can't be compared. Yet he wasn't surprised. It doesn't mean that Bai Xiaotong is not surprised. A rumor about the Xiao family quickly flashed in his mind. Brother Xiao, there have been rumors in Tianzhou for a long time that among the Tianjiao list of Tiandao ranking, your Xiao family occupies 7 places. I don't know if it's true. This matter was already known. Especially after the battle between Xiao Tianyun and Luo Fanchen. It is even spreading in southern Xinjiang. But because of the emergence of geniuses in the later period, defeated emperors emerged one after another. In addition, there are no new hot spots in the Xiao family. This matter was gradually forgotten. But Bai Xiaotong is an intelligent spy. How could he let go of such an excellent opportunity to find out information? Xiao Zongtian nodded, acknowledging the authenticity of this matter. In the list of geniuses, my Xiao family occupies the top 7, among which the demon clan at the bottom. Because he challenged the current number 2 on the list, he was tamed as a mount and is now in the capital of Nanming. Bai Xiaotong couldn't help but gasped when he heard this. On the list of geniuses in the Tianluo realm, the Xiao family occupies 7 positions. He even subdued a demon clan as a mount. He knew this demon clan before. Not only does he have the bloodline of the Golden Winged Dapeng, there is also the phenomenon of atavism, and he is the young master of the demon clan. Even ordinary sections. Even after his young master was bullied, he had to fight against the injustice. What's more, the demon clan. But until the king list appeared, he hasn't heard any news about the demon clan wanting to settle accounts with the Xiao family. This is really weird. But it also explains something. The Xiao family is by no means an ordinary person. Then, he couldn't help but ask Xiao Zongtian. With your current strength, after returning to the Xiao family, where can you rank on the list of geniuses? In the eyes of Bai Xiaotong, with Xiao Zongtian's current strength, he can definitely rank among the top 10 in the heavenly Dao ranking. No. It's not just the list of geniuses in Tianluo domain, southern border, Zhongtian, and Tianlong territory. As long as he wants. Among the top 10 geniuses in these regions, he can have a place. Xiao Zongtian's strength was so terrifying. He had seen it with his own eyes. However, Xiao Zongtian was thinking about Xiao Jianqin, Xiaoyan, and others. Fell into silence. Although he has already broken through to the tribulation realm. But he didn't have the ability to connect with any of their moves. Looking at Bai Xiaotong with an expectant look on his face. Xiao Zongtian lowered his head calmly and continued eating. Don't look at it. With my strength, I can't even take one of their moves. Bai Xiaotong almost shouted and stood up. He looked at Xiao Zongtian with disbelief. Xiao Zongtian just glanced at him lightly. You and I have been together for so long, when have you ever seen me lie to you? This moment. Bai Xiaotong was completely shocked. He even developed a keen interest in the mysterious Xiao family. What kind of family it is? Only then can we cultivate so many extraordinary geniuses. And what kind of strength does Xiao Xuan, the head of the family, have? When Bai Xiaotong looked towards the sky again. Xiao Xianchi, who was dressed in white. There was actually a look of expectation in his eyes. He even wanted to see it. Xiao Xuan, what method will he use to defeat Emperor Longting? At the same time, Qin Tianji under the restaurant was still discussing Xiao Xuan with everyone. Although Xiao Xuan's clone is powerful, he is facing Emperor Longting. If he were an ordinary person, he might still have a slight chance of winning. But Emperor Longting is a reincarnated quasi-great emperor. Let's not talk about their powerful strength, but also the secret methods and magic weapons behind them. They are no longer of the same class. If we really take it seriously, I'm afraid that a few more clones of Xiao Xuan won't be enough to kill him, so Xiao Xuan will definitely lose in this battle. Everyone also agreed after hearing Qin Tianji's remarks. The power of the reincarnated emperor. It's not just a gap in strength. More, you can never guess. How much background and means does he have? That suffocating terror. It is above the bones. Bai Xiaotong stood on the attic watching this scene. Suddenly he laughed with relief. He even regretted it a little. Why would you make such a bet with Qin Tianji? At this time, the atmosphere in the Xiao family was extremely strange. A kind of genius, including Xiao Jianqin and Xiaoyan. They all looked at Xiao Xuan with extremely speechless eyes. Not only did the other side not take the challenge to heart. He even drank tea very leisurely. Not only that. He even went to challenge the powerful kings who came to challenge him. They just sent a clone. What's more terrible is, this clone was transformed into a strand of his hair. And these geniuses. I just happened to witness how this strand of hair turned into a clone to complete the mission. To put it simply, it means pulling out hair and squeezing sperm and blood. Then write a composition created by Xiao Xuan. Just like that, the clone was created. It is said that this clone is very difficult to make. Or the equipment required is very complicated and rare. They can still accept it. It just happened to be a strand of hair. A strand of hair. And this strand of hair actually blocked so many powerful men and women who came to challenge him. They should say that Xiao Xuan didn't take them seriously. Or those people are just too weak. When Emperor Longting broke Xiao Xuan's clone, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stepped forward. Master, the other party is the reincarnated emperor. Are you sure you don't want to come forward? Even if you just show up, that's fine. At least let people think that you regard him as your opponent. Rather than like now. Look at the picture of Tian Dao Bang like a magic trick. Facing the speechless expressions of all the geniuses of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan also rolled his eyes at them angrily. No, one clone is enough. It's just you. Only then would he be stupid enough to run up there and act like a monkey for others. Something that can be solved by a clone. Why do you need to show up in person? Wouldn't it be nice to just be a melon eater? Everyone heard Xiao Xuan's answer and his carefree face. I suddenly felt even more speechless. All right. The head of the family is powerful. It is beyond our comparison. At this time in the picture of Tiandao ranking, Emperor Long Ting has already looked at Xiao Xuan's clone. This great emperor has already broken the gap in your swordsmanship. Why? Your true form is still unwilling to come out. Do you think you can defeat me with just one clone? Xiao Xuan's clone was pouty indifferently. Who knows, I haven't tried it yet. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Obviously they didn't expect Xiao Xuan's clone to say such words. It's so arrogant that a clone still wants to defeat the soaring dragon. Emperor. I think Xiao Xuan was confused by Tiandao's comments about him. So much so that he can't distinguish between reality and illusion. He did not offend Emperor Long Ting alone, but all the reincarnated emperors. This is going to be a good show. Even if Emperor Long Ting doesn't care, the other emperors won't let him go. Don't tell me, when I came here just now, I felt the anger of several great emperors. When Xiao Xuan said that sentence, all the reincarnated emperors and the supreme geniuses in southern Xinjiang were angry. What a Xiao Xuan, how dare you despise our strength? Xiao Xuan, I remember you. Don't let this emperor see you, otherwise, I will definitely let you see what it means to be crushed by strength. Even the heavens and the world dare not underestimate this great emperor. You are the first. All the reincarnated emperors were stimulated by Xiao Xuan. They can't wait to go to Tianluo territory right now. Beat Xiao Xuan severely. But what they don't know is, Xiao Xuan really didn't take them seriously. Because he feels these reincarnated emperors serve as his opponents. It's really a little weak. Emperor Long Ting obviously didn't expect Xiao Xuan to say such a thing. So he asked again. You sure? Xiao Xuan nodded lightly. When have I told lies? If you can defeat this clone of me, it doesn't matter if I give you the top spot on the heavenly Dao ranking. For a time, countless people's eyes were focused on Xiao Xuan. Their eyes all revealed horror and disbelief. Xiao Xuan would actually say such words to a great emperor. In his eyes, a great emperor is not even qualified to fight with his true form? This is simply shocking. As expected. After hearing this, Emperor Long Ting, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. There was such a half-smile on his face. It was also replaced by anger at this moment. Yes. Emperor Long Ting was angry. No one has ever said such a thing in front of this emperor, and you are the first. As a founder, you will naturally be severely punished. Today, let me destroy your clone first. Then he went to the Xiao family and destroyed your true body. It's not in vain for you to humiliate this great emperor. The angry voice of Emperor Long Ting continued to echo in the sky. The other reincarnated emperors also sneered after seeing this. Emperor Long Ting is the founder of the dragon race. Its strength is naturally extremely powerful. Especially his dragon roar for 9 heavens. Even the emperor at the peak of ancient times did not dare to accept the move easily. I saw Emperor Long Ting burst out with energy. A huge dragon appeared behind him. The long dragon had the momentum of swallowing up the world, soaring straight into the sky. Even the sky was trembling. The roar of the giant dragon continued to echo in the void. Those roars of dragons shook even the void with a shattering sound. I saw the giant dragon descending from the void. Flames burned from its body, instantly transformed into a fire dragon. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even when King Tianlong saw this fire dragon, his body couldn't help but tremble. Not to mention the Mabe Sword King and Chang'e Boxing King. At this moment, they were shocked speechless by the powerful aura of the fire dragon. Is this the power of the great emperor? A single strike can make everyone fearful. Even if the reincarnated emperor comes in reincarnation, they will still have absolute crushing strength. Even the most powerful man cannot catch the power of this fire dragon. Xiao Xuan is at the 9th level of Dao Slaying King's cultivation. He is also a clone, so he will definitely lose. If Xiao Xuan's clone fails, I'm afraid the Xiao family will also be extinct. Today, the emperor cannot be humiliated. This moment. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 107 Even worse than a dog? As the Tiandao list screen gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from the confusion. But Xiao Xuan's 2 swords, that shocked the world. But it can't be dissipated in everyone's mind for a long time. Especially when I recall the tragic defeat of Emperor Longteng, I feel even more sad. Even Emperor Longteng was defeated by Xiao Xuan's clone. I thought Xiao Xuan was just talking nonsense, but I didn't expect that he really has this strength. Those 2 swords are enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Even the Tiandao ranking has given them extremely high praise. Did you hear about it? Because of Xiao Xuan's sword, that person from Zizhulan understood the field of swordsmanship. He is now a half-step martial god. It is said that he has been practicing in seclusion at this moment, and is ready to break through to the martial god at any time. What does this mean? The one from the southern Xinjiang fire cloud sword sect realized Xiao Xuan's flame sword energy. Now with his sword, not even the god of war dares to get close easily. The powerful master of thunder and fire cultivation in 10,000 monster mountain, after Xiao Xuan swung his thunder and fire swords. He actually directly realized the artistic conception of thunder and fire. Even directly break through the god of war. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. Just 2 sword moves from the clone. It actually made so many powerful people gain insights from it. Even breaking through the realm because of it. What if the real body is here? As everyone continued to discuss, more and more news of powerful people gaining enlightenment came through. The geniuses of the Xiao family also benefited from Xiao Xuan's 2 swords. More or less I gained some insights. Xiao Xuan put down his teacup and prepared to leave the meeting hall. This time the clone defeated Emperor Longteng. It has helped him solve the troubles faced by countless kings. It's time for him to do what he should do. After all, even the reincarnated emperor was defeated by his clone. Not to mention the real body. Although he doesn't take reincarnated emperors like Emperor Longteng seriously. But I can't stand up to someone else's famous name. The outside world thinks highly of him. If those reincarnated emperors and the geniuses who seize the body could hear Xiao Xuan's thoughts, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Their strength is no matter in the past life or in this life. They are almost top-notch existences. In the end, Xiao Xuan never considered them as opponents. In Tianlu City, Chen Tianji looked at the disappearing Tiandao ranking with disbelief. He couldn't have imagined it. As the reincarnated emperor, Longding Emperor was no match for Xiao Xuan's clone. How is this possible? That Xiao Xuan must have used some secret method. Otherwise, how could Emperor Longteng lose to him? Bai Xiaotong didn't know when he came down from the attic of the restaurant. Brother Tianji, if Xiao Xuan really used the secret method, how could Emperor Longteng do nothing? At this moment, Bai Xiaotong was looking at the furious Chen Tianji opposite. With a smile. Now that the outcome has been decided, I wonder if Brother Tianji can fulfill his promise? The moment Bai Xiaotong appeared, everyone in the restaurant looked at Chen Tianji. I want to see if he will honor this bet. After all, Tianji Valley has 100 years of development history in Tianlu City. And Tianlu City is at the junction of various major regions. It can be said to be the best place to get information once you exit from here. Not to mention that the foundation will be affected. Even the latest hot news cannot be kept up with. Really? Chen Tianji's face turned pale after hearing this. Withdrawing from Tianlu City would be equivalent to voluntarily abandoning this excellent intelligence territory. By then, his status in Tianji Valley will plummet. But don't quit. Even if the spies from Tianji Valley continue to be stationed here, no one would be willing to look for information from someone who was dishonest. Therefore, Chen Tianji suspected that Bai Xiaotong already knew the final result. Otherwise, with his character, he would never bet with himself so confidently. You already knew that Xiao Xuan would defeat Emperor Longteng? Besides, he couldn't think of any other reason. Bai Xiaotong heard this, but he sneered disdainfully. Chen Tianji, you think too highly of me. A reincarnated emperor and the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. The two are of equal strength. Even the powerful people like the Supreme Lord can't see it, let alone me, an intelligence investigator. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Emperor Longting is the reincarnation. If he hadn't appeared this time, almost no one knows he exists. Xiao Xuan is the head of the Xiao family. But it is also the dragon that has seen its tail, but not its head. This time the two fight against each other. It was even more unexpected. Don't say Bai Xiaotong can't see it. Even the know-it-all villa master behind him may not be able to see it. Chen Tianji's face turned pale. His eyes stared blankly at Bai Xiaotong. He admitted that he failed this time. Complete defeat. He staggered and sat slumped on the stool. I lost. From today on, Tianlu City will be your intelligence territory of Wanchitong Villa. However, Bai Xiaotong had more than one bet with him. Brother Tianji, wait a minute, there is still a bet between you and me. Chen Tianji suddenly became angry. I had to slam the table and question him. But he saw Bai Xiaotong looking at him with a smile on his face. Everyone just heard that if Brother Tianji lost, he would go around the southern border shirtless and shout that Tianji Valley is not as good as Shirtong Villa. Bai Xiaotong, don't bully others too much. Chen Tianji suddenly became furious. Bai Xiaotong doesn't care about his mood changes. The two of them have been enemies for many years. In terms of intelligence, there is even more hatred. Now there is a reason to deal with him openly. How could he give up so easily? Brother Tianji, it's okay if you don't want to fulfill it. After all, this is not a promise made to me alone. Bai Xiaotong is indeed a smiling tiger. Just one sentence put Chen Tianji into a dilemma. They are people in the intelligence business. What matters is the word integrity. If you don't even have basic integrity, even if Chen Tianji has a chance to make a comeback, no one would want to believe him. Although Chen Tianji lost the bet. But it doesn't mean that he has no chance to come back. Everyone was also surprised when they heard these words. Withdrawing from Tianlu City has already severely damaged the opponent. Let him go around southern Xinjiang and shout. Wouldn't it mean to directly beat the opponent to half a disability? Even though Chen Tianji knew the pros and cons of this. But if he wants to start over, you must fulfill your promise. Although he made this bet. However, it did not specify the form, method, or even time. Therefore, Chen Tianji changed several times. Finally, in front of everyone, he ran out shirtless. He also yelled, Tianji Valley is not as good as Wanchitong Villa. For a time, the entire southern Xinjiang people were shocked by this sound. Although the duration is short, but it can be regarded as a promise fulfilled. Looking at Chen Tianji's actions, Bai Xiaotong shook her fan with a smile. Brother Tianji really promises 1,000 pieces of gold. Chen Tianji looked at him with a livid face. Bai Xiaotong, what happens today, we will fight to the death. After that, he left quickly. Bai Xiaotong sees that the goal has been achieved. Then he went to the attic of the restaurant. Brother Xiao, this method is really good. Not only did it help me solve the territory problem, but it also ruined Qin Tianji's reputation. Bai Xiaotong saluted Xiao Zongtian as soon as he entered the door. Xiao Zongtian looked at him with an indifferent expression. Bai Xiaotong naturally knew what he meant. Brother Xiao, please rest assured, you and I are brothers in life and death. And now you have helped me occupy the entire Tianlu city at Wanshitong. Dilla. I, Bai Xiaotong, will definitely give you the information you want with both hands. Brother Xiao, please wait here for a moment. Hear this. Xiao Zongtian nodded, that's it, thank you very much. As Bai Xiaotong left the restaurant, Xiao Zongtian's gaze also became more determined. With this information, I can find the inheritance of Emperor Qitian. It will still be some time before the list of the 36 geniuses of Southern Xinjiang is released, and this period of time is enough for me to be on the list. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 108, The Gravity Domain of the Law of Heaven. With the departure of Li Yuning and Xie Buxuan, everyone also understood one thing. None of the geniuses of the Xiao family are easy to mess with. To be on the heavenly Dao ranking, his strength is also extremely powerful. After the battle between Roaring Sky Dog and Xie Buxuan, the Xiao family has also become much calmer. Many Xiao family disciples have also entered into their own cultivation. However, the peaceful time did not last long. Many other kings came to challenge. Until Bai Fangniao spit out a mouthful of divine fire crow. Annihilate a king on the spot. And after the ferocious beast Qiongqi destroyed the legendary king with one kick, the Xiao family has truly come to an end. And the top 4 in the Tiandao ranking are the kings. It has also become the Xiao family's exclusive list. Xiao Xuan also received a lot of redemption point rewards this month. Plus the other geniuses of the Xiao family dominate the rankings on the genius list. Now he already has millions of exchange points in his hands. And this exchange point, it was enough for him to redeem that secret realm. By then, the strength of the Xiao family's genius will also enter another level. In addition to his own cultivation level, he is still stuck at the peak of the Dao-slaying king. Everything else is moving in a good direction. The list of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang is about to be released. Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan and others were already waiting for Xiao Xuan at the door. The moment I saw Xiao Xuan come out, everyone bowed down and saluted him. Xiao Xuan nodded and took a seat at the head of the meeting hall. Are you all ready this time? Xiao Xuan looked around. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan and others looked at each other. His eyes were full of confidence. Xiao Jianxin took a step forward. Master, don't worry. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of confidence in his words. Xiao Xuan nodded when he saw this. He still fully recognized the strength of these geniuses from the Xiao family. When his eyes glanced at Xiao Jianfeng beside him, Xiao Xuan paused for a moment. There was worry in the other person's eyebrows. Even if you try your best to hide it on your face. Xiao Xuan knew what he was worried about. Then she spoke to comfort him. Elder Jianfeng is worried about Xiao Zongtian. Xiao Jianfeng sighed after hearing this. It's good to fail. At least it will allow him to retreat from difficulties. And know how to make choices. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, I think Xiao Zongtian can be ranked among the 36 geniuses. When Xiao Jianfeng heard this, he felt that Xiao Xuan was just trying to comfort him. Now the list of geniuses will be released. But Xiao Zongtian hasn't come back yet. Xiao Xuan knew what he was thinking. Although Xiao Zongtian is a child of the Xiao family, the list of geniuses does not stipulate that it must be in one area. As long as he is strong enough, he can be on any genius list in the vast continent. Xiao Xuan did not expect that Xiao Zongtian would definitely be on the list of geniuses. But before the list of geniuses is released, he received the redemption points for the blessings of heaven. This proves that the Xiao family has a genius on the list. And Xiao Xuan also thought of Xiao Zongtian immediately. He couldn't keep up with Tianluo Domain's list of geniuses, but he can compete for the top talent lists in other regions. After Xiao Jianfeng heard Xiao Xuan's words, the stone in my heart has finally fallen to the ground. As long as the person is fine. Since Xiao Xuan said this, it proves that he has other means to get the news. Therefore, I will focus on the heavenly Tao ranking. At this time, a golden light has been shed on the sky. The total list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang has appeared. Sudden. A deed-shaped text appeared on the Tiandao ranking. Anyone who enters the Tianjiao ranking in each region's Tiandao list will be guided by the Tiandao list and goes to the Tianjiao world to compete for ranking. The much-anticipated list of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang is about to begin. In this list, they will see the fight between the reincarnated emperor, the emperor's son, and the local genius. Although Xiao Xuan's king list is also very interesting, but the appeal is far inferior to the list of geniuses with ancient and modern strong men fighting against each other. At this time, the voices of the reincarnated emperor and his son were heard from all over southern Xinjiang. The top spot on the list of 36 geniuses must be in this emperor's bag. A reincarnated emperor made arrogant words. I have been planning for today's opportunity for many years, and now my moment of transcendence has arrived. A terrifying emperor exuded the ultimate power of fists, as if he wanted to swallow up the heaven and the earth. As time goes by, the day I have been waiting for has finally arrived. The top of the list of 36 geniuses will be the testimony of my transcendence. A young emperor with extreme sword power looked at the heavenly Tao ranking with piercing eyes. If you reincarnate, you can easily get great opportunities. Those ancient martial emperors, Emperor Qitian and Emperor Zhenping, would both choose to reincarnate here, to seize opportunities. With their strength, how can you wretches be able to fight for it? What my father said is true, every era will have great opportunities to transcend. But those who can obtain it must be the proud ones. And the great opportunity that my father calculated back then. It is in this life that I do not hesitate to sacrifice myself to cultivate myself, just to be the proud son of God in this life. If it is really as planned by you reincarnated emperors, with my father's qualifications back then, is there still a chance for you to show up and seize the opportunity? It's so ridiculous. The opportunities of the times always belong to young geniuses. And I, Wang Teng. He is the proud man recognized by the times. The great opportunity of this era will eventually belong to me. Father, you tried so hard to put me to sleep, and I didn't wake up until now. It proves that transcendent opportunity has chosen me. Wang Ting looked at the pictures gradually appearing on the Tiandao ranking. There was a blazing fire in his eyes. He is bound to get this opportunity in this life. At the same time, other geniuses also appeared in other areas of southern Xinjiang. I have already understood the field of gun art, and I possess a peerless spiritual body, with the ability to leapfrog challenges. This time I will definitely have a place on the list of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang. A young man holding a long gun, with a spear realm erupting from his body. At this moment, his eyes were looking towards the sky. I have been born with strange phenomena since I was born. Not only do I possess peerless qualifications, but I also have the bloodline of my ancestors. He even defeated 4 ancient emperors some time ago. With my amazing talents. The top of the list of 36 geniuses must be mine. What kind of ancient emperor? It's just a defeated general under his command. The young man is surrounded by all kinds of rare and exotic animals. The demonic aura that erupted around him made countless people fearful. Those reincarnated emperors are in his eyes. Nothing to fear. The time for half a stick of incense has passed. The guides from the Tiandao list also appeared in front of the geniuses from each region. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan and others stepped forward. The golden light took them directly to the world of Tianjiao. Everyone in the Xiao family immediately cheered up. Looking at the picture of Tiandao ranking. I don't know about the competition for the talent list this time. What kind of sparks will there be? At the same time, the major geniuses in other regions of southern Xinjiang. They all also received notifications from the Tiandao ranking. Even the ancient emperor, the son of the emperor Duo Shi. They all became nervous. They did not hesitate to cut off their cultivation and reincarnate. Just for this moment to come. As the geniuses from each region were picked up and led away. The picture on the Tiandao ranking was transferred to the world of Tianjiao. At this time, there are a total of 810 geniuses from various regions in southern Xinjiang. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 109 Punching Bag? You should still be my living target. Everyone turned their attention to the top of Tianjiao Peak. They want to see what kind of strong man he is. Only then can we sit firmly on such a platform. All the reincarnated emperors and emperors' sons also took action one after another. Head towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. Waves of breath that shattered mountains and rivers, swallowing the heaven and the earth. It kept erupting in Tianjiao Peak. Everyone in southern Xinjiang saw this scene. I was surprised by that. Look. That's Emperor Thunder. He's competing with several local geniuses for the 25th position. Thunder Emperor? He was a king in his time. And Emperor Tianshui. He is actually competing with others for the 31 Taoist platform. Oh my god. That's Emperor Tianshui, and he only dares to compete for the 31 Taoist platform. Not only them, but even Emperor Long Yun worked hard to win the 20-ranked position from several great emperors at the same time. This is the result of him deploying the Dragon Cloud Hammer. It can be said to be a narrow victory. Even the emperor's son was seriously injured. If it weren't for his profound knowledge, he might have died. Look, that's Emperor Tiance. He only took the 18th position on the list of geniuses. Look at the Bingpa Emperor, after defeating several great emperors of the same period, he doesn't dare to continue to challenge. That's right, he seems to be very afraid of being in the top 7. As the name of the ancient emperor was announced, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. These ancient emperors and their sons. In their time, they were all overlords of one domain. However, in the battle for the prodigy list, with their strength, he didn't even dare to compete for a better ranking than this. However, but everyone discovered something strange. The local genius hasn't taken action yet. They seem to be waiting for the fight between the ancient emperor and his son. Choose to take action again. Look, they're taking action. It's Dongji Sword Lord. His sword moves contain the realm of swordsmanship that swallows the sky and the earth. One sword can travel 100,000 miles across the sky. Even the emperor would not dare to accept the move easily. Even such a strong person can only be ranked 28th on the list of geniuses. Beidao Daojun also took action. He once defeated 3 emperors by himself. The power of his sword contains a huge thunder and lightning concept. If I face such a sword, I will only die. Look, he actually severely injured Emperor Tiance. It's simply too terrifying. Have you noticed that the power of the sword is leaking out from where Emperor Tiance was wounded by the sword? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The wound on Emperor Tiance's body will not recover for 10 days and a half. Furthermore, there are no medicinal materials that can restore injuries in the world of geniuses. This Emperor Tiance has no chance to compete for the ranking of geniuses. I don't blame Bei Dao Daojun for being ruthless. The competition for the top talent list is too fierce. Of the 810 geniuses, only 36 geniuses can be on the list. Not even the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son dare to fight for it with all their strength. Because once they are injured, other geniuses will have the opportunity to take advantage of them, and they may even die because of it. The Heavens Dao ranking is a lie. Anyone who is injured or dies while competing for the Heaven's Choice ranking is God's will. For a time, countless people were talking about it. Although some geniuses have defeated the reincarnated emperor before. But it was far less amazing than this visit. Emperor Tiance stood on Tianjiao Peak, holding the knife wound on his chest. His eyes showed murderous intent, and he stared at Bei Dao Daojun with murderous aura. Bei Dao Daojun, do you know how long this emperor has been planning for this competition for the talent list? And you dare to interrupt this great emperor's bid for the prodigy list? Do you know what the consequences will be? Emperor Tiance's whole body instantly erupted with strong killing intent. This momentum is even across the sky. It also made everyone's expressions change drastically. Not to mention the geniuses close to him. The moment the evil energy around Emperor Tiance burst out, the expressions of the surrounding strong men also changed. This time they did not try their best to compete for the prodigy list. The main reason is these 36 geniuses. People who can occupy a place in these 36 geniuses. No matter what the future holds. They will not be ordinary people. Bei Dao Daojun faces the threat of Emperor Tiance, not showing any fear. On the contrary, he looked at Emperor Tiance with some disdain. Since I have the ability to knock you off the platform and injure you severely, this proves that I, Bei Dao Sword Master, have the ability to kill you. Is it possible that Emperor Tiance wants to lose his life just for the sake of competing for the top talent list? You. Emperor Tiance clutched his chest and became furious. But what the other party said does make sense. What's more, he is now in the world of genius. Even if he has the ability to be resurrected again. But it doesn't mean that the Tianjia world has no limits. Otherwise, that notice wouldn't have been posted. Therefore, even if Emperor Tiance is dissatisfied, he is also afraid of the restrictions on the laws of heaven. But anyone with a discerning eye knows it. Emperor Tiance will not give up. After the end of the Tiandao ranking, he will definitely go to find Bei Dao Daojun to take revenge. Bei Dao Daojun didn't care at all. In his eyes, the reincarnated emperor just has a great name. He Bei Dao Daojun is fully capable of killing him. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. He was even impressed by the strength of Bei Dao Daojun. Really? In the face of absolute strength. Even if it is an existence like the reincarnated emperor. Not their opponent. Although Bei Dao Daojun became famous in this battle. But he also completely offended a reincarnated emperor. Even if he has the ability to kill the reincarnated emperor. But the reincarnated emperor also has a trump card that they don't know. No matter what angle you come from. Bei Dao Daojun is an unwise choice. Although other geniuses were impressed by his courage. But I won't choose the same path as him. The battle for the 36th platform is finally coming to an end. The 4th and 5th places were won by two reincarnated emperors, respectively. Now only the top 3 spots are still in contention. Look, it's Changya Fist, Lord Mo Changya. It is said that he has understood the field of boxing and has a half-body of artistic conception. Legend has it that he defeated a reincarnated emperor in the last competition for the prodigy list. I even fought against 3 great emperors, and one of them was seriously injured and almost died. We are not surprised that he ranks among the top 3 on the list of 36 geniuses. There is also Guhen, the holy son of the eternal Holy Land, who tore apart a reincarnated emperor with his bare hands. Everyone heard this. Immediately gasped. Tear apart the reincarnated emperor with your hands. This level of strength is simply terrifying. Then everyone turned their attention to another reincarnated emperor. However, I found that no one knew it. Who is this reincarnated emperor? I don't even know him. Although you and I don't know him, his aura and reincarnation aura are stronger than those of other great emperors. How could the identity of this great emperor be so mysterious? At this time it was above Tianjiao Peak. The 3 geniuses have become in a confrontational situation. However, the leader of the reincarnated emperor spoke first. You 2 go and choose the 2nd or 3rd positions. I won't fight with you. Although your qualifications are good, you can't even take one of my moves. Lord Changya Fist Mo Changya and the holy son of the ancient Holy Land looked sulky. Although he is the reincarnated emperor. But both of them have the ability to kill the emperor. Such words. You simply don't take them seriously. Mo Changya was completely angered by these words. Immediately, there will be a burst of power and a battle with it. Guhen on the side was calm. Stop Mo Changya before he takes action. You have a familiar aura about you, it doesn't look like you were reincarnated from another era. This breath is more like the breath coming out of the vast continent. Who are you? As soon as Guhen's words came out, all the creatures in southern Xinjiang are boiling. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 110 Kill the reincarnated emperor with one sword. Is this person crazy? Even Emperor Tiance dares to humiliate him. You also said that you have lived too long by letting him be a living target. For you? Even if Emperor Tiance is severely injured, his strength cannot be underestimated. Does he think that he can defeat Emperor Tiance like this? As people's comments continued to spread, anyone with a sharp eye would recognize the man's identity at a glance. I know this person, he is the genius of the Xiao family. His name is Jamal Xiao, and he is ranked 7th in the heavenly ranking. Those people behind him are also the geniuses of the Xiao family. What? Ranked 7th on the heavenly Dao ranking? Do you really think of yourself as a capable person? How dare you insult Emperor Tiance with this ranking? You are simply overestimating your abilities. An insider who had visited every challenge in the Xiao family came forward. You don't know this, right? The reason why Jamal Xiao has the courage is because of his strong family background. When everyone heard this, they all gathered together. What kind of statement is this? What kind of family background allows him to dare to humiliate even the emperor? Don't you know this? In addition to these geniuses, the Xiao family also has 3 big shots. The head of the family, Xiao Xuan, severely damaged Emperor Long Ting with a clone in the king's list not long ago. His nephew Xiao Tianyun should not be underestimated. He has a brilliant record of defeating the dead immortals. The most important thing is that Xiao Wushi, who used to rely on 2 clones, it destroyed 2 ancient martial arts places that had existed for tens of millions of years. He is even called the #1 martial god. Here, look at the young man at the head. That is Xiao Tianyun, who has the ability to kill the dead immortal. Everyone took advantage of the situation and looked over. They were all shocked by Xiao Tianyun's young appearance. At such an age, he has the ability to defeat the emperor. No wonder Xiao has such confidence. It seems that Xiao dares to ignore a reincarnated emperor just because Xiao Tianyun is here. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he, a genius ranked 7th on the heavenly ranking, have the strength to fight against the reincarnated emperor? It's just that Xiao Tianyun has never made a move since that battle, and his strength is hard to say. So what, just defeating the death immortal in that battle is enough to make Emperor Tiance fearful, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Even if Xiao Tianyun no longer has the ability to fight the emperor in the current state of Emperor Tiance, he will not be Xiao Tianyun's opponent. Emperor Tiance was immediately furious. Even though he was seriously injured at the moment. That's not something that just any local genius can humiliate him. How outrageous. Even a mere ant dares to speak arrogant words. Xiao looked at him indifferently. Wouldn't it be clear if we are talking arrogantly? Let's compete with each other. How about this? Seeing that you are seriously injured, I will give you a move. If you can defeat me, I will pretend that this incident did not happen today, but if you lose, I will not care about your life or death. After all, the Tiandao ranking has issued a notice, and the life and death of those competing for the Tianjia ranking are the will of God. Shut up, my emperor. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to express the hatred in my heart. Emperor Tiance was immediately shocked and angry. He was just injured. Not dead yet. These local geniuses came up to humiliate him one by one. I really think he is a soft persimmon and easy to bully. But how could Xiao be afraid of the threat of a reincarnated emperor? He is a local genius. Although not as powerful as Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun. But killing a reincarnated emperor is more than enough. Not to mention, their head of the family also told them. The reincarnated emperor is just a poor man abandoned by the times. So what if he is stronger? There was no detachment in that era. Is it okay to come here? Xiao sneered, swinging Mjolnir in his hand. Vast thunder and lightning burst out from the world of Tianjiao in an instant. Emperor Tiance could no longer bear such humiliation. Killing towards Xiao in an instant. I saw him punch in the air. Even the surrounding Taoist platform trembled. Above the sky, fists and hammers collided together. The powerful power actually made the world of Tianjia tremble. Purple thunder and lightning spread across the sky. Even the barriers of Tianjia world are clinging to the power of thunder and lightning. The two collided. Xiao's thunder and lightning power. With the ultimate thunder and lightning artistic conception of devouring and destroying. Devouring the power of Tiance Emperor's fist. Even the reincarnated emperor on the 36th platform saw this scene. I have to admit Xiao's strength. Emperor Tiance's fist power was broken. With the ultimate power of thunder and lightning that swallows up the world and destroys it. The Emperor Tiance was instantly enveloped. Emperor Tiance saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. His pupils suddenly condensed, and he stretched out his hands to resist with fear. No. His scream. Instantly swallowed by the power of thunder and lightning. Wait until everything returns to calm. The body of Emperor Tiance has also disappeared in front of everyone. Even his name was removed from the heavenly Tao list. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror. The 7th-ranked genius on the heavenly way ranking. He actually has the ability to kill the emperor. Even the reincarnated emperor of the 36 paths was shocked. The name of Emperor Tiance disappeared from the Tiandao list. It turns out that the notice released by the Tiandao Bang is true. If you die, you will die. Even Emperor Tiance can kill him. The strength of this genius of the Xiao family must be terrifying. Should I say that the local genius is too strong, or that the tyrant's emperor is too weak? First he was severely injured by Beidao Sword Lord, and then he was killed by Jamal Xiao. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Everyone heard this. I was originally depressed because the reincarnated emperor had taken away most of the opportunities. I also felt a little released at this moment. So what if the reincarnated emperor? We don't even have the ability to fight back in front of our local genius. Seeing this scene, Jamal Xiao didn't stop much. Instead, he followed the footsteps of Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others. Continue to the top of Tianjiao Peak. And the other geniuses of the Xiao family have never glanced at the reincarnated emperor from beginning to end. As if in their eyes, Emperor Tiance is just an ordinary cultivator. It's not just them. The same goes for the entire Xiao family. Because Xiao Xuan once told them, no matter how powerful the reincarnated emperor is, they are just wretches abandoned by their time. And they are the true geniuses of this era. As Xiao Jianxin and others continue to move forward, the genius in the 36th position below, a solemn look gradually appeared on his face. Jamal Xiao's blow just now made them terrified. In the Xiao family at this time, Xiao Xian looked at the picture on the Tiandao ranking indifferently. Oh? It's my Xiao family's turn. The geniuses of the Xiao family all smiled in understanding when they heard this. At this time, Jamal Xiao rose into the sky, heading directly towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. What is he doing? Could it be that he is trying to hit the summit? It seems to be true. You didn't even glance at the 10 rankings behind him. Damn it, this guy doesn't think he's invincible after killing a seriously injured emperor. I think this is also possible, otherwise how could he rush forward so unscrupulously? Oh, you are so arrogant, how can you die without knowing it? However, no one noticed Jamal Xiao's movement speed. Compared with those reincarnated emperors, it is much faster. It is as if the gravity field containing the laws of heaven does not exist until it reaches the 19th position. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 111, The Reincarnated Emperor died in the most grievous way. This sword actually affected my Taoist heart. How did he do it? Even the emperor may not be able to take such a terrifying sword move. Xiao Jianxin is ranked 3rd in the Tianluo domain, the legendary genius of the Xiao family, and a natural swordsman rated by Tiandao. Everyone was filled with emotion when they heard this. Another legendary genius from Tiandao Dianping, and a natural swordsman. It's no wonder that he can kill the Silver Emperor with one sword. Such qualifications are probably the best in other regions. What's this? Since the Xiao family gave birth to a martial god, it can be said that it has risen. First, the head of the family, Xiao Xian, destroyed the Great Thunder Holy Temple and the Zhuanluan mansion by himself, and then used his clone to defeat Emperor Long Teng. Before the genius, Xiao Tianyun defeated the dead immortal and became famous in southern Xinjiang, and now there are Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Jingyan. The Xiao family is really powerful. According to what you said, I think the Xiao family is more like a family, rich in geniuses. Even the legendary House of Luck is nothing more than this. Xiao Jianxin, after defeating Emperor Bain, continue to understand the pressure of the gravity field that contains the laws of heaven. Jamal Xiao was already heading towards the top of Tianjiao Peak when I saw the purple gold fire cloud eagle being bullied, and quickly returned. At this moment, he looked at the people under the 36th rank with an indifferent expression. Diaoer, just practice while here, I want to see who else dares to touch you. The purple gold fire cloud eagle flapped its wings twice. Then he transformed into a human form and sat on the Taoist throne and began To practice. With the Xiao family's genius taking action, these people never dared to attack him again. So he can concentrate on his training. Just sat down. Zijing Fire Cloud Eagle felt a monstrous Taoist charm blessing him. Jamal Xiao looked around. There will be no more stops. Continue heading towards Tianjiao Peak. Finally stopped on the 7th platform. And on top of this Taoist platform is Emperor Dihu. Seeing Jamal Xiao staying in his position with no intention of leaving, Emperor Dihu stared at him with warning eyes. However, Jamal Xiao simply ignored his eyes. He spoke directly to Emperor Dihu. I've taken a liking to this position. Come on down. When had Emperor Dihu ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately exploded his own power. The terrifying pressure of the king exploded in the sky. The terrifying killing move with the power of the great emperor went directly towards Jamal Xiao. Face this blow. Jamal Xiao just twisted his neck lightly. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Finished. Thor's hammer appeared in his hand. I saw him swing a hammer into the air. With the coercion of the ultimate thunder combat power, it instantly rushed into the sky. The endless power of thunder spread across the sky. Thunder roared and the sky shook. The two collided. There was a huge spark. Although the two have passed dozens of moves. But Jamal Xiao is obviously better. Not only suppressed Emperor Dihu. You can even find time to yawn. On the other hand, Emperor Dihu was somewhat powerless. Even if he tried his best. Seeing this, Jamal Xiao took a step forward. Thor's hammer instantly blocked his attack. With this little strength, you still have the nerve to fight me. Come on. Down. I saw Jamal Xiao making a move instantly. The Thor's hammer with the power of thunder and lightning struck directly on the chest of Emperor Dihu. Emperor Dihu's body was instantly knocked away. The sky was filled with the blood mist spit out from his mouth. The body that was knocked away directly made a huge pit in Tianjiao world. Everyone saw this scene. They were all horrified. The genius of the Xiao family is so powerful. Annihilating a reincarnated emperor ahead. At this moment, Emperor Dihu was severely injured. Their expressions were constantly changing for a while. However, in their eyes, the reincarnated emperor has a great reputation. In the eyes of Jamal Xiao and others, they are just ordinary people. He is not even qualified to be their opponent. Not to mention competing for the top talent list. Emperor Dihu climbed up from the pit. Looking at Jamal Xiao on Tianjiao Peak. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only give up. As for the geniuses and reincarnated emperors in other Taoist positions, everyone showed fear when they saw this scene. I think they put a lot of effort into fighting for it. However, Jamal Xiao defeated Emperor Dihu so easily. This shows how powerful it is. At this time, a figure soared into the sky from among the Xiao family's geniuses. Head directly towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. This person is the incarnation of Xiao Junlin. At this time, he appeared in front of everyone in his previous life. As for those left by the Xiao family, it was a substitute left by him using the incarnation of Sun Wukong. With Jamal Xiao opening the way, Xiao Junlin's impact can be said to be smooth. He directly entered the top 10 positions. And among them, no one dared to stop him. Until he came to the 6th level. Only then did Xiao Junlin stop. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The Xiao family has produced Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, and Xiao Jiamian. Is it possible that there will be another legendary genius? Obviously this is impossible. If it's really that easy for a genius to appear, I'll show it to you. Xiao Junlin looked at the man occupying 6th place in front of him. He said in a calm voice, if you go down by yourself, you still have a chance to continue competing for the list of geniuses. But if you want me to take action, not to mention fighting for the Tianjiao list, even my life must be at stake. The man sneered when he heard this. He sneered at what Xiao Junlin said. Only you? Get out. The young man punched Xiao Junlin directly. However, such a punch. It was just scratching an itch in front of Xiao Junlin. I saw him throw a punch, pointing directly at the man's face. But when he landed, he restrained his strength. You are a local genius, I will give you a chance, go down. That man naturally knew how powerful Xiao Junlin was. If he hadn't restrained his strength in time, I'm afraid that he has already died here. So just leave. Continue to compete with other geniuses for the 36th position. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Junlin's indifferent appearance. How come this Xiao family is so talented? This is the first time I have seen Emperor Morongyi. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I don't even know how to describe it. Hey, where's the brother who just said he wanted to eat sex live? At this time, a figure with the power of fire quickly crossed the sky. It turns out to be Flame Lord Xiaoyan. It seems like he is heading towards the top 10. I don't know which Tao position he will choose. Look. He actually chose the 4th Taoist position. Although Xiaoyan, the Flame Lord, has the power to control flames, he is still a little inferior to the 4th reincarnated emperor. The 4th one is the Ice and Snow Emperor. Although Xiaoyan is the Flame Lord, the Ice and Snow Emperor in his time had the ability to kill 2 emperors of the same level at the same time. I don't know if Xiaoyan can defeat the Ice and Snow Emperor. Xiaoyan was very fast. The gravity field has almost no pressure on him. He soon landed in the position of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Xiaoyan didn't talk nonsense either. Asked directly. Isn't it the Ice and Snow Emperor? I remember that you spoke rudely to me, descendant of the Xiao family, before. I even humiliated him in front of everyone. This time, in addition to winning the ranking, I also wanted to take revenge. The Ice and Snow Emperor sneered. I, the Ice and Snow Emperor, have humiliated so many people, how do I know? Who is a child of your Xiao family? Even if I humiliate you, a member of the Xiao family, what can you do to me? Is it possible that you still want to kill me? The Ice and Snow Emperor not only has a very strong attitude. Even his words contained a bit of contempt and disdain. Xiaoyan smiled instead of being angry. Without saying a word, he directly attacked the Ice and Snow Emperor. The flame aura around him instantly spread throughout the Taoist platform. A mere ant dares to fight against this emperor. He is simply asking for death. The Ice and Snow Emperor sneered. Explode his own ice and snow momentum. A huge wave of cold air instantly burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, the platform was filled with the 2 auras of ice and fire. Emperor Ice and Snow, you slapped my son of the Xiao family in public and verbally humiliated him. This seriously hurt his personality, not only physically, but also mentally. Today I will repay you 10 times the pain he suffered. And I will collect some interest, by the way. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 112, Xiao Yanyao's flirtatious moment. However, the people in southern Xinjiang did not know. But he was shocked by Xiao Yanyao's domineering appearance. I saw him holding his head high. Holding the red peak spear and the immortal shield, he stands on Tianjiao Peak. Terrible energy burst out from him. Red peak spear, immortal shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy Jiutian. The top of the immortals, proud of the world, my flame is the sky. Everyone in southern Xinjiang heard what Xiao Yanyao said. They couldn't help but sigh. This is the momentum of the strong. It is indeed incomparable to them. The top of the immortals, proud of the world, with me Yan Yao, is the sky. Such strong words. How powerful you must be to be able to say such things. Behead the immortal king and destroy Jiutian. Such courage makes us admire you. I don't know why, I feel like he's just pretending to be 13. Although he is very strong, I still want to beat him. Xiao Yanyao's words not only made people in the entire southern Xinjiang remember him. Even the genius who lives in the 36 paths. As well as a group of powerful men and women in southern Xinjiang. They all also remembered this arrogant genius of the Xiao family. Not only was he not angry because of his dirty talk. He even felt that he was qualified to say such things. Just by his shot that penetrated the reincarnated emperor. It's enough to conquer everyone. Even some people who think they are top geniuses. When he saw this scene, he also had admiration for Xiao Yanyao. If they could have Xiao Yanyao's strength. Stop talking about killing immortals and kings. Even if they conquer Starry Sky Furukawa, they can tell it. However, everyone thought that Xiao Yanyao's talk would end there. Who knew he was just the beginning? I saw him rising into the sky. Heading towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. It carried an extremely domineering momentum wherever it passed. The ranking of geniuses in your eyes is nothing more than something external. To me. Whether you get it or not depends on what you want or don't want. On the other hand, Xiao Jianxin and others. Then he went to Tianjiao Peak silently. I even felt like I wanted to distance myself from him. Until after jumping 20 levels. Only then did Xiao Yanyao stop. However, it was the start of another wave of his talk. The reincarnated emperor and genius were originally impressed by Xiao Yanyao's strength. At this moment, I couldn't help but want to beat him severely. But the strength is not enough. Or he was afraid of the other Xiao family geniuses behind him. 36 Dao positions, 36 geniuses, I will fight in the top 10. Alone. Xiao Yanyao waved the chiefing spear in his hand. He held his head high and looked at everyone with pride. This scene also completely made those talented people angry. This Xiao Yanyao is so good at pretending. Fighting in the top 10 alone. How shameless. Just now I just wanted to beat him, now I not only want to beat him, but I also want to sew his mouth shut. I can't control myself anymore. Is this enough? If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would really want to tear this guy's mouth apart. It's useless to be angry. Not many geniuses on the Taoist platform can beat him, let alone us. Several other geniuses of the Xiao family were talking when Xiao Yanyao started talking. He has already blocked his hearing. It may even automatically block the existence of this person. If it weren't for the peculiarity of his imperial physique. And he is also one of the Xiao family's geniuses. Don't tell him to pretend to be 13. Don't even think about talking. As Xiao Yanyao continued to move towards higher levels. Xiao Yanyao's talk became more and more arrogant. Shocking the past and shining today, even if I carry Tian Yuan on my back, I, Xiao Yanyao, am still invincible in the world. Those who chant my true name will see eternal life in reincarnation. Everyone was completely speechless by Xiao Yanyao's pretentious words. This guy doesn't pretend to feel uncomfortable all at once. Then he suddenly jumped up. Directly reaching the top 11 position. Then it stopped. Everyone thought he was about to choose this Taoist position. However, he was seen standing the chiefing spear on the Taoist position. He stood proudly and looked at the other geniuses under the Taoist platform. Everyone. Advance in loneliness, rise in loneliness, and fight. Who is claiming to be invincible, and who dares not to give up? The Emperor will not be seen even in the age of decline. I am destined to be invincible in this world. This is my belief. My future self has become a variable. I am the only one in eternity and will never die. Although Xiao Yanyao's words were a bit arrogant. But after everyone heard these words. But I felt my blood boiling in my heart. Many people even recorded his risque words as classic words. At that time I was destined to be invincible. So domineering. My future self has turned into a variable. Why didn't I expect such courage? Moving forward in loneliness, why didn't I think of this? Otherwise, there would be nothing wrong with him. At this moment, Xiao Yanyao's raunchy words were conveyed to all the living beings in southern Xinjiang through the Tiandaobang screen. Everyone wrote it down. There was even a wave of talk about Xiao Yanyao. It was suppressed until the next new hot spot came out. But Xiao Yanyao's dirty talk has left a mark on people's hearts. At this time, Xiao Yanyao suddenly jumped up, heading towards the top 10 positions. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Is he going to challenge the number 1 Emperor Taishu? It seems that he gives people the impression that he can defeat Emperor Taishu. I don't know if Emperor Taishu will fight him. When Xiao Yanyao's figure headed towards the top 6 positions, even the reincarnated emperor couldn't help but open his eyes and pay attention. After all, he captured the reincarnated emperor with one shot. It has left a deep impression on them. Now Xiao Yanyao goes directly to the top 6. They will naturally pay attention. Just when everyone thought Xiao Yanyao would challenge Emperor Taishu, he stopped at the 6th position. Everyone. I'm sorry you said so many naughty things to set the stage. Is it just lip service? It made them think you were going to challenge the top 3. At least that way I can live up to what you said about slaying immortals and slaying kings. Xiao Yanyao looked at the genius in the 6th position indifferently. Go down, this Taoist position belongs to me. The genius was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Xiao Yanyao to choose his position. Then he stood up and walked towards the lower level. Instead of fighting Xiao Yanyao, it's better to go below and choose another Taoist position. I thought you were paving the way for the first place by letting out so many dirty words, but I didn't expect you were here to come to me. Then he defeated another genius and continued to practice. Xiao Yanyao was not angry either. Sit down directly on the Taoist throne. I said that everything is external to me. As long as I want it, the top spot is also in my bag. So I don't have to fight. Anyway, the top 8 positions will belong to my Xiao family. Why should I waste my energy fighting for it? Xiao Yanyao's words were particularly arrogant. Not only the genius below can't stand it. Even the top 3 geniuses couldn't stand it. Even Emperor Taishu was speechless. This kid is really arrogant. But he has arrogant capital. With his current qualifications. As long as you don't die. Even quasi-immortals are no problem. When Emo Changya, the 3rd person, heard this, he snorted disdainfully. Who doesn't know how to speak big words, but they are afraid that their tongue will be blown away. Xiao Yanyao heard this. He looked at Emo Changya with his head held high. Point the chiefing gun directly at him. Believe it or not, I can defeat you within 3 shots. If I can't defeat you, I will kill myself on the spot. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 113. A truly strong person never believes in reincarnation. Faced with such pressure, Xiao Yanyao only curled his lips and smiled. The chiefing gun in his hand erupted with a terrifying evil spirit. The aura around him was on par with Emo Changya's. I saw him snorting coldly. If I give you a move, it doesn't count as insulting you. Everyone was once again shocked by Xiao Yanyao's words. This guy isn't showing off. Just on the way to showing off. No matter what kind of existence the other party is. He can say shocking words. Who is Emo Changya? Even the reincarnated emperor was frightened by his strength. But he shamelessly said that he would give him a move. Emo Changya's expression turned cold. A terrifying anger burst out from his eyes instantly. Since you are seeking death, I will personally give you a ride. I saw him punch in the air. A terrifying punch shot up into the sky. A powerful momentum burst out instantly. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. I just feel like the world is shaking. The sky trembles. Even the void is shattered. The power of this punch. Even if the king comes, he may not be able to take it. Not to mention Xiao Yuanyao. However, Xiao Yuanyao pursed his lips nonchalantly. This punch is indeed good, but it's a pity that it can't penetrate my eyes. If you want to defeat me, it doesn't matter if you're a little behind in the heat, or even in terms of strength. Xiao Yuanyao said while waving the chiefing spear in his hand. The aura of the immortal king burst out instantly, directly breaking Emochangya's punch. And that punching power was directly digested by the immortal shield. Emochangya's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Yuanyao to have the strength to take one of his own moves. Then Xiao Yuanyao curled his lips and smiled evilly. It's disrespectful to come and not return. You guys should also try my shot. Xiao Yuanyao waved the chiefing spear in his hand. Countless gun shadows struck Emochangya instantly. Emochangya's expression changed drastically. The pupils shrank sharply. The power of this gun was too powerful. If he can't do his best, I'm afraid it's hard to resist. Boom. The two collided. Emochangya felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced. The vibration in the chest let him vomit blood instantly. But the remaining power of Xiao Yuanyao's spear didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Emochangya's figure was forced to retreat dozens of steps. Xiao Yuanyao waved the red peak spear and looked at him calmly. I only used 3/10 of the power of this shot. Everyone heard this. I just felt like my heart was shaken. Only 30% of the strength. Emochangya will be seriously injured. Does this mean that the stronger the talker, the stronger the strength? Many geniuses even kept silent notes in their hearts. Perhaps it was this saucy talk that gave Xiao Yuanyao the confidence. Emochangya looked solemn. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Just defense. He will definitely be defeated by Xiao Yuanyao. But if you can attack at close range, Xiao Yuanyao is definitely no match for him. Close attack is what he is best at. Even Gu Hen didn't dare to let him get close. Emochangya shouted loudly. A halo of white mist gradually spread over him. There are bright stars in the halo. A terrifying aura instantly burst out from him. Eternal stars, time is wasted, eternity remains unchanged, reincarnation. Ah! Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. This is actually a light-year reincarnation. No one expected it. Emochangya actually knew such a powerful move. Even Emperor Taishu was stunned by this move. Everyone turned their attention to Xiao Yuanyao. Such a terrifying move. How will he respond? Xiao Yuanyao sneered. Reincarnation? I look down at the eternity and am used to seeing life and death. Who is reincarnating? Everything cut down by my chiefing spear is nothing but dirt. Who dares to be reincarnated in front of me? Reincarnation is just a beautiful joke. Everyone heard what Xiao Yuanyao said. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. From ancient times to the present, even if it is the existence of a quasi-immortal, there is no way to escape reincarnation. How dare he, Xiao Yuanyao, to ignore reincarnation? Do you really think you are more powerful than a quasi-immortal? Xiao Yuanyao calmly waved the red peak spear, pointing at Emochangya's face. I only need 50% of my strength to defeat your reincarnation of light years. Reincarnation? Haha, a really strong person never believes in reincarnation. I saw Xiao Yuanyao swinging a gun into the air. The power of the gun soared into the sky. A terrifying momentum swept across the sky. I saw cracks appearing in the void above the sky. Countless star halos appeared in front of everyone instantly. A terrifying spear struck Emochangya directly. Just one collision shattered his reincarnation by light years. The terrifying force of the gun instantly penetrated Emo Changya's chest. Just for a moment. Emo Changya's body was knocked away. The sky was filled with bursts of blood mist. It wasn't until Emo Changya's body fell from Tianjiao Peak that it slowly dissipated. This moment. Everyone gasped. Even terrifying killing moves like reincarnation light year can be easily defeated. They knew how powerful Xiao Yuanyao was. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I thought Xiao Yuanyao's statement about defeating Emo Changya with 3 shots was just a joke. Who would have thought that he actually had such strength? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yuanyao. His eyes were full of disbelief. Xiao Yuanyao looked calmly at Emo Changya's fallen body under the platform. Holding the red peak spear, he stood proudly on the Taoist throne. What followed was his domineering talk. I, Xiao Yuanyao, am invincible in this world, who can suppress me? Reincarnation light years? Vulnerable. A truly strong person never believes in reincarnation. Voices were heard all over southern Xinjiang. Countless people were speechless by these angry words. But they didn't dare to refute. Because Xiao Yuanyao has the strength to say these words. After Xiao Yuanyao defeated Emo Changya, then he sat cross-legged on the Taoist position and began to practice. As for the rest, it's up to the other geniuses of the Xiao family to deal with it. The moment you sit down, a feeling of clear mind suddenly hit my heart. Not only the realm of cultivation shows signs of loosening. Even the pressure of heaven has been reduced a lot. Everyone saw that Xiao Yuanyao was already immersed in practice. He couldn't help but complain anymore. Such a strong strength. If we compete for the first place, even Emperor Taishu may not be his opponent. There are not many such strong men in the entire vast world. There are still a few geniuses in the Xiao family who have not taken action. Could it be that they are even more powerful than him? I think it's possible. The Flame Lord Xiao Yan alone is enough to scare everyone. Not to mention existences like Xiao Tianyun. With Xiao Yanyao's amazing talent, it will not be difficult to become a quasi-immortal in the future. This is the first time I have seen such a peerless genius. Emperor Taishu is also known as the Little Qitian Emperor. If the two of them fight, who will be better? It doesn't matter who wins or loses, but there will definitely be a battle between Xiao Tianyun and Emperor Taishu. Yes, Xiao Tianyun is at the top of the list of geniuses. Even Xiao Yuanyao, Xiao Jianxin and others respect him very much. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 114 Invincible? Who dares to be invincible? Xiao Xian looked at Jiang Taishu's appearance in the Tiandao ranking screen. Indifferently. So what if I get the inheritance of a quasi-immortal? In his secret realm, which one is not more powerful than a quasi-immortal? Not to mention. So what if he obtained the inheritance of a quasi-immortal? He was also vulnerable to Xiao Tianyun. However, Jiang Taishu's inheritance of quasi-immortal can prove one thing. Fairy once existed in this world. Even if it is not a fairy in the true sense. There is not much difference between it and Xian. At this time, everyone was looking at the first stage with full attention. Xiao Tianyun and Jiang Taishu looked at each other. Although the two have never fought. But there was a strong evil spirit in his eyes. At this time, Jiang Taishu only felt that his soul was shocked. He frowned and looked at Xiao Tianyun. Logically speaking, he obtained the inheritance of quasi-immortal. Communicate with local geniuses like Xiao Tianyun. It is absolutely possible to defeat it. However, not only did he fail to defeat Xiao Tianyun's soul. On the contrary, he was defeated. You are very strong, the most powerful among the local geniuses I have come into contact with. Even if he is the reincarnated emperor. But I still have some appreciation for the abilities of the strong. What's more, it's a genius like Xiao Tianyun. Praising Jiang Taishu. Xiao Tianyun ignored it. Let's do it. This time he came here because of Uncle Xian. If not, he would rather stay in the Xiao family's enlightenment room and practice. Only continuous practice can improve one's own cultivation level. He has the strength to protect his tribe and the people he wants to protect. Witnessed the life of Emperor Huang Tian. Plus the pain of genocide. His idea became more determined. Jiang Taishu sneered. Even if you take action, you can't resist this emperor's move. In this world, this emperor is an invincible existence. Although you are powerful, you are still far behind me. Xiao Tianyun looked at Jiang Taishu with a calm expression. Invincible? Starry sky, ancient river, gods and realms are as powerful as Qitian emperor, but they dare not claim to be invincible, let alone you. Not only Qitian emperor. Even Uncle Xian, who had the ability to create secret realms, was respected by great powers from countless galactic years ago. I don't dare to say that I am invincible. Not to mention a reincarnated emperor. Emperor Taishu heard this. I just felt a burst of anger burning in my heart. You are talking arrogantly. I wanted you to retreat when the difficulties are hard to come by, but I never thought you would be so stubborn. Emperor Taishu instantly exploded with his own momentum. Waves of terrifying void energy swept across the surroundings. Broken marks continued to appear on the sky. The airflow was also shocked by this momentum and flowed backwards. All of a sudden, the void shattered. Everyone saw this scene. Can't help but marvel. This momentum is so overbearing. Even the void was shattered by it. This terrifying momentum shocked me. Emperor Taishu is indeed a powerful man who is about to enter the quasi-immortal realm. This kind of momentum cannot be matched by us. Although Xiao Tianyun is powerful, I don't know if he can withstand Emperor Taishu's move. Faced with such a move, Xiao Tianyun's expression did not change. I saw him drawing the sky with his finger. A terrifying sword energy burst out from the void. Then everyone saw only a small piece of grass appearing on the sky. Kaozihu. It is one of Emperor Huangtian's ultimate skills. Just a void sword energy. They all have the ability to kill eternal stars. Everyone saw Xiao Tianyun's sword. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. I thought that no matter how powerful Xiao Tianyun was, he would not be able to withstand Emperor Taishu's moves. Who would have thought that he was just a void sword energy? They all have such great power. Even Emperor Taishu's pupils revealed a bit of shock. At this time, his figure moved. Behind him appeared a huge red hook-tailed scorpion. A crimson evil spirit filled the air. A red tail hook hanging upside down in the air. With a soul-stirring aura. The killing moves of both sides collided. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sky changed color. Xiao Tianyun's Chao Ziju has the potential to cut through the void. The sword swept across the sky. The red scorpion directly killed Emperor Taishu. After a loud noise, Emperor Taishu's killing move was shattered. Emperor Taishu took action again. He was able to catch Xiao Tianyun's move, turning his peripheral vision behind him. It's only one step away from falling off the platform. At this moment, Emperor Taishu looked at Xiao Tianyun with deep fear in his eyes. His face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Everyone was also shocked by Xiao Tianyun's move. Someone as powerful as Emperor Taishu. They can all be suppressed by it and be at a disadvantage. How terrifying is this level of strength? Then, Xiao Tianyun took a step into the air. Shadows appeared in everyone's eyes. Then the Taishu emperor was tightly surrounded. Emperor Taishu's pupils suddenly shrank. Ordinary shadows are all illusions. However, these shadows of Xiao Tianyun Each one has the same strength as him. It's like the existence of a person's clone. What shocked him even more? The strength of these phantoms is all superior to his. At this moment, Jiang Taishu felt a strong sense of oppression rising from his heart. Different from the oppression of realm. This is an eternal, desolate suppression. Xiao Tianyun didn't give Emperor Taishu much time to think. I saw these phantoms attacking Emperor Taishu. A few rounds down, Emperor Taishu was in a defeated state. Finally in full view, Emperor Taishu surrendered to Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun then withdrew his shadow. Turn around and head towards the Taoist platform. Emperor Taishu looked at Xiao Tianyun's figure with horror on his face. Then he headed towards the platform below. But he did not challenge Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan and other Xiao family geniuses. Although these geniuses did not directly challenge him to fight, but it can be seen from their moves. The strength of each one is above him. Rather than this, it's better to go directly to the platform at the back. Finally, under the horrified eyes of everyone, Emperor Taishu fell into the 8th position. Countless people were shocked by the scene in front of him. Not even the number 1 Emperor Taishu dared to challenge the top 7 Xiao family geniuses. This shows how powerful they are. 36 genius positions. The Xiao family exclusively holds the top 7. This Xiao Tianyun is really powerful. Even Emperor Taishu is no match for him. The other geniuses of the Xiao family cannot be underestimated, otherwise how could Emperor Taishu go directly to the 8th level? No wonder he will be at the top of the list of geniuses. With such strength, if he doesn't become the first, who will be the first? Although the phantom just now is an illusion, every one of them has the strength of the real body. This kind of movement technique has never been seen in the entire vast continent. After Xiao Tianyun won the first place in the 36th level, Tianjiao Peak has been peaceful for a few days. Everyone is in a state of concentration on cultivation. If someone breaks through the realm, then he will challenge the previous genius and successfully occupied a higher Taoist position. This day, something strange came from the 19th platform of Tianjiao Peak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 115 Black Coffin, Swallowed. It's just a competition of one move. Xiao Zongtian explained to everyone what strength was. So what if the level of cultivation is high? In the face of absolute power, he will also be crushed. Just like the genius just now. After that battle, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Zongtian. After seeing him cross his own path, they couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, they didn't have much chance of winning against such a genius. When Xiao Zongtian reached the 23rd position, he stopped. This person is a reincarnated emperor. Not only that, there is still a deep hatred between the two. Xiao Zongtian looked coldly at the reincarnated emperor in front of him. There was a slight anger in his eyes. The great emperor raised his eyes slightly and sneered. I didn't expect you to have such strength and be able to come to the world of Tianjiao. It seems that this emperor made a mistake. But even if your strength is good, if you find this emperor, you will only die. This great emperor made no secret of the killing intent in his eyes. Xiao Zongtian looked at him coldly. As early as the first time I fought you, I said that I would definitely kill you with my own hands. I'm just here today to redeem my promise. The onlookers looked at Xiao Zongtian with some dumbfounded eyes. A mere cultivation realm of the 6th level of tribulation realm. How dare you say such arrogant words as the reincarnated emperor with a hand blade? Do you really think he is a genius like Xiao Tianyun? This young man has something. He dares to say such things, which shows how majestic he is. It doesn't matter if you have a majestic spirit. If you don't have strength, it's just a fart. Even if he can severely injure Tianjiao with one move, facing an existence like the reincarnated emperor will be a dead end. Don't tell me, with geniuses like Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianqin, I am already immune to the emergence of geniuses who killed a reincarnated emperor. Although this young man in black has some strength, he still has little chance of winning against the Blood Pond Emperor. Who knows what the final result will be until the last step. The Blood Pond Emperor is famous for his violent temper. Xiao Zongtian has a grudge against him. Being able to escape from him proves that his strength is quite good. Countless people were moved by Xiao Zongtian's words. The Blood Pond Emperor was furious upon hearing this. He was a mere emperor of an era, but he was actually humiliated by a local genius. What a shame. A person who is only at the 6th level of Tribulation Realm dares to say such arrogant words as to kill this great emperor. It seems that this great emperor made you misunderstand something in the previous battle. The Blood Pond Emperor mocked him unabashedly. So what if he could defeat other geniuses with one blow? In front of him, he is just like an ant. The 6th level of the Tribulation Realm is enough. Xiao Zongtian made a cold sound and directly threw the black coffin behind him. I saw the void around me trembling. Even the ground was shaking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. This genius is truly terrifying. It's just a bluff. The Blood Pond Emperor sneered. Then his momentum exploded. I saw a monstrous mist of blood filling the sky instantly. A punch with blood-killing energy fell. Even the barrier of Tianjiao world has cracks. If it weren't for the pressure of the laws of heaven. At this moment, Tianjiao's world has collapsed because of this. The two collided. The Blood Pond Emperor's killing move was unexpectedly caught by Xiao Zongtian. In a short period of time. At this moment, even the bloody emperor's pupils showed a trace of fear. In just half a year. His growth rate is so amazing. If you can't kill it here, it will definitely be the biggest obstacle on his path of cultivation in the future. Therefore, the Blood Pond Emperor no longer concealed himself. Directly burst out his own strength. A huge cave of blood mist suddenly appeared behind him. There is a giant skeleton claw in the cave. The moment he burst out with momentum, the giant claw instantly moved towards Xiao Zongtian. Faced with such a terrifying move, Xiao Zongtian still looked calm. I saw the black coffin behind him shaking constantly. A heaven burial aura erupted from it. Another collision. The blood-pooled emperor was unexpectedly outmatched by his opponent and was knocked back dozens of steps. After stabilizing your body shape, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Zongtian in horror. I am even more determined to kill him. The onlookers did not expect that Xiao Zongtian had the strength to defeat the Blood Pond Emperor. In their opinion, being able to survive at the hands of the bloody emperor was already extremely impressive. Xiao Zongtian looked at the Blood Pond Emperor with cold eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes completely erupted at this moment. I said I would take your life with my own hands, then the great immortal Daluo appeared here. You can't escape from my hands. Today, your death has come. At this time, the black coffin behind Xiao Zongtian also slowly opened. There was a dark but deathly aura inside. Immediately afterwards, a huge black hole appeared in the black coffin. Just looking at it makes you feel like your soul is being swallowed. Even the Blood Pond Emperor showed some fear when he saw this scene. This black coffin actually has the ability to devour. The ability to swallow? Huh. I'm afraid that with your ability, you still can't swallow this great emperor. The giant claws behind the blood-pooled emperor grew larger again. The diffuse blood mist also carries a trace of aura that confuses one's consciousness. Naturally, everyone discovered that Xiao Zongtian's way of folding the black coffin was unusual. but then I thought about it. It is absolutely unusual for a genius to carry a black coffin with him. That coffin makes people feel as if their soul is being buried. It made them even more afraid. Even if it is as powerful as the Blood Pond Emperor. It is estimated that he will not be able to escape from this black coffin. The huge claws of the Blood Pond Emperor suppressed Xiao Xuan's black coffin. The two sides are deadlocked here. Xiao Xuan ignored it. The black coffin behind him suddenly grew larger. Even the black hole with the power of devouring it grew bigger. Then the black coffin flew into the sky, directly covering the body of the bloody emperor. At this time, the Blood Pool Emperor also showed some fear. He missed the mark. Bodies riot. I want to kick this black coffin away. However, the black coffin seemed to have spiritual intelligence. It got bigger as his body grew bigger. In the end, it directly swallowed the Blood Pond Emperor. A terrifying aura of burial instantly spread into the heart of the bloody emperor. He tried his best to get out of it. But it was directly annihilated by this black coffin. Just a moment. The trembling black coffin fell into silence. Then the black coffin became the size of a palm. It fell into Xiao Xuan's hands. Then he opened the black coffin with a calm look. A doll-sized mummy fell out of it. The moment it landed, it turned into humanoid size. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly when they saw the scene. That turned out to be the mummified corpse of the blood-pooled emperor. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 116 Generous Rewards. Subsequently, the list of Tiandao ranking continues to be announced. 34th place, Luo Wuhan, the reincarnation of Emperor Wuhan, received the initiation of the heavenly Tao once. A drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, a piece of mysterious martial arts. 33rd. As the heavenly Tao initiations descended one after another, the reincarnated emperor, the emperor's son, and the local genius are all making breakthroughs. The level of cultivation has increased infinitely. Until after 25. This phenomenon is even more terrifying. Not only does it have a longer period of heavenly enlightenment, even the rewards are even more terrifying. If it weren't for the rewards from the Tiandao ranking, it would be impossible to grab them. Not just the reincarnated emperor. Even the local geniuses and some powerful people. They will spare no effort to fight for it. 25th place, Titan, the reincarnation of the Titan Emperor, receiving a drop of the Emperor's essence and blood. One initiation of the heavenly Tao, one part of mysterious martial arts, and the key to mental skills. With the announcement of 25 rewards, everyone couldn't help but get excited. 25 previous rewards were already so terrifying. As a result, the 25 rewards were even more terrifying. If this goes forward, watching the changes in the Titan Emperor's momentum, everyone couldn't help but feel scared. 24th. Number 22, Wang Teng, the son of the great emperor, has awakened from his long sleep. Cut yourself off to cultivate your own realm, just for the sake of transcendence in this life, and reward you with a drop of the emperor's essence and blood. One initiation of the heavenly Tao from all heavens, one step of mysterious martial arts, and the mental formula. After Wang Teng's breakthrough, everyone in the Xiao family also looked nervously at the Tiandao ranking screen. Because the next one is to sell stolen goods. As Wang Teng's name fell on the Tiandao list, the next ranking of geniuses has also come out. Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain is on the list of the 6th level cultivation realm of the Crossing Tribulation realm. As a reward, he will be rewarded with one initiation of the heavenly Tao, a drop of the essence and blood of the mysterious emperor, and a heart of the martial god. A piece of mysterious martial arts that strengthens the body and soul 3 times. with the announcement of the Tian Dao ranking coming to an end. The radiance of the heavenly Dao initiation also fell on Xiao Xuan, plus a drop of blood essence fused with the mysterious emperor. Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm is constantly making breakthroughs. The peak of the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th levels of the tribulation realm. Even after breaking through to the level of the king of killing Dao, he never stopped. It is protected by the barrier of heavenly law. Xiao Xuan even avoided the 69 thunder tribulations that a breakthrough king would encounter. However, this is not the final result. Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm is still making breakthroughs. It wasn't until he broke through to the 3rd level of the Dao killing king that he slowly stopped. This moment. Those geniuses who originally looked down upon Xiao Xuan. His expression became very solemn. Even the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son showed a bit of fear. People they originally looked down upon. There is such a huge room for improvement. The most they can do is break through the 1st and 2nd levels. Even the improvement of combat effectiveness. However, Xiao Xuan has crossed a huge realm. Not counting the bonuses from other rewards. Even Xiao Xuan himself did not expect that the rewards from heaven would be so generous. After all he wanted was Xiao Xian's promise to go to the Vientiane heavenly palace. And now he not only fulfilled his promise. He also received the essence, blood and inheritance of the mysterious emperor. And took it all in. Everyone in the Xiao family was happy to see this scene. At the same time, I also look forward to the rewards of others. Even if they don't get it. They also have a sense of honor. As time passes slowly. The Tianjiao ranking on the Tian Dao ranking has finally reached the 19th place. Number 19, Purple Gold Fire Cloud Eagle, the young master of the 10,000 demon mountains, with the blood of the golden-winged Dupeng in his body. Tamed by Shao Qingyun into an exclusive mount, he received a drop of emperor level essence and blood. A heart of a golden-winged rock, an improvement in body and soul, and a mysterious martial skill. With the descent of the heavenly enlightenment. Everyone showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. This Taoist position of the purple gold fire cloud sculpture. Although there are countless people who can do it. But no one dared to step forward to fight for it. There is no way who allows people to have a backstage. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as those 2 great emperors who died. Tragically. At the same time. The 10,000 Demons mountain range, which had been in seclusion for a long time, was now boiling. Several senior leaders of the 10,000 Demons mountain range were shocked by the scene in the Tian Dao ranking. This time, the purple gold fire cloud eagle not only obtained the blood essence of the great emperor. There are also mysterious martial arts. This also proves that as long as he doesn't die, the future is limitless. A person who was once humiliated that the purple gold fire cloud eagle was domesticated into a mount. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this moment. Although the purple gold fire cloud eagle had relatively strong strength before. But with his strength, he wants to stand out among the many geniuses in southern Xinjiang. That is absolutely impossible. Not to mention getting rewards from heaven now. Even some young demon clans saw this scene. They all hope to have a strong enough human race. You can take yourself as a mount. In this way, like the purple gold fire cloud sculpture, they can achieve great fortune without practicing. It seems that the other geniuses of the Xiao family don't have mounts yet. Suddenly, a young demon tribe spoke with envy on his face. These words instantly aroused the response of most of the demon clan. Yes, if they are short of mounts, I would. The words are not finished yet. He was interrupted by a powerful man who was the Supreme Lord. The purple gold fire cloud sculpture is out of necessity. Do you practice? Well or not? He even thought about giving others a mount to gain something. It was really embarrassing to the demon clan. But he had just finished speaking. I saw that it was not just the young disciples of the Yao clan. Even some existences at the level of King of Daozhan showed envious eyes. Some even made no secret of their desire to be their mounts. If you serve as their mount, you can gain even more power. It is even expected to become a return to the ancestral golden-winged rock. Then they still have some training. Wouldn't it be better to just serve as a mount for others? And he also has a powerful backer. Just like the purple gold fire cloud sculpture. Obviously his strength is not good, but he has a backer. Even existences like the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son. They didn't dare to attack him. The demon king of 10,000 demons snorted coldly. He glanced disdainfully at the demon clan present. But deep down he felt a little regretful. My qualifications are not in Xiao Xuan's eyes, let alone you, if you can. Why would I ever want to be this demon king? Wouldn't it be better to directly become Xiao Xuan's mount and become the golden-winged rock that returns to our ancestors? But he only thought about these words in his heart. After all, he is also the demon king of the demon clan. This bit of face is still needed. On Tianjiao Peak. The cultivation realm of the purple gold fire cloud eagle has broken through to the level of the Tao-slaying king. At this time, he had turned into a large golden eagle. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 117 Quasi-Immortal Inheritance, Terrifying Strong Man. 7th place, Xiao Jingyan, a member of the Xiao family, in Tianluo domain, will be rewarded with a stick of incense for the heavenly Dao enlightenment. 2 drops of the titled emperor's essence and blood will strengthen his body and soul 5 times. 1 piece of Thunder God's heart, inherited by a mysterious and powerful person. Golden light fell from the sky. Jamal Xiao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the Taoist throne. Feel the Taoist charm in the golden light. With the integration of the essence and blood of the titled emperor, Jamal Xiao felt like he was in a vast ocean. Even the Thunder Emperor's inheritance has undergone subtle changes. Then Jamal Xiao felt that his realm was loosening. A domineering aura belonging to the king burst out instantly. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of the king of killing Dao. He broke through until he reached half a step to the realm of supreme dominion. And then stopped. And his combat power has soared 100 times due to the integration of the blood essence of the titled emperor. The changes in this scene made the onlookers stunned and shocked. Jamal Xiao was deeply immersed in the sea of consciousness. At this time, the sea of consciousness has been wrapped in the power of thunder. The immeasurable thunderous intention continued to impact Jamal Xiao's sea of consciousness. Gradually, the power of these thunders transformed into a tall middle-aged man. He is filled with immeasurable thunder power. The terrifying meaning of thunder is intimidating. Master. Jamal Xiao couldn't help but stepped forward and shouted in surprise. Apart from Xiao Xuan, there is no one else who can be respected so much by Jamal Xiao. There was only the Thunder Emperor who transformed him. Thunder Emperor, the first person in ancient and modern times, not only became a quasi-immortal, but also a being who was one step away from transcendence. Lady looked at Jamal Xiao with a calm expression. At the moment he saw it, a hint of surprise and appreciation flashed in his eyes. Next moment, he pointed at Jamal Xiao's forehead. A force of thunder swept through his body instantly. At this moment, Jamal Xiao had a deeper understanding of thunder. With the continuous understanding of the power of thunder, Jamal Xiao's whole body has also undergone tremendous changes. The moment he opened his eyes, an extremely domineering thunder aura instantly erupted. The powerful avenue of thunder soared into the sky. The immeasurable power of thunder continued to flash on his body. The spectators all around looked at this scene with dumbfounded eyes. After being baptized by the heavenly initiation and fused with the essence and Blood of the titled emperor. His strength has become so powerful that it is impossible to predict. A trace of sadness appeared on Jamal Xiao's face. Even a being as powerful as the Thunder Emperor. There is no way to transcend. Is there really no transcendent person in this world? Think back to those reincarnated emperors and emperors. He will come to this life to seize the great opportunity even if he sacrifices himself to cultivate himself. Can they really succeed? If it were possible, why would an existence like the Thunder Emperor end at the moment of transcendence? Think about this. A trace of melancholy flashed through Jamal Xiao's heart when his eyes fell on everyone in the Xiao family. A firm belief emerged spontaneously. His eyes swept over Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Qingyun one by one. Then he thought of the martial god Xiao Wushi and Xiao Xuan, the head of the family, who has the ability to create secret realms. I was silently determined in my heart. I will definitely be able to transcend. Take the Thunder Emperor's share with me. Since there are legends of transcendence in the world, then there will definitely be someone who succeeds in transcending. He will eventually become a transcendent person. Then Jamal Xiao held the Thunder Emperor's inheritance tightly in his hands. The aura that erupted from Jamal Xiao completely shocked everyone in southern Xinjiang. This terrifying momentum is rare in my life. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid it will directly force him to approach the Supreme Lord. In my opinion, even Xiao Tianyun and others may not be able to defeat him. The thunderous aura that erupted from his body actually made me feel like the Thunder Emperor. This kind of strength can intimidate a powerful person in other places. Everyone was impressed by Jamal Xiao. At this moment, I was in awe of him from the bottom of my heart. A cultivator with such terrifying thunder power will definitely become a quasi-immortal as long as he does not die. As Jamal Xiao's name landed on the heavenly list, the 6th place's name was also announced. 6th place, Emperor Murong Yi, from the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, received the initiation of the heavenly Tao with a stick of incense. 3 drops of the titled Emperor's essence and blood, 1 heart of the martial god, the body and soul will be strengthened 7 times, and 1 copy will be inherited by the mysterious strongman. With the descent of the radiance of heavenly initiation, Xiao Junlin's own cultivation realm is also constantly improving and making breakthroughs. The momentum on his body couldn't help but burst out. Immediately afterwards, his cultivation level directly broke through the king's level, and it continued to rise. He didn't stop until he broke through to the 9th level peak of the Tao Slayer King. With the fusion of the titled Emperor's essence and blood, Xiao Junlin's combat effectiveness also increased 100 times. Even the method of Sun Wukong's external incarnation is more refined. Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes. The mysterious inheritance he obtained this time not only coincided with his previous life. It is more in line with his current practice, and even coincides with the insights in the secret realm. Another terrifying king is born. This kind of strength ranks first in other regions. This familiar aura makes me feel like an old friend. Don't tell me, I also feel that this guy is the Emperor Murong Huang. Is it possible that the thief has also been reincarnated? That shouldn't be the case. I remember in Luo about that guy. Although their appearance has changed slightly, this aura makes me feel that they are the same person. Many reincarnated emperors who had contact with Xiao Junlin in his previous life began to doubt his identity. But this is what Xiao Junlin doesn't know. At this moment, he was looking towards Xiao Yenyao. He was the next one on the heavens list. Xiao Yenyao held Qifeng Cheng and supported his waist with one hand. He looked up at the heavenly Tao ranking with his head held high. I want to see what kind of strong person is qualified to leave the inheritance to me. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Always talk nonsense. There were so many slutty words in the front, but in the end we ended up in 5th place? Since you have this ability, why not compete for the top spot? But everyone just complained in their hearts. After all, if that guy hears these words, a slutty operation is unavoidable. So everyone turned their attention to the heavenly Dao ranking. 5th place, Xiao Yanyao, from the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, will be rewarded with a stick of incense and the heavenly Dao enlightenment. 4 drops of blood essence of the titled emperor, the body and soul are strengthened 8 times, 1 heart of the god of war, 1 inheritance from the mysterious strongman. The radiance of the heavenly enlightenment descended from the sky. Xiao Yanyao looked at the light with bright eyes, a look of enjoyment on his face. It gives everyone the feeling that it is an honor for me to receive the initiation from heaven. Seeing this, everyone was speechless again. Immediately afterwards, terrifying momentum burst out from Xiao Yanyao's body. Then a domineering momentum, belonging to a king at the peak of his powers, rushed into the sky. An aura of terror spread. I, Xiao Yanyao, am invincible in this world, who can suppress me? Red Peak Spear, Immortal Shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy Jiutian. Although I already know Xiao Yanyao's pretentious character. But I have to say, as soon as I said this, they were all shocked and even couldn't help but be impressed by these words. Everyone had to admit that Xiao Yanyao had enough strength to say such shocking words. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 118, The Heroes Compete for the Throne. At this moment, Xiao Jianxin felt as if he had been reborn. Endless sword energy erupted from the eyes, and even the pupils were covered with a layer of gold. And his cultivation realm directly broke through to the realm of half-step. Supreme Master. Today, not only his combat effectiveness has increased 100 times. Even his physical body is stronger than anyone else at the same level. It is estimated that apart from Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun and others, there is no one who can defeat him. Even the next level challenge is no problem for him. Xiao Wusher's sword flashed in his mind. I thought about it secretly, then shook my head. With his current state, he is still unable to face a being like the god of war. But given time, it will no longer be difficult to surpass the god of war. Until Xiao Jianxin slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying sword energy around him slowly dissipated. But wherever the sword energy passes, there is a flickering sword intent. At this time, a terrifying momentum also erupted from Xiao Qingyun in front. A royal aura continued to rage from her body. Xiao Qingyun, who was bathed in the heavenly enlightenment, not only had a deeper understanding of the way of the emperor. We even met the legendary Emperor of Heaven. That is an existence that everyone yearns for. The man who appeared in front of Xiao Qingyun at this time was wearing a bamboo hat and fishing in the lake nearby. There is no trace of a cultivator in him. But the moment he raised his head and looked at him, a pressure belonging to the emperor burst out from his eyes. Even Xiao Qingyun, the reincarnated empress, couldn't help but feel a little frightened in front of such a person. Although he has such an ordinary identity, he still has an undeniable feeling. Emperor of Heaven. The most mysterious figure in the world. Even Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but admire the legends and mysteries about him. And the heavens and heavens were also created by him. Although he has long since disappeared from all the worlds, his existence is unparalleled. Even a being like quasi-immortal could not survive under his hands. There are 2 rumors about the Emperor of Heaven. One is a successful transcendence, the other is a fall. And Xiao Qingyun knew at the moment he saw the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven has fallen. The reason why inheritance is called inheritance is because the former owner died. Therefore, Xiao Qingyun was shocked the moment he saw the Emperor of Heaven. Such a strong man can't escape. In that era when heroes were competing for hegemony, he came out on top. What kind of event, what kind of powerful power could bring about his downfall? Looking at the Daoyun figure of the Emperor of Heaven in front of him, Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. Then the Emperor smiled faintly and pointed his finger at her slowly. A powerful aura belonging to the Emperor of Heaven entered her mind instantly. Xiao Qingyun, who feels the power of Taoyun in it, can close his eyes and start to comprehend. It is different from Emperor Haoyun's way of the Emperor. The Emperor of Heaven is decisive in killing anyone who is unwilling to obey or contradicts him. He will kill everyone, even those who are not convinced by his strength or dominance. They would also be killed by him, and because of this, in that era when heroes were vying for the throne, even powerful beings like quasi-immortals became ministers of the Emperor of Heaven. All of this relies on his decisive killing and iron-blooded skills. Although Emperor Haoyun is stronger than him, but the other party is mostly forbearing and restrained in order to survive. In his time, there were not only the founders of the prehistoric era. There are also the 6 saints, all the veteran strong men, all of whom are above him. Even the body after death contains endless magical powers. Not to mention existences like the Monster Clan, the 12 Witch Ancestors, and Quafu. The strength of each one is no less than his. Under the simultaneous suppression of many forces, Emperor Haoyun struggled to survive. He had to endure to survive, even if his position as emperor was on thin ice. Don't forget to stick to your own persistence, and it is this persistence. This allowed him to firmly sit on the throne of Emperor of Heaven, despite the coexistence of so many great powers. Reminiscent of the imperial ways of the 2 emperors. 2 different momentums appeared in Xiao Qingyun's mind. One is domineering and powerful, while the other is restrained but still powerful. The 2 are different, but have a very similar aura. Xiao Qingyun realized the common atmosphere between the 2. And merged their respective auras. Formed his own way of the Emperor. In her mind, 2 supreme treasures were swirling. After returning this time, it is time to prepare to unify Tianzhou. Those big states have survived for such a long time. You should surrender to me. Xiao Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. A domineering momentum belonging to the Emperor burst out instantly. And at this time, Xiao Tianyun was still immersed in the heavenly Tao initiation. Waves of desolate momentum constantly erupted from his body. In addition, it requires the fusion of 3 drops of quasi-immortal essence and blood, as well as the mysterious supreme treasure technique. It also takes a little longer than them. It is different from the terrifying aura displayed by others. Xiao Tianyun is more reserved, just like an ordinary person. Although they couldn't feel his changes, everyone knew that he had changed the most. The moment Xiao Qingyun looked at him, there is a feeling of being suppressed, which is unprecedented. Naturally, everyone in southern Xinjiang is aware of this change. Although Xiao Tianyun's momentum has not changed, I can feel that his combat effectiveness has improved. Obviously it's just the aura of an ordinary person, but there's something intimidating about it. I wonder what Xiao Tianyun has realized. Do you feel the aura of Xiao Jianqin? It's like a sword with spiritual wisdom. Other sword moves seemed pale and feeble in front of him. What's more, when he stood there, I felt a terrible kendo aura coming towards my face. Yes, we are both swordsmen, but he has the ability to suppress me. The aura of Xiao Qingyun makes me feel like I want to kneel down and surrender. A woman who has cultivated to this level is truly a master. This time, the Xiao family is at the top of the list of geniuses. The Xiao family has not received as many heavenly rewards as him in the entire southern Xinjiang combined. The Xiao family really has something to offer. Almost everyone in southern Xinjiang is discussing the Xiao family's harvest. This time, Many people even think that the Xiao family's strength and materials. It can already be ranked among the top few giants in the vast continent. They can't even imagine it. After this time, the strength of the Xiao family will soar. Until Xiao Tianyun's name fell behind the Tiandao list. This time, the southern Xinjiang 36 talents list is truly over. But what awaits them is the next Tianjiao battlefield. And these 36 geniuses will compete more fiercely. The list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang is over, and the genius battlefield will officially open half a year later. 36 geniuses compete for the top 10 on the genius list, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. The potential genius list will be opened in 1 year, and will be directly selected by the Tiandao ranking to receive generous rewards. Note, the king list and the genius list cannot be occupied at the same time. After the few lines of golden deed writing on the heavenly Dao list gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone recover from their surprised expressions. The 36 Tianjiao also showed different expressions after seeing this announcement. The genius of the Xiao family appears this time. His strength not only amazed them, but also fundamentally affected their self-esteem. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 119 Destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace within 1 month. Feng Wuhuan was obviously stunned when he heard this. He remembered that in the world of heaven, the bloodline of the Xiao family did not continue here. Where did this Xiao family come from? When the god of war saw Feng Wuhuan's face full of doubts, he smiled bitterly. In his heart, the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, the Xiao family with the martial god. The Xiao family ranks among the top 7 in this prodigy list. Feng Wuhuan only reacted after hearing this. For a moment, I thought of the strength of those people I saw in Tianjiao world. Even the geniuses in the tribulation realm have the ability to kill the reincarnated emperor. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the first 7. Especially Xiao Tianyun, not even Emperor Taishu allowed him to reveal his true strength. Think of this. Feng Wuhuan felt his head was buzzing. Why did it happen to be the Xiao family? He was definitely not afraid that Feng Wuhuan would have such thoughts. He had seen too many things in all the worlds before, so he had to be careful. Although the Xiao family is not as strong as the Wanxiang Tiangong, but it is definitely not something that their Vientiane Heavenly Palace can suppress. Maybe even if they push you too hard, they will kill you. It's not that they don't have this confidence. There are really too many things like this happening in this world. Not only in the vast continent, but also in the world of the heavens, there are countless things like this where ordinary geniuses destroy the powerful. And the existence of these people or families, they are collectively called the Son of Destiny. So even the old clans and forces. When you really want to confront someone, you will investigate their background and power. The purpose is to avoid such a thing from happening. If the other party is still in the growth stage, they will eradicate it. If you can fight them, but really take action. If both sides lose, they will choose to marry to control. And the Xiao family no longer belongs to either of these two. Not only is he blessed with good luck, but each of his geniuses is more terrifying than the last. There is also a martial god sitting in charge. Let him continue to grow, and maybe he will surpass the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. But now he urgently needs a woman with a nining body. If he really wanted to do it because of the Xiao family, he might have to involve himself in it. This made Feng Wuhuan extremely distressed. Is that woman a direct descendant of the Xiao family or a collateral descendant? Feng Wuhuan stroked his forehead. Asked somewhat irritably. If it's a side branch, they might be able to try tough measures. But if it's a direct lineage, the matter becomes tricky. When the god of war heard this, the smile on his face suddenly looked like he had eaten Coptus. Originally, the woman was a descendant of the Xiao family, but since the Xiao family introduced the clan rules of strength and talent, that woman relied on her outstanding strength and qualifications to become a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Not only everyone present, but also Feng Wuhuan was a little confused. Determine the direct lineage and collateral lineage based on strength and talent? This is simply unheard of. The god of war told them the results of his investigation in detail. Since Xiao Xuan became the head of the family, he has promoted the distinction between direct and collateral lines based on strength and talent. All young children of the Xiao family enjoy the same resources, even the son of the family head is no exception. After a certain age, a comparison will be made. Those with extraordinary strength and talent will be compared. Even a descendant of the collateral line can become a direct descendant, but those who are not strong enough or talented cannot. Even the sons of the family head will still be divided into collateral families, and these people will be sent to other parts of the Xiao family, or the Nanming dynasty, which is responsible for corresponding management and other matters based on its own cultivation. As for those who are extremely talented, they only need to be responsible for their cultivation, and the family will not only provide them with all the cultivation resources, they will even come forward to help them solve some difficult problems, and they only need to take action when the family is in trouble. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. The Xiao family values the genius so much, and the person they want is from the direct lineage. If you want to get someone from their direct lineage, I'm afraid the Xiao family will spare no effort to confront their Vientiane heavenly palace. After Feng Wuhuan heard this, his frown deepened. He could even imagine what happened after he captured the direct descendant of the Xiao family. What kind of actions would the Xiao family do to him? So he couldn't help but said, if it doesn't work, just look for another one. Anyway, there are still more than half a year, even if that person's cultivation level is not enough. Even if she is a fool, bring her back. There is no shortage of medicinal materials in the Vientiane heavenly palace. When the time comes, you can just use medicinal herbs and elixirs to pile them on. This Xiao family, don't mess with it if you can. Even Feng Wuhuan said don't mess with the Xiao family. This shows how powerful the Xiao family is now. When the three martial gods heard this, they looked at each other and almost cried. This time among the 9 body daughters, there is a stupid fool who was obtained by using drugs. And after we found the direct descendant of the Xiao family, we also looked for other people. But nothing was found. Although we had found it in other places, when we went to look for it, the man's breath suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, but he was not dead. Then we looked for other places, but found that there was no 9 body in the entire vast continent. At this time, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely strange. They didn't need this martial god to explain, they knew the reason. A person's breath cannot disappear for no reason. Unless that person dies or uses a strange treasure to hide his aura. But in front of powerful exotic treasures and the god of war, it is impossible not to show any aura. But that person did not die. Not even a 9 body can be found in the vast continent. So there is only one possibility. Tiandao was already aware of what they were about to do. And this thing is their warning. Because what they are going to do can be said to be tragic. There were too many people to sacrifice. This kind of sacrifice was rare even in ancient times. Not to mention the vast continent today. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhuan's hand holding his forehead showed veins. Does it mean that the only way to complete this sacrifice is to bring this direct descendant of the Xiao family? The three martial gods were silent for a while. Then a Tao-killing king stepped forward. Holy Son, actually we can choose to marry them. The words of the king of Zhondao did not cause much splash. Considering how much the Xiao family values their direct lineage, how could they give up a talented person for a mere marriage? According to the Xiao family's rules of dividing direct and collateral lines, that woman's talent must be amazing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become a direct lineage from a side lineage by relying on strength and talent. This god of war naturally knows what everyone is thinking. That woman is indeed a stunningly talented person in the Xiao family. She even competed in the Xiao family's dragon and tiger rankings. She is also among the best. Although she is extremely talented, if we marry them, they may not refuse. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but become more confused. The Tao-killing king said with a slight smile, maybe others can't, but what if it's the Holy Son? A little prodigy can marry the Holy Son of the Vientiane heavenly palace. Is this something that many people dare not even think about? Everyone was obviously stunned when they heard this, and then turned their attention to Feng Wuhuan. Feng Wuhuan's expression did not change. Therefore, the Tao-killing king continued to speak. The woman will be sent out by the family to complete tasks every once in a while. The time and place are not specified. We can just use this excuse to create a chance encounter of love at first sight. Although the woman's appearance is not as stunning as Xiao Qingyun, she can still be regarded as a beauty. At that time, Wanxiang Tiangong will need to forge a fake marriage certificate and send it to the Xiao family to trick the woman into coming over. On the day of the wedding, it was also the time for the woman to sacrifice. If the Xiao family asked about it then, we can say that there are important matters in the world that require the Holy Son to go back and deal with, but you are not worried about the safety of that woman. Then send the woman to the heavens first. When the next entrance opens, you will accompany her. At that time, they will not have too many doubts. After all, they do not have the manpower in the heavens. Even if they enter the heavens in the future, how long has it been since this happened? Even if the Xiao family uses this excuse to cause trouble for us, with our power in the heavens, isn't it easy to deal with the small Xiao family? In the vast continent, we may be afraid. But after going to the heavens, no matter how capable the Xiao family is, can they be as powerful as our Wanxiang celestial palace? By then, let alone annihilating the Xiao family, we would seize all the luck of their proud son for his own use. What can the Xiao family do to us? If they treat us as the reincarnated emperor and are easy to bully, you are just seeking your own death. The god of war told the plan in his heart in detail. After everyone heard this plan, they felt a little excited. They are afraid of the Xiao family because they are very powerful in the vast continent. But what if you go to the heavens? It's not as simple as crushing an ant. Even Feng Wuhuan smiled a little after hearing this plan. Let's proceed according to this plan. When it is completed, I, the Holy Son, will be rewarded heavily. As long as he can complete his great cause, let alone marry him because he lowers his noble status. Even if the opponent is a monster, he can still assume another posture. Upon hearing this, the Tao-killing king immediately knelt down and thanked him. When the three martial gods next to him saw this, they all looked at him with some jealousy. If they knew about this plan in advance, would it be his turn to show off here? Feng Wuhuan now just wants to seize the time to complete the sacrifice. Judging from what Song had done before, Tiandao had already noticed them. If it can't be completed at once, don't say that the Xiao family will cause trouble for them. Even heaven will send down punishment. What is that woman's name? What is her status in the Xiao family? Are there other brothers and sisters? Feng Wuhuan, who grew up in the heavens, is extremely sensitive to this point. The Tao-slaying king once again took a step forward and snatched away the words of the three martial gods. Returning to the Holy Sun, the woman's name is Xiao Qingge. She is the daughter of a small branch of the Xiao family. Because of her extraordinary talent, she was converted into a direct line. There is nothing special about him other than having a younger brother who is talented but can be said to be stupid. But if you want to talk about it, it is his brother who is stupid and stupid. For some reason, he was actually attracted by Xiao Xuan and asked him to stay in his courtyard as a handyman. Even his sister got Xiao Xuan's special attention because of this. If it is really special, it can only be said that these two siblings are very lucky. Everyone showed a look of disdain when they heard this. Even the three martial gods were unhappy with him. But the Daozhan king simply ignored their gazes. He had worked so hard for this moment. Although this Xiao Qingge's strength is good, it cannot be compared with a genius like Xiao Qingyun. The difference was not even a little bit worse, not to mention that she got Xiao Xuan's special regard. Or because his younger brother is a handyman beside him. His brother is just a stupid waste. In this way, his road to marriage can be said to be smooth. Then just give that small branch some generous gifts. Not only will they be grateful to themselves, but they may even surrender to themselves because of it. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhuan nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the Taozhan king, who was kneeling on the ground, and took out a pill. This is a perfect yuan guarding pill. After taking it, your cultivation realm will also break through to the Supreme Lord. This can be regarded as a small reward for you. You have done a good job in this matter. From today on, you can work exclusively for this holy sun. The Tao-killing king was overjoyed when he heard this, and even kowtowed directly to Feng Wuhuan to express his thanks. It looked very much like a dog. This directly caused Feng Wuhuan to laugh, and then Feng Wuhuan threw a few pills on the ground. The Tao-slaying king also crawled on the ground like a dog and picked it up. Feng Wuhuan smiled even more cheerfully when he saw this. After Feng Wuhuan left, the Tao-killing king put on an arrogant face. Not to mention everyone present. Even the three martial gods he didn't respect as much as before. Now he is the famous person next to Feng Wuhuan. Even if these people couldn't stand him anymore, they couldn't do anything to him. What he can do, these gods of war cannot do. Thinking of this, the Daozhan king passed by the three martial gods. He must seize the time to break through, so that he can stay with Feng Wuhuan for a long time. The three martial gods spat at the departing figure of the Tao-killing king. A dog really thinks of itself as a character. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace has planned a huge conspiracy against the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan was naturally unaware of this. At this time, he was taking the final step to break through to the Supreme Lord. The image of Tathagata behind him gradually evolved towards the appearance of Pangu. In the cave sky, the natal Dharma image became more terrifying and huge. Even the chaotic winter has changed from its original small world. It became the size of a state, with Xiao Xuan's breakthrough in strength. This chaotic cave world will continue to expand. The momentum contained inside will also become more terrifying. When the natal Dharma image in the cave stopped rioting, the expansion of the chaos cave world also stopped. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura of the Supreme Lord burst out from it instantly. But Xiao Xuan did not stop immediately. Instead, he threw the quasi-immortal essence and blood obtained this time into the chaotic cave world. These 3 drops of essence and blood are a treasure to others. But to him, Xiao Xuan, it was just a few drops of ordinary blood. Being thrown into the chaos cave world can also help improve his natal dharma. What's more, now he not only has the blood of Sun Wukong and Erlangshan in his body. There is also a trace of Pangu's physique. Although the quantity is not much, The quality is incomparable to the essence and blood of the quasi-immortal. The chaotic cave world behind him has also undergone tremendous changes after the fusion of quasi-immortal essence and blood. The originally ethereal feeling gradually became solid. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Supreme Master. The inventory rewards will now be distributed. Immediately afterwards, a series of insights entered Xiao Xuan's body. Instantly, the endless Taoist rhyme enveloped Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan's cultivation level also continued to explode at this moment. It was not until he reached the peak state of the Supreme Lord that he slowly stopped. At the same time, his physical body and combat power also increased more than 100 times. And during the month when Xiao Xuan was practicing in seclusion, there was a strong man who came to look for Xiao Xuan and challenge him. In the previous battle for the king's list, this powerful man was knocked down by Xiao Xuan. Although he came to challenge, he could no longer be among the kings. But his dignity as a half-step Supreme Master told him he must prove his strength to the world. At the same time, Xiao Xuan must understand the absolute gap between him and himself. However, he had just stepped outside the Xiao family's barrier. Before he could even finish his words of challenge, he was burned to ashes by Fang Miao's flame. Everyone was also completely shocked by the scene. At the same time, many reincarnated emperors gave up the idea of challenging Xiao Xuan. Don't even get close to him, and he was beaten to death by those pets. Even Bai Fangmiao is reasonable, and he is still a ferocious beast after all. If you are bitten to death by a roaring dog, you will die in such a miserable way. The reincarnated emperor and son of the emperor couldn't even defeat a dog. What a humiliation it is to be bitten to death by a dog. At this time, Xiao Xuan also slowly woke up from seclusion. Then enter the system to view your own details. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, the peak realm of the Supreme Lord. Magic weapon, unparalleled divine weapon waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal path, powerful and dragonless. After completing the practice, you can cut through the void with the sword. 9-turn golden body, 4th level peak, sun fire, thunder domain. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, family. Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and family ancestral tombs. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Now he has reached great perfection in the field of swordsmanship. If you want to continue to break through, you can only condense the mark of swordsmanship. The mark of swordsmanship can only be achieved after condensing the personality of a god. But this is also a very small number of existences in the world of heavens. And the god of war is the transitional stage that distinguishes the Hunyuan saint from the unparalleled quasi-emperor. The gap between the two is like a titled emperor and a quasi-immortal. Although the god of war is powerful, he only proves that he has a certain strength to break through the unparalleled quasi-emperor. If you want to continue to advance and become a peerless quasi-emperor, it will be almost impossible to reach the sky. And if you want to ascend to the world of heavens, you can only reach the level of peerless quasi-emperor. Otherwise, let alone entering the world of heavens. Even the ancient river of stars that blocks the boundless world and the world of the heavens can swallow them up. Even those who come down from the world of heavens must cultivate themselves. This is also the main reason why so many saints from the heavens and worlds come to the vast continent and commit suicide to cultivate themselves. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily cause a bloody storm in the vast continent. Even if they don't cultivate themselves, they will still be suppressed by heaven. The stronger the realm of cultivation, the more severe the suppression of heaven will be. The unparalleled quasi-emperor is called the divine realm, the supreme emperor is called the holy realm, and the Hadao realm is the Zun realm. The Jingtian Dao is the imperial realm, and those reincarnated emperors were the imperial realm before this. Among these realms, there are 4 smaller realms. The unparalleled quasi-emperor is divided into 4 smaller realms: God-man, God, God-king, and God-emperor. The supreme emperor is divided into 4 realms: saint, great saint, saint, king, and saint emperor. The realm of Hadao is divided into 4 realms: venerable, Tianzuan, Wangzuan, and Huangzuan. In the Jingtian Dao realm, there are quasi-emperors, great emperors, titled great emperors, and quasi-immortals. Above the Jingtian Dao is the true fairyland, which is the realm of the legendary immortal. However, this realm is only a legend so far. Even powerful men like Thunder Emperor, Qitian Emperor, and Fire Emperor. Nor can we achieve a true fairyland. The god of war is the division between mortals and gods. It is also the watershed between the cultivation of the vast continent and the world. As long as you practice to reach the realm of the god of war, even if it is just a ferocious beast, it still has the qualifications to step on the ancient river in the starry sky. But the starry sky ancient river is not just a road leading to the world of the heavens. There are not only ancient star beasts here, but also martial gods who died here. Even the God King. Their remaining souls will not only tempt the minds of those who come. He would even choose to seize the body when the martial god's mind was severely damaged. Although the road to the starry sky ancient river is full of thorns. But when they stepped into the world of heavens, there is endless creation. It is not difficult for Tianzuan, Wangzuan, and Huangzuan. It is more likely that powerful beings like the Qitian Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Fire Emperor will appear. Even become a quasi-immortal. This is why so many martial gods know that the ancient rivers in the starry sky are dangerous. The main reason why I still want to go to Iba before I die. Xiao Xuan thought about this and stopped thinking. Although he is only 1 step away from the god of war. But his goal is far more than the god of war. What he wants is the legendary immortal realm. Even a transcendent immortal. Before that, he needs to continuously accumulate strength to prepare for the later stage. Then I check the exchange points I currently have. By the time the king list is over, he will have close to 4 million redemption points. Take back your thoughts. Xiao Xuan walked out of the room. But what followed was a series of complaints. This old immortal actually broke through to the peak of supreme dominance. Damn it, how did he practice? With the blessing of elixirs and various natural materials and rare treasures, I may not be able to break through so much in half a year. This old turtle actually broke through in a month? Damn it. Look what I'm doing. You won't hear what I'm thinking again. Damn it, I am halfway to become the Supreme Master. How can this old bastard still hear my voice? Now even this bit of freedom has been taken away. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he almost moved his waist. I was about to go over and teach this little guy a lesson. I saw Xiao Jianfeng rushing over from outside. Such rude behavior is not a good thing for Xiao Jianfeng, who abides by etiquette. It still rarely happens, which shows that he came here for something extremely important. Master, I just received the message that the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and a large number of people came to my Xiao family to propose marriage. Now at the border of Tianzhou, about to arrive at the Xiao family, it seems that he is still the holy son of Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. Xiao Jianfeng originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Xiao Xuan about the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took action first. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows, obviously not taking it seriously. Proposing marriage? The only person in the Xiao family who can impress the Holy Son is Qingyun. Xiao Xuan thought of the expressions of admiration for Xiao Qingyun shown by the emperors in the Tiandao list. He couldn't help but pout. His Qingyun girl is not worthy of even the Holy Son of Wanxiang Tiangong. Xiao Junlin almost fell down when he saw Xiao Xuan's appearance. No, this guy actually doesn't even look down on the Holy Son of Wanxiang Tiangong? You must know that Wanxiang Tiangong is an old clan that has been standing since ancient times. Even my previous life must be fearful. But the old bastard is not a human being, so it is normal not to take Vientiane Heavenly Palace seriously. But when Wanxiang Tiangong comes to propose marriage at this time, there is definitely a conspiracy. Does it fall in love with Xiao Qingyun? Don't say that the old bastard will take action. Even Xiao Qingyun, that female devil, will not make the people of Wanxiang Heavenly Palace look good. Xiao Junlin looked as if the matter had nothing to do with him. I kept complaining in my heart. If Xiao Xuan hadn't been hindered by Xiao Jianfeng being here, he would have just said that he was not a human being. I've already given this guy a fat beating. Xiao Jianfeng heard this and hurriedly explained to Xiao Xuan. The saint of Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, Feng Wuhuan, is not interested in Xiao Qingyun, but Xiao Qingge. It is said that he fell in love with Xiao Qingge at first sight when Xiao Qingge was practicing abroad. After returning to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace, I couldn't sleep day and night, but the Heavenly Dao ranking was about to be released. That's why we put off proposing marriage until now, Xiao Jianfeng said and glanced at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin was originally standing at the door holding a broom and listening to the gossip. When I heard these words, I almost ran away. Your grandma is such a bastard, how can you tell a lie and not know how to draft it? Although my sister has good qualifications and talents. But I'm afraid it's not that easy for you, Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, to come to propose marriage with such great fanfare. As long as you wave, let alone beauties, even saints will lick you and come up to you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 120. A phantom destroys the heavenly palace of all things. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look in horror. No one expected it. Xiao Xuan actually said something rude because of the other party. Just say such strong words as destroying their clan. But it also proves that the Xiao family is strong enough. If you bully me, I don't care if you are an established clan or you have a big backer. If I want to destroy you, I will destroy you. What can you do to me? Feng Xing was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. He originally thought that he came here on behalf of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. No matter what happens to the Xiao family, they still have to worry about the heavens behind him. Unexpectedly, it not only failed to deter them. Instead, he offended the Xiao family. No matter how angry Feng Xing was at the moment, he would not dare to yell at Xiao Xuan. He could only hold his chest and drag his almost crippled body away. Everyone looked at Feng Xing's deserted figure as he left. It took a long time to recover from the shock. But what's more, they can't express in words. It is still the Xiao family that has an ancient and eternal atmosphere in front of it. Unknowingly, the Xiao family in that small county town. He has actually grown to the point where he can fight against the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. At this time, all the geniuses of the Xiao family were also completely angered by the behavior of Wanxiang Tiangong. Even Xiao Tianyun and others who were still practicing in seclusion all came out of seclusion. This time, Vientiane Heavenly Palace completely angered them. Xiao Junlin looked at Feng Xing's leaving figure with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. What a heavenly palace! How dare he bring up the idea of sacrificing something to his sister? You are simply digging your own grave. Xiao Zongtian looked at the Xiao family members gathered together. The look in his eyes lit up, his chance for revenge had arrived. Xiao Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Uncle Xian, let Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and I go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace with you. With just a few of us, it would only take a matter of a moment to destroy an entire heavenly palace. Xiao Jianxin and others nodded in agreement after hearing this. Even the other geniuses of the Xiao family strongly agree with the strength of Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Tianyun and other geniuses. As long as you don't encounter the reincarnated emperor of the same period, as well as the peak-level figures of the Supreme Lord, Xiao Jianxin and the others can all be called invincible. And since Xiao Xuan broke through to the peak of the Supreme Lord, the geniuses of the Xiao family also noticed that Xiao Xuan's current strength was terrifying. Even when facing a powerful person like the god of war, Xiao Xuan had the absolute strength to kill him. Therefore, the heavenly palace of all phenomena was destroyed. A few of them are enough. But what if the outside world hears this? Everyone will be so surprised that their jaws will drop. An old clan with tens of thousands of years of history. There are also heavens as backers behind. In their eyes, it only takes a few people to destroy it. How powerful this is. Xiao Xian's eyes moved around everyone. Then he stayed for a moment on Xiao Zongtian and Xiao Junlin. There is no rush for the time being. The destruction of the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace will happen sooner or later, but before they are destroyed, the momentum must be sufficient, otherwise, people outside will always think that the Xiao family is easy to bully. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian's dull eyes also revealed a bit of evil spirit. I would like to see how many forces like the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace are eyeing my Xiao family. This time, if the Xiao family doesn't prove themselves, how can they establish their authority in southern Xinjiang? Although I, the genius of the Xiao family, have not grown up yet, it is more than enough to destroy the mere Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The Xiao family's geniuses heard this. Everyone felt hot and excited. Xiao Xian is not only establishing prestige for the Xiao family. He is also supporting them, the geniuses of the Xiao family. A terrifying cold light burst out from the eyes of everyone in the Xiao family. As time passes slowly, the Xiao family dialect destroyed the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace within a month. It also spread throughout southern Xinjiang. Everyone who heard this had a horrified look in their eyes. Before going to the Xiao family in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, did you ever think that you would be destroyed by the Xiao family? Although Wanxiang Tiangong is an established sect, the Xiao family is not easy to bully. After all, they have a martial god. Yes, Xiao Wushi is known as the #1 martial god in the vast continent. What's more, the Xiao family has so many unparalleled geniuses. Although the Xiao family has said that medicine will destroy the Wanxiang Kangong is not a vegetarian. They have been able to stand from ancient times to this day, and even the Qilin sect at its peak did not dare to touch them. It is enough to prove the strength of the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. In addition, they have the support of the heavens. Even if they face the Xiao family, they are not afraid. Yes, although the Xiao family is quite strong, it is still a bit lacking compared to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Everyone was talking about this. Although everyone is optimistic about the profound foundation of Vientiane Heavenly Palace. But the Xiao family is not easy to mess with. Being able to grow from a small family to where it is now in a short period of time, its strength cannot be underestimated. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. I want to see what choice they will make. At this time, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace also received the news. Feng Xing knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head. Feng Wuhuan sighed slightly and shook his head. This trip has made me very disappointed. Feng Xing heard this. The body was shaken into a sieve by fear. Dense cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Feng Wuhuan looked at him like this, with disgust on his face. If he successfully completes the mission this time, I don't mind having another dog around me either. However, not only did he not finish it, he even got himself into trouble. If you didn't kill him, you would have done your best. After receiving the news, everyone in Vientiane Heavenly Palace, they all fell into depression. Feng Wuhuan suddenly stood up and glanced at everyone. Our Vientiane Heavenly Palace has been standing since ancient times, and it cannot be destroyed by the Xiao family. How dare you brazenly say that you can destroy the Heavenly Palace of all things within a month? You are really overestimating your capabilities. Everyone heard this. I immediately cheered up. Although the Xiao family is powerful, they also have several unparalleled talents. But their background is not enough. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace has been able to stand from ancient times to the present, not because it has experienced many crises. The Xiao family, who came from a mere small county town, dared to destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace? It's just a ridiculous dream. A martial god stood up at this time. His face was shining, and his eyes were a bit disdainful. Although the Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace also has all the heavens. A mere martial god. Is it possible that I can still scream with the people in the heavens? I want to see how the Xiao family can destroy everything in the Heavenly Palace. Feng Wuhuan nodded after hearing this. Although the Xiao family's martial god is powerful, no one has ever entered the starry sky ancient river. Even if they die, they will still be in the realm of a martial god. I will send a message to the heavens later and ask them to block the road into the starry sky ancient river. I want to see how the Xiao family can escape without being able to enter the starry sky ancient river. Speaking of this, a look of contempt appeared on his face. The Heavenly Palace of all things has been standing to this day. If it were destroyed at the request of others, it would not be what it is today. For tens of thousands of years, no matter whether it is an established force or a small world, no one has bowed before us. The Xiao family, which is only a few years old, still wants to destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. I want to see what they can do to destroy us. When everyone heard this, their original melancholy was swept away. All that's left is the joy of waiting to see the Xiao family being annexed by them. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Feng Wuhuan turned around and left. Yet he behaved so calmly in front of everyone. In fact, my heart has long been filled with the haze of sadness. Although the Xiao family was born in a small county, he was able to grow to this point in a few years. It is enough to prove his strength and luck that he can say such words today. This means that the Xiao family has a certain degree of confidence that they can fight to the death with the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. It seems that I have to prepare early, otherwise. Thinking of this, a hint of worry flashed in Feng Wuhuan's eyes. He cut himself from the heavens and cultivated himself into the lower realm, just to get this great opportunity and transcend. Who would have thought that I would end up in last place? Not to mention the so-called great opportunity. It was this time that allowed him to re-understand the current situation. Although the Xiao family is a small family that appears in a small place, he can see what he has seen and heard in the heavens, as well as the changes in the world over the years. It is enough to judge that the Xiao family is extraordinary compared with those big powerful clans. A small force like the Xiao family, born in a wild way, is the most feared. It has been half a month since the Xiao family announced the destruction of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Rumors have spread all over southern Xinjiang. There are many rumors about this incident even in mainland China. seeing that things are almost fermented. Xiao Xuan is also preparing to lead several geniuses from the Xiao family to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The time has come, let's go. Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Tianyun and others followed behind. At this time, Xiao Jianfeng came in from outside. Tell the head of the family that there is a man outside asking to see you. Before Xiao Xuan could ask, Xiao Jianfeng revealed the man's identity. This person is the one who gave the martial god stone last time. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows. The person who can deliver Xiao Wusher's token in person is Xiao Wusher's confidant. Invite him in. Then Xiao Jianfeng led a young man in black in. The young man carried a big sword on his back and looked very majestic. The moment he stepped into the Xiao family residence, I feel infinite emotion in my heart. When he came here a few years ago, there was only one person in the Xiao family who could make him fearful. The rest are all cats and dogs. Not seen for a few years now. The Xiao family has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the overall strength improved, but also the big black dog at the door. They all have a frightening feeling. Not to mention the family's ancestral protection formation. You must know that a few years ago, he entered the Xiao family and came and went at will. Nowadays, you have to go through layers of announcements before you can enter. Even if he were to force his way in, there would only be a dead end. Before coming, he had also heard about the Xiao family's dominance of the top 7. I thought it was just a division. Who would have thought that he would be among the top 7 in the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang? Therefore, he was even more curious about these geniuses of the Xiao family. When you step into the Xiao family hall, the moment when Xiao Jianxin looked at each other, the shock in the young man's heart could not be described in words. It's no wonder that the Xiao family dominates the top 7. Such a peerless genius, even with his current strength. It may not be possible to completely defeat it. When the young man's eyes fell on Xiao Xuan, a feeling of fear and admiration arose spontaneously. Although Xiao Xuan didn't have the aura of a cultivator around him, but the majesty and strength in his eyes made it impossible to look directly at him. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, Junior Baiziliu, I have met Mr. Xiao. Xiao Xuan hasn't spoken yet. Xiao Jianfeng on the side looked at him in surprise. Baiziliu. You are the Baiziliu who ranks 4th in Zhongtian. There was no concealment of excitement and surprise in his words. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Being able to enter the top 5 in the rankings in Zhongtian is extraordinary. Xiao Xuan made an invitation gesture and motioned for him to take a seat. It turns out to be Tianjiao, please sit down. Baiziliu was a little flattered. The head of the family is joking, compared to the geniuses of the Xiao family, I am far behind. If it weren't for the guidance of the god of war, I wouldn't have been able to enter Zhongtian and be ranked 4th. Although the Zhongtian ranking has strong combat effectiveness, but compared to the 3 ants and 6 geniuses of southern Xinjiang this time it is still a bit unsatisfactory. As we all know, this time in the southern Xinjiang rankings, there are not only local geniuses. There are also more reincarnated emperors and emperor sons in terms of combat effectiveness and cultivation level. The fact that these geniuses from the Xiao family can sit firmly in the top 7 shows their terrifying fighting ability. Xiao Xuan just smiled when he heard this and said nothing more. I wonder if Tianjiao is here this time, but do you want to bring anything for my uncle? Baiziliu nodded when he heard this. Yes, Senior asked me to come and tell you that he can take charge of the affairs of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiao Wusher to take action this time. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense for him to take action. After all, the Xiao family has no other martial gods besides him. Xiao Wushi was probably worried, so he took action. But now that he has taken action, he will naturally not care about it. It was time for Baiziliu to leave after bringing the message to Xiao Wushi. But his eyes fell on several geniuses of the Xiao family. If I leave like this time, I will inevitably feel unwilling to do so. As a cultivator, his heart is extremely eager to compete with people with super fighting power. Xiao Xuan naturally saw what he was thinking. Since Tianjiao is already here, why don't you stay here for a few more days? And help me give guidance to these little guys. Baiziliu was overjoyed, the master of the house is joking. In the next few days, Baiziliu was in the process of competing with the Xiao family's genius. Before the competition, Baiziliu felt that he had defeated this group of geniuses. It's just a piece of cake. So when the Xiao family's golden-winged roc competed with him, Baiziliu felt that he had been insulted. After all, he ranks 4th in Zhongtian. How could a mere pure-blooded golden-winged roc compete with me? After defeating the golden-winged Dupeng, Baiziliu competed with Xiao Yenyao again. I thought it would be easy to defeat him. As a result, he was suppressed by the opponent within a few moves. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. And Xiao Yan's flame power, he couldn't resist it at all. Not to mention those geniuses who met in advance. The further back the comparison went, the more confused Baiziliu became. He, who looked arrogant at first, became convinced in the end. Until the moment of departure. Baiziliu was still sighing. The only one I can defeat these geniuses of the Xiao family is that golden winged roc. Then he showed a somewhat proud smile. This time's general list of the boundless continent is going to be fun too. Watch. These geniuses from the Xiao family are even more terrifying than those from Zhongtian. After Baiziliu left, Xiao Xian sent Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. In order to save his childhood sweetheart, Xiao Zongtian would naturally not be willing to stay in the Xiao family. And if the Vientiane Heavenly Palace provokes Xiao Junlin, he will definitely not let him go like this. Therefore, they were directly asked to go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace together. With Xiao Wushi in front, the cultivation realm of the two of them was high, invincible among his peers. Therefore, Xiao Xian is not worried about the safety of the two of them. When Xiao Junlin heard Xiao Xian asked him to follow him to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace, I felt relieved. He was also worried that Xiao Xian would not let him go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace to take revenge. At this time, Xiao Zongtian was already standing at the entrance of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace with Xiao Junlin, who had transformed into Emperor Murongyi, just waiting for Xiao Wushi to say something to let them in. The two of them directly arranged their itineraries. Leave that Saint Sun Feng Wuhuan to me later. When Xiao Junlin said this, his eyes burst out with murderous intent. When Xiao Zongtian saw Emperor Murongyi like this, a flash of light flashed in his heart. Because this look is so similar to Xiao Junlin. But he didn't think much about it. This time, he came here just to save Long Ling. I just need to rescue the dragon spirit, and the rest is up to you. The genius of the entire Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Except for the martial god who can make them somewhat fearful, the others are not worth mentioning at all. And the god of war has Xiao Wushi to take action, so they only need to deal with the others. At this time, a secret sound came into people's ears. When the two received the news, they immediately became full of energy, heading towards the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The terrifying momentum directly destroyed a palace in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace was also frightened by this momentum. Immediately afterwards, dozens of powerful men with half-step supreme masters appeared in front of them. The realms of strong men directly locked the two of them. Immediately afterwards, the palace master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and several deputy palace masters of the martial gods also appeared in the eyes of countless people. And the forces that have been observing secretly. The moment Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian appeared. He has been quietly paying attention to every move of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The master of Vientiane Tiangong saw the two coming. There was no hiding the sarcasm on his face. Why don't you see the greatest swordsman in ancient and modern times? Is it possible that he is afraid of being a coward? Or does he think that two shrimp soldiers and crab generals can destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace? This is really powerful. These words caused ridicule from everyone in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. Xiao Junlin didn't show any expression when he heard this. He came here only for one person. The wind has no soul. Where is Feng Wuhuan? As the instigator of this matter, do you dare not show up? Are you acting like a grandson? The master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you want to see our holy son just when you say you want to? Then who are you? Among those at the same level, I can crush you with just one finger. Xiao Junlin didn't take the master of Wanxiang Tiangong Palace seriously at all. These words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone felt that Xiao Junlin was just telling lies. How dare you say such shameless words to a martial god? Presumptuous. At this time, a powerful and half-step supreme master burst out with momentum in an instant. Terrible pressure swept all around. I saw a big sword in the air, with the momentum of destroying all things, heading towards Xiao Junlin. When everyone saw this strike, their expressions suddenly changed. The half-step supreme master is indeed powerful. The power of a single sword is enough to destroy everything. However, the sword fell. It did not cause any change in the mood of Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian. The two looked at the knife with cold expressions. Xiao Junlin took a step forward and waved a hand lightly. Seek death. The sky was instantly covered by golden light. A huge hand appeared in the sky. And the power of the sword, which could destroy a whole world, was directly held by this big hand. Then, I heard a huge heat wave erupting in the air. That powerful sword power was directly crushed. Next moment, Xiao Junlin looked at the half-step supreme master with a sneer. It's your turn. Xiao Junlin slowly stretched out his hand and waved his finger in the air. An ultimate golden radiance instantly turned into a terrifying light. Directly penetrated the chest of the half-step supreme master. With the fall of this powerful man, there were more powerful men behind him, but they didn't even have time to react. He fell directly and his body fell heavily. Huge holes were smashed into the ground one after another. The great power fell into the huge pit. Although he was dead, his body was still spitting out blood instinctively. Everyone saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. Is this the true strength of the unparalleled genius? The Supreme Lord can't even take one of their moves. This kind of strength is too terrifying. It can easily kill even the Supreme Master in half a step. If the top 3 geniuses of the Xiao family come here, even the martial god may not be able to defeat them. The geniuses of the Xiao family are really terrifying. Each one is more evil than the last. Countless people were moved by this scene. The master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace did not expect that Xiao Junlin would have the ability to kill the half-step supreme master. The expressions of the 3 great martial gods changed drastically. The eyes that looked at Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian were full of murderous intent. You arrogant boy, how dare you kill people in my Vientiane Heavenly Palace? You are seeking death. Then a warrior god instantly rose into the sky. A powerful pressure belonging to God broke out. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian were directly suppressed by this pressure and fell to the ground. The murderous intent in the martial god's eyes was even worse. Therefore, he launched his killing move on the two of them without hesitation. A big palm carrying the pressure of God descended from the sky. The terrifying momentum set off a heat wave, and endless divine power swept across the sky. Although the god of war is not the most powerful existence, but in the vast continent they are the existence of gods. Everyone looked at this scene with dumbfounded eyes. The palm fell. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian must die. There was a somewhat proud smile in the god of war's eyes. At this time, an ultimate sword light slowly condensed from the mist. Although there is no sword power at all, it is unpredictable. Wherever the sword light passed, even the airflow stopped. In the astonished eyes of everyone, that terrifying big palm was crushed directly. Then it turned into streaks of white mist, becoming one with the sword light. The martial god looked horrified and took a step back unconsciously. This terrifying power actually gave him a feeling of death. And this fog-like sword light. He stopped directly in front of Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian, until the white fog gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone see clearly the true form of the sword light. At this moment, countless people were shocked. This is just a small grass. But just such a piece of grass could defeat even the ultimate move of the god of war. The faces of the three great warrior gods turned pale at this moment. Xiao Wushi. There was deep fear in their eyes. Xiao Wushi is the nightmare in the hearts of countless martial gods. Just his name can intimidate all the martial gods. Not to mention that at this moment, he personally came to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace was worried about the god of war, and his eyes were already filled with fear. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zongtian also received a secret message again. The two of them said nothing after that. Head directly towards the inner hall of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Xiao Junlin went straight to the Holy Sun's hall, while Xiao Zongtian went to find his beloved. Wherever the two of them passed, they destroyed everything in the heavenly palace. When the three great warrior gods saw this scene, they were all furious. How dare you destroy the building of my Vientiane Heavenly Palace? You must die. The three martial gods took action at the same time. Suddenly the sky became turbulent and everything changed color. The sky was filled with thick murderous aura. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 121, The Third Secret Realm Opens, Hou shoots the sun. I thought I had more than 3 million redemption points. Enough to redeem your favorite secret realm. And it can be arranged perfectly. As a result, the price of this dog system actually increased again. It's still several times longer. Xiao Xuan almost jumped up. Nuwa creates humans. The upper limit of exchange points required is 15 million, and the lower limit is 5 million. The real and fake Monkey King, the upper limit of redemption points required is 1.5 million, and the lower limit is 400,000. Jingwei Reclamation, the upper limit of redemption points required is 3.8 million, and the lower limit is 700,000. Millennium Yinglong, the upper limit of redemption points required is 6 million, and the lower limit is 3 million. Vulcan Zhurong, the upper limit of redemption points required is 23 million. And the lower limit is 15 million. Xiao Xuan. At this moment, countless wild beasts were rushing through Xiao Xuan's heart. I thought I had become a millionaire. The reality tells you that you are very poor. 3 million? Not enough. He had no choice but to block those with insufficient exchange points. He didn't even want to open the secret realm he wanted, because he doesn't have enough redemption points. Laizawaksu, the upper limit of exchange points is 4 million, and the lower limit is 1.5 million. The Swearin makes fire, the upper limit of exchange points is 5 million, and the lower limit is 3 million. The Deer Girl subdues the dragon, the upper limit of redemption points is 3 million, the lower limit is 1.5 million. Gonggong angrily touches Buzhou Mountain, the upper limit of exchange points is 5 million, and the lower limit is 4.1 million. Dayu controlled floods, the upper limit of exchange points is 3 million, and the lower limit is 700,000. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan shook his head repeatedly. The one you like can't afford to replace it, and the one you can afford has no fighting power. But fortunately, there is a secret place behind that he had been eyeing before. Although not as good as the one I want to redeem. But the improvement in combat effectiveness is pretty good. 10 days across the sky, Hui shoots the sun, the upper limit of exchange points required is 3.5 million, and the lower limit is 2.8 million. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan's eyes lit up. I couldn't help but ask the system, why is the upper limit of this exchange point only 3.5 million? Because the previous host laid a good foundation for it, based on the upper limit of 6 million exchange points. A total of 2.5 million redemption points have been reduced. If the host likes it, please redeem it quickly. This is a limited time. When Xiao Xuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Capitalism is indeed capitalism. Even the explanation is so nice. But there is no way. Who told him not to exchange enough points? Finally, after some thinking, Xiao Xuan still chose the secret realm of 10 days crossing the sky and Hui shooting the sun. But when painting this secret place, there will inevitably be another heavy bleeding. Just 10 pure-blooded golden crows would cost a large amount of exchange points. Not to mention Hui's sun-shooting bow and sun-burning arrows, two of the most precious treasures. Even the prehistoric land needs at least 1 million exchange points. The further back he painted, the more blood dripped from Xiao Xuan's heart. After saving up exchange points for more than half a year, I could only exchange them for 1 Hui shooting Sunday. This is even when the system offers a special price. This is too frustrating. After taking care of these main characters, what is left are the other strong men and women. After dozens of days of painting, he finally came up with the scene in his mind of 10 suns crossing the sky and Hui shooting at the sun. Finally appeared in front of him. Seeing his masterpiece, Xiao Xuan clapped his hands with satisfaction. The next step is to take the geniuses of the Xiao family into the secret realm to explore. Then Xiao Xuan held another family competition. But this time the number of people entering the secret realm from the original 100 to 200. Except for those geniuses on the dragon and tiger list. Added the genius of the dragon list. In the previous experiences in the secret realm, Xiao Xuan saw the efforts of these geniuses. I also have great pity for them in my heart, so this time I specially added 100 geniuses. In addition, this secret realm experience is more extensive than before. It's enough for these geniuses to search for their own opportunities. Because it is a random chance of the system. So Xiao Xuan himself didn't know what great fortune it contained. But what Xiao Xuan is looking forward to more is the system's feedback to him. Although he cannot obtain chance creation in the secret realm. But it is also good for the opportunities and good fortune obtained by these geniuses to be fed back to themselves. Since the system has loopholes, he naturally has to learn to exploit them. After all, he is doing it for the good of the family. As the news is released, all the geniuses of the Xiao family are also looking forward to this trip to the secret realm. Without any nonsense, he directly followed Xiao Jianfeng and other elders to the back mountain. It's still a familiar scene and a familiar atmosphere. While walking, everyone entered the secret realm. As the surrounding white mist gradually rose, everyone also noticed the change in the scene. There was a tremor in the ground, and a refreshing spiritual energy rushed to the nostrils instantly. Everyone breathed deeply, and just by breathing, subtle changes occurred in their whole bodies. Many of the new disciples have hidden wounds on their bodies. At this moment, all injuries were restored to their original state. Even the impurities in the body are discharged. This makes them extremely novel. Xiao Xuan looked at the changes in everyone. It also counts as finding a reasonable reason for your consumption of exchange points. I feel that the secret realm this time is more substantial than the previous 2 times, and even the aura is incomparable to the previous 2 times. This time in the secret realm, I felt like I was actually there. I feel that this time, our harvest will be more abundant than before. Even Xiao Tianyun and others discovered that the secret realm was different this time. Therefore, Xiao Tianyun directly asked Xiao Xuan about the timeline this time. Uncle Xian, is the secret realm this time before or after the previous 2? Xiao Xuan smiled when he heard this, and looked deeply at the ancient land in front of him. This time the secret realm is after Quafu chases the sun and before he causes havoc in the heavenly palace. And the secret realm this time is far better than the previous 2. You can tell from the richness of the spiritual energy. After saying that, he stopped talking and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked at the place pointed by Xiao Xuan's finger without knowing why. I saw an extremely terrifying witch there. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Who is this? The aura erupting from his body is even more terrifying than Quafu. It's a great witch. His fighting power is no less than that of Quafu. Great witch. Is this the great witch? This kind of fighting power is really terrifying. He gave me a suffocating feeling. Me too, but this should also be related to the secret realm this time. This time the secret realm is obviously more powerful than the previous 2. So it gives us a different feeling. Yes, the first 2 secret realms gave us an ethereal and illusory feeling, but this time it is more substantial. And this person and Quafu are both powerful witches. It's just because of the secret realm that we think he is even more powerful. The last time Quafu appeared, it gave us a vague and unreal feeling, but this person is more real than Quafu. If we really want to compare, maybe the 2 of them are about the same strength. Everyone was talking about this. The newcomers listened attentively and calmly to the discussions of their seniors. You can also roughly get the general direction of things from it. Then the picture changed with the movement of the great witch's figure. When everyone saw the scene in front of the great witch, their hearts moved. Even Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and other talented people felt something strange in their hearts. This is the peach blossom forest transformed by Quafu's body. What is he doing here? That's the peach tree transformed by Quafu's crutch. I got a great opportunity here last time. Look, the great witch is walking towards Taolin. He seems to be crying. When everyone heard this, they all looked sideways. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 122, The Child of Destiny Abandoned by Heaven. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, flames shot into the sky. Rivers have dried up and lives have been lost. The people were in dire straits, and even newborn babies were burned alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was heartbroken with grief. He even wanted to teach these 3-legged golden crows a lesson. They think they are not good people. But he would not do such indiscriminate and crazy things. And these 10 golden crows not only felt that they had done something wrong, but were also proud of it. Above the sky, 10 suns are in the sky. There is no more day and night, no more rain. Not only was the witch clan burned to death, but the demon clan and other spirit clan were also cut off due to this. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't bear to look at it. However, Xiao Xuan was extremely disdainful of this. I saw him wave his hand, and the scene turned out to be like purgatory on earth. Instantly transformed into 10 golden crows. Everyone also discovered that the blood bars on the 10 golden crows were different from those of ordinary people. Although I don't understand the true function of this blood bar. But he watched as the blood bar gradually faded and showed signs of disappearing. Everyone knows that this blood bar is related to the fate of the three-legged golden crow. Just when everyone was confused, Xiao Xuan explained to them. This is luck. Luck? Everyone was puzzled. Luck is something that comes to all living beings as soon as they are born. Even if they are just flowers, plants, and trees, they have their own luck. Luck is something that cannot be seen or touched. It is an illusory existence. But those with strong luck will have more opportunities than ordinary people. Even if they fall while walking outside, they can all obtain treasures that are different from ordinary people, and even get great fortunes due to some unintentional actions. And for people who have great luck, even scraps of metal picked up by the roadside may be treasures. Or a beggar you rescued will be an emperor or even a quasi-immortal who has been hiding in the world for many years. When everyone heard what Xiao Xuan said, they couldn't help but sigh. A person who can get this kind of fortune must have great luck. Xiao Xuan still told them with a calm expression. Since there are people with strong luck, there will naturally be people with weak luck. The simplest ones are unlucky. The worst thing is a lifetime of misfortune, just like the treasure you acquired at the expense of everything. In the end, it is just a piece of scrap metal. Even worse, even if it steps on a grass, they will also be retaliated by powerful monsters, cutting off their chance of survival. Then, Xiao Xuan looked calmly at the 10 golden crows flaunting in the sky. The three-legged golden crow is the son of the demon emperor and Shiha. He was born with the true fire of the sun. My uncle is the supreme emperor of the East, and even the other uncles and elders are strong and powerful beings. He was born as the prince of the demon clan and was the envy of many demon clans. Having said this, Xiao Xuan sighed slightly. Although they were ordered by the demon emperor to stay on Yingzhou Island. Yingzhou Island is one of the 3 lost fairy islands. Due to their birth and reappearance, the Fuso tree on Yingzhou Island is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. In addition, there is a Tang Valley on the island that is suitable for practicing sun true fire. As long as the three-legged golden crow can concentrate on practicing here, you will definitely become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. From this, it is enough to see the great luck of the 10 princes. Their birth also caused the demon clan's momentum to increase greatly, and the prehistoric era was unified by the demon clan. Under mutual feedback, Jinwu's luck is also extremely strong. As long as they don't die. If it continues to develop in its current state, it will not be difficult to dominate one side. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. These 10 princes were born with great luck. His future achievements are also unparalleled by others. However, everything has a cause and a result. The three-legged golden crow wreaked havoc and caused irreparable losses to the ancient world. Even if they have great luck, under such circumstances, their luck will be lost quickly. In the end, their result was to be abandoned by heaven. As Xiao Xuan's explanation ended, everyone also discovered that the energy and blood strips on the 10 three-legged golden crows were fading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It originally exuded golden brilliance and had an aura of endless Taoist charm. As they continued to wreak havoc on the ancient land, they gradually evolved towards pale white. The ancient world that was originally full of spiritual energy was constantly being destroyed by 10 golden crows. It has long become a smoky place with no grass growing. As the luck and blood bars on the 10 golden crows disappeared, the strings in everyone's hearts were suddenly plucked. They felt that a major change was about to happen, and this was related to the Life and Death of the 10 Golden Crows. Xiao Xuan curled his lips and smiled slightly. They were successfully abandoned by heaven. After everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked into the distance, calmly. The real sun fire all over the sky continued to fall from the sky. Countless creatures continued to die tragically at their hands. Ha ha ha, you are so insignificant, the witch clan. You dare to fight against our demon clan. You are simply overestimating your capabilities. Yes, any one of my 10 brothers can kill the witch clan Nuada. 2 of the 3-legged golden crows flapped their wings arrogantly. From time to time, it releases a burst of real sun fire towards the ground. The other 3-legged golden crows also laughed, not taking the witch clan seriously at all. Where are the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan? Where is the great witch? Why haven't any of them shown up? I think they are afraid of being burned alive by us, so they are acting like cowards. Ha ha ha, I think we should just take this opportunity to attack the hinterland of the witch clan and directly take away the heads of the 12 ancestral witches. What a great idea. Father will definitely praise us when the time comes. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. Although the 3-legged golden crow is powerful, it has to be compared with other demon clans. Their strength is completely inadequate. What's more, what they want to deal with is the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were figures that even the demon emperor and Dong Huangtai were afraid of. The 3-legged golden crow really thought that he would be invincible after killing Quafu. This is too conceited. Then the scene in front of him changed again. Everyone saw a giant man holding a sun-shooting bow and carrying sunburning arrows. It is like a huge mountain, standing on the top of the ancient mountain where the 10 golden crows must pass. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but widen their eyes. It's Hou. He's back from the land of Biming. The moment everyone in the Xiao family saw Hou, they couldn't hide their excitement. Hou stood on the top of the mountain, with strong hatred and murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. 3-legged golden crow, you killed my best friends and destroyed my people. Today I will make you pay for it. Terrifying murderous intent erupted from him, and even everyone in the Xiao family who had been separated by countless galactic years felt frightened by this. At this time, everyone discovered that what little luck was left on the 10 3-legged golden crows had also disappeared. Instead, black beams of light landed on them. Is this? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this scene. They all turned to look at Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan curled his lips and smiled lightly, and patiently explained to them. This is bad luck. Once a person's luck is not enough to support them, bad luck will come, and it will be followed by misfortune, and even the prince of the demon clan cannot avoid it. Bad luck is just like luck. It accompanies a creature from the moment it is born. It cannot be touched, seen, or felt. However, due to the strong luck, bad luck is suppressed by it. When one's own luck is consumed to a certain extent, bad luck will gradually appear. The 10 golden crows did not notice it before. But it was because of strong luck. A little bit of bad luck is nothing to them, but as luck goes by, bad luck brings more misfortune. Except for beings like the demon emperor and the 12 ancestral witches who have transcended themselves and can be avoided. Even Quafu and Hou cannot avoid beings like this, let alone the 3-legged golden crow who has lost his luck. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized, and at the same time they also had a vague understanding of the strength of the 12 ancestral witches. Xiao Xuan pointed his finger, and the screen zoomed in on the 10 golden crows. Again. Bad luck and misfortune not only bring negative effects on people in the world, but also blind them. These eyes are the recognition of the soul. Although the 3-legged golden Crow is not deeply involved in the world. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 123 Dong Huang Tai, the strongest man in the world. The scene suddenly freezes at the moment when the bell rings. Then Xiao Xuan waved his palm. The original scene quickly regressed and was reframed when Hui shot the first golden crow. In the previous scene, everyone only paid attention to Hui shooting the three-legged golden crow. At this moment, a powerful energy burst out from his body. In addition, he is a top witch. The luck on his body is even greater. However, everyone discovered that Hui had good luck when he shot the first golden crow. It is falling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At about the same time, bad luck and misfortune were also rising rapidly. And they gathered towards Hui. See this scene. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. A strange emotion passed through their hearts as Hui shot more and more golden crows. The luck in him is also constantly draining away, overwhelming bad luck and misfortune from the beginning, gradually becoming equal to bad luck and misfortune, until he shot the ninth golden crow. Bad luck and misfortune had completely enveloped him. The genius of the Xiao family was full of doubts. Uncle Xian, why did Hui shoot the golden crow that brought disaster to the world, but instead he was plagued by bad luck and misfortune? Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but ask. Xiao Xian smiled faintly, put his hands behind his back and looked towards the opposite side. Although the golden crow wreaks havoc on the ancient land, he is the son of the demon emperor and has great luck. As long as there is no catastrophe that will destroy the world, if ordinary people want to touch them, they will be counterattacked by the fate of the demon clan. Seeing that everyone was becoming more and more confused, Xiao Xian continued to explain. The prince of the demon clan and the demon clan have the same fate. Because of their birth, the demon clan was able to dominate the ancient world. It can be seen that the fate of the demon clan is closely related to the demon clan prince Hui, as the great witch of the wizard clan. Shooting the golden crow is another great meritorious deed. With the balance of many parties, only then can we stand here safely. Speaking of which, Xiao Xian zoomed in on the scene and focused on Shi Jinwu. 10 golden crows are wreaking havoc on the ancient land. Do you really think that those powerful people with magical powers don't know about it? In fact, not only did they know the whole story, but they chose to stand by and watch. It's just because I'm worried about being counterattacked by the fate of the demon clan. Otherwise, such a great merit as shooting the golden crow. How could they let these powerful people off so easily? If other creatures behave like this, it has already become a merit in their hands, so what can really deal with them? There are only 2 lich clans, and only these 2 clans have no idea about this matter. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian couldn't help but sneer. When Hui shot the first golden crow, the demon clan Heavenly Palace had already noticed it. But the sky is high and the road is far away. No matter how powerful their magical powers are, it will be too late to get here. When everyone lamented the indifference of the powerful man who stood idly by, I also gained a new understanding of luck. As long as your luck is strong enough, even the most powerful ones will not dare to attack you. At this moment, Xiao Xian waved his arm again. The scene is reframed at the moment when Hui shoots the last golden crow. At this time, Hui's luck was already showing signs of being swallowed up by bad luck. If he could let go of this last golden crow, his luck may be able to turn the situation around. But if he shoots this last golden crow, then these black energies of bad luck will completely swallow up the luck. It is obviously a great merit to shoot these golden crows, but because he is the prince of the demon clan, the fate of the demon clan backfires on him. If he lets go of the last demon prince, his remaining luck can be preserved. Yes, otherwise even if he is a great witch of the witch clan, he would not be able to save his life. After hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, everyone made their own comments on whether Hui shot the golden crow. At this time, the picture continued to play. Hou Yi's last scorching sun arrow had already shot towards the 10 golden crows. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. At the same time, a clear bell sounded in the sky. The sound of the bell was shocking, and the bell patterns even penetrated their bodies. Go straight to the heart of everyone. Chaos clock. The way Xiao Xuan frowned at this moment made everyone think that he was feeling sorry for Hui. In fact, Xiao Xuan was in physical pain. Just one bell cost him a total of 40,000 exchange points. And among these 40,000 redemption points, you can't even see the shadow of the chaos clock. Can he not feel pain? How many tasks do you have to do to save up for this? As the bell rang, the sun-burning arrow also exploded, then disappeared into the air. However, the power of the chaos clock's chimes doesn't end there. Everyone looked at Hui on the top of the mountain in surprise. At this time, he heard the bell ringing. The muscles and veins all over his body exploded, and his body fell directly to the top of the mountain. The blood of the great witch on his body was constantly flowing away. The huge body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. And Hou Yi's life and death are even more uncertain. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw this. At the same time, he once again gained a new understanding of the abilities of the powerful supernatural beings. Just the sound of a bell could seriously injure Hui. A bell. A single bell caused Hui to be seriously injured, and he was unable to even fight back. Is this the magical power that the head of the family talks about? This kind of strength is really too terrifying. I thought that the great witch Hui was strong enough to compete with him. But in the end, he didn't even have the ability to resist. I can't even imagine now how terrifying the true strength of those magical powers is. For a moment, everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. However, Xiao Xuan looked at everything that happened in front of him indifferently. Dong Huangtai is known as the most powerful person in the world under Hong Jun. If you don't have any real strength, how can you secure your throne in the wilderness where 100 flowers bloom? Then he pointed toward the sky. Everyone saw a man dressed in white appearing in the sky. Her long black and yellow hair hangs gracefully down her waist, and she wears a Hongmeng heaven and earth crown. There is an imperial pattern between the eyebrows, and he is wearing a robe of Hongmeng sun, moon and stars. As soon as he appeared on the scene, he gave people a sense of unfathomable and unquestionable authority and domineering. There was a look of disdain on the world in his eyebrows. Not even the 3,000 laws can get close to him. It was as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. On his waist, there is a small clock, which is small in appearance. But when the bell was shaking, it felt like it was tugging at the mind. His appearance gave people a sense of oppression. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at the young man in front of them in horror. This mighty man is so powerful. Even though we are separated by countless galactic years, I still feel oppressed. Jamal Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This person was just standing here. They all have the ability to destroy everything in the world. So strong. The moment I saw him, I actually wanted to kneel down and surrender. Even Xiao Jianqing gasped. This person is actually more powerful than Emperor Haoyan. The moment Xiao Qingyun saw Dong Huangtai, his heart was shocked. Everyone in the Xiao family was even talking about this. Xiao Tianyun even directly revealed the identity of this person. Uncle Xian, who is this person? He is so powerful. Could it be that he is the saint you mentioned? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 124, The Lich War, the Mysterious Fat Taoist. Seeing that the Golden Crow's angry flames were about to devour Hou-Yi. Just then, a shocking scene happened. At the moment when the Golden Crow's angry flames were about to engulf Hou-Yi, the world suddenly shook violently. With Hou-Yi as the center point, distortion and deformation occurred in places dozens of miles around. Then an incredible scene happened. The terrifying Golden Crow flames disappeared. And in the originally distorted space, a new space also appeared. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror. Space can actually be teleported. Even replacement updates. At this moment, their minds were shocked to the extreme. However, Dong Huangtai looked at this scene indifferently as always. Next moment, a giant man appeared in front of Hou-Yi. The appearance of the giant man even caused the space to tremble. It was as if he was the master of space. The aura emanating from him was even more suffocating. Although his appearance has not been seen, his characteristics have been told to everyone. This person is from the Wu clan. After all, his strength is far superior to Hou-Yi's. Everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw this. This person's momentum is even comparable to Dong Huangtai. At this moment, Xiao Xuan's explanation came over. He is the space ancestral witch, one of the 12 ancestral witches, and the eldest brother of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang. Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that he is one of the 12 ancestral witches. No wonder he is so powerful. When Hou-Yi saw Di Jiang appearing, he shouted excitedly, "Zhu Wu." Di Jiang just glanced at him lightly. Then a stream of air was injected into Hou-Yi's body. Stopped the gradual loss of life energy in his body. Then he looked at Dong Huangtai with a mocking smile. Dong Huangtai, after all these years, you still can't change your nature of bullying the smaller ones. After Di Jiang said this, he even showed contempt. Dong Huangtai didn't take Di Jiang's provocation seriously at all. You don't need to say such words to irritate me. Even if you appear here today, it's impossible to stop me from killing Hou-Yi. If I try to stop him, I'm just risking my own life. After saying that, he punched directly into the air, and the terrifying punch was instantly directed toward Di Jiang. Facing this punch, Di Jiang's expression became solemn. Then, he punched in the air, causing a collision between flesh and body. Even the heaven and earth trembled violently. The battle between the unparalleled ancestral witch and the peerless demon emperor was too much for even the great desolate world to withstand, and violent space tremors occurred. After a punch collision, Dong Huangtai's body remained motionless. But Di Jiang was pushed back, if not for using the power of space to resist most of the power. This punch can severely damage Di Jiang. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The physical body of the witch clan was almost invincible in the prehistoric times. However, Dong Huangtai could easily repel it. Recall Xiao Xuan's evaluation of Dong Huangtai. Everyone also has a new understanding of his strength. Dong Huangtai had a smile on his lips. Then he quickly headed towards Hou-Yi. His goal is very clear, that is to kill Hou-Yi. Although killing Di Jiang is not a problem. But he is the head of the 12 ancestral witches, and has the ability to dominate space. If you struggle with him more, the other ancestral witches will all come together. It will be even more difficult to kill Hou-Yi then. Seeing this, Di Jiang could only fight hard against Dong Huangtai. If it were normal, he would still be able to go around with Dong Huangtai. But at this moment, his goal was to kill Hou-Yi, and he had to take Hou-Yi into consideration. If he unleashes his magic with all his strength, Hou-Yi will also be implicated. Therefore, after just a few moves, the corners of Di Jiang's mouth were already stained with blood. And Dong Huangtai has the blessing of Dong Huangbao. has not been affected in any way. At this moment, two figures appeared behind Di Jiang. Little Golden Crow dares to bully your grandpa, the ancestral witch. Take a punch from me, Zhu Rong. And me, your grandpa Gong Gong, is here. Give me a move. Immediately afterwards, a sword shadow struck from the air. What followed was an ultimate sword light. Both of them were heading towards Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai just snorted coldly when he saw the scene. Can the two of you reverse the situation by coming here? You're just asking for your own death. The appearance of the two ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, caused Dong Huangtai to change his direction directly. Because he knew that it was already very difficult to kill Hou at this moment. Unable to kill Hou, Dong Huangtai focused his anger on the three ancestral witches. Dong Huangtai, with full firepower, is no match even if the three ancestral wizards join forces. Even those who were killed by it were defeated continuously. The water god Gong Gong and the fire god Zhurong are in charge of the laws of water and fire, respectively. They are one of the 12 ancestral witches. In Xiao Xuan's explanation, everyone gained a new understanding of the characters in ancient times. Dong Huangtai's strength is too terrifying, 1 against 3. The ancestral witch is worthy of being an ancestral witch, and he can actually master the power of the law. The abilities of these three people can already destroy the world. If the 12 ancestral witches gather together, I don't know what the scene will be like. Everyone in the Xiao family once again recognized the strength of Dong Huangtai and ancestral witch. At this time, there was another violent tremor between heaven and earth. Dong Huangtai, take my move. Terrible sounds continued to echo in the air. Everyone followed the sound and saw 3 more ancestral witches appeared. The ancestral shaman Chang Liang, who masters the law of thunder, the ancestral witch Jumong, who masters the law of wood, and the ancestral shaman Xianming, who masters the law of rain. They are also one of the 12 witch clans, and they are here to support Di Jiang at this time. Xiao Xian's explanation sounded at the right time. Everyone continued to watch the war between Dong Huangtai and the 12 ancestral witches with horrified eyes. The sudden appearance of the 3 ancestral witches did not make Dong Huangtai show any fear. On the contrary, it inspired his fighting spirit even more. 6 ancestral witches. You came at the right time. Let me catch you all. Today. The true sun fire that filled the sky swept across all directions instantly. The Donghuang bell on his waist also rang at this moment. Even the heavenly barriers in the prehistoric world were unable to withstand this power, and there were signs of fragmentation. Seeing Dong Huangtai with 1 against 6, everyone was speechless for a long time. At this time, the power of an emperor came from above the heaven. This terrifying momentum swept across the wilderness, and everything in the world exploded. Everyone kept looking up to the sky and saw the man with imperial power. At this moment, he was looking at everything on the ground indifferently. In his eyes, everything had lost its color. Everyone in the Xiao family was at the moment when this person appeared. It actually feels like kneeling down and surrendering. Even Xiao Qingyun felt the aura of the powerful emperor on the other party. I originally thought that Emperor Haoyan was already a powerful enough emperor. However, compared with this person, the other person is simply not good enough. The emperor's aura emanating from his body made even the eternal sky collapse. Because of it. Beside him stood an old man in black robes, with an endless demonic aura erupting from his body. On the other side stood a man holding a grand piano and filled with universal love. The Daqin seemed to contain endless Taoist energy. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 125 Is Xiao Xian the savior of Taoist Xuanti? Everyone looked at the fat Taoist with puzzled faces. Could this person be one of the 6 saints? Not even the barrier set up by the demon emperor can stop him. This man's strength makes me feel like my soul is exploding. This person's strength is probably even more powerful than the 12 ancestral witches and the Eastern Emperor Tai. The only people who are more powerful than Don Huang Tai are the 6 saints. Everyone speculated on the strength of the fat Taoist. Regarding the guesses of everyone in the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. You guessed it right. This person is one of the 6 saints. Before he became a saint, his strength may not be as good as Don Huang Tai, but after becoming a saint, he no longer takes Don Huang Tai's strength into consideration. Even if Don Huang Tai and the 12 ancestral witches join forces, they will not be his opponent today. When everyone heard this, they felt their souls suddenly making a loud noise. Even Don Huang Tai and the 12 ancestral witches are no match for him. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. This person's name is Zhuanti Taoist, one of the 2 sages in the West, and the same generation as Taishan Laojun. When everyone heard this, they felt shocked. Taoist Zhuanti is actually the same generation as Taishan Laojun. Sky. Everyone felt an unprecedented coercion rushing over them instantly. Then Xiao Xuan waved his hand. By the time everyone reacted, they had already entered Yingzhou Island. The 10 golden crows who were still playing around were now chatting with a Taoist with a strong demon aura. I don't know what the 2 sides talked about, but it actually made 10 golden crows furious. Countless true sun fires continued to erupt on Yingzhou Island, causing waves of tremors. But there was an imperceptible smile on the old man's face. Then with the help of the demon-clanned Taoist, 10 golden crows broke through the restrictions and flew out of Yingzhou Island, heading towards the ancient land. The demon clan veteran also turned into a stream of light and headed towards the Fusan tree. Then he disappeared into the body of Taoist Zhuanti. At this moment, he had a proud smile on his face. When everyone in the Xiao family saw this scene, they immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. The leader of all this turned out to be Taoist Zhuanti, one of the 6 saints. Taoist Zhuanti is already so powerful that he is a rampant existence in the ancient world. Why do he still want to plot against the 2 Lich clans? Xiao Tianyun raised his doubts to Xiao Xuan. The other members of the Xiao family also looked at him. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and then explained. Although Taoist Zhuanti is a saint, he is also afraid of the fate of the demon clan backlash. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Taoist Zhuanti is already one of the 6 saints, so why is he still afraid of the demon clan's luck backlash? Xiao Xuan smiled faintly. The 2 Lich clans have a great destiny. Although the 6 saints are powerful, but he is also afraid that the fate of the 2 Lich clans will backfire and he will lose his holy position. Because a few golden crows lose their status as saints, wouldn't it be worth the loss? Everyone listened to Xiao Xuan's explanation. The understanding of luck in my heart became deeper. But they were also angry at what Zintadeo had done. Some people even directly said what they were thinking. Taoist Zhuanti is already one of the 6 saints, but he plots against the 2 Lich clans for his own selfish desires. It's really not what a gentleman would do. If this person can become a saint, God must be blind. I originally thought that the 10 golden crows were the real culprits, but unexpectedly they turned out to be Taoist Zhuanti, one of the 6 saints. Everyone vented all their dissatisfaction. But at this moment, standing under the hibiscus tree, Taoist Zhuanti looked at them through the river of time and space. Although there was no one in front of him, he could accurately detect their location. Everyone in the Xiao family felt that their whole bodies had become stiff at this moment. Even a feeling of death emerged in my heart. These magical powers can penetrate the long river of time and space, too. Discover their existence. Little brother, if you discuss other people's rights and wrongs behind their backs, be careful of your tongue being pulled out in the tunnel of reincarnation. Taoist Junti had a kind smile on his face. However, it was this smile that made everyone feel like they were being targeted by death. Those Xiao family geniuses who complained about Junti Taoist never thought that he could hear their words after countless galactic years. Coupled with the fear in his heart, his whole body was numb at this moment. Others in the Xiao family did not dare to accept the words of Taoist Junti, one of the 6 saints. They couldn't stand just being stared at by him, let alone talking to such a powerful person with magical powers. Junti Taoist didn't care so much with them, as if what he just said didn't exist. Then he looked in the direction beside everyone in the Xiao family. Although he could not sense Xiao Xuan's presence, he still bowed deeply to him. Junior, Taoist Junti, has met my senior. I can't repay my life-saving grace back then. If senior needs me in the future, I will never give up. Everyone's horrified eyes were instantly locked on Xiao Xuan. What is the mysterious identity of the head of the family? Even the Taoist priest Junti saluted him as a junior. It even saved his life. God, how many secrets does the family master have that they don't know about? What was the true strength of the family head in the prehistoric world at that time? Even someone as powerful as Junti Taoist can come to the rescue. And Taoist Junti was also attracted by the attention of everyone gathered in one place. He roughly guessed Xiao Xuan's location. Then he bowed deeply to him. However, Xiao Xuan's expression at this moment was very calm. It seemed that all this was within his expectation. As a result, everyone in the Xiao family admired Xiao Xuan even more. The head of their family must know all this. Not only Taoist Junti, but he also knew Dong Huangtai. Even Xiao Tianyun and other geniuses felt that Xiao Xuan had known about it for a long time. That's why he behaved so calmly. But if only they could hear their voices. You will definitely be shocked by Xiao Xuan's inner thoughts at this moment. What are you looking at? Junti Taoist is a virtual character redeemed by the system. I don't know him at all. Not to mention why he wants to worship me. For a while, even Xiao Xuan himself fell into deep thought. According to records, from the prehistoric world to the end of the Dharma era, no other supernatural powers appeared. Why are all these great powers so in awe of themselves? Could it be that he is really the legendary hidden boss? But it shouldn't be, no matter how powerful the boss is. There will also be unofficial records. Seeing Xiao Xuan's silence, Taoist Junti couldn't help but sigh with regret. This junior knows the difficulties in your heart. If it weren't for you, wouldn't have left back then. Now that so many years have passed, this junior, other Taoist friends, and master are all waiting for your return. Then he looked at the geniuses of the Xiao family. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 126, The Xiao Family's Prodigy's Unparalleled Opportunity. At this time, Xiao Tianyun had arrived at the place where Dong Huangtai rescued Little Golden Crow. When I saw Dong Huangtai for the first time, Xiao Tianyun wanted to know his true strength. After starting in the secret realm, I came here without hesitation. Not for anything else, just to re-understand the terrifying strength of Dong Huangtai. Xiao Tianyun found a flat place and sat cross-legged. Then he closed his eyes, used his spiritual consciousness to visualize thoughts, and began to re-visualize the battle between Dong Huangtai and Di Jiang. Now, in Xiao Tianyun's mind, the scene of the battle between Dong Huangtai and Di Jiang appeared again. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This kid can actually meditate on thoughts. Or he can meditate on spiritual Consciousness. The method of visualization is not something that ordinary people can comprehend. What's more, it's still the concept of spiritual consciousness, which shows how incredible Xiao Tianyun's qualifications are. Xiao Tianyun, who was immersed in Dong Huangtai's moves, naturally didn't know what Xiao Xuan thought of him. At this time, he was staring closely at Dong Huangtai's every move and imprinted on your mind. But at this moment, the picture in his mind suddenly flashed and then disappeared. A figure in white gradually appeared in front of him. It turned out to be Dong Huangtai. Xiao Tianyun was a little surprised that Dong Huangtai actually appeared in his consciousness. The powerful aura that erupted from his body to dominate the world and sweep across the wilderness. It also kept exploding in Xiao Tianyun's consciousness. Before he could react, Dong Huangtai pointed at his forehead. Being able to observe me for such a long time shows that you are extremely talented. I now give you the Eastern Emperor's Golden Bell seal. It is also considered as the fate between you and me. This technique can be practiced both internally and externally. When it reaches the highest level, even the 12 ancestral witches are no match for you, and they will condense a golden bell on their bodies. It can resist all external attacks and absorb them for its own use. This golden bell also contains a hint of Dong Huang Zhongdao charm. I hope you will practice well and understand the laws of Tao and rhyme. Dong Huangtai's words echoed in Xiao Tianyun's mind for a long time. No matter how he discovered his existence, he sat cross-legged directly and started practicing. Immediately afterwards, streams of spiritual energy poured into his body from all directions. A smooth feeling rose from my heart. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw Xiao Tianyun's change. This guy is worthy of being the protagonist template of Emperor Huang Tian. Every time in the secret realm, he has the greatest opportunity and fortune, and I feel a little envious when I see him. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but complain as he spoke, and then looked at Jamal. Xiao. Hey, this guy even found his things. He really has 2 brushes. After watching Jamal Xiao find a powerful opportunity to master the law of thunder in the secret realm of fire cultivation almost everywhere, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but praise his good luck. During the previous battle between Zhu Wu and Dong Huangtai, Dong Huangtai sacrificed the Dong Huang Bell and fought against the 4 ancestral witches at the same time. Chang Liang was hit in the chest by the Dong Huang Bell and spit out a mouthful of blood. Therefore, most of the earth is of fire attribute, so Chang Liang's thunder attribute blood essence has also been preserved. Although it has accumulated over many years, the attribute Daoyun contained in it is already very rare. But because it is the blood of the ancestral witch, even it only contains a trace of the attribute of the law of thunder. For Jamal Xiao, who specializes in thunder training methods, it is also a treasure. At the beginning, what Xiao Tianyun obtained was only blood essence that contained a trace of Quafu's power. The opportunities are extremely huge, not to mention the thunder essence blood that complements Jamal Xiao. Moreover, the blood of the ancestral witch is also one of the most powerful treasures in the entire secret realm. Jamal Xiao looked happy at this moment. With the strong blood essence of the ancestral witch, my Thunder Emperor's domain can also evolve into the Thunder Tribulation Purgatory. Not only will the combat effectiveness be increased 100 times, but even the physical body will have thunder and lightning attributes. Then Jamal Xiao directly entered the Tang Valley, transformed from the blood of the ancestral witch. Sit cross-legged and start practicing. The lake formed from the blood essence of the Thunder Emperor he first encountered helped him refine his physique and obtain an innate spiritual body. The powerful essence and blood of the ancestral witch obtained at this moment will bring his physique to another level. As soon as he entered the practice, Xiao felt that he was surrounded by strong thunder and lightning attributes. Auras of thunder and lightning were constantly flowing around him. Countless electric currents flowed through his muscles and veins. Immediately afterwards, Xiao's body underwent huge changes. It is different from the domineering aura of Thunder Emperor's essence and blood. The ancestral witch essence and blood is more of a feeling of oppression, but every time the feeling of oppression disappears, his physical body has become stronger, and even his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. After this sense of oppression disappeared, the essence and blood of the ancestral witch was completely absorbed by Xiao. At this time, Qiangliang, the ancestral witch who controlled the law of thunder, appeared in Xiao's consciousness. Under his guidance, Xiao fused the lay emperor's essence and blood with him. And under Qiangliang's guidance, he evolved his lightning properties into thunder. A large number of insights instantly filled Xiao's mind. Xiao closed his eyes and calmly comprehended this Taoist charm. As time goes by, Xiao has also undergone tremendous changes. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't help but marvel at his change when he saw it. Although the capital system is a bit messy, but the template protagonist given is incredible. Then he turned his attention to Xiao on the other side. At this time, Xiao has arrived on Yingzhou Island. Yingzhou Island is one of the 3 fairy islands. There is also a great opportunity left by Taoist Xuanti. Therefore, most of the geniuses in the Xiao family are excited. But Xiao did not come here directly, but walk all the way here. This time the secret realm was almost tailor-made for him. He majors in fire cultivation, and the main opportunity in this secret realm is also of the fire attribute. Therefore, Xiao received a lot of opportunities along the way. In addition, there are 3 fire seeds of Samadhi true fire in his body. Therefore, Yingzhou Island, with its hibiscus wood and tongu, is his best choice. Not only did he obtain a lot of magic weapons related to the fire system, I even got a hibiscus tree branch that contained a hint of Taoism. If it is forged, it will be an excellent weapon. But Xiao did not intend to refine it, but chose to plant it. Fusomuna is one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, although it only contains a trace of Taoist charm. But given time, it will definitely become a top spiritual root. At this time, he had arrived at the Tang Valley where the 10 golden crows practiced. This is the Soup Valley where the 10 golden crows practice. Xiao looked at the Soup Valley in front of him calmly. It contains a strong aura of fire attribute, which complements the fire kung fu he practices. This mouthful of Tangu can even neutralize the true fire of the sun on the 3-legged golden crow. Although countless years have passed, the spirituality contained in it is not as good as before. But for Xiao it is also an excellent place to practice. Although the Soup Valley is suitable for cultivators of the fire system, but everyone in the Xiao family is physically unable to get close to it, let alone enter it. Xiao relied on the Samadhi true fire seeds in his body to get here with great difficulty. The further you go inside, the stronger the burning sensation becomes. In just a few steps, Xiao was already sweating profusely. This is Sunfire. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 127 The list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang is reopened. 1 month passed quickly. On this day, all the geniuses of the Xiao family also received the secret message from Xiao Xuan. Then they woke up from their respective practices. There are many opportunities here that they have not yet discovered. So everyone felt sorry for it. Xiao Tianyun slowly opened his eyes, with an aura that dominated the whole world and swept across the wilderness. It burst out of him in an instant. There was a faint golden light emanating from him. That is the Golden Bell body protector of the Eastern Emperor Golden Bell seal. Now I have reached the second level of cultivation of the Golden Bell seal of the Eastern Emperor. If you give me a little more time, reaching the peak of the second turn, or even breaking through the third turn, is not a problem, but it's a pity. Xiao Tianyun sighed regretfully. After leaving the secret realm, the spiritual energy in the vast world is thin. If I want to compare with this speed of cultivation, that is absolutely impossible, but even if you only practice to the second level of the Eastern Emperor Golden Bell seal, I also have the ability to defeat the false martial god. If you can cultivate to the third level, in the vast world, I can be an invincible existence, but it's a pity. Then a light burst out in Xiao Tianyun's eyes. Although this opportunity did not help him break through the realm of cultivation, but as a result, he obtained the Golden Bell seal of the Eastern Emperor, which not only made his body stronger, even its defense power is invincible among its peers, and it can withstand even a blow from the god of war. Xiao Tianyun regained his guilty conscience and then walked out. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun also woke up from practice. Suddenly, a power belonging to the emperor's strong man burst out from her eyes. The terrifying momentum rushed into the sky, as if it would make the people kneel under it. At this moment, Xiao Qingyun showed the power of the emperor. Even if you just take a look at it, you will feel like you want to kneel down and surrender. With the fusion of the three emperors' ways, my strength is even more terrifying. Xiao Qingyun looked at the strangeness emanating from his hands with a cold expression. Just when she was about to leave from here, the vision next to her caught her attention. Even Xiao Tianyun also looked over. The moment the two looked at each other, they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that Xiao Qingyun's luck would be pretty good. Xiao Tianyun looked at her with a smile on his face. While Xiao Tianyun was sizing up Xiao Qingyun, the other party was also checking his true strength. I thought that after receiving this opportunity, I would be able to crush Xiao Tianyun. I didn't expect that the other party's opportunities were not inferior to mine or even faintly superior to mine. Then both of them looked in the same direction. At this time, Xiao Jianqin woke up from his realization. A series of terrifying sword movements shot up into the sky and cut through the air current. An unparalleled sword intent spurted out from his body. After comprehending the secret of space swordsmanship, Xiao Jianqin's understanding of the field of swordsmanship became even more terrifying. The terrifying sword force continued to wreak havoc in the sky. Endless sword energy swept across the world of the ancient world. There are not a few people in the Xiao family who practice swordsmanship, and many of them are even famous in Tianluo domain. But when they saw Xiao Jianqin's sword moves, they all fell into silence. Compared with Xiao Jianqin's sword moves, they were simply not good enough. At this time, an aura of desolation and an aura of emperor burst out in the sky at the same time. Three different momentums are constantly rising in the sky, then blended together. A terrifying killing intent erupted in the sky. The sword intention, the emperor's energy, and the fighting intention of the wilderness are constantly being practiced in three different fields. The terrifying momentum it erupted made everyone in the Xiao family speechless. Jamal Xiao just woke up from his realization. After absorbing the strong blood of the ancestral witch, he felt that his current combat power was already terrifying. However, before he could unleash his momentum, he was shocked by these three momentums. Okay, I don't need to explode with my momentum. In front of these three monsters, I'm going to let my grandson meet his grandpa. There's no comparison. I really don't know how these three monsters practice. On the other side, Xiao Junlin had just mastered the 9-day Hengshenlu, and A terrifying aura spewed out from his body. Dear me, these three guys didn't look for the inheritance of Taoist Zhuanti. They actually got such an incredible opportunity. With their current strength, even if I attack with all my strength, I may not be able to defeat them. Then he restrained his momentum. What kind of explosion is this? It's enough to watch in front of others. I don't know how much time has passed. Those three terrifying forces gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the sky. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, and Xiao Jianqin looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but clicked his tongue when he saw this. Not bad, they all had the strength to kill the false martial god. At the same time, in the Tang Valley on Yingzhou Island, a huge fireball instantly broke through Yugu and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Xiao Yan's control of the power of fire is even more terrifying. On the other side, Xiao Zongtian also woke up from his realization. After merging with the Bodhi tree, his own cultivation realm also broke through to the half-step Supreme Master level. Even the black coffin behind him has undergone tremendous changes. Its devouring power has also become more terrifying, and its recovery speed has also been greatly improved. This time the secret realm has greatly narrowed the gap between him and the other geniuses. But the combat effectiveness is incomparable to them. After all, this stuff also requires experience accumulation, so don't rush it. But this weak combat ability refers to compared with Xiao Tianyun and others. If it were anyone else, it would be almost instant kill. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yenyao also woke up. His whole body erupted with a terrifying momentum that spanned the past and present, causing everyone to be shocked. Even Xiao Yenyao himself didn't think of it. There is actually the essence left by a hibiscus tree in the pit of gods. Not only did it help him improve his cultivation level, even the red peak spear and immortal shield have been greatly improved. There is a vague feeling of becoming a magic weapon. Besides, the other geniuses of the Xiao family have also received considerable opportunities. Many geniuses on the tiger list also have the ability to fight against the geniuses on the dragon list. Some geniuses with slightly less qualifications have also broken through their bottlenecks and reached another level. Xiao Xian also had to sigh with emotion that the Xiao family's genius had gained a lot this time. Just when everyone was still lingering over the secret realm, they had already appeared in the back of the Xiao family. Although they felt disappointed in their hearts, they also knew that the changes brought to them by the secret realm this time were huge. At this time, Xiao Xian had already appeared in front of them. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 128. The list of geniuses is officially launched, the battle for luck. At this time, Xiao Xian had arrived at the meeting hall. All the geniuses of the Xiao family, including Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianqin. At this time, Xiao Xian was already waiting in the meeting hall. Seeing him come in, everyone saluted him. Master. Today, the Xiao family has more than 10,000 direct descendants. Not to mention other collateral descendants. Coupled with the emergence of new clan rules, the descendants of the Xiao family's collateral line cannot become direct descendants themselves. But his descendants may become direct descendants. Therefore, during this period of time, in addition to practicing, the Xiao family branch was also creating people. Although the Xiao family now has a population of more than 100,000. But in Xiao Xian's eyes, this is not enough. From ancient times to the present, which big sect or big family doesn't have millions of family members? Only such a family can go further. However, the promulgation of the new clan rules inspired the descendants of the collateral clan. During this time, Xiao Jianfeng and his related personnel did not stop. After signaling everyone to get up, Xiao Xian sat down at the main seat. Then the skylight was opened. The heavenly list in the sky has also been fully unfolded, as well as the rules and regulations. This time, Tiandao ranking is opened. This time the Tianjiao will be determined by the Tiandao ranking. The Tianjiao arena will be opened at that time. All geniuses can compete in the genius arena to determine the final quota. Anyone who competes in the genius arena will. All will be presented in an all-round way through the Tiandao ranking screen. And in a real-time live broadcast to ensure fairness and openness. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it when they saw this. Before this, the list of geniuses was determined by their strength. But this time it was decided by heaven, and everyone was not convinced. Nor can we question the way of heaven. Subsequently, other rules and precautions of Tiandao were also announced. The top 10 are determined by the will of heaven. The geniuses on the top 10 list must accept challenges from other challengers before the challenge ends. This challenger includes all the 36 geniuses on the list within the 6 major regions of southern Xinjiang. The winner of the challenge will become the new challenger and accept the challenge of the next challenger. At the same time, 1/10 of the loser's luck will be gained, and on the contrary, 1/10 of the luck will be lost. Similarly, if there is a genius on the genius list who feels that he can get a better ranking, you can also challenge, but if you fail the challenge, you will lose 1/10 of your luck. Tip: luck is closely related to life and death. If you lose 2/10 of it, there will be a catastrophe. If you lose 3/10 of your luck, you will be in a big crisis. If you lose half of your luck, you will face death. Each prodigy can handle the situation at his or her own discretion, and it is up to you to decide whether to challenge the champion. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The geniuses who were originally eager to give it a try now became hesitant. The conditions for Tiandao ranking this time are beyond the reach of most of them. If you fail the challenge, you will lose 1/10 of your luck. Once you lose half of it, you will face death. In other words, they were able to survive when they faced the catastrophe of life and death. But because of this challenge, they were unable to survive the catastrophe of life and death. In other words, they only have 3 chances at most. Xiao Xuan looked at the rules and regulations of the Tiandao ranking this time. He couldn't help but reveal a smile, especially when he looked at the geniuses of the Xiao family. It gave me a bit of a weird feeling. At the same time, everyone is paying full attention to every move of the Tiandao bang. After the rules of heaven are announced, the ranking of the genius list will also be released soon. Therefore, everyone looked at the Tiandao ranking with great excitement. At this time, a golden ray of light fell from the sky. A huge arena then appeared in front of everyone. Look, the list of geniuses has been released. Someone excitedly pointed to the sky and shouted. 10th place on the Tianjiao list, Duanmuyu, Zhongtian Tianjiao ranked. 2nd, direct descendant of the Duanmu family. Half-step to the cultivation level of a Dao-killing king, with the strength to leapfrog and challenge the Supreme Lord. The arena has opened. Any challenger who questions his strength, please prepare. Then a golden light fell in the center of the ring. A young man holding a dagger and a bamboo flute appeared on the ring. Everyone looked at the man in surprise. Zhongtian's strength is well known to everyone. But even Duanmuyu, who ranked 2nd in Zhongtian, could only rank 10th in the Tiandao ranking. Then how terrifying the other geniuses must be. When Duanmuyu glanced at everyone, they found that he seemed dissatisfied with his ranking. It's just that he hid the dissatisfaction in his eyes. But this cannot escape the eyes of sharp-eyed viewers. Everyone couldn't help but started talking when they saw this. Duanmuyu is very dissatisfied with his ranking. Who can be convinced? They are ranked 2nd in Zhongtian. No matter what, they must be ranked in the top 3. Yes, Zhongtian's strength has always been very strong, not to mention his half-step Dao King cultivation. It goes without saying how terrifying his strength is when he can leapfrog and challenge the 5th and 6th level masters of the Dao-slaying king. Even Duan Muyu, who is ranked 2nd in Zhongtian, can only be ranked 10th on the list of geniuses. How terrifying must the other 9 be? Not to mention Zhongtian's strength, it has always been the most terrifying existence in the vast world. It's no wonder Duan Muyu is unconvinced by his ranking. With such an invincible existence, I don't know who will challenge it. Who knows, challengers don't distinguish between regions. They can challenge anyone who is mainly on the 36 talents list. At this time, a flash of white suddenly flashed above the arena. Then a young man dressed in white appeared. Look, someone is challenging. No, there is someone challenging the 2nd place in Zhongtian. Everyone couldn't believe that someone would dare to challenge Duan Muyu, who ranked 2nd in Zhongtian and 10th in Tianjiao. He is Lin Sui, from the Lin family in the East Wasteland. It's actually Lin Sui. He's ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Wasteland. Furthermore, the Donghuang Lin family is still an ancient family, and Lin Sui's strength is even more terrifying. With his strength, he can compete for a higher ranking. Why challenge for 10th? There are more than 200 top geniuses in the entire vast world, but there are only 10 on the Tiandao ranking. The competition among them is not small. Yes, being able to get the 10th place can prove that he is good at it, let alone the ranking ahead. Look, Duan Muyu obviously doesn't take Lin Sui seriously. Hey, with his attitude and expression just now, I would also like to challenge him. Look at Duan Muyu's expression, he feels like he wants to eat Lin Sui. TCH, we don't know who will eat who. Lin Sui's strength is not inferior to him. Duan Muyu looked disdainfully at Lin Sui, who came to challenge him. In his eyes, people of this level are not qualified to be his opponents. Take action, you only have one chance. The dagger in Duan Muyu's hand was aimed at Lin Sui's eyebrows. His disdainful attitude also angered Lin Sui. He ranks 2nd in Donghuang, on par with his strength. How could I bear such humiliation from the other party? The other party smiled coldly, the 2nd most talented person in the world. Actually only ranked 10th. Is it because heaven's requirements are too high, or is your strength mixed with water? As a genius, Duan Muyu came from Zhongtian. The arrogance in his heart is even greater than that of other geniuses. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 129, Tear the Blood Dragon King apart with his hands and crush his body with his fists. 8th place, Xiao Zongtian, Tianzhou, Xiao family, Southern Xinjiang genius. Ranked 21st. The youngest genius in the entire vast world, don't underestimate him just because he is young. When this ranking comes out, people all over the vast world were horrified. Obviously they still cannot accept Tiandao's ranking. I admit that this boy has good strength and talent, and he is the best among his age. But ranking 8th in the Tiandao list, I'm afraid his strength is not enough. At all. I really don't know how heaven arranged the rankings this time. Prodigies like Lin Fifan and Duan Muyu were only ranked 9th or 10th. But this Xiao Zongtian ranks ahead of them based on his talent and qualifications. This is too arbitrary. Don't say we won't agree, even Southern Xinjiang itself won't agree with this ranking. The Tiandao ranking this time is just like a random draw. Is it possible that we can still accept bribes? Look, Duan Muyu and Lin Fifan's faces are so dark that ink is dripping from them. How can anyone not be angry here? A real talent can't compare to a talented boy. Everyone turned their attention to Duan Muyu and Lin Fifan in the Tiandao ranking screen. Sure enough, their expressions at the moment were terrifyingly gloomy. Tiandao's ranking was undoubtedly a slap in the face to both of them. As Zhongtian's top genius, his arrogance and self-esteem are very strong. Hey, do you think Duan Muyu and Lin Fifan will challenge Xiao Zongtian? It will definitely be a challenge. As the top genius of Zhongtian, how can I endure such humiliation? I don't know if Xiao Zongtian can defeat the two of them. Needless to say, it will definitely fail. I don't think the two of them will necessarily challenge it. After all, they are just the eighth genius. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Duan Muyu and Lin Fifan are not only Zhongtian's top talents. He is even more famous in the vast world. With their strength, it is not a problem to win the top 5 in the prodigy list. At this time, in the mysterious canyon, the boy with the sword could not help but twitch when he saw the refreshed ranking on the Tiandao ranking. There was no surprise in his eyes, and there was even a somewhat inquiring smile on his lips. Sure enough, people from the Xiao family are on the list. The scene where he was beaten by those Xiao family geniuses. It's still a nightmare he can't get rid of. Although I eat and drink well every day, when I think about competing with those monsters, he couldn't help but shiver all over. Even if he was taught by Xiao Wushi, he was no match for these people. This person was Baiziliu, who had given Xiao Xuan the message. Now the Tiandao general ranking is going to be exciting. Baiziliu looked at the gloomy expressions of the two people in the Tiandao ranking screen. I even looked forward to seeing the two of them being beaten by these geniuses. Interesting, really interesting. At the same time, the voice of Tiandabang also brought everyone who was in a mess back to reality. 8th Xiao Zongtian, if you have any doubts, you can challenge him. Then Xiao Zongtian's figure appeared on the ring. Next to him was a black-red coffin, which exuded a vague aura of terror. Everyone looked at Xiao Zongtian's figure and couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a proud man of heaven. He has reached this level at a young age. No matter how great your talent is, it doesn't matter how strong the world is. Age and talent mean nothing. There will definitely be someone who will challenge him. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Look, someone is going to challenge. With the man's shout, everyone's eyes turned to the arena on the Tiandao ranking. I saw a man in black robe with a strong demonic aura appearing on the ring. Everyone felt shocked when they saw him. It turns out to be the Blood Dragon King of the Demon Clan. The Blood Dragon King is one of the only dragon clans left. Unlike the Dragon Clan, his bloodline is purer. Yes, his strength is also stronger, and he is also the third most talented player in the Western Conference. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat Xiao Zongtian. It's not a problem that Xiao Zongtian is no match for him at all. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Zongtian. There was a smile on the face of the Blood Dragon King that was determined to win. Boy, I think you should just admit defeat, lest you don't know how you die later. They were both geniuses, but the Blood Dragon King felt that Xiao Zongtian was too young. And he has a famous name not only in the Demon Clan, but also in the Human Clan. Therefore, he didn't take Xiao Zongtian to heart. Xiao Zongtian just looked at him coldly. You are not qualified. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard this. The Blood Dragon King was furious when he heard this. You wanna die? Then his own momentum exploded directly. The overwhelming momentum instantly rushed into the sky, and a 5-clawed golden dragon with an ancient aura soared into the sky. The explosive power of the Dragon Clan makes all viewers suffocate. With the 5-clawed golden dragon as his body, the Blood Dragon King's fighting power soared several times. Then he waved his claw towards Xiao Zongtian. The endless dragon energy rushed towards Xiao Xuan in an instant. Everyone gasped when they saw this. So strong and scary. This move made even some of the top geniuses change their colors. Of course, Lin Fifan and Duan Muyu are excluded. In the eyes of others, this move is indeed extremely lethal. But for them, it's nothing to fear. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Xuan was about to be killed by the Blood Dragon King's move, Xiao Xuan took action. But his move shocked them even more, because he easily caught the Blood Dragon King's claws and looked at the Blood Dragon King with a calm expression. This? Am I dazzled? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the Blood Dragon King himself never thought that someone would be able to grab his claws. He is a dragon with the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon. The physical combat power is almost invincible. Xiao Xuan is so young, no matter how high his cultivation level is. I don't have much practical experience, so how can I catch his claws? Go to hell. Almost at the same time, his other claw also grabbed Xiao Xuan. But Xiao Xuan also caught him. There was a bit of fear in the Blood Dragon King's eyes. Then he roared angrily, "Die!" Then his dragon tail flicked towards Xiao Xuan. At this moment, a tearing sound came from the Tiandao Bang screen. And the scene inside is even more jaw-dropping. I saw Xiao Xuan tearing the Blood Dragon King in half with a calm expression. And the dragon's tail that was about to touch him also shattered at the corner of his eye and eyebrow. Blood sprayed on Xiao Xuan's face, but he didn't even blink. For a moment, blood spurted out on the Tiandao arena. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 130. Come on, give me some luck, I'm weak. The next moment, Xiao Xuan's body suddenly exploded. A strong Taoist charm instantly penetrated his body. The Tao Yun continued to impact in the body, and Xiao Xuan's cultivation level also continued to break through and rise. He, who was originally stuck in the half-step Supreme Master realm, also broke through at this moment. Then, a dominant aura burst out from his body. Xiao Xuan's cultivation level has also broken through to the 4th level of the Supreme Lord. The aura belonging to the king also completely spurted out at this moment. The endless will of domination rushed into the sky. A single heavenly Dao initiation allowed Xiao Xuan's cultivation level to directly break through to the 4th level of the Supreme Lord. Everyone was shocked by his terrifying talent. When the time of 3 sticks of incense has passed, Xiao Xuan also slowly woke up from his realization. At the same time, his figure also disappeared from the Tiandao arena and returned to the Xiao family. Everyone looked at this heavenly reward with extremely envious eyes. After Xiao Xuan received this heavenly reward, its strength will also improve by leaps and bounds. How terrifying will his strength be by then? Because of this, everyone is looking forward to 7th place even more. Just when everyone was confused about this, the 7th place on the Tiandao ranking was also announced. 7th on the Heavenly Dao ranking, Xiao Jingyan, a member of the Xiao family in Tianluo domain, half-stepped to the realm of supreme domination. His mastery of thunder-type techniques is unparalleled in the world, unmatched by anyone at the same level. One of the top geniuses in the world. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this. Then the vast world that calmed down began to boil again. The genius of the Xiao family? Why is it the Xiao family again? Is the genius of the Xiao family so good? He won 8th place and then 7th place? He is still one of the top geniuses in the world. God's opinion of him is too high. The Xiao family has a martial god in charge. The martial god who set foot on the ancient river in the starry sky last time was from the Xiao family. And the Xiao family ranked among the top 7 in the previous list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang. Look at what you said, you don't even believe it yourself, how can you convince us? That's right. Besides, this is the top 10 in the overall list. It would be good if one person can enter. But it is an undoubted fact that they dominate the list. Just when everyone was talking about it, the voice of Tiandabang came again. The challenge channel for the 7th place has been opened. Anyone who questions can come and challenge. Once you fail, you will lose 1/10 of your luck. Please choose carefully. Then Jamal Zhao's figure holding Mjolnir appeared on the Tiandao arena. At this moment, he was standing in the ring quietly waiting for the challenger to arrive. Just when his figure fell, the challenger then came to the Tiandao arena. Look, someone is challenging. What's all the fuss about? Who can be convinced by the two geniuses of the Xiao family? It's actually the reincarnation of Emperor Razor who is here to challenge. He is one of the top 4 geniuses. In his previous life, he almost became a titled emperor, one of the top emperors. Although he almost became a titled emperor, the gap is very big. But the reincarnated Emperor Thundersnake is also very powerful. As soon as Emperor Thundersnake came up, he directly attacked Jamal Xiao. Its attacks are so swift and violent that it is overwhelming. If you don't pay attention at all, you will be hit at the gate of life. Jamal Xiao watched him move with a calm expression. Then he waved the Mjolnir in his hand and fought with him. Both are cultivators of the thunder attribute. In this regard, it was somewhat difficult to tell the difference for a while. Isn't it said that his mastery of thunder-type skills is unparalleled? How come he is on par with the Thunder Snake Emperor? If he only has this strength, he should be ready to retreat from the ring. After all, Emperor Razor has not exerted his full strength yet. I think he should just admit defeat now, otherwise the feeling of dying and living again would be very terrifying. At the same time, all the children of the Xiao family also looked worried for Jamal Xiao. After all, Emperor Razor is a very powerful opponent. However, when Xiao Tianyun and others saw it, they frowned in disdain. With such strength, there is no way he could withstand Jamal Zhao's 3 moves. And anyone with a discerning eye can see that this guy is cheating. Therefore, Xiao Tianyun and others laughed angrily at him. They are trying their best to hit the list of geniuses. It turns out this guy is playing tricks on others. Then everyone in the Xiao family had expressions full of black lines on their faces. Watching Jamal Xiao suddenly exert his strength, he suddenly became powerful. Finally defeated Emperor Razor. In a speechless state, he watched Tiandao help Emperor Razor recover from his injuries. Take away 1/10 of his luck. Xiao Xuan laughed angrily at Jamal Xiao. This kid is playing with the list of geniuses. As expected, Jamal Zhao's battle did not scare the other geniuses. On the contrary, it aroused their desire to challenge. Therefore, after Emperor Razor retreated, another strong man came to challenge Jamal Xiao. It turned out to be the North Dark Demon Shura King. He is a terrifying Shura King. King Shura, the demon cultivator of Baiming, is also the second most talented person in Baiming. I wonder who will win this battle between him and Jamal Xiao. Needless to say, King Shura must be the winner. Yes, Jamal Xiao just defeated Emperor Thunder Snake, but it took a lot of effort. If you don't tell me, I really don't see it. Then everyone looked suddenly enlightened. Then in the eyes of everyone who suddenly realized, Jamal Xiao struggled to fight against King Shura. In the later stage, the advantage suddenly broke out, and then defeated the opponent. Finally, he received 1/10 of King Shura's luck. Then everyone saw that Jamal Xiao seemed to be exhausted. The geniuses who were still waiting and watching also strengthened their minds. Jamal Zhao's strength is exhausted. If we defeat him at this time, won't we get the 7th genius? Just when the bystanders fell into a sweet dream, Everyone in the Xiao family twitched their mouths speechlessly. Can you be more fake? But complaints are complaints, and everyone still admires his strength. Sure enough, he was seduced by Jamal Zhao's superb acting skills. Another bait. Oh no, a powerful challenger has emerged. It's Chen Tianhe. Chen Tianhe is the fifth most talented person in Zhongtian. With his strength, it is safe to take first place in several other areas. It's time for Jamal Xiao to step down. Although he failed, he did not lose. Yes, at least I got 10% of my luck. Amidst the constant discussion among the people, Jamal Xiao and Chen Tianhe went to war. Just when everyone thought he was going to lose to Chen Tianhe, Jamal Xiao once again burst out with strength and defeated Chen Tianhe. Then, I Ching's luck came to him again. Then when everyone looked at Jamal Xiao with doubtful eyes, he actually knelt on one knee. Even Mjolnir can't be held firmly. And the strangeness in everyone's minds also dissipated. He was only included in the explanation that Jamal Xiao was exhausted but still holding on. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 131, A Certain Life and Death. 6th place on the list of Heavenly Dao, Emperor Murong-yi, from the Xiao family of Tianluo domain, received 5 drops of quasi-immortal essence blood. 5 copies of the Supreme Treasure, 5 copies of the Inheritance of Mysterious Powerful Men, 3.5 sticks of incense, the Initiation of the Heavenly Ways. 2 copies of Growth Level Magic Weapons, 2 copies of Growth Level Armor, 2 copies of Growth Level Soft Armor, and 2 copies of the Great Emperor's Art. Did Murong-yi Huang receive the reward? The rewards are successfully received. And the Challenger channel is closed at the same time. You cannot challenge others or accept challenges from others. If you choose not to receive it temporarily, challengers will be able to continue to challenge you. Please consider whether to claim it as appropriate. Xiao Junlin smiled lightly, choose to receive it. He couldn't beat the monsters in front of him, and the people behind him didn't want to believe in his acting skills. If you don't get the luck of others, you might as well receive the rewards, and practice honestly. Then a golden light instantly fell on Xiao Junlin's body. I saw the endless majesty of a king bursting out from his body, the brilliance of the heavenly enlightenment. He directly allowed his cultivation realm to break through the Supreme Lord, and did not stop until he broke through to the 5th level of the Supreme Lord. When other treasures and quasi-immortal essence and blood were integrated into his body, Xiao Junlin's combat power became even more terrifying. Then, Xiao Junlin's name fell to the bottom of 6th place on the Tiandao ranking. When everyone saw this, their expressions suddenly became solemn, and they felt nervous. One less spot. This also means that their competitive pressure has become even greater. Just when everyone was staring at the places on the Tiandao ranking, a golden ray of light suddenly sank into Xiao Junlin's body. That was the brilliance of luck, and the color of the rankings on the Tiandao ranking also changed into crimson red. This is also informing everyone that there are only the last 5 spots left among the top 10 geniuses in the Heavenly Dao ranking. 5th place on the list of Heavenly Dao, Xiao Yenyao, from the Xiao family, in the southern Xinjiang Tianluo region, one of the top geniuses of the Xiao family. Since his debut, he has been talking nonsense constantly. He is known as the King of Talkers. He is very powerful, but his mouth is stronger than his strength. When the Xiao family heard Tiandao's comment, they couldn't help but put their foreheads in shame. Sure enough, Xiao Yinyao's flirtatious words were even listed on the Heavenly Dao ranking. After everyone in southern Xinjiang saw the comments about him from the Tiandao Bang, they couldn't help laughing. Many onlookers had watched his battle on the 36 talents list in southern Xinjiang. They all had envy and admiration for his strength and saucy words. Some people even became his fans and imitated him to say dirty things. This Xiao Yuanyao is truly a well-deserved talker. That's right, he can't find anyone else in the vast continent who talks. Nonsense. It's no wonder that heaven is making fun of him. Don't tell me, other people's dirty talk needs to be powerful and impressive. And it needs to be staged. The most important thing is that he is so powerful. The 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang, that shot was really wonderful. Yes, I even recorded his dirty talk. It's really useful. Countless onlookers had seen Xiao Yuanyao's power. He was explaining Xiao Yuanyao's deeds to other confused viewers. Since the Xiao family destroyed the branch of Wanxiang Tiangong, it is a slightly famous family in southern Xinjiang and even in the vast world. But compared to Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan, the popularity of these most powerful geniuses of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanyao is the most famous one. Just when everyone was continuing to learn more about Xiao Yuanyao's deeds, a red flame appeared on the Tiandao ranking screen. Different from the previous golden brilliance, the scarlet flame red gives people a more domineering and nervous feeling. It makes people feel suffocated involuntarily. Tiandao Arena is open, and anyone who questions Xiao Yuanyao's strength can come on stage to challenge. Xiao Yuanyao's figure also appeared on the Tiandao Arena at the moment when the red flame disappeared. He was seen holding the red peak spear and the immortal shield, standing on the ring with an inscrutable expression. A terrifying aura erupted around him, even if he was just glanced at by him. There is a feeling of being stared at and oppressed by a strong person. Xiao Yuanyao frowned slightly when he saw no one came to challenge him. Then his eyes swept around. Coupled with his arrogant and deep look, it actually made people feel looked down upon by him. It was as if he was the strongest person above him. I just needed to write the words, "Look, I'm better than you," in big letters. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced. The geniuses at the same level as him are all arrogant beings. How could I stand being looked at by him like this? At this time, Xiao Yuanyao's expression suddenly became serious. Even the momentum around him has undergone tremendous changes. Everyone who is familiar with him will naturally know what he is going to do next. After all, it's written all over his face. You guys watch out, I'm going to show off. Therefore, everyone looked at Xiao Yuanyao in the picture with great anticipation. I want to see what shocking words he will say this time. Some of his fans immediately took out their notebooks. Prepare to record Xiao Yuanyao's dirty talk. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Yuanyao's flirtatious words were released. How dare you call yourself a genius? I stand on this stage and no one dares to challenge me. Are you so afraid of my fighting power? As expected, in front of a truly strong person. Everything is just the existence of the mirror, flowers in the water, and the moon in the mirror. I have the red peak spear in my hand to cut across the past and the present. How can ordinary people like you challenge the challenge of dominating the 8 wastelands? As soon as these words came out, people all over the vast world are angry. As a top genius and a legendary strongman, he was humiliated like this by a young boy. This is more than they can endure. However, there are Xiao Yan, Xiao Zongtian and Xiao Jingyan in front. No matter how angry they are, they still have to weigh the terrifying fighting power of the Xiao family. This Xiao Yuanyao is really arrogant. With such strength, you dare to call him invincible here. If you don't go up and teach him a lesson, he will really think that we are easy to bully. So what if heaven gives you a 5th place ranking? You won't be reduced to scum instantly by the strong man in front of you. With this tone, I really thought he was the most powerful god of war in all time. Bah! Even if you are only half a step above the level of cultivation of the Supreme Lord, you still dare to speak arrogant words in front of us. You still dominate the 8 desolations. Do you really think you are invincible after taking 5th place? For a while, people all over the vast world were criticizing Xiao Yuanyao for his arrogance. In their eyes, this kid has never experienced social education. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 132, known as the Sword King. Chow. This guy takes himself too seriously. After defeating Yang Yufei, I feel invincible. Why do you want to beat him to death so much? No matter how powerful you are with your words, your strength is still far behind other geniuses. If he had faced Duan Muyu and Lin Fifan, 2 geniuses, he would have died without even knowing it. People are too lazy to pay attention to people like this. Their goal is to be in the top 3. That's true, but it also gives this guy bragging rights. Damn. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Who will teach this guy a lesson? I've been unhappy with him for a long time. Look. Someone is going to challenge him. Just when everyone was talking about it, they wanted to kill Xiao Yuanyao, but couldn't. A young figure appeared on the Tiandao arena, teleported by the red flame. It's actually Emperor Taishu. I didn't expect that the one who challenged him was Emperor Taishu. Even Emperor Taishu couldn't bear it anymore. This little brat, Xiao Yuanyao, is going to die. Emperor Taishu almost became a quasi-immortal. But if he is so powerful, why is he only ranked 6th in the Southern Xinjiang 36 ranking list? I heard about this at the time. He was selling face to Xiao Tianyun of the Xiao family. It is said that he and Xiao Tianyun were neck and neck at that time. In the end, Emperor Taishu gave in and Xiao Tianyun came first. The Emperor Taishu probably saw that the geniuses of the Xiao family are young. And he appreciates talents, so he went to the 8th position. I see, I thought it was because Emperor Taishu was too weak. How is that possible? Emperor Taishu was the first person in ancient times to step into the ancient river of the starry sky, and he almost became a quasi-immortal. Look, Xiao Yuanyao is definitely going to die now. Amid everyone's discussion, the deeds of Emperor Taishu quickly spread throughout the world. Therefore, everyone was waiting for Emperor Taishu to beat Xiao Yuanyao severely. After all, people had given water to the Xiao family before this. This time, it's just about getting back what's yours based on strength. At this time, Emperor Taishu looked at Xiao Yuanyao with a pleased expression. Like an elder who expects his disciples to succeed. Yes, you have grown to this point, and my original choice is not in vain. Emperor Taishu's words were just polite words. But it made people all over the vast world figure it out. Xiao Yuanyao got this position only because he gave in. When Xiao Yuanyao heard this, he just felt scornful. He had already learned about Emperor Taishu from Xiao Xuan. Being forced to reincarnate is just my own excuse. The purpose is to get the great opportunity in this life and help yourself transcend. I still have to pretend that I am also forced to be helpless. Don't say useless words here. You're not strong enough to fight me. Don't think that just because you were the first emperor to step into the starry sky ancient river, you think you are great. It's just a matter of one shot for me to defeat you. Then he looked at Emperor Taishu indifferently. Don't say that your strength was not that good back then, even if you really became a quasi-immortal. Even under my chiefing spear, one shot will surely defeat you. Since my debut, never failed. In the eternal starry sky, in the reincarnation, I am an invincible existence. Xiao Yuanyao's words caused an uproar. As his fan, I record these words directly in the book. And he liked it repeatedly. How could they not think of these words? In the eternal starry sky, in reincarnation, there is an invincible existence. So awesome. Therefore, countless people were surprised by these words and nodded. Emperor Taishu was furious at Xiao Yanyao's words. Since he obtained the immortal inheritance, he has almost never suffered a defeat. But Xiao Yanyao, a young boy, dared to call him invincible in front of him. It's really overestimating one's abilities. Young man, your strength and qualifications are indeed good, but don't forget that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. The last time he lost to Xiao Tianyun was an accident. Now that he has understood the inheritance of most of the immortals, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in this world. If we were to fight against Xiao Tianyun again, we would definitely defeat him within 3 moves. Not to mention Xiao Yanyao. Let's do this. I'll give you a chance. You make the first move, and I won't be the one to bully the weak later. Xiao Yanyao's expression was dull, with a trace of disdain flashing across his face. You alone need me to take action first? I can kill you with just 1 shot. Presumptuous. Emperor Taishu was angered by his words. I couldn't stand Xiao Yanyao's pretentiousness in the first place, but now he was even more pretentious about himself. How could he, the reincarnated emperor, endure this? Therefore, he directly launched an attack on Xiao Yanyao. I saw him taking 1 step in the air, and a terrifying aura instantly rushed into the sky. Boom! The terrifying pressure swept over, and even cracks appeared in the sky. For a moment, thunder rolled on the Tiandao arena, and countless black clouds instantly enveloped it. Die! Emperor Taishu punched the air, and the situation suddenly changed. The power of the fist drove a tornado, killing Xiao Yanyao in an instant. Xiao Yanyao's expression was dull, and the chiefing spear in his hand was pointed at Emperor Taishu. A terrifying gun power burst out instantly. In an instant, the void shook, the sky shattered, and bursts of white gun light penetrated the void. Stabbing at Taishu Emperor, the two collided. A huge white barrier shot out in an instant. Under the white light, the terrifying power of the gun directly pierced Emperor Taishu's killing move. Then he broke through the void barrier and headed towards his life gate. I said, 1 shot is enough to kill you. Emperor Taishu looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was so proud of his quasi-immortal heritage, how could he be so vulnerable? Then he burst out with terrifying power one after another. In an instant, the entire Tiandao arena was violently hit by Emperor Taishu's offensive. However, in Xiao Yanyao's eyes, these moves that make people fear them are nothing more than embroidered legs and feet. Then he stabbed with another shot. All these killing moves of Emperor Taishu were defeated one by Xiao Yanyao. Even the quasi-immortal inheritance, which he had already comprehended most of, was under Xiao Yanyao's shot. Became extremely fragile, even if he even used the secret method. He couldn't catch Xiao Yanyao's shot. Then the last barrier in front of him was broken. The terrifying gun power instantly penetrated the Taishu Emperor's body. No. At the moment when Emperor Taishu's body fell to the ground, his eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. As the force of the gun entered his body, Emperor Taishu's voice suddenly stopped at this moment. When everyone saw this, they became silent again. Not even a powerful man like Emperor Taishu could defeat Xiao Yanyao. How terrifying is his strength! For a moment, everyone looked at the indifferent Xiao Yanyao on the Tiandao arena in shock. Even some of the top geniuses looked down upon him. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. Emperor Taishu's body was restored by the way of heaven. 1/10 of the luck in his body was also deprived by heaven, and then submerged into Xiao Yanyao's body. But this didn't bother him. Before leaving, he looked at Xiao Yanyao with a solemn look. I suddenly felt a mixture of emotions in my heart, and there was a hint of complexity and emotion in my eyes. Then he completely disappeared on the Tiandao arena. Everyone became silent for a moment. They watched intently as they stood on the Tiandao arena holding the red peak spear and looking proud. Although he loves to show off, every time he says something pretentious. All were realized by him one by one. Therefore, the eyes of everyone looking at him were full of fear. In the next hour, no one dared to challenge Xiao Yuanyao. Is this the so-called genius? Even I dare not challenge you. Isn't it just a vain name? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 133, Sword Emperor Xiao Jianqin. When the teleporter's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone was shocked. Look, it's Duan Muyu. I didn't expect that he would choose to take action. I don't know who is more powerful, him or Xiao Jianqin. Duan Muyu ranks second in Zhongtian, and his strength is obvious to all. Maybe he can compete with Xiao Jianqin. It's hard to say. Xiao Jianqin is the Sword King in Tiandao Dianping, which is enough to prove how terrifying his strength is. It's not certain who will lose and who will win. Yes, even though all members of the Tiandao list are from the Xiao family. Which one of these people is easy to mess with? That's right. Not only did he hold his own in the arena, there were even people acting on it to cheat his luck. Despite this, Duan Muyu is not one to swallow his anger. This attack proves that the other party is still sure. Keep watching, who knows what the outcome will be until the end. Everyone was talking about the strength gap between Xiao Jianqin and Duan Muyu. At this time, Duan Muyu had already appeared on the Tiandao arena, looking at Xiao Jianqin, who looked calm in front of him. There was an unknown anger in Duan Muyu's heart. Except for Lin Fifan, he has not put anyone in his eyes. Because they are not enough to be their opponents. However, Xiao Jianqin's expression seemed to say that he looked down on herself. How could he endure this? It's just that he was rated as the King of Swords by Tiandao. In terms of strength, I don't know who is stronger. Go down, otherwise you will die miserably, so you can save your face. Xiao Jianqin, however, didn't take it seriously and only saw him smiling faintly. Don't you think it's too far-fetched for you, a 10th-ranked person, to say this to a 3rd-ranked person? Duan Muyu was not angry either, and then looked at Xiao Jianqin calmly. Don't say you are ranked 3rd, even if you are ranked 1st, I dare to say such things to you. Xiao Jianqin, known as the Sword King? Hee hee. Why have I never heard your name? Could it be that it is just a name with no merit? If that's the case, I'm afraid you're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Everyone gasped when they heard this. But after thinking about it again, I felt that Duan Muyu's words were not wrong. After all, Duan Muyu is a direct descendant of an ancient family. It is the 2nd-ranked existence in Zhongtian. From his debut to now, except for the number 1 Lin Fifan, he has never lost to anyone. Such a proud son could say even the most outrageous things to Xiao Jianqin. That person also has full confidence here. Although Xiao Jianqin was angry at Duan Muyu's words. But it's not intolerable. Really, what's your name? 10th, right? It's been so long since I debuted. This is the first time I have heard of your name. Is it possible that you are famous because of your family background? If that's the case, I can't even defeat a playboy who relies on my family. Wouldn't that make people laugh even more? What Xiao Jianqin said was not wrong. Since the rise of the Xiao family, almost all sounds from the outside world are blocked out. And they are even more immersed in practice. Every day he was either in retreat or competing with Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Yan, and the others. He doesn't even care much about his ranking on the Tiandao ranking, let alone the genius of Zhongtian. When Duan Muyu heard this, his expression suddenly darkened. Then let me show you what I relied on to become the second most talented person in Zhongtian. Now you want to beg for mercy, it's too late. After saying that, he immediately jumped into the air. The terrifying aura on his body burst out instantly. In an instant, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, and a short dagger appeared in his hand. Behind him is an extremely terrifying void. Although he looks down on Xiao Jianxin, since the other party can be ranked third. This proves that his strength cannot be underestimated, so Duanmuyu does not dare to be cautious. All of a sudden, the heavenly Dao arena shook and the heavenly Dao barrier shattered. The power of countless powerful men swept over Xiao Jianxin, as if they wanted to suppress him on the spot. The daggers in his hands also turned into countless shadows. Every shadow has a frightening cold light, as if to declare his fighting power. The geniuses from various regions also changed their colors when they saw this scene. Let alone accept such a terrorist attack. Even that coercion is enough to crush them to pieces. Even Lin Fifen's eyes flashed with something strange when he saw this scene. If Duanmuyu had used this move to fight him, he really had to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. However, Xiao Jianxin smiled faintly when he saw such an attack. The moves are fancy enough, but it's a pity that the strength is not enough. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Such a terrifying move is all in vain. However, he didn't wait for them to react. The king-grade magic weapon in Xiao Jianxin's hand has already been unsheathed. I saw a cold light flash past on the Tiandao arena. In a short time, those dagger shadows were cut through one by one. Endless sword intent filled the Tiandao arena. The immeasurable sword force swept over the sky and covered the earth. The void image behind Duanmuyu was also shattered. Immediately afterwards, countless golden sword lights danced in the sky. Overwhelmingly. The next moment, Xiao Jianxin's figure turned into a stream of light and merged with the sword shadow. Under everyone's extremely shocked gaze, it penetrated directly into Duanmuyu's chest. No. Duanmuyu Fu was dumbfounded and watched in disbelief as Xiao Jianxin penetrated his chest. Obviously he couldn't believe that Xiao Jianxin could defeat him. He couldn't even catch Xiao Jianxin's move. However, Xiao Jianxin's figure slowly retracted his sword behind him. Not even the corner of his eye was given to him. Everyone who saw this showed disbelief. They never thought that Duanmuyu would lose. And he still lost to Xiao Jianxin in this way. Everyone was still immersed in the moment when Xiao Jianxin turned into flowing light, merged with the sword shadow, and penetrated Duanmuyu's chest. Apparently he couldn't calm down for a long time. They have seen various ways of fighting, but Xiao Jianxin's scene is the first of its kind. At that moment, he seemed to be a magic weapon. This is the legendary fusion of man and sword. Lin Fifen saw Duanmuyu being defeated so easily by Xiao Jianxin. His expression suddenly became more solemn. He usually fought against Duanmuyu, although they always ended in victory. But it takes his best every time. If Duanmuyu used the move just now, he might not be able to take it completely. However, Xiao Jianxin was able to turn into a sword shadow and penetrate his chest. This was something he couldn't even imagine. However, facing everyone's gaze, he still maintained his calm appearance. This scene. Even in Zhongtian, senior members of the Lin family couldn't help but look in horror after seeing this. What a powerful swordsman. He is worthy of being the swordsman rated by Tiandao himself. None of Xiao Wusher's descendants are simple. With such terrifying strength, if it were extraordinary before, I probably wouldn't be able to take on it. Fortunately, Feifei chose to enter that ancestral land in order to get a better ranking this time. Yes, now he has obtained the inheritance of his ancestral land and has such a great fortune. Unless the god of war, no one can defeat him. This Duan Muyu may have been an excellent opponent of Fifan before, but now, the two of them are no longer the same. My ancestors of the Lin family not only founded the Lin family, but were also the first in the Lin family to step into the heavens. Now Fei Fei is the second person after him, and now he has obtained his inheritance. In the future, when I step into the Queen of Heaven, our Lin family will become even more prosperous. Ha ha ha. Even the ancestors personally sent secret messages, not only highly appraising the extraordinary talent. He even asserted that as long as Fifan does not die, he will definitely become a quasi-immortal in the future. With the approval of our ancestors, we can see how powerful the extraordinary strength is. Although he can only be ranked 9th in Tiandao this time, with his strength, challenging the top spot on the list is definitely not a problem. What you said is absolutely true. If you can get the heavenly reward that ranks first on the list, the path to extraordinary cultivation will be smoother. Everyone in the Lin family is very optimistic about Lin Fifan's strength. They even felt that the number 1 position on the list was already within Lin Fifan's bag. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 134. A new storm is coming. Number 1 on the list of heavenly Dao, Xiao Tianyun, from the Xiao family of Southern Border Tianluo domain, ranked first among the 36 talents of Southern Border. It is the existence of the desolate king, which is unique in all time. Even at that time, the quasi-immortal suppressed his cultivation and fought against him. You can't completely defeat him, his strength is immeasurable. The Tiandao ranking challenger arena has been opened, and any doubters can come and challenge. Everyone saw that Tiandao had such a high opinion of Xiao Tianyun. He suddenly gasped. King Huang. Unparalleled in history. Even if the current quasi-immortal suppresses his cultivation, he may not be able to completely defeat him. This kind of evaluation is really too scary. Quasi-immortal in this world. That is a living quasi-immortal. It's a huge difference from reincarnation or even reincarnation. Such an evaluation is the only example since the Tiandao ranking was launched. This shows how terrifying its strength is. For a moment, everyone was in shock. They stared intently at the Tiandao screen. I want to see who will challenge such a terrifying existence. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. The light beam obtained there actually turned into purple gold. It gives people the oppressive feeling of an emperor descending from the sky. Under the purple gold beam, Xiao Tianyun's figure appeared on the Tiandao arena. Different from Xiao Jianqin's natural sword energy, which is raging, as well as Xiao Qingyun's own terrifying emperor aura. Xiao Tianyun is like an ordinary person. But just such an ordinary person gave them an unprecedented sense of suffocation. He closed his eyes and stood quietly on the Tiandao arena, waiting for his opponent to challenge him. Everyone who has read the evaluation of Xiao Tianyun in the Tiandao ranking. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly, even the existence of the god of war was scrupulous. Someone who can be evaluated like this by heaven. He is the first, and no one knows how terrifying his strength is. But one thing they are sure of. None of the geniuses of the Xiao family are easy to mess with. Xiao Zongtian, who was ranked 8th in front, was already terrifying to the point of making people feel frightened. Not to mention the geniuses like Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, Xiao Qingyun, and Jamal Xiao, who appeared later. Which one is not a formidable presence? Especially Xiao Jianqin's sword and shadow unity, and Xiao Qingyun's finger on the quicksand. They still can't let go. But Xiao Tianyun was the one who could suppress them. No one knows how terrifying such strength is. Therefore, since Xiao Tianyun appeared on the Tiandao arena, everyone fell into a state of silence. Finally, he slowly looked at Lin Fifan, who was ranked 9th. At this moment, a powerful momentum rushed towards him. Everyone just felt a sense of fear. Even many top experts couldn't help but change their expressions after feeling this scene. Lin Fifen's strength is even more terrifying than before. At this time, Lin Fifen crossed his arms across his chest and slowly opened his eyes. Look at Xiao Tianyun on the Tiandao arena. Under everyone's extremely expectant eyes, he spoke out. I want to challenge Xiao Tianyun. For a while. The whole vast world is boiling. Is Lin Fifen finally going to take action? Lin Fifen is not only the most talented person in Zhongtian. He is also the top genius in the eyes of all major regions in the entire vast world. At this moment, they are the genius in their hearts. We are about to duel with the number one genius appointed by the Tiandao ranking. This feeling of excitement is beyond words. Also at this time, the prompts from the Tiandao ranking also followed. Tiandao Challenge Arena is open, the challenger is ready, the loser will lose 1/10 of his luck. Almost at the same time, Lin Fifen's figure appeared on the Tiandao arena. Everyone calmly looked at the picture of Heavenly Dao. The scene was tense for them. However, Xiao Tianyun did not raise his eyes, and crossed his arms across his chest, as if he did not take Lin Fifen seriously. Everyone was surprised when they saw this. Xiao Tianyun is a bit too arrogant. Lin Fifen is the number one genius in Zhongtian. Everyone in the entire boundless world knows how terrifying its strength is. Lin Fifen, who was opposite, was not angry when he saw this. He still looked at Xiao Tianyun with a calm expression. I, Lin Fifen, came here specially to discuss with the number one on the Tiandao ranking. That's plain to say. But Lin Fifen was extremely cautious. Because of the terrifying aura exuding from Xiao Tianyun. Even he felt oppressed. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate the other party. But the other party's attitude was still the same as at the beginning, as if he had not heard of him. Lin Fifen didn't talk nonsense either. Directly launch an attack on Xiao Tianyun. If you want the other party to respect you, you must show your due strength. All of a sudden, a terrifying immortal power erupted behind him. A zodiac sign that frightened everyone appeared behind him. With the blessing of this immortal power, the giant Dharma image becomes more and more terrifying. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately frightened. What a powerful Dharma image! This is the awakening of the immortal bloodline. It is indeed a terrifying existence for the common people. When the ancestors of the Lin family entered the heavens, they were exposed to the blood of a mortal, and there is a high probability that their descendants will appear. Looking at it like this, Lin Fifen is that one-of-a-kind being. No wonder his aura is so terrifying. This Duan Muyu will become his defeated general, which is not a loss. I wonder what chance Xiao Tianyun has of winning against Lin Fifen. For a time, everyone in the vast world was talking about Lin Fifen's awakening of the immortal bloodline. Even Duan Muyu showed a bit of fear at this moment. It's no wonder that no matter how he chases, he is always a little behind Lin Fifen. This is the fundamental difference between them. Even Xiao Xuan felt a little emotional when he saw this. With Lin's extraordinary qualifications, it was inevitable to conquer the vast world. But that was before he came to this world. Today's Lin Fifen is even a little more powerful than he is now. He can't surpass the Xiao family's genius. After all, it's just their foil. At this time, above the sky, Lin Fifen had already unleashed his terrifying momentum and launched an attack. I saw a spear with terrifying power piercing the sky. He waved directly towards Xiao Tianyun's face. Strength breaks the sky. The spear tore through the void and shattered the barrier of heaven. Even the space becomes distorted and deformed, and there is a feeling of being punctured at any time. Such a terrifying move gave everyone a sense of oppression. This momentum alone can make them feel suffocated. It was as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Tianyun calmly. How would he resist such a terrifying attack? Can he withstand it? At that moment everyone was paying close attention. Lin Fifan's shot had already pierced Xiao Tianyun's life gate. It was just a little bit close and it would penetrate his body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 135, Conspiracy? The Xiao family's conspiracy. The strongest force is determined based on the combination of the families. Highest combat power, overall luck, and the quantity and quality of geniuses. Within the family. It has nothing to do with the time and place when the family was established. And the family building area. When everyone saw the rules announced by the Tiandao ranking, there was an uproar. Many aristocratic families even felt nervous. In this list of the top 10 forces, my demon clan must have a place. My ancient Leiyun family will definitely win the top 5 of the 10 major forces. Isn't this time's ranking of the top 10 forces tailor-made for the ancient aristocratic families in Zhongtian? As a veteran clan in Zhongtian, and with the inheritance of immortal blood, the top 10 forces will definitely be among the top 3. The ancient aristocratic families in Zhongtian, the Guanglin family, the Duanmu family, and the Leiyun family are enough to shake the top 3, let alone the other ancient aristocratic families. As the leader of the Kangming clan, with my strength, I will definitely be able to bring the clan to one of the top 10 forces. For a time, countless ancient families and clans had full confidence in themselves. I don't know if the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang can be on the list. At this time, someone in the crowd spoke in confusion. It attracted a lot of people's attention for a while. After all, the Xiao family has always been the object of everyone's attention since its rise to the present. Not to mention that this time, the top 8 spots on the Tiandao list are all occupied by the Xiao family. Everyone paid more attention to him than before. Although the genius of the Xiao family is terrifyingly powerful, when it comes to family power, the Xiao family is still close. Yes, the Xiao family's only martial god also chose to enter the heavens, and their only chance was wiped out. Which of the old clans and families in the vast world does not have a martial god sitting in charge? Unless a martial god appears in the Xiao family now. Otherwise, the Xiao family will have no chance of ranking among the top 10 forces. But if the martial god can break through so easily, there won't be so few martial gods in the vast world. In the midst of everyone's discussion, the Xiao family's qualification to be ranked among the top 10 powers was thus eliminated. The Xiao family in the Tianluo territory of southern Xinjiang. Xiao Xuan looked at the final announcement of the Tiandao ranking and the criteria for selecting the top 10 power rankings. There was a light in his eyes. Now the 8 geniuses have obtained their respective opportunities in the Tiandao general ranking. The luck of the Xiao family has also undergone tremendous changes. The ranking of the top 10 forces at this time actually made him a little interested. Return to the room. The mechanical sound of the system rang in my ears. Ding, Xiao Zongtian won the 8th place in the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the host received 800 years of mana feedback, and exchanged it for 50,000 points. Xiao Jiamian won the 7th place in the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the host received 800 years of mana feedback, and exchanged it for 50,000 points. Xiao Junlin won the ranking of Heavenly Dao. Xiao Jianxin won the 3rd place in the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the host received 1,000 years of mana feedback, which can be exchanged for 100,000 points. Xiao Qingyun won 2nd place in the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the host received 1,500 years of mana feedback, and exchanged points for 200,000 Xiao Tianyun won the first place in the Heavenly Tao ranking, the host. Received 3,000 years of mana feedback, and exchanged 300,000 points. Because there are too many geniuses in the family in the general list of heaven and the vast world. There is no god of war in the family, and the family's luck will be greatly lost. Please host, please seize the time to break through the martial god. Only in this way can the family's fate be suppressed. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan's face showed a somewhat solemn look. Although he is only one step away from the god of war. But one step away is a huge gap. How many people are stuck on this gap, unable to move forward even half a step? Therefore, Xiao Xuan did not dare to delay at all, and directly exchanged the exchange point for a martial god pill. This will help him break through to the realm of the god of war, and as his family's luck increases, the competition that the family needs to face is also getting bigger and bigger. Only by breaking through the martial god can he stabilize the family in the vast world. Therefore, after leaving the system, Xiao Xuan entered into seclusion and practice. Everyone in the Xiao family also entered into their own cultivation after feeling the change in their family's destiny. At the same time, in a cave 100,000 kilometers away from the Xiao family, several powerful figures belonging to the Supreme Lord burst out. Damn! It's announced at this time. Not only has the overall strength of the Xiao family become stronger because of this, there are even 8 Supreme Masters, the great Emperor Qianjiao. If we add Xiao Xuan, there will be 9 Supreme Masters in total. Our plan will be constrained by this. It seems that our previous plan must be changed. After hearing this man's words, the other Supreme Masters and powerful men also fell into deep thought. Suddenly a strong man with a fat head and big ears and green eyes said, "Alas, no matter how difficult it is, we must rescue the Holy Sun." Everyone nodded when they heard this. A strong man in red robes with a bit of effeminate temperament said, "The damned Xiao family dared to arrest the Holy Son of our demon sect and even imprison him in the demon locking tower. That's the pure blood demon from our blood knife sect. The Xiao family can actually do it." This person's words made everyone suddenly become even more angry. The blood knife sect was a demon sect in ancient times. Not only are they not afraid of the major ancient forces, they are even able to do so in places like Tianzhou. Develop your own power for nearly 1,000 years. However, after the rise of the Xiao family, a martial god appeared. Not only did it destroy all their years of hard work, but they were even almost wiped out by them. Fortunately, Xiao Wushi chose to enter the world of heavens. The only person in the Xiao family who is truly worthy of their fear is Xiao Wushi. Without Xiao Wushi in charge, the Xiao family has nothing to fear at all. So after they left Xiao Wushi, they also sent people to southern Xinjiang to start exploring, but no matter what they sent, they were middle-level personnel. Even high-level personnel, all have been lost in southern Xinjiang. Therefore, their holy son had to appear in southern Xinjiang in person. But after this time, there was no trace of the holy son. After many inquiries, they found the specific location of the holy son. He was actually locked up in the demon locking tower by the Xiao family. Damn the Xiao family. Without Xiao Wushi in charge, he still dared to provoke their blood knife sect. It's simply asking for death. But just when they were ready to take action, the Tiandao list is released at this time. The Xiao family dominates the top 8. Seeing this, the blood knife sect's originally very arrogance suddenly disappeared. Although the cultivation level of several geniuses of the Xiao family is not as high as theirs, but the other party has the inheritance of a mysterious and powerful man, as well as the supreme treasure. They are unwilling to provoke such an existence without absolute certainty. But this time things are different. The Xiao family is imprisoning the holy son of their demon clan. Therefore, they can only stick together and find another way. At this time, a man in black robes took out a crystal ball. There was thick black mist inside the crystal ball. The next moment, there was a powerful man who looked like dry firewood. Instantly, the crystal ball of flowing black mist appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly knelt on the ground. I've seen the leader. This person is the leader of the Blood Knife sect. It was also because of him that the Blood Knife sect was able to secure its position in the vast world. The Dry Bones martial god is also one of the pinnacle forces in the vast world. He once fought against the 4 great forces in Zhongtian on his own and hit them hard. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 136, The 10,000 Years Magical Martial God, Xiongqi is angry. Several people had just stepped into the demon locking tower. Xiongqi behind him opened his eyes and then flicked his tail. He seemed dissatisfied with the behavior of the man who almost fell on him. Several demon cultivator elders have just stepped into the demon locking tower. He was shocked by the powerful momentum coming towards him. At the same time, there was a hint of solemnity on their faces. Everyone, why do I feel that the momentum here makes me feel like I am being oppressed by the God King? Me too, it's as if my soul has been locked by a powerful person. This demon locking tower is really terrifying. Even the Holy Sun can be locked inside. No, this demon locking tower isn't that powerful either. It must be a treasure in our hands. It plays a role in this demon locking tower. That's why we feel like this. That's right, let's quickly hand over the treasure to the Holy Sun. This way. We have completed our mission. After saying that, everyone continued to walk deeper. But the level of trembling in their bodies and the pressure of psychological maturity. It also became more and more frightening as it went deeper. Especially when they saw those ancient ferocious beasts being imprisoned here. What little faith everyone had left collapsed. It turns out to be a giant shark from the deep sea. This is an ancient beast that can fight the god of war. I didn't expect it to be imprisoned in the demon locking tower. This demon locking tower is too scary. It used to be a fearful existence in the vast world, and it would not hesitate to kill the people of a country in order to practice magic. Not only that, when it broke through to the realm of supreme dominion in the later stage, it even sacrificed a girl from the town. Even ancient families and forces from ancient times would choose to take a detour when they see it. Our deputy leader wanted him to join the Blood Knife sect at the beginning. But he didn't expect it to be imprisoned in the Tooth-Lock Tower. This giant deep-sea shark can also devour strong men of the same level, so everyone who sees him also avoids it. But it is so quiet and stable when it is imprisoned in the demon locking tower. No, it is controlled by the restrictions in the demon locking tower. Not only that, there are certain restrictions in front of their prisons. We'd better not touch them. I didn't expect that the existence that was so terrifying at the beginning would actually fall to this level. Look, it turns out to be the sky-swallowing demonic rat. One of the top 10 ancient ferocious beasts. When it was born, it swallowed up a town with 1 million people overnight. And later on, they swallowed up a 1,000-year-old clan. It can be said that the people were in dire straits in those years. Many ancient families joined forces and failed to subdue it. Unexpectedly, it was also imprisoned in the Lock-Tooth Tower. Everyone must be careful. Once we hit the restriction, we will be dead. Several demon cultivators became more cautious as a result. When they walked up to the second floor, they also discovered the elders of their own clan. Learning from their mouths that several elders had been lost, they felt extremely sad. But they did not dare to easily touch the restrictions in the demon locking tower, so they could only continue walking deeper. Finally, on the third floor, several people saw the Holy Sun imprisoned inside. The man had red hair and black robes, and his appearance was so strange that it was beyond words. When he raised his eyes, he felt a breathtaking feeling. Son. Several people hurriedly ran forward with joy and then saluted him. You actually found this place? The holy son of the monster race slowly turned around. He was obviously a young man, but his voice was that of an old man. And this voice has the ability to break through the soul. Fortunately, the elders of the demon cultivators were quite strong and did not feel any shock caused by this power. Everyone wanted to continue moving forward, but when they thought of the restrictions in the demon locking tower, they took back their steps. The holy son of the demon clan knew the cause and effect of the matter when he saw the expressions of several people. It seems that the treasure given to you from above has worked, otherwise you wouldn't be able to come here. The prohibition here is only for this holy son, to prevent this holy son from escaping, and has no impact on you. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and then hurried forward and gave him a big salute. Seeing this, the holy son of the demon clan just nodded lightly. This Xiao family is really weird. I thought that the strength of this holy son would be able to run rampant here. Who would have thought that Jamal Xiao of the Xiao family could control the power of thunder, and even use this weird technique? Suppress the realm of cultivation of this holy son, and then this holy son will be captured by him. In the eyes of the holy son of Blood Knife sect, the reason why Jamal Xiao was able to capture him was because of this weird technique. Otherwise, with his ability, he would definitely be able to kill Jamal Xiao. But Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Tianyun, who were watching all this from the demon locking tower, showed disdain. When Jamal Xiao captured him, he had not yet broken through to the Supreme Lord. I thought that with the strength of the Holy Sun, I could have a happy fight with Jamal Xiao. At that time, they were all very envious of Jamal Xiao. The results of it. The opponent couldn't even catch Jamal Xiao's 3 hammers, and was knocked unconscious. Even the protective soft armor on his body was burned to dregs by Jamal Xiao's lightning. Then he was thrown directly into the demon locking tower by Jamal Xiao like a dead dog. With such fighting power, he actually dared to say that Jamal Xiao won by suppressing him with weird techniques. It's really shameless to the extreme. At first, it was because Jamal Xiao ended it too quickly and didn't even cause any disturbance to the outside world. Why did it taste so bad in this guy's mouth? The Holy Sun is indeed invincible in the world. So what if Jamal Xiao is ranked 7th in the Tiandao rankings? Our Holy Sun is just reluctant to lose. If the Holy Sun had not been imprisoned in the demon locking tower, we still don't know if Jamal Xiao's name is on the heavenly Dao list. That's right, the Holy Sun's strength is astonishing to our demon clan. When the Holy Sun goes out, Jamal Xiao will die. The demon cultivators who didn't understand why didn't hesitate to shoot a series of rainbow farts. The whole demon clan Saint Sun was also very embarrassed. After all, he failed because he really lost to Jamal Xiao. Therefore, at this moment, he was very lucky that he was locked up in the demon locking tower. Otherwise, I really don't know how to lie to Yuan. But fortunately, he has a thick skin and can accept it calmly as long as it is not exposed. Since you can appear here, it means that the people above have given you things, right? The leader of the demon cultivator elder gave all the treasures given to him by the withered bone martial god to the holy son of the demon clan. The holy son of the demon race took the treasure and was immediately overjoyed. It's my father's blood essence. There's also active demon blood. A complete set of armor and magic weapons. With these treasures, my strength can instantly break through to the realm of the god of war. It won't be a problem to rush out from here then. The vast world, the vast continent, and the unparalleled genius are all no match for this holy son. Jamal Xiao, no matter how good you are at thunder and lightning, you still have to die in the palm of my hand. Although both essence blood and demon blood can help cultivators improve their cultivation level. But it is active. Active essence and blood can help people build their physiques and even awaken their spiritual bodies. It was just like the Thunder Emperor's essence and blood that Jamal Xiao had encountered. The active demon blood in the hands of the holy son of the demon race has such functions. But essence and blood cannot. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your individual talent and comprehension ability. Everything else can only be converted into mana. And active blood and essence are very rare. Therefore, when several demon cultivator elders heard what the holy son said, they all showed envious expressions. At this time, the leader of the demon cultivator asked the demon saint, "Holy son, we came all the way and found the monsters and demon cultivators imprisoned here. Their cultivation realm has been taken away, why haven't you changed at all?" Hearing this, the demon saint's son suddenly became extremely angry. "If it weren't for the unusual treasure left by my father, I wouldn't be much better than them. But even with the protection of the exotic treasure, I was still affected by the demon locking tower. If you were a step too late, I want to follow in their footsteps. Fortunately, you came in time. After I get out of here, the Xiao family must be killed to pieces. Let them know the consequences of imprisoning this holy son." He didn't talk nonsense after that. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 137 Trampled to death, everyone trampled to death. The moment he saw Xiongqi appear behind him, the young saint's eyes were scarlet red, and thick, murderous intent instantly burst out of him. He was originally imprisoned in the 3-story demon locking tower by Xiongqi. If Xiongqi hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have been knocked away with one kick. He had already broken through the restrictions of the demon locking tower and escaped. Why wait until the demons come to rescue him? How could he not take revenge after suffering such humiliation? "You beast, you've come just in time. Let me give you a taste of the power of the 9-dragon spear that has been blessed with 10,000 years of mana." After saying that, the young holy son raised the 9-dragon spear in his hand and launched an attack. With the blessing of 10,000 years of mana, the 9-dragon spear burst out with a terrifying momentum. Wherever it passed, the gun point with the gun in full swing instantly caused a violent tremor. The demon locking tower was shaking even more, with flying sand and rocks waving around randomly. It can make people change their color. The power of the divine weapon becomes even more terrifying with the blessing of 10,000 years of mana. The young saint smiled arrogantly and stared at Xiongqi with pride. The 9-dragon spear in his hand emits a terrifying black light. It seems to be swallowing up the entire demon locking tower. The murderous intent in the young saint's eyes was even more intense. It seems that Xiongqi is going to be killed on the spot. The 9-dragon spear in his hand stabbed Xiongqi directly in the face at this moment. Even Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Tianyun were surprised when they saw the scene. Although they can fight against the martial god, they are only limited to the martial god with 100 years of mana. Not to mention a warrior god with 10,000 years of magic power like the young holy son. Just when they were extremely worried about Xiongqi's safety, Xiongqi slowly stretched his waist. It was as if the young saint's behavior just now made him sleepy. Then he took a step. A huge force instantly exploded in the demon locking tower. In an instant, the demon-locking tower was shaking continuously, and cracks appeared in countless buildings. Even Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Tianyun almost fell from the demon-locking tower. When they stabilized their bodies, they saw that Qiongqi's kick just now directly stopped the young Holy Sun's 9-dragon spear. The power that exploded instantly turned into waves of light, sweeping towards the opponent. Boom! The intense trembling caused varying degrees of injuries to the young saint's arms. If it weren't for the protection of the divine soft armor on his body, his entire arm would have been destroyed. When he stabilized his body, he found cracks on the soft armor on his body. The young saint was greatly surprised. This divine soft armor not only has the power of his father's bloodline, but it is also forged from a treasure. And this beast actually trampled it to pieces. The young saint couldn't help but show a horrified look. How can this be? He looked at Qiongqi in disbelief, his eyes filled with anger. Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Tianyun were also greatly surprised when they saw this scene. The young Holy Sun, blessed with 10,000 years of mana, couldn't even take Qiongqi's casual kick. No wonder Xiao Xuan just asked them to watch quietly. Such strength is simply too terrifying. The young saint was stunned and roared hysterically. Who are you? Even in the heavens, no monster like you can be found. However, Qiongqi snorted coldly. Then he took another step. In an instant, the entire demon-locking tower trembled violently. Countless buildings that looked like rocks collapsed instantly. This kick brings endless sharpness, which can't help but wreak havoc on the entire demon-locking tower. All the divine soft armor on the young saint's son was broken. Even the 9-dragon spear was shattered, and half of his arm disappeared. Instead, there was a hole where blood was flowing. His entire body was also rippled by the light pattern of this kick. He was knocked back onto the stone wall behind him, leaving a huge human-shaped pit. Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Tianyun were shocked by the scene before them. Qiongqi's strength is so powerful. With just 2 feet, not even the divine weapon can withstand its attack power. What if all the strength is unleashed? Then Qiongqi walked towards the young Holy Sun step by step. She seemed to have lost patience and continued to deal with him. The young Holy Sun looked at Qiongqi with a fearful look in his eyes. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and he had already retreated behind him. He looked at the approaching Qiongqi in horror and threatened. I am of the blood of the Devil clan. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid that my father will seek revenge on you? You are just a beast, what qualifications do you have to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the demon clan will destroy you, demon clan? Beast. If you take another step forward, you will pay the price for the entire demon clan. You can't bear it. The young saint's voice broke, and he could not hide the fear in his heart. However, Qiongqi didn't even look at him, and didn't pay attention to his threat at all. Then he slowly raised his left foot, preparing to kill the noisy young saint. Directly. At this time, the broken treasure shone with a strange light. Even Qiongqi was attracted by this strange light. Immediately afterwards, I saw these rays of light gradually condensing together and forming a shadow. The phantom was covered in black robes, and a powerful dark aura erupted from his body. Just a shadow has the terrifying feeling of swallowing people up. Those eyes that cannot see the white of the eyes have the ability to penetrate everything in the world. Qiongqi snorted disdainfully, but was not frightened by the shadow. On the contrary, he looked impatient. The young saint's son was overjoyed when he saw this phantom. Father! Father, save me! Then he shouted towards the phantom. This person is a demon son of the demon clan, and not only has a very high status in the demon clan. His strength is at the level of a great emperor and can be shaken by very few people. And he is the next candidate for the demon emperor. He can ascend the throne. Only after he becomes the titled emperor. When Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianxin saw this person's shadow appearing here, they immediately became vigilant. Even the roaring sky dog, bifong bird and three-legged golden crow on the side cast their gazes. But seeing Qiongqi standing there, they all turned their gazes back. Qiongqi looked indifferent as he faced this phantom, and even felt a little impatient. The phantom of the demon sun just glanced at the holy sun asking for help. Then he looked at Qiongqi with a look of surprise and amazement. You are neither a demon nor a monster, but you have such terrifying bloodline and strength. It seems that you are the legendary race born from heaven and earth. Facing the questions from the demon clan Mozi, Qiongqi did not make any response. Demon Mozi put his hands behind his back and looked at Qiongqi carefully. It turns out to be a clan of monsters. No wonder they haven't transformed into human form yet. The demon clan is divided into two types, demons and beasts. Both belong to the shape-shifting race, and among them, the realm of cultivation in the form of monsters and beasts is the most terrifying. Although they have never transformed into human form, they cannot speak. But his intelligence is higher than that of ordinary people, and his strength is even more terrifying. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 138 The Win-Win Method brought by Zhongtian, Xiao family. The addition of 8,000 years of mana has caused tremendous changes in Xiao Xuan. The terrifying momentum is restrained, but it gives people an extremely majestic feeling. Slowly opening his eyes, a terrifying divine power burst out instantly. Although his current magic power is only 8,000 years old, he has absolute confidence to defeat opponents who are tens of thousands of years old. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he is now. But it doesn't matter if he knows, there is no rival for him in the vast world. At the same time, in an ancient palace above the heavens, the demon child slowly opened his eyes and destroyed a guard next to him. With monstrous rage, the demonic power around him is constantly venting outward. What a ferocious beast! How dare you kill my son? The anger and hatred on Mako's face were expressed unabashedly. It doesn't matter that his son died, what matters is that his plan was shattered. I was about to complete that plan, but the Xiao family showed up halfway. How disgusting. But fortunately, it won't have a big impact. As long as we send another direct descendant, we can continue the plan. It's just a pity that these magic weapons and active demon blood were wasted by that concubine's son. As long as you can help me achieve the true fairyland, your death will be considered worthwhile. By then, I will be the only true fairy mirror in the world. Speaking of this, Mako's face radiated endless hot light. Use 9 direct descendants to devour the common people, obtain millions of years of skills, and then set foot on the land of immortality. Obtain the active immortal blood, and finally the emperor will directly devour these 9 direct descendants. By then, my cultivation level will be able to directly break through the true immortal mirror. Become a real fairy. Although this is a dark cultivation technique left over from ancient times, its power is infinitely powerful. Speaking of this, the demon's eyes showed greedy light. Everyone in the world wants to come to the heavens to prove their strength and gain great opportunities. Little do they know that the real great opportunities are not in the universe, but in those small worlds. It is easier to find the inheritance of the dead immortal, and even the active essence and blood of the true immortal. This emperor has spent a lot of effort. Only then did we find the place where the true immortal fell. How could we give up so easily? If a son dies, there are other sons who can take his place. As long as they swallow the immortal blood. When the time comes, I will use the sacrificial method in the magic practice. Method to devour them all. By then, this emperor will be the only immortal in the world. I wonder who in the world can still be my opponent. Having said this, a trace of regret flashed across Mako's face. The vast world is one of the small worlds where the immortal has fallen, and there must be great opportunities in it. It's just a pity that Qingyao has to be sent down. With her wealth, she has more important tasks. Then he muttered a few words into the air, and waves of distortions occurred in the palace. Then a woman with a good figure, an alluring appearance, and a cold temperament appeared in front of him. This woman faintly exudes the aura of a human woman. The woman looked at Mako with indifferent eyes. What do you want from me? Her tone was cold and her eyes were indifferent, as if she was not talking to her father. The demon child was naturally furious at her attitude. Is this the way you talk to your father? Hearing this, the girl raised her eyes slightly, with a hint of sneer in her eyes. The breeze blew by, adding a bit of cold and dusty beauty. Are you worthy of being a father? There was no emotion in her expression, as if all her emotions and desires had been taken away. You bastard! Believe it or not, I will slap you to death with one palm of my hand. Demon's momentum suddenly exploded around him, locking the girl tightly under the power of his great emperor. The girl's face remained unchanged, and she stared at him with cold eyes. If you came to me just to kill me, then do it quickly. Mako was furious, but he still needed his daughter to do things for him. Then he regained his momentum and showed a somewhat stiff and sad look on his face. This emperor is just too sad that your brother is dead, and he couldn't control his emotions for a while. This is why I did such a thing to you. You don't blame me. Stop pretending. The girl's cold voice broke through Mako's performance. Chapter 139: A win-win method for merging into the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xiao family was shocked. The merger of the two companies sounds easy, but in fact it is just annexing the other company. Therefore, everyone in the Xiao family looked at Xiao Xuan with different expressions. Seeing that the other party's expression remained normal, the latter relaxed his attitude. But Xiao Weio's heart sank. Then, Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Weio calmly. I don't know what the win-win method you are talking about is. A win-win situation? Is it just the merger of the Zhongtian Xiao family and the Nanjiang Xiao family? After a win-win situation, how will the interests of the two companies be divided? When Xiao Weio heard this, his heart became even more depressed, and he even felt an unprecedented pressure. But he still informed Xiao Xuan of the purpose of his trip. You must also know this time's ranking of the top 10 forces in Tiandao. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and motioned for him to continue. Xiao Weio smiled faintly when he saw this, and then said, this time the Tiandao ranking opens, and it is also the end of the last Tiandao ranking. The rankings of the top 10 forces. In addition to generous rewards, the most important thing is family luck. The importance of luck. I don't think I need to say more. The head of the Xiao family also knows its importance. Seeing that Xiao Xuan remained silent, Xiao Weio probably knew what he was thinking. Although the Xiao family has many geniuses, with your current strength, it is very difficult to be among the top 10 forces. Doesn't the head of the Xiao family want to change the current situation? Xiao Xuan smiled calmly. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Xiao Weio didn't talk nonsense when he heard this, and directly made his intention clear. Although the Xiao family's genius is extremely outstanding and occupies the top 8 positions in the heavenly ranking. But apart from Xiao Tianyun and others who have some strength, can the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang produce other high-level geniuses? Or in other words, does the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang really have the strength to be among the top 10 forces on the list? As soon as Xiao Ao's words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. They even felt that there was overwhelming anger in their hearts, but they knew that what Xiao Ao said was not wrong. Although the geniuses of the Xiao family are outstanding, they do not have high-end combat effectiveness. The ranking of the top 10 forces on the Tiandao ranking takes into account overall strength. However, Xiao Xuan did not take it seriously. The Xiao family not only has a few great geniuses, but also magical beasts. Like Chongqi, Bai Fangyao, Howling Sky Dog and Three-Legged Golden Crow. No matter who among them comes forward, it will make the entire boundless world tremble. If even the Xiao family couldn't take first place among the top 10 forces, who else can win such an honor? Of course, Xiao Xuan only thought about these words in his heart, there was no need to say them out. But when Xiao Ao saw everyone in the Xiao family speechless, even Xiao Xuan didn't say anything. He knew that half of his goal had been achieved, so he continued to speak. The Zhongtian Xiao family has this strength. First of all, the Zhongtian Xiao family has been standing since ancient times. After thousands of years of accumulation, the foundation and strength have long been unmatched by other families. Among them, there are already dozens of martial gods, and none of them are pseudo-martial gods. Having said this, Xiao Ao showed a somewhat proud smile on his face. Even his waist straightened up inadvertently. That was the pride of the Zhongtian Xiao family. After hearing this, everyone in the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang fell into silence. In fact, with their strength, if they want to surpass the Zhongtian Xiao family, it will be a matter of time. But they haven't surpassed it yet, so they can't stand the other party's triumphant look. They can only endure it silently, because their current strength level is not enough. However, when the other party mentioned the new generation of genius, his expression became lonely. Although the Zhongtian Xiao family has great strength, but as soon as these words came out, everyone in the Xiao family cast doubtful glances. But among the new generation of geniuses, there are no top geniuses. Even the geniuses who take the lead are very rare. Xiao Xuan knew this. The Xiao family in Zhongtian is an old family, and there is no need for him to explain how powerful it is. But the new generation of geniuses are very few, let alone the top geniuses. Even among the 36 geniuses in Zhongtian, no Xiao family member from the Zhongtian Xiao family is on the list. One can imagine how weak the new generation of geniuses are. Then Xiao Xuan said calmly, "You mean, you and I will merge to become the #1 power in the vast world?" Xiao Ao nodded upon hearing this, his words full of confidence. With the power of the Xiao family in Zhongtian and the genius strength of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, why can't you and I merge to become the #1 power in the vast world? My Zhongtian Xiao family has double digits of martial gods, and none of them are false martial gods. And your Xiao family in southern Xinjiang has emperor-level geniuses like Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, and Xiao Jianqin. Coupled with you, the best swordsman in the world in ancient and modern times. Merging the two is not a win-win strategy? As soon as these words came out, not only the Xiao family in Zhongtian thought it was very reasonable. Even the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang thought it was particularly good. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, this method is indeed very good. Without doing anything, you can gain a huge family power. By then, the strength of these little guys will be able to improve faster. In this case, let's take the Zhongtian Xiao family under our control. However, Xiao Ao didn't know what Xiao Xuan was thinking. The person who continued to persuade said, if you and I merge our families and gain the luck of being the first family, the luck of the Xiao family will improve for at least hundreds of thousands of years. At that time even people from all over the world will have to be courteous to us. Xiao thought that the emotion shown on his face was so touching that he almost shed tears. Everyone in the Xiao family will definitely agree when they see him showing his true feelings like this. However, Xiao Xuan and all the elders of the Xiao family fell into silence. Xiao Jianfeng and the other elders even frowned. The merger of the Zhongtian Xiao family and the southern Xinjiang Xiao family is indeed a happy event for everyone. But if the two merge, who will be in charge? With the strength of the Zhongtian Xiao family, they would definitely not agree to let them make the decision. Therefore, the other party has only one purpose: annex the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. Thinking of this, several elders showed angry looks on their faces. Just when several elders were about to speak out to refute, Xiao Xian's words almost made them cry. I agree. He didn't wait for the elders to speak. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao and showed an extremely sincere smile. I have carefully considered the strength of the Xiao family in Zhongtian and the genius strength of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. The combination of the two will definitely become the number one force in the vast world. Therefore, I agree with the merger of the two. Xiao almost jumped for joy. Was this a success? He thought it would take a while, but he didn't expect that the head of the Xiao family would be so stupid. You can't even see through such a simple thing. But fortunately he was stupid. Otherwise this matter would have been really difficult. Then he looked at Xiao Xuan eagerly. The head of the Xiao family is wise. If you and I merge, we will surely become the best in the ages. Head of the Xiao family, you can also relax. Our Zhongtian Xiao family will send a martial god to take charge when the time comes. Not only that, the geniuses of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang also have the opportunity to go to the Xiao family in Zhongtian to practice. By then, top geniuses like Xiao Tianyun will become even more powerful because of this. You don't have to worry that the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang will be deprived of their right to speak. We Zhongtian Xiao. Before Xiao could finish his words, Xiao Xian spoke calmly, interrupting his eloquence. Since the two family heads have agreed to merge the Xiao family, when will your Zhongtian Xiao family be merged into the southern Xinjiang Xiao family? After all, your Zhongtian Xiao family is so sincere and brings so many high-level personnel here in person. The annexation issue cannot be delayed any longer. I think it is better to resolve it as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, the passionate Xiao's brain shut down on the spot, and he was froze on the spot. Obviously he didn't realize what Xiao Xian said just now. Did he understand it wrong, or was this what Xiao Xian meant? Even the Xiao family behind him looked confused. Then react immediately. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 140, The War Between Demons and the Xiao Family's Attack in Zhongtian. The 1,000-year mana aura erupted from Xiao's body. In an instant, it erupted in the Xiao family, and a series of powerful forces with the power of God gathered together. Everyone in the Xiao family was horrified by this scene. Even by Fang Niao and Roaring Sky Dog, who were guarding the demon-locking tower. And the Xiao family's gate looked over. Seeing that he was just a little martial god with thousands of years of magic power, they each took back their spiritual consciousness. At the same time, he also showed a look of disdain. Xiao Xian, such a little guy, can handle this with just one look. Xiao looked at Xiao Xian indifferently. Since he can't be soft, then he should be hard. Let Xiao Xian suffer a little first, and then give him 2 dates, and the matter will be completed. Behind him appeared an extremely terrifying natal Dharma image. The terrifying divine power is constantly raging. Then he pointed a finger and headed towards Xiao Xian's face. At this time, Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao indifferently, and an unparalleled sword intent burst out from his eyes. The terrifying sword energy swept across the sky, and the terrifying sword force swept over instantly. Everyone in the Xiao family in Zhongtian was shocked when they saw the scene. The sword energy flew toward Xiao with unparalleled momentum. Just a burst of sword energy made Xiao unable to move. A sense of blood-suppressed terror swept through his body at this moment. In the eyes of everyone who was extremely shocked and stunned, Xiao's body flew out instantly and landed on his chest. There was even a long sword energy gap. Xiao fell to the ground and kept vomiting blood. Both his eyes and expression revealed deep horror. Everyone in the Xiao family in Zhongtian was also shocked by Xiao Xuan's terrifying strength. Then he hurriedly stepped forward to help Xiao. Xiao Xuan slowly walked towards Xiao. In front of his forehead, there was a long sword that erupted with a terrifying aura. An elder, who was half a martial god, strode forward and pointed at Xiao Xuan angrily. Xiao Xuan, you are so brave. We came to negotiate with you, and you actually seriously injured our great elder. You. But he didn't wait until he finished speaking. The half-step martial god elder felt as if all the blood in his body was solidified. Even the tendons in the body seemed to be broken. In his extremely stunned eyes, he instantly became a bloody man. Before anyone could react, he turned into a bloody mist. Elder! Everyone exclaimed again. Seeing the elder disappearing in front of them, everyone no longer dared to take any action. Their eyes looking at Xiao Xuan were also full of fear. Let a person die inexplicably like this. Xiao Xuan is still the first. Therefore, they are also extremely afraid of Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice also penetrated everyone's hearts at this moment. Who do you think you are? How dare you question the head of this family? His eyes swept over everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were being targeted by death. That feeling of fear quickly rose from deep in my heart. Even if they believe that they have the cultivation level of a martial god. But in front of Xiao Xuan, he was like a child learning to talk. As long as he is willing, he can kill them in minutes. This scene also reminded them of when they faced Xiao Wushi. Xiao Xuan is more terrifying than that person. There was silence for a moment. Then he was broken by Xiao Xuan's voice again. Today, you, Xiao of Zhongtian Xiao family, ignored the majesty of my family master and committed the following crime. He destroyed the belongings of my Xiao family and had murderous intentions towards the head of the family, so he was detained by the head of the family. He should have been executed immediately, but for the sake of sharing the same surname, the head of the family spared his life. Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. Within 3 months, your Zhongtian Xiao family needs to bring 3 top-quality spiritual veins. 5 million top-quality spiritual stones come to redeem the person. Otherwise, there will be no corpse. Don't wait until the time comes. When everyone heard this condition, they immediately felt that Xiao Xuan was talking to the lion. But they don't dare to say it. After all, I don't even know how he died. Then he could only put down the unconscious Xiao and run outside in a panic. This scene was in sharp contrast to the high-spirited appearance when they came in. It also caused everyone in the Xiao family to burst into laughter. Then Xiao Xuan waved his hand and threw Xiao directly into the demon locking tower. Qiongqi, this person will be detained here for 3 months. If no one comes to redeem him after 3 months, he will be killed directly. It was not only Xiao who was imprisoned, but also the face of the Xiao family in Zhongtian. Then Xiao Xuan led everyone in the Xiao family to the meeting hall. Seeing the solemn expressions of several core elders, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Why are the elders like this? Xiao Jianfeng and several other elders looked at each other, then took a step forward. Master, if you are at odds with Zhongtian, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Even if the head of this family does not antagonize them today, the Zhongtian Xiao family will not let us go. Do you really think they just want to merge the two companies? Xiao Xuan's words made Xiao Jianfeng and several elders immediately realize that something was wrong. Then Xiao Xuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "The geniuses of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang emerge in large numbers, each one more powerful than the other. Especially for geniuses like Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun, if one of them appears in the Zhongtian Xiao family. The power of the Xiao family in Zhongtian is about to reach a higher level. Not to mention other geniuses." Xiao Jianfeng and the other elders vaguely noticed something. Could it be? Yes, as you think, the Xiao family in Zhongtian is our genius. Not only that, he also wanted to know how these geniuses were cultivated. If they are really found, the Xiao family in Zhongtian will become the number one force in the vast world just around the corner. After listening to Xiao Xian's explanation, Xiao Jianfeng and others suddenly became furious. This is what they had in mind. Xiao Xian smiled calmly, but this time Xiao Ao stayed, which can be regarded as playing a big role. Firstly, it can test the intentions of the Xiao family in Zhongtian, and secondly, it can also lay the foundation for the future. Yes, if they don't redeem people, then I will destroy them. The elder on the side was a little worried and took a step forward. What if they are unwilling to redeem people? When Xiao Xian heard this, he showed a sly smile. If you refuse to redeem someone, you are becoming an enemy of my Xiao family. I, Xiao Xian, will never be merciless when dealing with my enemies. Then he stood up slowly, with his hands behind his back, and his eyes sparkled. Since the establishment of the Xiao family, they have had their own set of rules for doing things. He does not take the initiative to cause trouble and is not afraid of it. He does not bully the weak and is not afraid of the powerful. But if someone takes the initiative to cause trouble, I, Xiao Xian, am not a vegetarian either. The Xiao family is not easy to mess with. No matter who he is, what kind of power or background he has, if he offends my Xiao family, he will be destroyed. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian couldn't help but erupt with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, several core elders also knew what Xiao Xian meant. Therefore, he was filled with emotion in his heart, and then he bowed to him and retreated. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 141, The Final Word. Instantly kill the fake martial god. Time flies so fast, 2 months, in the vast world, flies by in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wen, the head of the Xiao family in Zhongtian, summoned a group of children in the family. In these 2 months, the family's children absorbed the active essence, blood, and elixirs given by the Lord's family. The family's strength has soared, and nearly 30 powerful warrior gods have appeared, as well as the existence of 300 false martial gods. Any one of these people go to the boundless world, those are the existences that can shock the world. If we only look at the family's combat effectiveness, their Zhongtian Xiao family has an absolute advantage in ranking among the top 3. It's a pity that the top 10 forces still have requirements for the family to be gifted. Although the last time the Zhongtian Xiao family went to the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, in the eyes of outsiders, it was because he wanted to compete with the top 10 forces, but only he knew the real reason behind it. After all, the top talents emerging from the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang have become the object of everyone's research. Even the head of the family has the idea of possessing such a family genius. But in one family, so many top talents suddenly appeared. There must be great opportunities in it. How else to explain the sudden appearance of so many geniuses in one family? Moreover, the lords of the heavens also believe that if they take over the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, they will definitely become the top force in the heavens. But as the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang is a major force in the vast continent, even the established families are afraid of it. Even before their strength has improved, they have to be cautious. But now with their strength, they will face forces like the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. Destroying it is only a matter of minutes, let alone the power of the heavens. If Xiao Wushi had not gone to heaven before, they might still be afraid. But the opponent himself is unable to protect himself in the heavens, so how can he take care of the vast continent? Taking over the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, they are bound to win this time. So what if Elder Xiao is detained? What about the elder who instantly kills the mana of thousands of years? Now he is already a strong man with 20,000 years of magical power. As long as he completes the mission this time, he will be able to become a powerful man at the level of a god king. Even the strongest and most powerful people in the world would still be a little afraid when seeing him. Thinking of this, he felt even more arrogant. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying aura instantly burst out. Everyone, listen to the order. Follow the master of this family to the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang and completely destroy it. Yes. Everyone in the Xiao family was also influenced by him, and their momentum suddenly became high. Then the Xiao family in Zhongtian set off for the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang with a huge formation. This move also attracted the attention of countless people. Many people are talking about this. The Xiao family of Zhongtian actually dispatched such a top powerhouse. You see, the worst ones are all at the peak of the Supreme Lord. It seems that they are bound to destroy the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. The strength of the Xiao family in Zhongtian is so terrifying. There are 300 pseudo-martial gods alone. Even the god of war dispatched 30 of them. Even the head of the family, Xiao Xuan, dispatched himself. Look at this, the Xiao family of Nanjiang has completely offended the Xiao family of Zhongtian. For a moment, everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength of the Xiao family in Zhongtian. I had known for a long time that the Zhongtian Xiao family was extremely powerful, but I never imagined that it would be so terrifying. Even some established families and clans may not be able to produce as many martial gods as he does. The strength of the head of the family, Xiao Xuan, gives me a suffocating feeling. His strength is probably on par with Xiao Wushi. Is it possible that he has reached the level of the martial god, Xiao Wushi? It's possible that just the aura he exudes can make people fear him. Not to mention if he takes action, even Xiao Wushi may not be his opponent. Hearing this, everyone suddenly gasped. Even the veteran elders around him burst out with the terrifying aura of the god of war. I think their magic power starts at least 10,000 years old. Hiss. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard this, and gained another understanding of the power of the Xiao family in Zhongtian. Is this the terror of top power? Even some established families saw the fighting power of the Zhongtian Xiao family. They were all lost in thought and didn't even dare to speak. Because they can't even use half of this fighting power. It can be seen how terrifying the development of the Xiao family in Zhongtian is now. By the way, are they really going out this time to destroy the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang? Some people raised questions. They had also heard about the Xiao families failure in Zhongtian and the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. The Xiao family in southern Xinjiang and the Xiao family in Zhongtian are hundreds of millions of miles apart. How can there be any grudge between the two? Yes, you must have misunderstood, right? Besides, the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang also has top talents such as Xiao Tianyun. The man patted his chest as a pledge. Although the Xiao family in Zhongtian is not in conflict with the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, it is precisely because the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang has many talented people. It aroused the covetousness of the Xiao family in Zhongtian. In the name of merging, they wanted to annex the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. However, the head of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang disagreed. Not only that, he also instantly killed a martial god with 1,000-year magic power. They even detained their first elder, and the Xiao family in Zhongtian originally wanted to annex the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. How could we miss this opportunity to seize the top spot of the top 10 forces? This time? Everyone gasped when they heard this. I didn't expect that the Zhongtian Xiao family would have such an idea. But the head of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang is not someone to be trifled with. Although Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, doesn't care about family affairs, he has a character that is determined to retaliate. We must not tolerate such a thing happening. Although Xiao Wushi was hunted down in the heavens, but the news of his execution did not come out for a day, and no one dared to bully the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. Besides, the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang not only has the number 1 swordsman Xiao Xuan, but also the sword emperor Xiao Jianxin and other top geniuses. Since Xiao Xuan dares to imprison the eldest elder of the Xiao family in Zhongtian into the demon-locking tower, it proves that they are not afraid of the power of the Xiao family in Zhongtian. Although very few people know about this matter, but intelligence specialists like Tianji Pavilion can still find out. What's more, the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang didn't hide anything about this matter. So this matter broke out like this. The Xiao family of Zhongtian faced off against the Xiao family of southern Xinjiang who don't wear shoes. It's interesting. It's interesting. Since the rise of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang, they have never been afraid of anyone. Even if Xiao Wushi doesn't come forward with the Xiao family's behavior in southern Xinjiang, we don't know who will win. What's more, the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang occupies the top 8 positions in the Tiandao ranking. It is well known how terrifying his talent is. I don't know what kind of sparks will happen if the two Xiao families collide this time. Who knows? Anyway, we are just watching the excitement. We will find out if we go over and take a look. After that, everyone followed the footsteps of the Xiao family in Zhongtian and headed to the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. The news about the Xiao family in Zhongtian attacking the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang also spread throughout the vast continent at the speed of light. In an instant, many top forces paid attention to the war between the two Xiao families. At the same time, Xiao Xuan, who was practicing, suddenly received a notification sound from the system. Ding! A family crisis has been detected, and outsiders are attacking the family. Issue a killing mission. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 142. In front of me, everything is an ant. Who would have thought that Xiao Wen, the head of the Xiao family in Zhongtian, would poach people in public? And it was in front of Xiao Xuan, the head of the family. This is too unethical. Therefore, when everyone saw this scene, they all showed contempt and mocking eyes. Xiao Wen didn't care so much. He is now a powerful man with 20,000 years of magic power. Looking at the entire vast world, who is her opponent? Xiao Xuan? A mere ant can be crushed to death with one finger. Does he need to take such a person seriously? Xiao Xuan only smiled indifferently at Xiao Wen's behavior of poaching people in person. Seeing that Xiao Xuan did not have any dissatisfaction, Xiao became more unscrupulous and looked at Jamal Xiao with burning eyes. How about it? As long as you accept the invitation of my family leader, you will receive the supreme honor. However, just when he thought Jamal Xiao would agree without hesitation. However, he found that Jamal Xiao rolled his eyes at him fiercely. Before Xiao could speak, Jamal Xiao's retort came over. The position of the Holy Sun? All resources are tilted towards me? This is really an extremely exciting condition. It's a pity, are you worthy? Not to mention that the condition for the position of the Holy Sun that you set out is the position of the head of the family in the heavens. I'm not surprised either. In my mind, in addition to the family leader, Xiao Xuan, there are also clan brothers like Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianxin. You are worthy of my admiration and learning. Others are worthless in my eyes. Let alone you. Jamal Xiao looked at Xiao Wen with contempt, with a deep look of disdain in his eyes. In his mind, Xiao Xuan is his belief and the goal of his study. Apart from them, Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others are the driving force for his progress. No one else can fall in his eyes. Who else can convince him except Xiao Xuan? Damn thing. Xiao Wen suddenly became furious, and instantly burst out with the might of the god of war that belonged to 10,000 years of mana. However, Jamal Xiao was unmoved. Compared with Xiao Xuan's power, he was far inferior. There is no such suffocating sense of oppression at all, it is simply a world of difference. Then several powerful warriors behind him also burst out with their own aura and locked onto Jamal Xiao. Seeing that he was still unmoved, several more pseudo-martial gods appeared and locked him in their own domain. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads. If you can't beat someone, you just want to be overwhelmed by numbers. It's really despicable. Faced with this kind of pressure, Jamal Xiao pursed his lips in disdain. Just relying on 3 martial gods and a dozen false martial gods, they want to suppress and control me. Do you think that I am too weak, or do you think that you are too powerful? Immediately afterwards, he stepped into the air and struck the air with Mjolnir. The huge power seemed to break half of the void barrier. In an instant, thunder rolled in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. This terrifying flash of thunder and lightning can be seen for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As soon as the hammer fell, sand flew, rocks rolled, and dust rolled. The emperor's situation changed, even the earth was trembling, and the sky seemed unable to withstand such a concentration of power. There were countless cracks exposed, as if it was about to break at any time. Not good. The expressions of the 3 martial gods suddenly changed when they saw this strike of Mjolnir. They all used their strongest killing moves to resist this move. However, the pseudo-martial god behind them was half a beat slower. Even though they had used their strongest killing moves to resist, they were still locked by countless thunder and lightning intentions. Suddenly, the 2 sides collided. The huge power of Thor's hammer seemed to fall on a huge protective shield. Jamal Xiao curled his lips and smiled. Then he pressed down hard, and the shroud condensed by dozens of pseudo-martial gods and several martial gods. There were actually signs of fragmentation, and then it was shattered in the eyes of everyone who was extremely shocked. In an instant, winds and clouds surged, sand and rocks flew, and the sky shook. A terrifying aura with the power of the thunder god instantly hunted them down. The pupils of the 3 martial gods suddenly condensed, and they once again tried their best to catch this move. But they were pushed back countless steps by this residual power. The dozens of pseudo-war gods behind him were directly killed by this thunder hammer. It instantly turned into streaks of blood mist, becoming fertile nutrients for this land. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone showed extremely shocked eyes. Jamal Xiao is just a being who has just become a master. Its strength is so terrifying. With just one move, the opponent lost dozens of pseudo-martial gods. Even the 3 martial gods couldn't resist his killing move. Such strength is too terrifying. Then everyone looked at the other geniuses of the Xiao family. It suddenly dawned on me. With Jamal Xiao's qualifications, he can only be ranked 7th on the Tiandao ranking. So, what about other geniuses? How terrifying their strength must be. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked again. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Xiao family in Zhongtian became furious. As the head of the family, Xiao Xuan was even more furious. Kill him. Kill him for my master. Several more powerful martial gods and a dozen false martial gods stepped forward. They launched an attack together and planned to surround and suppress Jamal Xiao to death. As Jamal Xiao's best friend, Xiao Yan naturally couldn't stand it. Then he took a step, and a burst of flame power instantly filled the air. Although Jamal Xiao has absolute strength to deal with them. However, he looked very unhappy being surrounded by so many people. Bullying the minority with more? Have you asked this young master? Another punch passed, and the power of endless flames instantly filled hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even though everyone has retreated millions of kilometers away, I still can't stand being burned by this fierce flame. In an instant, dozens of pseudo-war gods were suppressed by the power of the flames. It turned out to be Fire Emperor Xiao Yan. He also took action. With Xiao Yan's ability to control flames, these people want to kill Jamal Xiao, but they can't. Xiao Yan, as the 4th-ranked genius on the Heavenly Dao ranking, is even more terrifying. The 2 of them have joined forces and have already defeated so many powerful men from the Zhongtian Xiao family. At this moment, we still don't know who is the target of destruction. The Zhongtian Xiao family was naturally shocked by the strength of Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yan. But they all had only one thought in their minds at this time. No matter what method is used, they must be killed. Kill. Xiao Yan smiled heartily when he saw this. There are so many people, I'm actually a little excited. After saying that, he punched again, and a terrifying power of flames instantly surrounded them. It's like a small flame purgatory. In an instant, several pseudo-martial gods of the Xiao family in Zhongtian were severely injured. And those powerful masters were directly burned to death by the power of the flames. When Xiao Xuan saw this scene, he was filled with rage and glared in the direction of Xiao Xuan and his group with bared teeth. Kill. Kill them all for my master. Everyone in the Xiao family in Zhongtian no longer hides it. Countless powerful men and women appeared one after another and rushed towards Xiao Xuan and his party. The few geniuses standing next to Xiao Xuan remained unmoved. They didn't pay attention to such a strong attack. At this time, a huge black coffin fell from the sky and instantly swallowed the 3 false gods of war. Only 3 withered corpses were left. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen powerful masters of the master level were destroyed by him. Upon seeing this, another strong man rushed forward and wanted to strangle Xiao Zongtian. Have you ever asked me about killing my compatriots in front of me, Emperor Morong-yi? Then Xiao Junlin stepped out and broke the strong man's neck with one hand. The strong man didn't even react and saw his head and body separated. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 143. Xiao Xuan takes action, but the family does not. Facing his words, Xiao Tianyan's expression remained calm from beginning to end. He didn't even want to say another word and looked at him indifferently. Suddenly, a powerful gaze was instantly locked on the martial god. A feeling of falling into an abyss filled his heart. In full view of everyone, Xiao Tianyan's big palm fell from the sky. It landed on the head of the god of war. Unable to withstand such gravity, his body became visible to the naked eye. Gradually shattered into blood clots, then exploded in the air and fell in every corner. Countless people were horrified by this scene, and some with low cultivation even developed inner demons as a result. It can be seen how terrifying Xiao Tianyun's move is. I thought that the strength of Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Qingyun was terrifying enough. Who would have thought that Xiao Tianyun, dressed in a green shirt, would be even more frightening? Although his strength is equal to that of Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Qingyun. But this fear alone is enough to make the common people tremble. When Xiaowen saw this scene, he became furious. How dare you kill the elders of my clan? You are seeking death. Then the power of the god of war exploded with 10,000 years of mana, and he launched a vicious killing move towards Xiao Tianyun. At this time, Xiao Xuan, who had been unmoved, took action. He suddenly appeared in front of Xiaowen. Just a glance blocked this terrifying power. A terrible halo suddenly spread out, followed by terrible pressure. Xiaowen was furious, looked at Xiao Xuan angrily, and almost gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Xuan. To be rated as the best swordsman in ancient and modern times by Tiandao, his strength should not be underestimated. But he didn't expect Xiao Xuan to be so powerful. Just a look can defeat his killing move. This kind of strength inspired the murderous intention in his heart even more. Xiao Xuan, I will fight you until death today. Xiaowen's whole body erupted with terrifying power, and the spiritual energy instantly turned into sharp weapons and headed towards Xiao Xuan. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Xuan pointed a finger lightly. A sword energy condensed from the fingertips, exuding endless Taoist aura. Next moment, this sword energy with endless charm collided with Xiaowen's killing move. After the loud noise, Xiaowen's body was knocked back by Xiao Xuan's finger. His killing move was instantly defeated by this finger. Even if Xiaowen took defensive measures in time, it would be difficult to withstand the power of this finger. His body was directly thrown away by the pressure, and the moment he landed, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Xiaowen looked at Xiao Xuan in horror. I have long known that Xiao Xuan's strength should not be underestimated, but I never thought that there was such a gap in strength between them. Before the other party actually made a move, he was already unable to parry. What if he really takes action? Xiaowen couldn't imagine it, but he was extremely shocked at the same time. Xiao Xuan's figure appeared in front of him. I saw him calm, looking at me with a calm face. At that moment, he seemed to be locked by an ancient giant. The blood in his body froze, and a feeling of suffocation arose spontaneously. Rise. As Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice sounded, countless spiritual energy condensed on Xiaowen's head. These spiritual energies gradually turned into colorless barriers, and finally formed a large cauldron. This large cauldron exudes a milky white halo, giving people an ethereal and sacred feeling. And Xiao Xuan didn't know when he had already risen into the sky. I saw him holding one hand behind his back and pointing out. Combine. The spiritual energy cauldron, which was about 1 kilometer high, was gently held up by him. Endless spiritual energy burst out from the cauldron. In Xiao Xuan's cold eyes, this big cauldron gradually enveloped Xiaowen. Fall. Immediately afterwards, the earth trembled, and the immeasurable spiritual energy stopped flowing in an instant. In Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice, he fell down with an unstoppable trend. Countless people looked at Xiao Xuan in shock. At this moment, they seemed to be seeing people who were not from this world. Such terrifying strength and fighting ability cannot be compared to even the great powers of ancient times. Under the tremendous pressure, Xiaowen was no longer able to move. The long sword in his hand also lost its former spirituality. The spiritual energy that he had gathered to attack Xiao Xuan also became a weapon to suppress himself. At this moment, the martial god space, which had been blessed by 20,000 years of mana, was shattered. It was accompanied by bursts of dull sounds. A huge pit 100 feet deep appeared on the ground. The great cauldron transformed from spiritual energy left 4 footprints in the giant pit, as if telling everyone what happened just now. After the dust dispersed, a figure of flesh and blood appeared in the giant pit. It was squirming like a maggot, and there was a magic sword lying next to the maggot. Everyone looked over in horror and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's Xiao Xuan." At this moment, everyone's eyes showed deep shock. Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family in Zhongtian, who had 20,000 years of magical power, died at the hands of Xiao Xuan. And he just pointed his finger. Everyone looked at Xiao Xuan, who was dressed in white and had one hand behind his back, looking aloof. It was as if he suddenly saw the existence of another terrifying and powerful person. Xiao Wushi. However, the next moment they shook their heads in denial. Xiao Xuan is more terrifying than Xiao Wushi. When he first entered the realm of the god of war, he instantly killed Xiao Xuan, who had 20,000 years of magic power, with one finger. Even the powerful Xiao Wushi couldn't do this. Seeing Xiao Xuan's indifferent expression as always, they all fell into deep thought. With Xiao Xuan's strength, can he still find an opponent in the vast world? I'm afraid there are few rivals in all the heavens and worlds. Xiao Xuan watched all this indifferently. He took action just to stop Xiao Xuan. Although these little guys are strong enough, even Xiao Tianyun cannot defeat the martial god with 20,000 years of magical power. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun also ended his battle. The elder of the martial god still wanted to use all his strength to break through the confinement. But Xiao Qingyun pointed it out, and then his body exploded and died. Then Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Jianqing's side and shook his head helplessly. This guy will hone his swordsmanship whenever he gets the chance. Not only that, his swordsmanship also has the ability to absorb the insights of other strong swordsmen. This is also the unique feature of his sword god's heart. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 144. I am the adopted son of the head of the family. The destruction of the Xiao family in Zhongtian made countless forces see the terror of the Xiao family and the terror of Xiao Xuan. From now on, the only top family in the vast world is the Xiao family. Even if they don't want to admit it, they have to accept this fact. The horrors of the Xiao family and Xiao Xuan are not something they can afford to offend. The horror of the Xiao family continues to spread throughout the vast world. Everyone in the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang has re-entered their own cultivation. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Xuan, who was practicing, finally received the system prompt. Ding, the host has completed the killing mission and successfully killed the Zhongtian Xiao family. Does the host receive the reward? Xiao Xuan will naturally not miss any opportunity to improve himself and his family's strength. Moreover, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. As long as it's not a trap. Ding, the host will destroy the Zhongtian Xiao family, gain all the family luck, and be rewarded with 10,000 years of mana and millions of redemption points. As the rewards were received, the Xiao family also underwent earth-shaking changes in an instant. A terrifying Daoyun instantly landed in the Xiao family's residence. Countless luck has blessed all the children of the Xiao family. At this moment, all the family members felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation was loosened. Everyone rushed to the enlightenment room almost at the same time to start practicing in seclusion. The Xiao family in Zhongtian has a history of millions of years, and its family's fate is naturally terrifying. This time, their luck was robbed, and the luck of the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang naturally increased infinitely. Now with their strength, it is no longer a problem to become one of the top 10 forces. And Xiao Xuan himself has 10,000 years of mana blessing, plus this time system reward. He will soon be blessed with 20,000 years of magic power, which can not only suppress the family's luck, it also makes the family's position more stable. At this moment, he sat cross-legged without hesitation and began to practice. In seclusion. The terrifying momentum on his body was also raging. Time flies, and Xiao Xuan has been in seclusion for 2 months. In these 2 months, Xiao Xuan has completely absorbed those fortunes. At this time, his aura became more and more terrifying. Then enter the system to view your own details. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family in the vast world. Cultivation realm, god of war, 20,000 years of mana. Magic weapon, top divine weapon waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal path, powerful and dragonless. After completing the practice, you can cut through the void with the sword. 9-turn golden body, 5th level, sun fire, thunder domain. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family. Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Exchange Points, 24500,600. Now that he has the blessing of 20,000 years of mana, even if he faces an opponent who is tens of thousands of years old, he may not be able to defeat him. Other buildings and magical powers in the family have also been upgraded. At this moment, he is already invincible in the vast world. But what satisfied him the most was the last line in the introduction column. More than 2 million exchange points are enough for him to exchange for an excellent secret realm. However, after the last system operation, he was not in a hurry to redeem his favorite secret realm. Instead of letting them stay in for a month and then come out, it is better to exchange that secret realm into a permanent one. Firstly, it can continuously improve the strength of the family's children. And secondly, it can also keep the family's strength at a peak forever. However, these redemption points are still a bit insufficient at the moment. Nowadays, the geniuses of the Xiao family are constantly improving their strength. Even some of the less qualified children of the Xiao family have performed well in other fields. It can be said that the development of the family is getting better and better. Then he started walking outside. I don't know how the metropolitan city is developing these days. Xiao Xuan sighed and walked out. After leaving the Xiao family's residence, Xiao Xuan went to where Juku City was. After years of transformation, Juku City has now been renamed Dadu City. It is no longer the small county town it was back then. Not only that, the capital city is also a capital city that Xiao Qingyun's Nanming Holy Dynasty and the Xiao family spent huge sums of money to build. Its scale is comparable to that of a dynasty, and it is also the headquarters of the Xiao family. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first awakened his memory, Dadu City was just a small county town. Now it has developed into the base camp of the Xiao family. Even the martial god would not dare to offend easily when he comes here. It now covers an area of millions of feet, and even the god of war is not allowed to fly on this land without permission. Not to mention that there is a world-leading defensive formation on it. It can be said that almost everyone here lives and works in peace and contentment. Xiao Xuan hit his cultivation level and then followed the crowd into the capital city. The rules have been changed since he took over the Xiao family. There are no longer any fees to enter the city, and almost all taxes have been waived. At this time, like ordinary people, he slowly entered the capital city. It did not attract any attention. There were people coming and going in the capital city, and the traffic was busy. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and it was a peaceful scene. It has undergone earth-shaking changes from when he first took over. He even saw some familiar faces, as well as king-level cultivators. If he had appeared here back then, he might have caused a sensation. But now, with his appearance, if it weren't for those close to him, even most of the Xiao family's children wouldn't recognize him. Xiao Xuan went straight to a small restaurant, and his memory suddenly flew back to the past. There were 3 or 4 tables, a tattered signboard, and the grandfather and grandson had to endure the bullying from the officers and soldiers. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan was filled with emotion. The store is still here today, but its size has been expanded to 10 times its original size. The bustling flow of people inside is enough to prove how prosperous the restaurant's business is. Of course, this is also inseparable from the boss's genuine character and his level. When the waiter saw Xiao Xuan, he stepped forward with a smile on his face. "What do you want, sir?" "Bring me some hot and sour potato noodles," Xiao Xuan said calmly. When the waiter heard this, he looked at him with a smile on his face. The guest gentleman turns out to be a regular customer. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and kept looking at him. "How do you say this?" "Our hot and sour potato noodles are no longer on the menu, but we still have this dish," the waiter explained, "and this noodle is cooked by our boss himself. This is a guarantee for regular customers." "Oh? Why is this?" Xiao Xuan couldn't help but wonder. The waiter still had a smile on his face, which made people feel comfortable. Hot and sour potato noodles are the most common side dish, but the spiritual energy contained in them is also very thin. The boss stopped selling it many years ago. After all, people's living conditions are getting better and better now. You can also make such a noodle dish by yourself, but regular customers who have eaten this noodle dish before, I will still come here to visit. In their words, it's just that you can't cook food like this anywhere else. So our boss kept this noodle dish, but without the recipe. If someone orders this noodle, he will cook it himself. Xiao Xuan nodded. Yes, it's no wonder that the boss's business is getting more and more prosperous. Of course, even Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, is very pleased with our boss's bowl of noodles. The head of Xiao Xuan's family came here to eat noodles back then, and the person who served him the noodles was the boss's granddaughter. The boss also said that Mr. Xiao loved this noodle the most, so he kept it. Xiao Xuan couldn't help feeling emotional when he heard this, and his thoughts suddenly flew back to the past. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 145: Punishing the Family's Playboys and Gaining People's Hearts. Xiao Jianqin. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Xiao Jianqin is the 3rd most talented person in the heavenly ranking, so naturally countless people know his name. Especially his standard blue shirt long sword, it is the image of a swordsman in the minds of countless people. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Jianqin appeared on the stage, the crowd immediately became excited. It's actually the Sword Emperor, Xiao Jianqin. Why is he here? Is he here to support Xiao Yulong? I don't know. Let's talk about it after reading it. The constant chatter among the crowd made Xiao Yulong panic. He didn't expect Xiao Jianqin to come here. You must know that except for a few meetings with Xiao Jianqin when he was a child, he had no other communication at all. In addition, after knowing that the other party was a useless practitioner, he became even more alienated from the other party. Who would have thought that this guy would become an unparalleled talent that is rare to see in billions of years? He is still born with the heart of a sword god. Even when he acts outside, he has to use his name. But the two of them had no other communication at all, let alone chatting over wine. Maybe the other party doesn't even know if he has a cousin like him. Now that I am here, he feels even more panicked. He quickly ran forward with a doggy smile. Cousin Kenshin. Why are you here? Sit down, just tell me if you have anything to do. Why are you here in person? These words made everyone feel that he and Xiao Jianxin really had a close friendship. However, Xiao Jianxin looked at him indifferently, which made Xiao Yulong's hand about to touch his arm. They all took it back tremblingly, even feeling a little frightened in their hearts. Xiao Jianxin stared at him for a long time before searching for such a person from his memory. Uncle Xiao Jingtian's son? Xiao Yulong immediately smiled brightly and pointed at himself. Yes. That's me. When we were young, we climbed trees together with our buttocks naked. When everyone heard this, they already knew the whole story. This Xiao Yulong was probably doing evil in the name of Xiao Jianxin. Now that this deity is here, hurry up and get close to him. Therefore, many people showed disdain. Xiao Jianxin naturally observed the emotions of the onlookers, and he roughly guessed the reason why Xiao Xuan came. I'm afraid it is related to the cousin he has never met before. Xiao Jianxin looked at him coldly, then turned around and headed into the open-air shop. At this time, Xiao Xuan was sitting there with a gloomy expression, which was something he rarely showed. This shows how serious this matter is. Xiao Yulong was a little panicked and quickly followed Xiao Jianxin's footsteps. Cousin, just tell me what you want to eat. You don't have to go there by yourself. Then he saw Xiao Jianxin stopping in front of Xiao Xuan, and ran up without any hesitation. Hey! Get out of here, don't you see that the mighty sword Emperor Xiao Jianxin is going to sit here? Get out of here! Just when he was about to step forward and take action, Xiao Jianxin suddenly knelt down on one knee and saluted Xiao Xuan. Jianxin pays homage to the master of the family. As soon as Xiao Jianxin made this move, the whole place instantly became silent. That's Xiao Jianxin. Who else can make him kneel down and salute except Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the man in white. It turned out to be Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family. For a moment, the whole place was silent. But it soon became a sensation. It turned out to be Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family. He actually appeared here. Oh my God, I just said hello to him when I entered the city. I didn't expect that the head of the Xiao family would suddenly come here. Fortunately, I didn't offend him. You are really lucky to be able to greet the head of the Xiao family. The head of the Xiao family appeared here and happened to see the whole process of Xiao Yulong's arrogance and domineering behavior. I don't know what he will do next. Don't you know that he called Sword Emperor Xiao Jianxin here? He looks like he will be severely punished. Yes, the head of the Xiao family is fair and approachable. He will never tolerate such things. Yes, the capital city became so prosperous because it was under his control. Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Some people who had been squeezed by Xiao Yulong were even filled with tears. At this moment, I hope the head of the Xiao family can punish this bully. Otherwise, we will really suffer great harm. With the way the head of the Xiao family behaves, he will definitely not harbor favoritism. The boss on the side even burst into tears. We haven't seen him for many years, but he is still so approachable. The girl next to him was also very excited, even though he looked younger than before. But the aura about him was still the same as when he was a child, making her feel like family. Different from the reactions of the two, Xiao Yulong was about to touch Xiao Xuan's hand. He became trembling at this moment, and not only that, his body became stiff. Then he stiffened his neck and looked at Xiao Jianqin. Cousin Jianqin, is this really the head of the family, Xiao Xuan? Seeing this, Xiao Xuan knew that Xiao Jianqin did not know about this. Get up, he asked him to get up, otherwise Xiao Jianqin would be regarded as an unparalleled genius. He also needs to be punished severely. Xiao Jianqin breathed a sigh of relief and felt very depressed about this unreasonable disaster. Not to mention that he didn't know the cause of this incident. He had never even met this so-called cousin Xiao Yulong a few times. Therefore, he stood directly behind Xiao Xuan without even glancing at Xiao Yulong from the corner of his eye. Xiao Xuan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Xiao Yulong indifferently. My head, I want to ask you, when did I say that I wanted to adopt you as my adopted son because I have no children? Xiao Yulong's whole body trembled when he heard this, and his head was filled with cold sweat. Looking at Xiao Xuan's cold eyes, he was even more frightened. His father had told his uncle before that he should not be restrained in his behavior. Don't spread this matter to the outside world, or let the real senior personnel know. Even though neither of them could save themselves, their father gradually became more involved with senior officials. It is also possible to become a real high-level personnel, and the uncle is the direct supervisor of the Xiao family's residence. He felt that no one could control him, even if someone knew about his behavior. He wanted to report to the Xiao family's residence, but his uncle and father helped him intercept it. As a result, he became even more arrogant, and now he was stared at by Xiao Xuan's indifferent eyes. Xiao Yulong felt as if his blood was coagulated, as if he was about to be executed in the next moment. Master, I. Then he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Even most of his clothes were wet. When everyone around him saw this scene, they couldn't help but point at him and even cursed at him. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Jianqin behind him, and then said calmly, my family leader just wants to see if you know about this matter. Since the matter has nothing to do with you, the head of the family will not blame you. You can just sit aside. Xiao Jianqin was relieved when he heard this, and then sat down next to Xiao Xuan. He did not express any opinion on Xiao Yulong's matter. Xiao Xuan turned to look at the boss and his granddaughter, and then sat down again. When the two people saw Xiao Xuan looking at them, they hurriedly stepped forward to kneel down and bow. I've met the head of the Xiao Xuan family. Before the two of them could kneel down, Xiao Xuan gave him a weak hand, and the boss couldn't move any further. Xiao Xuan looked at the boss apologetically. I'm so sorry for eating your noodles for so many years. Not only does it not bring you convenience, but it also causes future generations to bring you trouble. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 146, The Permanent Secret Realm appears. Just when everyone thought that was the end of the matter, Xiao Xuan gave the order again. Send an order to thoroughly investigate all the people involved in Xiao Yulong's incident. Those with serious circumstances will be removed from the family tree and will never be hired. Xiao Xuan's voice was very calm, but his words were heard by everyone present. Then, Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice sounded again. Where is the elder of the criminal law hall? The elder of the criminal law hall, who was named, trembled in his heart, and then took a step forward. I've met the head of the family. Xiao Xuan glanced at him indifferently. As the elder of the criminal law hall, you don't care about the strict confinement. As a result of such a heinous incident, I failed to do my part. From now on, the salary will be fined for half a year, and the resources will be halved for 3 months. The entire senior staff of the criminal law hall will. They shall be fined 1 month's salary and have their resources halved for 1 month. Other personnel shall be fined 1 month's salary. The resources are halved that month. If you still can't handle this matter, well, please give this elder of the criminal law hall to someone who can do it. After following Xiao Xuan for many years, this was the first time he saw Xiao Xuan lose such a temper. But he also knew that this time he was indeed too negligent. Thinking that the Xiao family is getting better and better now, he neglects family affairs. Who would have thought that such a cancer would appear in the family? If he can no longer lead by example, can the elders of the criminal law hall say otherwise? Whether he can continue to stay in the Xiao family is a question. Seeing this, other members of the criminal law hall also became extremely alert. If you want to work in the criminal law hall, you really can't relax for a moment. If something really happens, even the criminal court will be punished. The elder of the criminal law hall had a solemn look on his face. I will obey the instructions of the master of the family, and I will set an example in the future. Such a thing will never happen again. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and took Xiao Jingtian and the others away directly. If the flow continues, he is afraid that he will be punished even more. Without a few months of cultivation resources, his cultivation speed will be much slower than that of other elders. It's not certain whether I can still catch up. He will not be dissatisfied with the result of Xiao Xuan's execution this time, but it does not mean that he can accept his punishment. Not only him, but other members of the criminal law hall cannot accept it. But someone has to take the blame. Almost as soon as he left Xiao Xuan's sight, the terrifying aura on his body also burst out. Everyone in the criminal law hall also knows that the elder of the criminal law hall will never be so easy to talk to in the future. As the elder of the criminal law hall left with Xiao Jingtian and others, this farce came to an end. Xiao Xuan looked at the boss and his grandson at this time, with apologetic expressions on his face. Old man, there is no need to feel any displeasure over this matter. This is because of the lax discipline of our Xiao family. This is how such a dandy appeared in the family. If the punishment is not severe enough, I'm afraid that more such dandy children will be born in the future, which will be a disaster for our Xiao family. Then he looked at Xiao Ziyao next to his boss and smiled very calmly. Let's do this. I will make a promise to you. As long as you speak, you will not violate ethics and morals and the bottom line of my family. The head of this family can help you realize it, even if it is the compensation made by this head of the family for this matter. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xiao Ziyao in shock. Everyone looked enviously. You must know that this is Xiao Xuan's promise. The current head of the Xiao family, top of the heavenly ranking. Known as the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. Destroy the Zhongtian Xiao family with one finger. He is also the mentor of Sword Emperor Xiao Jianxin. The uncle of Huang Xiao Tianyun. The only person whom Empress Xiao Qingyun admires. The guiding mentor to Jamal Xiao, Xiao Yan and others. His commitment is priceless. Being able to get a promise from Xiao Xuan would make the whole world excited. For a time, countless eyes focused on Xiao Ziyao. They wished they could change identities with Xiao Ziyao. The boss was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and he immediately knelt down to thank him. But he was stopped by Xiao Xuan, who looked at Xiao Ziyao beside him. Know that she will make the right choice for herself. Xiao Ziyao looked at Xiao Xuan, and the people around her looked at her with either surprise or envy. She has been told the importance of Xiao Xuan's promise. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan. Can I make any requests? Xiao Xuan nodded with a very calm expression, as long as it does not violate ethics and morals or violate the bottom line of our family. This family leader can meet all your requirements and even help you become a martial god. Xiao Xuan's words were very plain, but when they fell in everyone's ears, they became a shocking thunder. If others had said this, they might have scoffed. But Xiao Xuan, as the strongest person after Xiao Wushi and Xiao Jianqin and others were all promoted by him. Therefore, no one will question the authenticity of Xiao Xuan's words, because he can definitely do it. For a moment, everyone stared at Xiao Ziyao, wanting to see if she would choose to become the god of war. After all, the god of war is the top combat power in the vast world, and many people may not be able to climb to this level in their lifetime. Xiao Ziyao was silent for a moment, and then said, I want to practice, but I have to practice step by step on my own. I want to become strong on my own so that I can be strong enough to protect the people I want to protect. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a heart. Then he used the eye of insight to check Xiao Ziyao's details. Xiao Ziyao, 16 years old, holy body of royal power, accidentally awakened to the holy body of royal power. Holy body of royal power, a special physique that relies on power to cultivate. The more powerful it is, the more powerful it becomes. The faster, the cultivation level is improved, but because there is no emperor's energy, it can only be practiced by the royal dynasty. But don't underestimate the owners of the holy body of royal power. Although people with this kind of physique cannot become emperors, but he can also rely on his own strength to create a new era of dynasty. A look of surprise flashed across Xiao Xuan's eyes. Unexpectedly, any little girl I met randomly had a special physique. Although there are many geniuses in the family, it does not mean that he is not attracted to other geniuses. Therefore, Xiao Xuan had the idea of bringing Xiao Ziyao into the Xiao family. He smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Ziyao. Since you want to practice on your own step by step, my master has a place that is very suitable for you. Not only can it help you improve your cultivation level, but it can also broaden your horizons. I wonder if you are willing? Xiao Ziyao was a little confused. I wonder where it is? She originally thought that Xiao Xuan would let her enter the Xiao family, to practice, but she didn't expect that he would let her go somewhere else. Xiao Xuan naturally knew what Xiao Jiujiu was in Xiao Ziyao's heart, and then smiled and said, Nanming Holy Dynasty. I wonder if you would be willing to practice with Xiao Qingyun? After speaking, he looked at Xiao Xuan with a smile. Countless people cast envious glances at Xiao Ziyao. Xiao Qingyun was the king of the southern Ming dynasty. The level of cultivation is no less than that of Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianqin. Moreover, the other party is the only Xiao family genius with the status of empress. If you can practice with Xiao Qingyun, it will be much better than staying in the Xiao family. Xiao Ziyao was even more shocked. That aloof, cold and outstanding domineering figure could not help but appear in his mind. How dare she stay with such a legendary empress? This is something she never dared to dream of. So she answered Xiao Xuan's words very excitedly, I do. Then Xiao Xuan nodded, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air, with the corners of his mouth murmuring. After the jade slip glowed faintly, Xiao Xuan handed the jade slip to Xiao Jianqin. Jianxian, take this jade slip to Xiao Qingyun. After she reads it, she will know what's going on. Xiao Jianqin took the jade slip with confusion on his face. He didn't understand why Xiao Xuan was so special to a little girl. As a secret voice reached his ears, Xiao Jianqin knew everything. At the same time, he also looked at Xiao Ziyao in surprise. He did not expect that the other party was actually a special holy body. It is also a holy body of royal power, which is really interesting. Then he stayed at Zhao's house for a few more days, and then took Xiao Ziyao to the Nanming Holy Dynasty. And Xiao Yulong's matter did not end there. As soon as the elders of the criminal law hall returned to the Xiao family, they began to investigate the incident. He wouldn't know if he didn't check. Once he checked, he almost couldn't bear the information he found out. The people involved in this matter are not only those at the bottom, but also most of the middle-level people. There were even signs that high-level personnel were involved, which frightened the elders of the criminal law hall to dare not continue the investigation. Fortunately, after a thorough investigation, no senior personnel were involved. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 147, The Mysterious Woman in the Prehistoric World. Are you Hou-yi? Chang'e jumped up excitedly, her big eyes full of surprise. That's the Hou-yi who shot the 9 golden crows in revenge for helping his friends. As Chang'e spoke, she got closer and closer to Hou-yi, her face full of admiration and admiration. The golden crow is rampant in the wilderness, and it is not only the witch clan that is implicated, the human race is even more damaged than the witch clan. The witch clan has the blessing of spiritual power, while the human clan relies on their mortal bodies, and the golden crow is rampant. The world became a purgatory, so they worshipped Hou-yi extremely. Xiao Xuan's explanation once again reminded everyone of the scene where the golden crow was rampant on the 10th day. Hou-yi looked at the girl in front of him who was jumping like an elf, and he didn't know why. When faced with compliments from the Wu clan, he did not waver in the slightest. At this moment, I actually felt that avenging Quafu was something worthy of pride. He smiled shyly. Quafu is my best friend. The 10 golden crows have a naughty character. He killed my friend and destroyed countless living beings in the ancient land, causing all life to be in ruins. I am just doing my best, even if the other party is the prince of the demon clan, so what? If you do something wrong, you should be punished. The excitement shining in Chang'e's eyes once again touched Hou-yi's heart. The two of them chatted more and more, and they took a walk from the flowers to the waterfall. From sunrise to sunset, a strange feeling developed between the two of them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jianxin couldn't help but sigh, even someone as powerful as Hou-yi can still be tempted. When Jamal Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but joked, you think everyone is like you. In addition to studying swordsmanship, you just hone your sword skills. The people around him burst out laughing when they heard this. Xiao Jianxin touched his nose to relieve his embarrassment. Then everyone looked at the scene ahead, expressed his own views and opinions on the relationship between Hou-yi and Chang'e. Hou-yi and Chang'e are really talented and beautiful. Yes, a passionate young man and an innocent girl. What a beautiful story. Xiao Xian stood with his hands behind his back, breaking everyone's illusions. The legend passed down from generation to generation is true, but it's a pity that we are destined to have different fates. Everyone suddenly felt confused, and then looked at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian didn't say much, and just asked them to continue reading. As time passed, Hou-yi did not know when he got up and stayed in the human tribe. During this time, he often went out hunting, killing ferocious beasts, and improving food for the human tribe. In addition to his bravery and proficiency in fighting, even some monsters that often offended the human race were driven away by him. Therefore, he was respected by the human race, and they were very optimistic about Hou-yi marrying a woman from their own human tribe. However, the appearance of a woman broke this peaceful and beautiful time. The woman came with a pill and found Chang'e, and told her that this was the elixir of immortality that Hou-yi had specially found for her. After taking this elixir, you can stay young forever. In this way, he and Hou-yi could stay together for a long time without having to worry about death separating them. Chang'e did not doubt that he was there, so she took the elixir. Then he sat in front of the mirror, looked at his appearance, and fell into deep thought. When everyone in the Xiao family saw this scene, they suddenly had a bad thought in their hearts. Sure enough, Chang'e took the pill. The scene suddenly changed at this time. I saw that the woman who gave Chang'e the elixir was in the sky at this moment, looking at everything below with extremely indifferent eyes. Everyone couldn't help but express doubts. Xiao Xuan, as a tool man, also played his role. This person is Shihe, the mother of the 10 golden crows, the empress of the demon tribe, and one of the goddesses of the lunar Yin. What? Everyone was immediately horrified and looked at Chang'e after taking the medicine. The other party was not dead, but instead exuded a faint halo. It gives people a cool and holy feeling. Then a terrifying aura erupted from her body, instantly rising into the sky. Chang'e's appearance also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. The alluring face became cold and distant at this moment. There was a vague cold aura exuding from his body. Even Xiao Jianxin, Jamal Xiao, and others were deeply attracted by this appearance and temperament. A terrifying momentum instantly burst out of her body. With endless coldness, it gives people the illusion of seeing through the suffering in the world. Her level of cultivation was actually even higher than that of Hou. I thought she would be very happy to gain such strength, but I never thought. Chang'e actually covered her face and cried, with resentment, reluctance, love, and murderous intent in her eyes. Why does it have to be him? It has to be Hou. Everyone in the Xiao family suddenly felt confused when they saw the scene, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan. Chang'e, whose real name is Changxi, is Shihe's sister and one of the lunar goddesses. She is also the biological aunt of the 10 golden crows. Back then, she was spying on the secrets of heaven and seeking a breakthrough. Self-proclaimed spiritual consciousness, but fell in love with the great witch, Hou. When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. One side is his lover, the other side is his nephew, no matter what he does. It is wrong. Even they didn't know what to say for a while. Chang'e looked at Shihe with tearful eyes, with confusion and accountability in her eyes. Sister, why are you doing this? Shihe looked at Chang'e with a slightly unbearable look. She had always loved this simple sister. However, the pain of losing her son has completely made her lose her mind. She couldn't accept that her son was dead and that her son's murderer was the one responsible. But he was able to love his biological sister and live together forever. Changxi, if you still have a sister like me, kill Hou and avenge your nephew. Then she headed straight for the sky without saying a word, fearing that she would be infected by Chang'e's emotions. Chang'e looked at Shihe's back in the distance, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. At this time, Hou's cry of joy came from outside. Chang'e, Chang'e, come out and see what I hit today. This is. When he pushed the door open and entered, the smile on his face froze instantly. It was true that the woman in front of him was his Chang'e, but she exuded a refreshing aura. But she was telling him that Chang'e was no longer Chang'e. Chang'e, you. Chang'e interrupted him and her expression became extremely cold. My name is Changxi, one of the lunar goddesses, Shihe's sister. She didn't know whether she was speaking to Hou or herself. Then he turned around and flew to the sky. You killed my nephew and caused me to lose a close relative. If we meet again in the future, we will fight to the death. Chang'e. Hou kept chasing her figure, but as a witch clan, how can we pursue Changxi, who is a quasi-sage? Even if he came to the Tying Star, he could not break through the restrictions of the Tying Star. He could only stand far outside the ban and look at his beloved woman inside. Painful? Sad? At this time, Shihe's voice came from behind. Hou turned around and met her eyes full of hatred. He stared at Shiha with red eyes. Is this how you treat your sister? If you want to kill or chop, just come at me. Why torture her like this? He, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, was smiling extremely ferociously. At this moment, and his words were full of hatred. Kill you? Why should I kill you? Wouldn't killing you free you? I want you to taste the grief of losing a loved one. It's clear that you're true. Love is right in front of you. But you can't get it or touch it. I want this pain to be with you forever. Ha. Ha ha ha. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 148 The Demonic War Begins. Final Contest. This woman's name is Wangshu. She is one of the Chaos Demon Gods and one of the great supernatural powers in the ancient world. It is the existence of the 6 Saint Masters, and it is also mine. At this point, Xiao Xuan stopped talking. Even he himself didn't react to what he just said. It's even less clear why he has a strange affection for this woman. He frowned and wanted to continue thinking, but his mind went blank. Even the words that just came to my lips were completely forgotten. There was something flowing in his heart. This feeling involved every emotion in him. Finally, he looked in the distance and sighed slightly. With the appearance of thatched cottage, that familiar feeling appeared in my heart again. He closed his eyes and calmed down, then looked at everyone in the Xiao family. You all go find your own opportunities. After hearing this, everyone in the Xiao family did not stay any longer and left directly to look for opportunities. Xiao Xuan was in a bad mood, and they could see it. Even they could see that Xiao Xuan had an unusual relationship with that woman. Otherwise, who could influence him to have such emotions? Xiao Xuan took a deep breath, and then no longer allowed himself to be immersed in such emotions. Just as they were exploring the secret realm, a big disaster was about to occur in the vast world. A war against the vast world is about to break out. In the base camp of Blood Knife Sect, the Dry Bones martial god led a group of demon disciples to gather together. Are you all ready? The senior executives around him nodded when they heard this. Everything is ready and ready to go at any time. The Withered Bone martial god looked around. This incident will not be provoked unless the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang is provoked. Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. This demonic war is against the entire vast continent and concerns all living things. I'm afraid that the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang won't look on coldly. Even if we want to avoid it, we can't avoid it. The Dry Bones martial god was silent for a while after hearing this. Nowadays, the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang is a huge force in the vast world. With the behavior of Xiao Xuan and everyone in the Xiao family, they will never stand by and watch this incident. If they really intervened in this incident, even if he already has 30,000 years of mana, don't dare to take Xiao Xuan lightly. When necessary, you may even have to fight him to the death. You are right, but the devil is fully prepared for this incident, and there is only one last step left. If the mission is successfully completed, you and I will both gain his attention, so this incident must not fail. If the Xiao family really comes to invade, the leader will personally stop. Then when the time comes, you just need to buy time to complete the task. When everyone heard the words of the Withered Bone martial god, they all nodded in agreement. The Withered Bone martial god has 30,000 years of magical blessing, plus his unique formation. No matter how powerful the genius of the Xiao family is, it is impossible for him to break through his formation in a short time. At the same time, there was a loud noise in the demon world barrier, and then countless demon clan disciples filed out of the void. Most of the children of the demon race have no sanity, and only a few who come to the realm of domination will have spiritual intelligence. Therefore, as soon as the demons came to the boundless world, they brought endless killings to the boundless world. Almost instantly, the vast world turned into a purgatory. The lives were devastated, blood was waving in the air, and screams and calls for help continued to sound. The miserable screams echoed across the sky. It's actually a demonic war. The demons launched the demons' war. Don't they know the consequences of this? The demon clan is launching the demon war at this time, and I'm afraid their motives are not pure. No matter what his motives are, anyway, this time, the top 10 forces on the Tiandao ranking have brought the war to pacify the demons into competition. Whoever contributes the most in this demonic war will be ranked among the top 10 forces. Get this exclusive luck and various rewards. So what if it's the demon approach war started by the Withered Bones martial god? As long as we contribute more in this war and kill more demons, we will have a chance to join the top 10 forces. I thought there was no hope of entering the top 10 forces, but I didn't expect that even God was helping me. It seems that if we don't show some real power, these demons won't be afraid of us. More and more powerful forces are leading their disciples to join this war. However, this war was when the Blood Knife sect was fighting against the Xiao family in Zhongtian and the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang. Even though it had been buried, the terrifying power it unleashed was unprecedented. More and more forces are beginning to feel overwhelmed, and some even close their mountain gates to protect themselves. Only a few top-level forces can resist the demons, but they cannot take into account other forces. The bone martial god of the Blood Knife sect brought his own formation and was waiting for their launch not far from the Xiao family's residence. However, the demonic war has broken out in the vast world, but there is no movement from the Xiao family. This is really unusual, but as time goes by, there was still no movement from the Xiao family, so the Withered Bones martial god relaxed his vigilance. It may be that the Xiao family knew that it was impossible to join the top 10 forces, so they chose not to get involved. As time passed, more and more demons descended. All the top forces are unable to protect themselves, and many have activated sect protection formations. Find temporary peace in this way. The Demon Clan, Orc Clan, Human Clan, Giant Clan and other major clans are all deeply invaded by the Demon Clan. In particular, the human race was the most seriously injured, and the human race who could not practice had no power to fight back. But those ancient clans chose to close the mountain gate at this time. Just as the major forces were retreating, two chivalrous warriors appeared somewhere in southern Xinjiang. At this moment, the two of them were fighting against the demon clan that was constantly besieging them. The moment he saw a demon at the level of a god of war attacking, the two of them used their swords to kill him. I saw that the woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and the ice soul sword in her hand was even more shining. Countless demons turned into ice sculptures under her ice soul sword, and then shattered. The man is very good at using flames, wherever the flames pass. All the demons were burned to death by it, but what was horrifying was where the flames passed. No living thing, not even flowers, plants, or trees were burned by it. The cultivators who were saved by the two of them looked around at this scene. While he was glad that he had escaped death, he also continued to praise the two of them. If the two of them hadn't come to rescue them, I'm afraid they would have become the prey of the demons. Gu Qingyao's strength is really incomparable. The ice soul sword blessed by thousands of miles of mana is invincible. The Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan, is even more powerful. Although he is only a half-step martial god, he is obviously above Gu Qingyao. The two of them are really talented and beautiful. It would be a great blessing if they could get married. It's true, the two of them look like a perfect match, they are truly a golden boy and a beautiful girl. The two of them have heard these words countless times. Although I have already developed immunity, I still feel a little embarrassed when I hear it now. Especially Gu Qingyao, who already had a faint blush on her face. Xiao also touched his nose in embarrassment. During this period of time together, the two have already developed a good feeling, and both know the friendship in their hearts. I just don't know why Gu Qingyao always avoids talking about their feelings. Every time the conversation came to this point, she began to avoid it, which puzzled him very much. Qingyao, even if you don't want to face my feelings for you, you can't joke with your body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 149. You are looking for the greatest swordsman of all time. Why are you looking for me? When the withered bone martial god arrived at the blood knife sex base camp, he saw several powerful men on his side being ruthlessly killed by Xiao. Even the formation was almost destroyed by him, so he was extremely angry. He immediately launched an attack on Xiao and killed him with every move. As for Gu Qingyao, who was following him, he didn't need to pay attention at all. Mozi had already said hello, but Gu Qingyao's words had no authority. So he directly unleashed his 30,000-year power and launched a violent, murderous intention against Xiao. Xiao current strength is already terrifying. It is very easy for him to kill a powerful man with 20,000 years of magic power. But against a powerful man with 30,000 years of magic power, there is an insurmountable gap. Even if the opponent only has 1,000 more mana than him, there is still an insurmountable strength gap. What's more, the 30,000-year-old mana blessing from the dry bones, martial god. Such a strong and powerful man, even if Xiao Tianyun came here, he would not dare to compete with him easily. What's more, the withered bone martial god also has 9 demon statues, transformed from exotic treasures. He was even more unmatched. Xiao clutched his chest. His face was pale, and for the first time there was a look of despair on his face. Are you going to die? Xiao looked at the withered bone martial god approaching him. This is not the first time he has faced death, but it is the first time he has experienced the pain of death. Gu Qingyao's eyes were filled with tears and pain as she fought with the demons that were entangled with her. She regrets it now. She should not have brought Xiao here. This way he won't be put into a life and death crisis. She is too proud of her own power. Xiao, now I want to see who else can save you. The eyes of the dry bones martial god were scarlet, filled with an arrogant look. As an unparalleled genius, Xiao has killed countless powerful men and women. He also has an excellent cultivation physique, if he can be killed. It is not impossible to use secret techniques to take possession of this physique as your own. By then, his cultivation level will be further improved. Not to mention 30,000 years of mana. Even millions of years of mana can be easily obtained. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Yeah? The withered bones martial god was startled and suddenly felt that something was not good. Xiao originally desperate face also had an imperceptible arc at this moment. Gu Qingyao killed a dozen demons that were pestering him and looked at the sky with a wary expression. The withered bone martial god instantly accelerated the attack speed on his hand, hoping to quickly deal with Xiao. The 9 rare treasures in his hands also became more terrifying at this moment. Continuously heading towards Xiao, at this moment, a man in white appeared in front of Xiao. The man's eyes were slightly narrowed. The 9 magic soldiers transformed from the 9 rare treasures stopped attacking instantly. The man pointed his finger slightly, and a terrifying sword energy suddenly exploded. The 9 demon soldiers were instantly shattered. The endless sword energy opened a hole in the entire vast world. The immeasurable sword energy is raging endlessly in the base camp of the Blood Knife Sect. The dry bones martial god looked coldly at the man in white in front of him. Apart from Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family, there is no other person who can point out such a powerful sword energy with just one finger. Xiao Xuan. The withered bone martial god gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Xuan. He was only a little bit close to killing Xiao Yan. Hateful. Now that he appears in front of him, even he has to be afraid. Just because this person has the terrifying strength to destroy the Zhongtian Xiao family with one finger. Now the Blood Knife Sect has become a mess under the influence of his sword. Almost all the demons around Gu Qingyao were eliminated. She looked at the man in white with curiosity on her face. She couldn't help but think about what Xiao Yan had said to her. Is this Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family? It's really powerful. Xiao Xuan ignored the withered bone martial god and turned to look at Xiao Yan. Behind him. Concerned eyes circulated around him. Are you okay? Xiao Yan clutched his chest and shook his head with a pale face. I'll be fine. Once you're here. Xiao Xuan's expression condensed. He could tell at a glance how serious Xiao Yan's injury was. Then he took out a pill and asked him to take it first. The moment Xiao Yan took the elixir. Behind the withered bones martial god are powerful masters, as well as many kings and demon soldiers. They all exploded and died in that instant. Even the moment Xiao Yan took the elixir, he was shocked by the scene. The power of the family leader is really terrifying. Even the withered bone martial god didn't know when Xiao Xuan made his move. The demon soldiers and generals around him all exploded and died. What if he did it himself? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this, and countless horrified eyes kept looking at Xiao Xuan. As Xiao Xuan turned around, the few remaining demon soldiers and generals around the withered bone martial god also exploded and died. The withered bone martial god looked at Xiao Xuan angrily, wishing to cut him into pieces. Gu Qingyao was also deeply shocked by this horrifying scene. No wonder Xiao Yan admires his family head so much. No matter who he is, he would feel admired. The surrounding demons watched as their colleagues died tragically one by one. They all looked at Xiao Xuan with fearful eyes. Death is not scary, the scary thing is that you don't even know how to die. The withered bone martial god stared at Xiao Xuan angrily. Xiao Xuan, aren't you afraid of the devil's revenge on you? He is now only one step away from being titled the Great Emperor. By then, as long as he breaks through the title of Great Emperor, not to mention you, the entire Xiao family will have to pay the price for it. Do you really want to see the Xiao family that you have worked so hard to bring up be destroyed like this? I advise you to stop now before it's too late to regret it later. I know better than anyone what kind of person Mako is. If you don't want to be targeted by him, hurry up and retreat from this demonic war, otherwise, the day when Moz breaks through the title of Great Emperor, your Xiao family will be destroyed. Seeing that Xiao Xuan remained unmoved, the withered bones martial god became a little anxious. If he is really allowed to destroy the world barrier formation, the plan will really be over. Xiao Xuan, do you really want to be so stubborn? Can't you think about your Xiao family's genius? Offending the young emperor, these talented people who could have a better future are about to perish. Even if you are the best swordsman in ancient and modern times, you cannot compete with a top power like the young emperor. If you take everyone away from here right now, I can stop caring about this matter. The withered bone martial god knew that Xiao Xuan was the most protective of his shortcomings and loved Tianjiao. Even if he is not afraid of the young emperor, he still has to make concessions for Tianjiao's future. However, Xiao Xuan looked at him with confusion. The one who ruined your Bloodblade sect plan is the greatest swordsman in ancient and modern times. What do you think I'm going to do? You go find the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. I didn't admit that I was the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. After a pause, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Besides, I am competing against the demon sons of the heavens, the young emperor. It's not just once or twice. It wouldn't be strange if I faced him again this time. The withered bone martial god almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How long have you been using the name of the greatest swordsman of all times? Although there is no proof or confirmation, you are the spokesperson of this name. Telling me now that you are not the best swordsman in ancient and modern times is too perfunctory. Gu Qingyao burst out laughing when she heard these words. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 150 Ranking of the Top 10 Powers. Upon seeing this, Xiao hurriedly stood in front of Gu Qingyao and looked at Xiao Xuan anxiously. Master, although Qingyao has half the blood of the demon race, she is not bad in nature. I have been spending time with her during this time, and she has killed many demon soldiers and generals from the demon clan. How could Xiao Xuan not know Xiao little thoughts? How could he be so anxious if he wasn't really tempted? However, he did not reveal the subtle emotions between Xiao and Gu Qingyao. Then do you know who she is? Xiao had already prepared countless excuses for Gu Qingyao. However, Xiao Xuan's question hit the nail on the head, and he glanced at Gu Qingyao. Although he has been with Gu Qingyao during this period of time. But when did the other party appear, how did he appear, and what was his identity and background? He didn't know anything about it. It could even be said that this person seemed to appear out of thin air. Xiao Xuan smiled coldly. I didn't expect that after killing the bastard of the demon son emperor, another legitimate daughter would come out. As soon as these words came out, even Gu Qingyao was stunned. She thought her identity was well hidden, but Xiao Xuan saw through it at a glance. I can't help but have a little admiration for Xiao Xuan in my heart. Xiao was shocked after hearing these words. His first reaction was whether Xiao Xuan would do anything to her. What can I do to help Gu Qingyao resolve the crisis? Then he was surprised by the identity of Gu Qingyao's daughter. Although the Blood Knife sect and the Xiao family have a sworn hatred, but Gu Qingyao has a kind nature, which is completely different from those of the Blood Knife sect. Master. That's all, Xiao Xuan interrupted Xiao before he could finish his words. If you insist on being with her, you will have to bear the consequences of a narrow escape. The causality and secrets in her are not something you can afford. Speaking of this, Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao closely. Even Gu Qingyao looked at Xiao unconsciously, feeling a little nervous in her heart. Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation, even if it means life or death, as long as I can be with her, I'm not afraid. No matter how hard Gu Qingyao's heart was, it was shaken at this moment. She never thought that someone would treat her so recklessly. Xiao Xuan nodded, and the last gap between the two was finally resolved. This is what our Xiao family men are like. No matter what you have to face in the future. Remember, the Xiao family will always be your strongest support. You can always be fearless. Xiao Xuan patted his shoulder happily, and then added. The grudges between the Xiao family and the demon clan will not involve the younger generations. His heirs do not need to bear the young emperor's fault. This sentence was a complete reassurance for Xiao and Gu Qingyao. Both of them knew the grudges and hatred between the young Emperor Mozi and the Xiao family, so even if they were in love again, we have to take these into consideration, but these secular concepts are unwritten here in Xiao Xuan. Whether it was the demon clan or the young demon king, he, Xiao Xuan, had never taken it seriously. The grievances between the Xiao family and the demon clan are no longer at all Since the establishment of the Xiao family, I have never been afraid of any force, so what if the opponent is the blood knife sect? I still have the ability to destroy it. Then he glanced at Gu Qingyao indifferently, then jumped up, endless momentum rolling around him. He clasped his hands behind his back, as if he were a banished immortal, closed his eyes, and slowly felt the demonic aura. Immediately afterwards, terrifying sword movements wreaked havoc across the demon clan in an instant. Endless sword energy kept sweeping across the demon soldiers and generals, and bursts of wailing sounds continued to be heard. As the sword light circulated, countless demons exploded and died. Even if the opponent was a powerful warrior god, they could not resist. In an instant, almost all the demon soldiers and generals of the demon clan were slaughtered. Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao looked at each other and saw the deep love in each other's eyes. When they looked up at the sky again, they were shocked by Xiao Xuan's strength. After Xiao Wushi, another terrifying existence appeared in the Xiao family. With just one sword energy, the entire demon clan's demon soldiers and generals were slaughtered. These two people are already terrifying existences. Xiao Xuan is indeed the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. After dealing with the demon soldiers and generals here, Xiao Xuan turned around and left. As for Xiao Yan, he doesn't need to take care of it. The children also have their own space. Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao are not the kind of people who love each other. They each know what to do. Afterwards, Xiao Xuan's figure continued to shuttle through various worlds. Everywhere he went, the demons there were massacred by Xiao Xuan's sword energy. By the time some big forces arrived, the opportunity to kill the demons had been missed. When they rushed to other worlds again, Xiao Xuan was already there in a very short time. All the vast worlds and the billions of demons in each world have been eliminated. Countless people were horrified by his terrifying fighting power. This time, the devil came to war. With the appearance of Xiao Xuan, it was solved. Although there were heavy casualties in each world, it was because of the help of other ancient families. Most of the creatures were helped and therefore survived. While everyone was shocked by Xiao Xuan's terrifying strength, Xiao Xuan himself had already returned to his residence. After completing this mission, the rewards given by the system are also very generous. Ding, the system detected that the host resolved the demonic war and successfully destroyed the Blood Knife sect. Obtain 10,000 years of mana and gain all the luck of the Blood Knife sect, as well as the luck of heaven. Ding, get 600,000 redemption points. Ding, there is too much luck, the family cannot absorb it, and it will automatically be converted into mana. In an instant, Xiao Xuan's magic power exceeded 50,000 years. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun also seized the opportunity to launch attacks on several surrounding large states. The territory of the Nanming Holy Dynasty has been expanded again, and there is a tendency to be promoted to the royal court. It can almost be said that as long as Xiao Qingyun is given enough time, she will be able to create a glorious royal court. On the other hand, Xiao Xuan also focused on cultivation and searched the secret realm to get the reward of Chana flying to the moon. Secret realm. Take it out slowly and use it to add magic power to yourself. It can be regarded as sufficient preparation for entering the heavens. In the palace of the young emperor, Mozi. The young emperor suddenly opened his eyes, staring at something with scarlet eyes. Xiao Xuan. It's Xiao Xuan again. It ruins the emperor's plans every time. The momentum around the young emperor was raging in the palace, and several of the guarding demon soldiers were instantly torn apart by this momentum. It can be seen how angry the young emperor is at this moment. Xiao Xuan. Don't think that this emperor can only deal with you in the small world, but you will always come to the heavens. By then, even if you have great power, you will not be able to escape from this emperor's hands alive. Immediately afterwards, 2 demon soldiers of the supreme realm appeared beside him. The aura that erupted from his body was not unpowerful. After hearing the young emperor's instructions, the 2 turned and left. The demon general will definitely complete his mission. Watching the 2 people leave, the corners of the young emperor's mouth rose. Now let me see how you can escape from this emperor's hands. With the addition of these 2 people, no matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, he will be killed when he enters the heavens. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 151 Millions of Years of Magical Blessing, Rejected by Heaven. As the purple gold brilliance of the top spot shone down, the number 1 list also came out. Number 1 on the list of the top 10 forces in the Tiandao ranking, Xiao family. Established for more than 10 years. Since its establishment, the Xiao family's fortune has been extraordinary, and the family's geniuses have emerged in large numbers, including 2 generations of strong men, Xiao Wushi and Xiao Xuan. It has existed in the vast world with an invincible attitude for more than 10 years. The 3rd generation of the Xiao family should not be underestimated. Its top geniuses emerge in large numbers, and among the geniuses of the same age and level, they are almost invincible. In this demonic war, Xiao Xuan single-handedly destroyed the entire blood knife sect. He closed the barrier of the demon world and single-handedly killed the withered skeletal martial god with 30,000 years of magic power. Single-handedly destroy the demons in the entire West and speed up the end of the demon war. The geniuses of the Xiao family should not be underestimated either. Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yenyao, Xiao Zongtian and others. Use your absolute strength advantage to fight your way out of the siege. This demonic war. Kill countless demon generals. Sword Emperor Xiao Jianxin, relying on the realm of martial arts cultivation, pacified the dangers of the 68 wild regions. Fighting against thousands of martial god-level demons, even a martial god blessed with 20,000 years of mana is no match for him. Empress Xiao Qingyun holds a jade seal and a palm print. Flowers bloom everywhere she goes. The endless imperial power directly crushes the powerful demons of the same level. Where the flowers bloom, the demons explode and die. Desolate Emperor Xiao Tianyun solved the danger of the demon clan and fought against dozens of martial gods blessed with 20,000 years of mana. Use your own strength to kill a powerful warrior god with 30,000 years of magic power. As the successor of Xiao Wushi and Xiao Xuan, the reason why this demonic war was able to subside within a month was indispensable to the Xiao family. In this war between demons and demons, heaven will reward you with 90% luck. The Xiao family owns 9 of them. Reward for the first place in the ranking list of the top 10 forces in the heavenly Dao, the aura of the family resident is 10 times richer. The number of talented children born in the family has increased significantly, and the family's resident enlightenment has increased by 60%. Receive blessings from heaven and a lot of luck from heaven. This time, your luck from heaven will increase tenfold. One after another deed-shaped characters appeared on the heavenly Dao ranking, and countless people were shocked by the Xiao family's achievements. Originally, they thought that the Xiao family, which had only been established for more than 10 years, was not worth mentioning at all. The result is such a family, in this time of the Devil's War, played a decisive role. If it weren't for them, the vast world would probably be gone. Is this the power of a top family? It's really powerful. Without the Xiao family, the vast world would still not be out of dire straits. The Xiao family is truly number 1. Even the Tiandao ranking has expressed so much praise for them. At this moment, everyone in the vast world was shocked by the strength of the Xiao family. The creatures who had been saved by the genius of the Xiao family could not help but sigh. If it hadn't been for the Xiao family's intervention, I'm afraid they might not be able to stand here. At the same time, the Xiao family has also undergone tremendous changes. All the atomized spiritual energy has turned into a liquefied state. From a distance, it looks like a fairyland on earth. The children of the Xiao family also seized the time to break through. Such rich spiritual energy would help them practice with half the effort. Countless riots continued to break out from the Xiao family. The 9 core elders of the Xiao family also broke through to the realm of supreme domination at this time. At the same time, the 8 geniuses also broke through to the realm of martial gods and received heavenly rewards. At this moment, the momentum of Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yenyao, Xiao Junlin, Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Yan and others was strong. They were constantly rioting, and the endless aura of the god of war instantly rushed into the sky. Originally, the luck of the Xiao family was still a bit unstable, but after all the 8 geniuses broke through to the martial god, the family's luck no longer slips away, and the Xiao family's strength has also been greatly improved. Xiao Xuan also smiled with satisfaction. Then, the system's notification sound came from my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a massive luck reward. Since the Xiao family cannot digest so much, now it is automatically converted into 50,000 years of mana, and the host can also receive 40,000 years of mana as a reward from the system. In an instant, endless Tao rhymes blessed Xiao Xian's body. Endless terrifying aura instantly broke out on him. Now Xiao Xian's strength, even if it reaches the heavens, can defeat the strong men in the holy realm. Ding, it has been detected that the family meets the upgrade standards and is now automatically promoted to a 9th grade family. Do you want to receive the reward? At this moment, the sound of the system came again. Xiao Xian's heart moved, and then he chose to receive the reward. Then he returned to the room and entered the system to check the rewards this time. Ding, the family is automatically upgraded to a 9th grade aristocratic family, and the host gains 100,000 years of mana. The Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, 10,000 Swords Cave, and the Mountain Protector Sword Formation Family Station are automatically upgraded to the 9th level. Obtain 3 Imperial Spiritual Veins, various top seeds *10,000 units. Top Rare Mineral Veins *10, Top Rare Seeds *1000 units, a descendant of a legendary family. It is detected that both the host and the family children have reached the top level, so the distribution of the legendary children is postponed. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, 9th grade. Increase the weight of martial arts and enhance the effects of martial arts. The hidden talent of the clan members increased by 60%, and the chance of comprehending the artistic conception increased by 60%. The king level and imperial grade exercises are automatically refreshed every day, and a royal level and top grade exercises are refreshed every half month. A book of holy exercises is automatically refreshed every year, and a book of holy and high-grade exercises is automatically refreshed every 10 years. Enlightenment Room, 9th grade, 9th floor, 1 layer of spiritual energy increases by 70%. The 2nd level of spiritual energy is increased by 80%, and the 3rd level of spiritual energy is increased by 100%. The intensity of the 4th layer of spiritual energy is increased by 10%, the intensity of the 5th layer of spiritual energy is increased by 20%, and the absorption of clan members is increased by 20%. The clan members' enlightenment increased by 90%, the spiritual energy at the 6th level was purified by 4%, the 7th level enabled a 1-to-4 time Flow rate, and the 8th level enabled a 1 to 5 time flow rate. Family head jade pendant, 9th grade. The mid-grade qualification for the birth of a family newborn increases by 60%. The birth of a newborn with high-quality qualifications increases by 60%, which increases the growth rate of the family's aura. It can be integrated with spiritual veins and family residences, and can help the host improve to a greater realm. Family residence, 9th grade, automatically expand spiritual veins, generate spiritual fields, give birth to high-grade spiritual veins, and increase spiritual energy by 90%. 10,000 Sword Cave, 9th grade, contains 10,000 swords in the world. The landing of divine weapons is increased by 60%, and you can obtain holy divine weapons. Mountain protecting sword formation, 9th grade, can kill all enemies in the vast world. Contains the full blow of the family leader, Xiao Xuan. Heavenly monument of enlightenment, 9th grade. The chance of enlightenment for clan members is increased by 60%, and the chance of understanding the artistic conception is increased according to the opponent's talent. Can be superimposed with the enlightenment room to add attributes only for family members. Monster locking tower, level 9, randomly releases tasks, most of which are to capture monsters, evil spirits, and magic cultivators. Lock it in the demon locking tower and issue rewards according to the capture level. At the same time, the host can also obtain the destiny of heaven, which can be converted into exchange points, and all living creatures can be suppressed in the demon locking tower. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 152, is Shinkong Furukawa easy to break into, or are they too weak? Then, Xiao Xuan delivered a secret message to the great elder, Xiao Jianfeng. Send a greeting note to the Zhongtianlin family and tell them that I will visit the Zhongtianlin family in half a month. The Zhongtianlin family is the second largest force in the vast world. Even a slight cough can cause a commotion. However, after receiving the invitation from the Xiao family, such an existence appeared. The entire senior staff of the Lin family gathered together and looked at the head of the family with solemn expressions. At this time, Lin Fifan was already the head of the Lin family. He is the eldest son of the Lin family, and he has the blood of immortals. He is also the head of the family. He brought the Lin family to another level, and he was the one who overcame all difficulties during the demonic war. Let everyone spare no effort to help the boundless world, and this will make the Lin family more prosperous. At this time, he had broken through to 100,000 years of mana. If it were not for the existence of Xiao Xuan, Xiao Tianyun, and others, he would be a terrifying existence in the vast world. However, compared with them, it seems too ordinary. Patriarch, Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, has not stepped out of the Xiao family for 10 years. Why did you suddenly send greeting cards to our Lin family? I don't know how strong Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, is now. Could it be that he has exceeded 100,000 years? It must be more than that. Xiao Tianyun and other geniuses in their family have 100,000-year magic power, not to mention Xiao Xuan. I'm afraid it's more terrifying than this. I just don't know what his intention is when he comes here this time. Could it be? Suddenly, a senior elder looked at Lin Fifan with a horrified expression. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and Lin Fifan naturally knew what he meant. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, this is true. After all, there is nothing else that the Lin family can fancy Xiao Xuan. Except the place where immortals die. Damn it. He actually dares to plan for the immortal death place in our ancestral land. One of the senior elders was furious and said with a glare. So what if he wants to kill the immortals? What can we do to him? As soon as these words came out, all the senior staff fell silent. We were no match for him 10 years ago, let alone 10 years later. He just wants to force his way in. Can we stop it? In front of him, it was just the power of a finger. The original Xiao Xuan was too powerful in the vast world. So much so that whenever he is mentioned now, people's first reaction is that they cannot beat him. It can be seen how breathtaking Xiao Xuan was in the vast world. Lin Fifan looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Please give me instructions from above. Now this is the only solution. As time passed, Xiao Xuan's figure also appeared in front of everyone in the Lin family. The head of the Lin family, Lin Fifan, was already waiting at the door, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. He respected Xiao Xuan without losing his identity as the head of the family. When they saw Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao coming with Xiao Xuan, Lin Fifan burst out with boundless fighting spirit and was ready to fight Xiao Yan at any time. However, Xiao Yan simply ignored the fighting spirit that burst out from Lin Fifan. He gave him a faint smile. After all, Lin Fifan's strength was not enough in front of him. Now, except for Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jianxin and others, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Lin Fifan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart when he saw the indifferent look on his face. The aura on the other party's body was already superior to his own. Now the gap between him and Xiao Yan is simply incomparable. The move he just made may not be acceptable to the other party at all. Xiao Xuan on the side was no different from an ordinary person. Even if you don't pay special attention to watching, you will unconsciously ignore this person. Therefore, Lin Fifan did not dare to neglect, took a step forward, and saluted as a junior to an elder. Junior Lin Fifan has met senior Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan is no longer the head of the Xiao family, so Lin Fifan uses the honorific title of senior. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly, obviously satisfied with his thoughtful etiquette. Master Lin, there is no need to be polite. I guess you already know the purpose of my visit this time. Lin Fifan nodded respectfully, but this matter cannot be decided by me. Zhongtian. I have to ask Senior Xiao Xuan to meet with me, the people from the upper realm of the Lin family in Zhongtian. In that case, you can lead the way. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly. In the secret room, a man was already waiting inside. Although it was just a projection of the heavens and the upper realms, the aura erupting from his body was terrifying. The pinnacle state of the unparalleled quasi-emperor. Xiao Xuan could see this person's cultivation state as soon as he came in. Seeing this, the man slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Xuan. You have such good eyesight that you can actually see through this emperor's level of cultivation at a glance, this emperor, Songyun. Xiao Xuan nodded, not showing any signs of timidity because of Songyun's praise. Emperor Songyun didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiao Xuan's attitude. You can enter the immortal Deathland, but after you enter, no matter what happens, our Lin family will not bear the consequences, and the Xiao family will not come to trouble us when the time comes. If your Xiao family comes to trouble us, our Lin family will not give up. That's natural. Our Xiao family are not unreasonable people, Xiao Xuan nodded. Emperor Songyun saw this and continued, but after you enter the immortal Deathland and come out, if you can grow to the level of a titled emperor, you need help with one thing. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly when he heard this. Songyun naturally knew Xiao Xuan's concerns, and then said, don't worry, this is paid. And our head of the family will not ask you to do anything excessive. The head of the house also said, it's up to you to decide whether you want to go or not. The head of the family just hopes to meet you then. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he nodded, okay. Emperor Xuanyun also smiled slightly when he saw this. In that case, we will wait for the day when you come to the heavens. I believe that with the blessing of your million-year magic power, you will surely set off a frenzy in the heavens. Then the figure of Emperor Xuanyun disappeared in front of everyone. And what Emperor Xuanyun said before leaving shocked everyone present. Millions of years of mana. Xiao Xuan actually has millions of years of magical blessing. How long has it been? He has been practicing in seclusion for only 10 years. He actually received millions of years of magical blessing. How do you practice and do this? Shocked as it is, what needs to be done is still done. Senior Xiao Xuan, please come here. Lin Fifan quickly recovered from the shock. Then they took Xiao Xuan to the place where the immortals died in their ancestral land, and soon everyone came to an ancient cave. Xiao Xuan didn't waste any time and entered the cave directly. In an instant, a stream of immortal energy floated out from inside, surrounding everyone. Lin Fifan looked at Xiao Xuan, who entered the cave and sighed slightly. Even the ancestors of our Lin family dare not enter the deepest part of this immortal place of death. Even the last time I entered, I only dared to wander around the outside. The danger inside was unknown. When Xiao Yan heard this, he took a step forward. Our family master will definitely be able to enter the deepest part. Lin Fifan was a little shocked when he heard this, and then understood. Xiao Xuan has millions of years of magic power in his body, which is very rare in the entire vast world. Maybe he can really come back from the deepest place. At the same time, Xiao Xuan has entered the land of immortal death, and from time to time, the charming sounds of various spirits can be heard in his ears. There were even invisible spirits attacking around him, although they could not cause any real harm to people. But for cultivators with low cultivation level, it is an extremely fatal blow. These are just a small trouble for Xiao Xuan. He just wants to shake his body slightly. All these noisy disturbances disappeared in my ears, and I walked further inside. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 153, Xiao Xuan was killed instantly? The world barrier of the heavens was shattered due to Xiao Xuan's violent impact. Repairs have also become very slow, waiting for the world barrier to be repaired completely. Those sudden terrifying auras once again shattered the newly condensed world barrier. Therefore, everyone in the vast world can see the world of the heavens clearly. While they couldn't help but sigh with emotion about the heavens and the world, huge changes took place in Xiao Xuan. Waves of terrifying aura instantly broke out on him. The endless power belonging to the powerful warrior god continues to break through the sky. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a void world gradually condensed. And it is getting bigger and bigger, and the momentum it exudes is getting more and more terrifying. With the blessing of 2 million years of mana, Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm is also constantly making breakthroughs. Then he broke through to the realm of unparalleled quasi-emperor cultivation. However, this is just the beginning. As Xiao Xuan continued to absorb and transform, his cultivation realm also broke through from a godman to a god. After reaching the divine emperor realm, we came to the threshold of the half-step supreme emperor, and this was also called the half-step saint. The terrifying momentum did not end here. The endless pressure continued to impact the barriers of the heavens and the world. Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm is still improving, and now he is only one step away from the saint. The momentum erupting from Xiao Xuan's body was magnificent and boundless. Just when Xiao Xuan was gathering strength and preparing to break through in one fell swoop, several terrifying auras appeared in front of him. Want to break through? Have you asked us? A steady voice came from above. Then there was a huge palm, which pressed down from the sky in an instant. The heavenly Tao barrier shattered by the endless palm power once again, and The terrifying momentum swept across the sky in an instant. Because the entrance to the world of the heavens is connected to the exit of the boundless world. It is the weakest place in the space, even a saint can easily crush it. This person has already launched an attack on Xiao Xuan, even if he can break through in the next second. If you don't catch this move, you can only be suppressed on the spot. Therefore, Xiao Xuan had to give up the breakthrough and use the waning moon sword. With a sword in the air, the terrifying sword force instantly defeated the strong man's killing move. Then he looked at the person who attacked him with cold eyes. Humph, no wonder you dare to go against my Vientiane heavenly palace. This ability is really interesting. But since you have come up to the heavens, I have unlimited opportunities to kill you. If the Holy Sun hadn't personally gone after Xiao Wushi, your life would have been saved by the Holy Sun himself. But it is also an honor for us to be able to solve the Holy Sun's serious problem. Yes, since you have set foot in all the heavens and worlds, just accept death. No matter how powerful you are in the vast world, it doesn't matter. In all the heavens and worlds, we have the final say. Several powerful men from the Vientiane heavenly palace locked their territory on Xiao Xuan. And he intercepted all possible escape routes for Xiao Xuan, vowing to kill Xiao Xuan here. When the vast world heard this voice, it was directly shocked. Xiao Xuan broke through to the realm of a half-step saint as soon as he entered the world. The Vientiane heavenly palace even sent 5 saint-level powerful men to kill him. This scene makes all sentient beings in the vast world a little overwhelmed. Xiao Xuan is worthy of being the #1 person in the vast world. He broke through to become a half-step saint when he first entered the heavens. So what, meeting a saint isn't just the same as death. If he breaks through to the saints, he still has a chance to fight them, or find a chance to escape. But now a half-step saint has no chance of winning. Now that Xiao Xuan has entered the world and encountered a crisis, Xiao Wushi should come to rescue him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 154, I will kill each one when I see you. The power of the sword remained unabated, heading towards the elder of the Wanxiang heavenly palace with the force of a rainbow. The elder's expression changed drastically, and he used the knife as a shield to block his chest. Boom! After a collision, the elder's body was knocked flying onto the ancient beast behind him. The ancient beast was knocked out of a huge human-shaped mouth. The bloodstains on the elder's body could not be distinguished for a while. The other 3 saints looked solemn when they saw this. Obviously they didn't expect Xiao Xuan to have the ability to leapfrog challenges. Therefore, the 3 of them looked at each other and launched a killing move on Xiao Xuan without hesitation. Faced with the simultaneous attacks of the 4 powerful men in the realm of saints, Xiao Xuan still didn't take it seriously. Why do you still want to kill me? You are overestimating your own capabilities. The heaven-swallowing sword technique. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed colors, the stars rotated rapidly, and the ancient beasts fled in horror. Under the ultimate sword light, the heaven-swallowing sword technique swallowed up everything in the eternal stars. Everything in the heavens was swallowed up by the heaven-swallowing sword technique and was annihilated into ashes. Even the 4 powerful men in the realm of saints in the Vientiane heavenly palace. Under such a blow, he had no ability to fight back. As the sword light disappeared, the powerful auras of the 4 saints also disappeared. With one sword, 4 saints were annihilated. Hiss! How terrifying is this level of strength? Who would have thought that Xiao Xuan's fighting power could be so terrifying? Even 4 saints attacking at the same time were unable to withstand the power of his sword. Everyone in the vast world once again had a new understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength. However, they didn't wait until they recovered from Xiao Xuan's terrifying fighting power. A huge hand appeared in the sky. That palm moved towards Xiao Xuan with an unstoppable power that could kill everything. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in the sky instantly. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, Xiao Xuan's figure also disappeared. See this scene. Everyone showed incredulous looks. What? Xiao Xuan is dead. Without any warning, he was killed. Everyone fell into silence for a while. The person who was so stunning just a moment ago was beheaded the next second. It can be seen how frightening the opponent's strength is. At this time, a male voice with a demonic sound came into everyone's ears. If you offend our demon king, no matter how talented you are, you will only die. This person caused an uproar when he appeared. It turned out to be the great sage. Only the great sage has the ability to kill all the saints with one strike. The demon clan actually sent a powerful person at the level of a great saint to kill Xiao Xuan. And there are still 2 of them. This shows how threatening Xiao Xuan is in their eyes. The 2 great saints didn't take it seriously when they saw this. Young emperor has indeed thought carefully. If I hadn't sent you and I might have forced Xiao Xuan to escape. Yes, if he really sets foot in the heavens, it will be much more difficult for us to find him. The young emperor is wise and knows things well. He knows that Xiao Xuan has the ability to kill beyond his level, so he should stop it from the source. The 2 people's discussion attracted the attention of everyone in the vast world. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 155, with one sword strike, the great sage dies. Leave? Did you get my permission? This voice revealed unshakable power. Everyone felt shocked when they heard this sound. What? Even the 2 great sages of the demon clan looked surprised. The 2 men immediately turned around and stared at the entrance of the world barrier with fierce expressions on their faces. The world barrier that was about to merge was the moment the sound sounded in this area. It was torn open again, and a huge gash instantly appeared in front of everyone. You're not dead. The 2 great saints turned and glared at Xiao Xuan. Even if they didn't see him, the voice was very familiar to them. Sure enough, in everyone's surprised eyes, Xiao Xuan, holding a long sword and dressed in white, gradually appeared in front of everyone. As he stepped forward, the world barrier that was about to heal behind him also shattered. The moment everyone in the vast world saw Xiao Xuan, they were even more excited. He's not dead. How did he escape? I don't think it's necessarily an escape. Who can escape so calmly? Is it possible that the one just now was just his clone? After all, he had a precedent of using clones to defeat the reincarnated emperor before. I don't know, no one has ever seen Xiao Xuan's true strength. Look, Xiao Xuan seems to have broken through the saint. What? It's impossible. How long has it been? How did he do it? Break through the saint in such a short period of time. Now we have a good show. A saint can kill 4 saints with half a step. He is a saint now. I wonder if these 2 great saints can handle it. Maybe these 2 great saints will be killed instantly. Xiao Xuan is a representative figure of mystery. Yes, with Xiao Xuan's ability, these 2 great saints are probably no match for him. Xiao Xuan's appearance also made Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao feel relieved in the Zhongtianlin family. Although they were not worried that Xiao Xuan would die, they were still worried about his safety. Even Lin Fifan looked horrified after seeing Xiao Xuan appear. Able to escape from 2 great saints and even break through in a short time. Xiao Xuan is still the first person. At the same time, everyone in the Xiao family in southern Xinjiang was also excited. All the geniuses on the dragon and tiger list couldn't help but shout wildly. Great! The old master is not dead. It's the old patriarch. I knew the old patriarch wouldn't die so easily. The two great saints can't do anything to him. Now that the old master has made a breakthrough and returned, it's time for these two great saints to die. When everyone said this, their faces were full of expectations. Since Xiao Xuan is immortal, it proves that he has enough strength to defeat the two great saints of the demon clan. So what if he is a powerful person at the level of a great sage? The head of their family is the best swordsman in ancient and modern times. What's more, the expressions of the geniuses in front have not changed until now. It can be seen that they have full confidence in Xiao Xuan. As expected, Xiao Tianyun looked at the sky and spoke slowly. Since Uncle Xian was able to break through right under their noses, it proves that he has absolute strength to kill them both. Yes, the head of the family never does anything he is unsure of. As long as he comes forward, there is no chance of failure. Xiao Zongtian has great confidence in Xiao Xuan. It's just two ancient saints. The head of the family only needs to stretch out his hand to suppress them. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 156. No matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, he still can't do this. The boundless golden sword glow instantly filled the entire ancient road of the galaxy. Wherever the golden light passes, it reaches the boundless stars or ancient beasts that are 4 or 5 million years old. They were all swallowed up by this light instantly, as if there was nothing in the world barrier of the heavens that could stop him. At this time, the waning moon sword was like a sword emperor, commanding all swords. The sound of swords continued to be heard in the sky, and even the swords in the vast world were deeply affected by it. If they were not suppressed by the rules of heaven, I am afraid that all these swords and weapons would swarm up and worship the sky. The two great sages looked horrified when they saw this, and they used their own killing moves to resist. However, the defense of the two of them was undoubtedly like an egg hitting a rock under this endless sword brilliance. In vain, at the moment when the light surrounded them, the two of them let out a hoarse wail. No. As the sound stopped suddenly, the figures of the two great saints also disappeared from the sky. After the golden light disappeared, everyone once again saw Xiao Xuan dressed in white. At this time, he exuded a formidable and powerful aura. Seeing this blow, everyone in the vast world was shocked and couldn't help themselves for a long time. And Xiao Xuan's sword will also be recorded in the history of the vast world. In the next tens of thousands of years, it will not be surpassed by anyone. The entire vast world also fell into a state of silence at this moment. A saint who has just made a breakthrough. A powerful man who actually killed two great saints with one sword. How shocking this is. When they looked at Xiao Xuan's eyes again, they couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. This is a kind of fear and awe that comes from the bones. However, Xiao Xuan did not leave just because of this. Amid everyone's doubtful gazes, he slowly turned around and looked at the ancient road of the galaxy behind him. No emotion could be seen in his eyebrows. But this scene gave everyone in the vast world a bad premonition. Xiao Xuan fell into silence, looking at the ancient road of the galaxy in front of him. After a while, he slowly raised his hand. The waning moon sword in his hand also slowly floated in the air as if it was being guided. When everyone saw this scene, the bad premonition in their hearts deepened. Is it possible that he wants to cut off the ancient road of the galaxy that connects the heavens to the vast world? No, even a quasi-immortal can't cut off this ancient road. No matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, he still can't do this. I know what he wants to do. This sentence soon caused a commotion in the crowd. Xiao Xuan wants to cut off the connection point between the ancient road of the galaxy and the heavens, so as to achieve a random effect. Cutting off the connection points is equivalent to turning an open road into countless unknown roads. In this way, if you want to enter the world of heavens from the ancient road of Xinghe, it will become a random mode. Xiao Xuan is paving the way for the descendants of their Xiao family. When everyone heard this, they suddenly felt bitter in their hearts. Xiao Xuan paved the way for the descendants of the Xiao family, but it was difficult for them. A wide open road has already made it difficult for countless powerful warriors to reach it. Now the random mode makes it even more difficult for them. As Xiao Xuan's sword fell, the world barrier entrances of the heavens gradually merged. The last connection between Xiao Xuan and the vast world also completely disappeared at this moment. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan was about to leave. But suddenly I felt a familiar breath. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 157 System 2.0, Enable Sign-in Mode. Ding, the system detects that the host has arrived at a high plane level, and the system enters upgrade mode. The 100,000 years check-in mode is now enabled, and the host can choose any location as a fixed check-in location. You can sign in once a day. Each time you sign in, you can get a genius treasure. After 100,000 years, you can get redemption points and luck rewards. Xiao Xuan was stunned when he heard the prompt sound. Will this sign-in time be too long? 100,000 years. But 100,000 years later, there will be endless luck rewards and redemption points. Since the system gives a vague concept, this number proves to be extremely tempting. Therefore, Xiao Xuan waited again and checked it somewhere in the mainland. Then he jumped into a canyon. After exploration and considering the advantages and disadvantages of the terrain, Xiao Xuan finally chose a canyon. Then the exchange points were consumed and exchanged for a sword array, which was used as a defensive sword array in the canyon. No matter how worried he was about the exchange points, he still needed to prepare a lot of things. 100,000 years is not a short time, if it happens within this period of time. If a strong and capable person comes to cause trouble for him, there must be someone who can temporarily withstand the attack. Otherwise, if the position is moved again, the 100,000-year check-in will have to be recalculated. That would be too uneconomical. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan looked at the entrance of the canyon and always felt that something was missing. Then with a wave of his hand, several big characters suddenly appeared on a big rock next to the canyon. Ask the Sword Valley. These three big characters condensed all his insights into the way of the sword, which is something that no one can comprehend. If a swordsman with a long understanding of swordsmanship sees this, he will be greatly blessed. Then Xiao Xuan released Bifeng, Qiongqi, Roaring Sky Dog, and Three-Legged Golden Crow. Each of you should perform your duties, Xiao Xuan said lightly, and then entered the canyon. Bifeng took the sycamore forest and chose a flat land to plant it. Jinwu found a valley with a hibiscus tree seedling. Qiongqi chose a place to sacrifice the demon-locking tower. Roaring Sky Dog hugged his dog Bull and slept soundly at the entrance of the canyon. These four ancient ferocious beasts are all bound to themselves, so they came to the heavens. The system has already collected them all, and even brought their binding objects with them. Xiao Xuan came to the heavens this time and was fully prepared, except for the ancient ferocious beasts around him. Xiao Xuan left the other buildings at the Xiao family residence. Even if he doesn't bring these, Xiao Tianyun and the others will. Ding, the system has detected that the task has started. Does the host enable sign in? Xiao Xuan nodded without hesitation when he heard the prompt, sign in. Sign in successfully, the host will receive 4,000 redemption points. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows. 4,000 redemption points were too few. But how about 4,000 every day? This is not a small amount. Then Xiao Xuan began to practice in this canyon. And the heavens did not change in any way because of Xiao Xuan's intrusion. Even if his talent is unparalleled, he is still just a saint. As time passed by in a hurry, 50,000 years passed quickly. Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm also broke through to the supreme realm with the help of system sign-in. At the same time, the sound of thunder and lightning kept coming from the sky, attracting countless people to watch. Xiao Xuan's mind moved, and he raised his head to look at the sky. This scene was the same as when he broke into the heavens, but he was sure that it was not the shock caused by someone breaking into the heavens. Has someone broken into the Emperor's Mark Monument? Xiao Xuan looked towards the sky and saw the wind and clouds surging over there, and countless thunder and lightning exploding in the sky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 158 Understanding the Sword Intent. However, the smile in this scene was filled with the ultimate bloodthirsty atmosphere. Xiao Xuan looked calm when he saw this. He knew what the young emperor's move meant. He took advantage of this opportunity to prove the title of Great Emperor to establish prestige for himself and send a warning signal to those who opposed him. But this was nothing to fear for Xiao Xuan. At this moment, his eyes were extremely indifferent. As the picture disappeared, Xiao Xuan once again entered into seclusion and practice. Now all he needs to do is to keep practicing hard and break through the title of Great Emperor in the shortest possible time. 49,900 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and there are less than 100 years left before the system's 100,000-year check-in. Xiao Xuan woke up from his enlightenment and felt the changes in his current strength. He couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart, recalling the geniuses of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan felt a little nostalgic in his heart, and didn't know how those little guys were developing now. Xiao Xuan is still very relieved about the strength of the Xiao family's genius. The 100,000-year reward sign-in gave Xiao Xuan endless insights and magic weapons. During this period, Xiao Xuan renovated the inside of the canyon. Today's canyon is like a fairyland on earth. All kinds of precious holy medicines are everywhere. There are everything from spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs to rare spiritual roots. In addition, Xiao Xuan also obtained a book of heavenly treasures. This treasure book of the heavens records all the secrets and important matters of the heavens and the world. There are no longer any racial distinctions here. Monsters, demons, humans, orcs, giants, etc. The territory of each racial war drama is different, although they are all of the same race. But that doesn't mean it has to be a concerted effort, just like the demons. Today's young emperor has become the titled emperor, even if he comes in person. It is impossible to kill all these races, and it may not even be possible to conquer all the demons. This shows how terrifying the demon race alone is. The heavens and the world are divided into 4 star fields, each of which contains hundreds or thousands of stars. Each star is a galaxy that is tens of thousands or even millions of years old. Even a giant like the Vientiane Heavenly Palace only occupies one of the galaxies. Each galaxy contains other infinite life forms. In the center of the border between galaxies is the Zhutian continent. The spiritual energy contained in Zhutian continent is the main source of spiritual energy for other galaxies. It can be seen how terrifying the aura of Zhutian continent is. In the heavens, the truly powerful forces are gathered there. As the center of the heavens, it contains restrictions that even quasi-immortals cannot shake. Before the beginning, Zhutian continent was originally a complete continental plate. But at some point, it was destroyed by a strong and powerful opponent. The complete continental plate is divided into countless small galaxies, forming 4 galaxy fields. Xiao Xuan learned all of these from the Book of Heaven, and some from hearing other people's discussions. Then Xiao Xuan once again entered into seclusion and practice. 100 years have passed in a hurry. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 159 Understanding Xiao Xuan's Sword Art. The speed at which the two were traveling shocked the surrounding onlookers. In a short while, they arrived at Wenjian Valley. Yu Ling'er looked at the Wenjian Valley in front of her and felt that it was just an ordinary valley. It's not as magical as the legend says. The rumored Wenjian Valley is nothing more than that, Gang just muttered. Turning around, he saw Xiao falling into realization. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Waves of overwhelming sword intent erupted from her body. Although Yu Ling'er felt extremely shocked, she also knew what to do at this time. Instantly open your own domain and lock the surroundings within your own domain. Something even more surprising happened to her. After Xiao fell into realization, he could not help but feel the sword intent emanating from his body. It attracted the powerful and powerful people around, not only many powerful people at the level of God King. Even the mighty God Emperor appears here. Xiao, who was caught in a realization, naturally didn't know. At this moment, she only felt that there was endless, abundant sword intent surging in her body. Even the bottleneck that has been unable to be overcome is showing signs of loosening at this moment. Yu Ling'er looked around vigilantly, ready to fight at any time. At this moment, a powerful man of the God Emperor level walked over. Yu Ling'er looked at him with a wary face. The powerful man smiled calmly. Don't be afraid, girl. No one dares to hurt your friend in this valley of sword asking. Yu Ling'er was confused when she heard this, and she was obviously dubious about his words. The powerful God Emperor next to him also smiled. This is your first time here, girl. Ask the master of Sword Valley for his rules. Whenever someone is comprehending, no one can interrupt, even if they are not the powerful God Emperor or the Supreme Realm. Anyone who violates this rule will be punished by Wenjian Valley. There was once someone who did not believe in evil and wanted to interrupt the enlightenment of a genius swordsman, but was later torn into pieces by the sword energy of Wenjian Valley. Yu Ling'er was surprised. Even the powerful and powerful people in the Supreme Realm are not looked down upon. How powerful is the master of the Sword Valley? If Xiao can become his apprentice, this family crisis can be resolved. Yu Ling'er looked at Xiao expectantly. With her qualifications, she can definitely be favored by the master of Wenjian Valley. At this moment, Xiao was completely immersed in this sword intent. In her sea of consciousness, a domineering sword intent was constantly impacting. At the same time, her aura and cultivation realm were also improving. The endless terrifying sword intent couldn't help raging outwards. Lines of golden sword intent visible to the naked eye surrounded her. This girl is so young, but she has such a high talent for swordsmanship. She is a rare genius in swordsmanship. Even God Emperor Mingzhi couldn't help but sigh at her. Even I feel like I am being impacted by her sword intent. The people around were shocked when they heard what God Emperor Mingzhi said. Emperor Mingzhi is a famous figure in the swordsmanship. It can be said to be the existence of the ceiling in swordsmanship. Being able to make the existence of a ceiling feel like an attack. It can be seen how terrifying this woman's understanding of the sword is. After hearing these words, Yu Ling'er held her head high and looked at everyone with pride. Of course, our little one's understanding of the art of swordsmanship is something that few others can match. At least in the past tens of thousands of years, I have never seen anyone more powerful than her. Not to mention the powerful god king, even the powerful god emperor, at least 5 or 6 people died in her hands. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard these words. This woman looks young, but she is already a god king. He also has the ability to leapfrog and kill the powerful god emperor, and his understanding of the sword is also outstanding. If you continue to grow with this qualification, becoming the great emperor will not be a problem. At this time, a strong sword intent erupted from Xiao Xuan's body. Endless golden sword intent continued to emanate from her body. The majestic sword power makes people feel that the sword power can swallow up the world. What a terrifying sword intent. It actually made me feel like I was being attacked. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, you and I will be devoured by this woman's sword intent. God Emperor Mingzhi was the first to leave. This shows how terrifying this woman's sword intent is. I have been here to realize for tens of thousands of years that this woman is the first genius to comprehend the sword intention of the Valley Master from the Wenjian Valley. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying aura erupting from Xiao. At the same time, the raging sword intent also stopped at this moment. Xiao opened her eyes, and a terrifying golden sword intent burst out from her eyes, swallowing heaven sword intent. At this time, the sword intent that stopped raging instantly condensed into a golden sword. The endless terrifying sword force swept across the sky like a rainbow. All the spiritual energy around him converged towards Xiao at this moment. All the swords were trembling as if they were guided by something. It was as if they were bowing down to their king. Xiao Xuan, who felt this change, looked at the entrance of the cave-in. Surprise. Someone actually understood my sky-swallowing sword intention? Since he started the sign-in mode here, many people have come one after another. Although there are some who understand the sword intention from it, most of them are their own sword intention. And he will also give them feedback on some of the treasures nearby, or treasures of heaven and earth. But as his cultivation continued to make breakthroughs, no one had understood the meaning of the sword for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it would happen when he was about to complete his 100,000-year check-in. It's really interesting to see someone who understands the meaning of his sky swallowing sword. Then Xiao Xuan looked at the roaring dog at the door, and a message reached its ears. Then roaring sky dog stretched his body lazily and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Xiao, who understood the meaning of the sky-swallowing sword, not only gained a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. Even her cultivation realm has broken through a new level. Even the bottlenecks that could not be overcome before were realized at this moment. At this moment, she can be said to have reached a stage of sublimation. Upon seeing this, Yu Linger trotted over quickly, still shouting. Xiao, do you know that you just broke the record? The sword cultivator here said that in the past tens of thousands of years, you have the first person to realize the Valley Master sword intention. Your talent will definitely be noticed by the Valley Master. Onlookers all around also came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, you are the first person to understand the meaning of the Valley Master's sky-swallowing sword. Yes, you are the only one who has understood the way of swordsmanship in the 10,000 years since the Master of Wenjian Valley. I don't know what kind of feedback the Sword Valley Master will give you. In the past, those sword cultivators only had a superficial understanding. But they all had great opportunities. Yes, since you have understood the Valley Master's swordsmanship, the feedback will definitely not be small. The people around him are all old men who have lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Xiao is not big in bones, but he has such talent at a young age. Not only can he surpass the level of the God King to kill the powerful God King, but he can also understand the swordsmanship of the Master of the Wenjian Valley. It is always right to fawn over such a talented person in advance. Xiao saw that no one had any ill intentions, so he nodded and smiled in response to them. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy came from the entrance of Wenjian Valley cave, and the surrounding creatures included sword cultivators. They all took the time to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the cave entrance, which shows the purity of its spiritual energy. As the door of the cave opened, a huge black dog gradually appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the roaring dog's appearance, everyone hurriedly stepped forward and saluted to show their respect. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 160, The Innocent Heart Rides the Wind and Waves. The moment Xiao Xuan turned around, Xiao felt that his soul was shocked. That feeling cannot be expressed in words. Xiao Xuan didn't pay that much attention, the reason why he let them in. I just want to see what kind of genius the other party is. After all, there are not many juniors who can understand her sky-swallowing swordsmanship. At this time, the Beijing Huiyun Monkey King brought several bamboo tubes containing the newly brewed Monkey King wine. This time, please add the fruit of the fire cloud tree, which bears fruit once every 3,000 years, to the Monkey King wine. Xiao Xuan just smelled it and knew the brewing materials inside. The bicolored fire cloud monkey was a little monkey that he rescued 100,000 years ago. At that time, he was building Wenjian Valley, and happened to see the monkey being bullied by a vicious beast. Then he took action to save it. Who would have thought that the little monkey would directly bring the monkey group? Not only does he help him manage Wenjian Valley in an orderly manner, but he also regularly delivers Monkey King wine to him. This is its way of repaying its favor. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional, took a sip of the Monkey King wine, and showed a pleasant smile. After a moment, he looked at Xiao and Yu Linger. Seeing Xiao Xuan's gaze, Yu Linger didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly greeted him and said, Junior, I have met the master of Wenjian Valley. After saying that, she looked at Xiao, who was standing aside, and he stood there blankly looking at Xiao Xuan. This was the first time that Xiao had lost his composure like this. When she reached out and pulled Xiao, she realized that the other party actually shed 2 lines of tears. His words and deeds revealed a deep sense of excitement. Then Xiao knelt on his knees and kowtowed to Xiao Xuan. This scene frightened Yu Linger. Xiao has a very high temper, except for her father. But no one could make her kneel down, even if the other person held a knife to her neck. She would rather die than surrender. This uncharacteristic behavior now really frightened Yu Linger. Even Xiao Xuan showed a little doubt. If the other party wanted him to accept a disciple, he would ask the 2 of them to leave here now. At this moment, Xiao spoke. The daughter of Kangman Xiao family, Xiao Zhantian, Xiao pays her respects to ancestor Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan is the ancestor of the Xiao family, so naturally there will be a portrait of him in the family. As a child of the Xiao family, Xiao is no stranger to Xiao Xuan's portrait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such a shocked look when he saw Xiao Xuan for the first time. Xiao Xuan was somewhat suspicious. He had no children in his life, although he had many descendants. But 100,000 years have passed, so it is not impossible for someone to fake it. Therefore, he used the eye of insight to check Xiao's specific information. Xiao, the Kangming Xiao family, Xiao Zongtian's daughter, was born from Xiao Zongtian and Long Ling. He is in the realm of God King cultivation, extremely talented, and born with a holy sword body. He is a rare gifted genius in swordsmanship. This trip was due to a family crisis, just to find the host and 2 ancestors. Xiao Wushi. Xiao Xuan, who got the final result, was also frightened. She is actually Xiao Zongtian's daughter. In 100,000 years, his daughter has grown so big. Then his eyes showed a bit of care for the younger generation. I didn't expect Zongtian's daughter to grow up so big in just 100,000 years. Xiao Xuan walked to Xiao and helped her up. He looked up and down with fond eyes, full of the doting eyes of an elder. Doting on a younger one. Yu Linger on the side was shocked by this scene. Originally, she had planned to find a strong and capable person to return if she couldn't find the two ancestors of the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, by accident, I found Xiao Xuan, the ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan waved his sleeves, and Yu Linger's body stood up. Then a stone table and 3 stone benches appeared in front of the two of them. There was a pot of tea placed on it, and the aroma of spiritual energy was faintly exuding from it. Sit. Xiao Xuan motioned for the two of them to sit down. Xiao sat down beside Xiao Xuan gracefully. At this moment, Yu Linger became a little anxious. After all, the man in front of her was a super powerful being. Although he looks very young, he can move very well. They all give people the feeling that he and the heaven and earth are one and the same. Xiao said with a smile when he saw Yu Linger like this. Linger, sit down quickly. Our ancestors are very approachable. When my father and others were practicing before, the ancestors not only gave guidance on their cultivation, but also did things for them that others would not expect. Yu Linger looked at Xiao, and then looked at Xiao Xuan, who looked at Xiao with a caring look on his face. Then he sat down carefully, but his whole body was still tense. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao, who was only 1,000 years old and had already reached the realm of the God King. This shows how incredible his talent is. Even Xiao Tianyun and others cannot reach the realm of God Kings in 1,000 years. Although I am in the vast world, it is only within a few decades. It has accumulated 2 million years of mana, but it is all under the blessing of the system and heaven. Without these, he simply wouldn't be able to do it. Even Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others had accumulated tens of thousands of years of mana even at that time. But without the secret realm and other bonuses, they wouldn't be that fast. Not to mention millions of years of magical power, plus setting foot on the heavens. Under the double suppression of the heavenly way and the realm of cultivation. Even Xiao Tianyun, who has the cultivation skills of the Huangtian Emperor. It is impossible to cultivate to this level in such a short period of time. Although when he left the vast world, Xiao Tianyun and others had accumulated 100,000 years of mana. But if you want to break through from the God Emperor to the saint in the heavens, it will take at least 10,000 years. And his 2 million years would have been without the blessing of the system and heaven. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to do this without taking the wrong path. Even if they could do it, their bodies and consciousness would not be able to bear it. And he also had a mixed physique and cultivated a 9-turn golden body. There is also the Chaos Cave world. Only with the combination of these three can it withstand millions of years of mana. So when I learned that Xiao only took 1,000 years to break through to the realm of the God King, Xiao Xuan was surprised. Such a genius is already top-notch. Although Yu Linger is also a genius, it would be easier to say in this vast world. There is a little difference in the heavens. After all, the most indispensable thing in the heavens is genius. Speaking of Tianjiao, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but think of those little guys. I don't know what is happening to them now, or how high their cultivation level has been. After Xiao and Yu Linger entered Wenjian Valley, Xiao Xuan guided them into enlightenment. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao's cultivation level reached the 8th level of the God King. And his momentum became more and more terrifying. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 161 Family Crisis, Xiao Tianyuan's Life and Death Moment. A terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Xuan. 100,000 years of signing and practicing have brought his cultivation level to the Taoist stage. There is only one step away from the quasi-emperor. 100 years is enough. Xiao Xuan was very confident. 100 years is enough time for him to prepare. Then he entered the system and exchanged a realm-breaking golden elixir to help break through. At the same time, Xiao had already walked out of the valley. Yu Linger hurriedly stepped forward. Xiao, how's it going? Has your ancestor promised to take action? Xiao nodded and shook his head, making Yu Linger very confused. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Is he going to take action? Or not? The ancestor promised to take action, but will not show up. Ah. How can your ancestor take action if he doesn't come forward? Can't you even solve him? Yu Linger made a sound in surprise, with a trace of disappointment on her face. My ancestor gave me a treasure. With this treasure, the family's crisis will be resolved. Xiao laughed when he saw Yu Linger being so amused by him. Only then did Yu Linger realize that this guy was teasing her. Yu Linger couldn't help but shudder when she thought of that white-clothed figure. The treasure given by such a strong man will definitely solve the family crisis. Then the two of them stepped onto the ark and left directly. Just as the two left, several figures appeared where they were standing. Wenjian Valley has been here for 100,000 years, and you and I are aware of the mystery and unknowns in it. But those who received feedback from the master of Wenjian Valley all became the best among cultivators. Yes, that's just the feedback, let alone the fact that these two women entered the valley to meet the valley owner. It can be seen from their words that they have obtained the treasure of the valley master. If we can get this treasure, you and I are about to reach this level of cultivation, so it's not a waste of resources. Speaking of this, several people's eyes showed strong greed and murderous intent. The aura that erupts from their bodies is unique to saints, which shows that their cultivation level is not low. But this way we can be considered enemies of the master of Wenjian Valley. Ask the owner of the Sword Valley. This section is our area. We just need to leave here. Besides, since ancient times, treasures belong to those who can possess them. These two girls are not qualified to possess them. You're right. Let's chase him quickly. Then several people looked at each other, with strong murderous intent in their eyes. Then he chased in the direction where Xiao and Yu Linger left. But behind them, a giant bird with a fiery red body appeared. At this time, he was staring coldly at the backs of several people leaving. Just when they were about to catch up with Xiao, the giant bird suddenly appeared in front of them. Several people's expressions changed drastically when they saw this Dao Tai realm. The moment they saw Bifeng, their first reaction was to run away. However, before they could react, Bifeng's cry had already locked their bodies. Then a mouthful of fire was ejected, and after the flames dissipated, the figures of those people no longer existed. Bifeng then followed Xiao's arc, protecting their safety in the dark. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 162 Gifts. The two looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. 100,000 years of getting along, plus facing countless life and death moments. The two have already developed a silent tacit understanding, and they can know each other's meaning without having to speak. Then the two of them jumped into the air and headed towards the Ziyun fire sect. Xiao Zongtian and Jamal Xiao stayed to take charge of the Xiao family. At the same time, The Xian Fire sect has put on lanterns and colorful decorations, with red lanterns hanging high and the doors and courtyards bustling with activity. Countless forces also sent congratulatory gifts on this day. As the bride-to-be, Xiao Yi sat in the room with an indifferent expression and allowed herself to be manipulated. It was obvious that she had been controlled by someone and had lost even her basic consciousness. At this moment, the Xian Fire sect kept hearing the shouts of the ceremony officials. The ancient Qin family of the North Star came to congratulate us and gave us 2,000 golden fire cloud arrows and 100,000 spiritual crystals. The Shangguan family in the Nanjing Star territory came to congratulate you with gifts. They gave you 2,000-year-old extremely cold snow lotus fruits and 200,000 spiritual crystals. The Morong family of Taiku Xingchen came to congratulate me and give me a drop of Daotai realm essence and blood. 500,000 spiritual crystals. The singer was smiling brightly outside the door, shouting out the congratulatory gifts sent by the major forces. The Xian Fire sect was also very lively and busy. However, at this moment, the Chongli man's voice changed unusually. The Xiao family sent 5,000 heads of the Xian Fire sect as a congratulatory gift. After this shout came out, the Xian Fire sect instantly became quiet. Countless eyes gathered at the door, looking at Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Tianyun in great surprise. At this moment, the singer looked at Xiao Tianyun with a trembling look on his face. But before he could say his plea for mercy, he felt a warm feeling in his throat. Immediately afterwards, his head was separated from his body, and the blood spurted out and splashed on the gifts. Before everyone could react from their shock, Xiao Tianyun instantly jumped into the air. A punch landed on the Xian Fire sect's gate, in front of everyone's surprised eyes. The door was completely shattered by this punch. The sect gate is the face of a sect. Xiao Tianyun smashed the door of Xian Fire sect, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Even though the senior officials of Xian Fire sect did not take them seriously. At this moment, he was also angry because Xiao Tianyun smashed the sect's gate. In an instant, countless terrifying auras erupted within the Xian Fire sect. One of the core elders appeared directly in front of Xiao Tianyun. I saw him staring at Xiao Tianyun and others with a livid face, looking like he was going to call for punishment. Xiao Tianyun, today is a day of great joy for my son, the holy son of Xian Fire sect. You come to congratulate us and we welcome you. But what does it mean for you to break the door of our sect? However, before he could react, he saw a sharp sword light coming from the sky. The sword light came directly towards the core elder to suppress it. In just one breath, the elder's head and head were separated, and his blood splashed directly on the broken sect door. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this, and at the same time, the expressions on Xiao Jianxin's face became extremely solemn. The opponent is obviously only at the 4th level of the Venerable realm, but he is able to kill the strong men in the late Venerable stage. This strength is really terrifying. You must know that the cultivation realm has reached an advanced stage. Even if the difference is only a small level, it is still an insurmountable gap. Xiao Jianxin ignored everyone's surprised looks, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The leader of Xian Fire sect immediately exploded with momentum, and the pressure of a powerful man in the supreme realm instantly suppressed the scene. Xiao Tianyun, today is a happy day for you and my family, but you kill my sect disciples first. Later, he destroyed the gate of my sect and slaughtered my elders. If I don't give an explanation, we will be considered as in-laws. Today, the Japanese sect master will not let you go easily. Otherwise, I cannot give an explanation to my sect disciples. When Xiao Tianyun heard this, he laughed coldly. In-laws? My Xiao family has never recognized this marriage. Is a mere Ziyun fire sect worthy of being my in-laws of the Xiao family? It's so ridiculous. I don't know what kind of marriage you are talking about. What kind of happy event is this? Everyone suddenly gasped. Xiao Tianyun actually dared to say such wild words in front of a powerful person in the supreme realm. It's simply asking for death. Presumptuous. The leader of the Ziyun fire sect instantly burst out with the coercion of a powerful person in the supreme realm. He looked like he was going to kill Xiao Tianyun on the spot. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 163 Tianzuan Realm? Vulnerable. Xiao Xiaoxiao's appearance did make Tianzuan feel wary for a moment. But when he saw Xiao Xiaoxiao's cultivation level, this fear quickly dissipated. What kind of secret treasure can you come up with in the realm of a mere god? King? I will let you see how the secret hug turns into waste paper. Then he launched a strong offensive and immediately attacked Xiao Tianyun. The endless knife shadows turned into fierce attacks, constantly causing waves. The terrifying force of the knife swept over the picture scroll and could tear it into pieces at any time. At this time, that scroll seemed to feel something. The scroll trembled for a while, and the offensive brought by the long knife was instantly dispelled. Even the long sword is not under Tianzuan's control. Tianzuan's expression changed, and he poured qi into the long knife. However, the weapon in his hand seemed to be fixed and motionless. At this moment, he also knew the strangeness of the picture. Just when he was about to attack again, the scroll slowly unfolded. A figure in white suddenly appeared on the scroll. Just a silhouette from behind makes people feel suffocated by being targeted by a powerful person. Countless people expressed shock at this. Just the back figure in the painting can give people a feeling of soul collision. If the real body were here, wouldn't it be possible to crush the spot? Even the two Tianzuan experts from the Long family showed solemn expressions. It's really unreasonable to want to stop me with just a picture scroll. Then the long knife in his hand rotated in the air, turning into a spiral and piercing the control of the scroll. Endless sword power exploded in the air, and murderous intent locked onto the picture. The scroll also exploded with power at this moment. Then powerful sword intent burst out from it. Everyone was shocked by this extreme sword light. A picture scroll can actually emit such sword intent. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the figure in the scroll flashed a golden light. Then a huge sword appeared in the air. The appearance of the long sword instantly resonated with the surrounding weapons. The next moment, the long sword shook. The long sword attack was defeated. At the same time, the remaining power of the sword light split the long sword into two. Then it turned into powder and disappeared into the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This is the weapon in Tianzuan's hand. That's a magic weapon. It was shattered just like that. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the weapons being shattered, Tianzuan's body took dozens of steps backward. Then spit out a mouthful of blood. Hiss. If the natal magic weapon is destroyed, the holder will also suffer backlash. At this moment, his eyes when looking at the scroll were no longer disdainful and contemptuous. But there is deep fear and fear. Another Tianzuan saw this scene. He hurried forward and launched an attack without saying a word. Wait a minute, this scroll is too weird, you have to be careful. The man's expression became a little serious when he heard this. However, they didn't wait for the two of them to react. The giant sword attacked the two of them. I saw that the surrounding space began to twist and deform. The airflow was also driven by the power of the giant sword at this moment. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were shattered. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 164, You have found the ancestor Xiao Xuan. However, Long Ao's question only received a sword light. Xiao Xuan was able to communicate with established sects as early as when he was in the small world. Even with the branches of the heavens facing each other, the word threat does not exist for him at all. I saw that the sword light was wrapped in a desolate atmosphere and carried the charm of the endless avenue. It tore apart the surrounding void, and a destructive aura of death instantly swept through people's hearts. Wherever the giant sword passed, it caused the void to tremble. Long Ao hurriedly used his killing move to resist. However, under the power of this sword, his resistance was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to block a chariot. The sword light directly crushed him, and the terrifying sword brilliance penetrated Long Ao's body. In the stunned eyes of everyone, only the unwillingness and disbelief of Long Ao, before his death, were left. Tianzuan, a godlike existence, below the Taoist realm. Just like that, he was killed instantly with a sword. Not only that, all the essence, blood and heart blood on his body were also taken away by the giant sword. And his body turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the sky. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the giant sword turned into a golden light and returned to the scroll. At the moment when the scroll is closed, only then did everyone see that the figure was holding a long sword on one side of his back. Xiao Tianyun took the scroll with both hands, looking excited. Xiao Jianqin also appeared in front of everyone at this time with Xiao Yi looking indifferent. When Xiao Tianyun saw this, he knew the reason and immediately led everyone away. After Xiao Tianyun and his party left, the onlookers gathered together, trying to find a few drops of Long Ao's blood. Even just a drop can help them break through. I didn't expect that the Xiao family has such strength. I don't know where the little girl found the treasure, but she can actually kill the heavenly realm in an instant. Maybe it's the Xiao family's own treasure, otherwise the pure-blood Black Dragon clan wouldn't come forward. Having said that, the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan has always been decisive in killing. Long Ao is their elder, I'm afraid they won't give up easily. Although the Xiao family's strength is good, it would not be a good thing for them to mess with the pure-blood Black Dragon clan. Although this scroll is powerful, what if an even more powerful person appears? I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Yes, the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan doesn't care whether you are right or wrong. If they suffer losses, the other party will die. Not to mention that there are powerful men with the level of emperors in their clan. Xiao family. After Xiao Tianyun and others arranged for Yu Linger, he took Xiao to the conference room. Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Jiamian and others have already received the news. Wait in the conference room in advance. As soon as he entered the conference room, Xiao Tianyun couldn't wait to ask. Xiao. Little girl, you have found the ancestor, Xiao Xuan. Xiao nodded. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin and others looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Great! Take us to him quickly. Xiao then shook his head, the ancestor told you to stay calm for a while. It will take him 100 years to come out of seclusion. As for the reason, the ancestor did not say, but the ancestor said that when he appears in 100 years, no matter what crisis occurs in the family, there is no need to be afraid anymore. Xiao Tianyun frowned slightly when he heard this, since it is inconvenient for our ancestor to see us, let's go find him. Xiao Zongtian nodded, yes, we haven't seen him for 100,000 years. Xiao hurriedly interrupted them, wait a minute, the ancestor said. Before I came, he hasn't seen anyone in the past 100 years. After 100 years, when the time is right, he will take the initiative to show up. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 165 Quasi-Emperor, the next immortal shrimp. At this time, a powerful momentum continued to erupt in the Wenjian Valley. The endless terrifying Daoyun rushed into the sky, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Where did this Dao rhyme come from? It's so terrifying. It seems like it came from Wenjian Valley. Oh my god, I thought that the master of Wenjian Valley would only be an emperor, but I never thought that he would break through to the Taoist realm. Fortunately, my sect didn't provoke him in the first place, otherwise our sect would have been destroyed. Now the realm of the master of Wenjian Valley has reached the Taoist realm. And he is only one step away from the quasi-emperor. It can be said that there are very few Daotai realms among the heavens. In many star fields, the Daotai realm is the existence of the king of one star field. Not to mention the quasi-emperor, who is almost a godlike controller of that place. He is also the target of countless forces vying for friendship, even if the other party is only a half-step quasi-emperor. Now that Xiao Xuan has broken through the Taoist platform, he is one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. It shows how afraid other forces are of him. At this time, a strange phenomenon came from the top of Wenjian Valley. It attracted countless surprised looks. Above the sky, there was a burst of auspicious clouds. Colorful danxia fills the entire sky. Endless Dao rhyme was swaying down, and those with low cultivation levels were oppressed to the ground. In the boundless, colorful danxia, a man dressed in white appeared in front of everyone. The man in white slowly walked towards the Taoist platform. Colorful danxia surrounded him. The endless Taoist rhyme turned into substance around him. The terrifying aura is constantly erupting, even if there is a huge gap between heaven and earth. It can also make people feel the pressure. Under his feet are stairs transformed from his previous cultivation. Every time you walk, you will face a suppression that breaks through the realm. Directly in front of you is a void, shocking shadow of a Taoist platform. I saw the figure in white being transported by the colorful danxia. Ignoring the suppression of the realm, I came to the front of the Taoist platform. When the figure in white appeared in front of the Taoist platform, a terrifying aura of desolation was forced out instantly. I saw white hollow chains gradually appearing on the heavenly path. Even if they just glance at it from a distance, everyone can feel the pressure of heaven. However, the man in white remained unmoved, as if this coercion could not suppress him at all. Even just a silhouette can give people a sense of awe. Immediately afterwards, the man in white rose into the air and headed towards the Taoist platform. As he moved, the platform began to shake. The shackles that were originally staying in the air suddenly landed in front of him. Lock the man in white tightly inside. At the same time, the platform also shook violently. It seemed to be blocking his leap. Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. This is the 9 dragon shackles that traps Daotai realm. How many people are trapped by this yoke? Once the Daotai realm is trapped here, it will take 100,000 years to break through again. Although the Sword Valley Master is powerful, I don't know if he can withstand this time. This 9 dragon shackles is a nightmare for many Taoist realms. At this moment, the 9 dragon shackles suddenly made a sound. Rays of golden light radiated out. Gradually it turned into a cage and fell straight from the sky. Once locked by the cage transformed from the 9 dragon shackles. It means that the Daotai realm has failed to be crossed. At this moment, everyone only heard a crisp sound. Then cracks appeared in the 9 dragon shackles cage above the sky. Immediately afterwards, a surprising scene appeared. The 9 dragon shackles cage turned into powder. Gold powder scattered all over the sky. It attracted countless strong men to compete for it. 9 dragon shackles and cages turned into gold powder. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 166, The 100,000-Year Large-Scale Check-in Task has been completed. On top of the Taoist platform is a Tathagata Buddha statue that inspires piety in countless people. But with the continuous integration of purple light pillars, the Tathagata Buddha statue gradually turned into the Pangadharma. The cave world behind him also seemed like a chaotic world that had not yet been opened up. At Xiao Xuan's feet, it is the ladder that every realm he breaks through turns into. On every step are the people and things that I fear most. When countless people are watching this scene, the stairs transformed by the realm suddenly shattered. Gradually it turned into colorful clouds and merged into the clouds at Xiao Xuan's feet. This scene directly impacted the hearts of all onlookers. He has nothing to fear? Even the titled emperor will have what he fears most. But he didn't. This also means that he has no weaknesses. Until the screen disappears, no one has recovered from the scene. After the quasi-emperor, there is the true fairyland, which is also the real. Immortal. Is this the strength of a truly strong man? This is the first time I have seen it in all my years. With one finger, he destroyed the phantom of Jialan Changlong, not even the 9 dragon shackles and cage. The 9 dragon shackles cage is the nightmare of all Taoist realms. Last time even the young emperor of the demon clan was trapped by it, but now the master of Sword Valley can actually smash it. Although it is renewable, it still takes hundreds of thousands of years. This also means that those who break through to the Daotai realm next time will not have to face the shackles of the 9 dragons. Not necessarily. After all, it's not easy to break through the Daotai realm. I don't know who is more powerful, the Sword Valley Master or the Demon Clan young emperor. You will know when they fight each other in the future, but the master of the Sword Valley has gained a lot of fame. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Xiao Xuan's strength. However, Xiao Xuan returned directly to Wenjian Valley. At this time, he had arrived at the first level of the quasi-emperor in the Daotai realm. And the divine beasts bound to him have also broken through to the first level. With the continuous breakthrough and improvement of cultivation realm, their combat effectiveness is also becoming more powerful, and their improvement speed is faster than before. Then he pulled out his details to check. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, Master of Wenjian Valley, Head of Kangming Xiao family. Cultivation Realm, Taotai Realm, Quasi-Emperor, First Level. Magic Weapon, Unparalleled Divine Weapon Waning Moon Sword. Martial Skills, Tianyu Xianfeng Sword Technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal path, powerful and dragonless. After completing the practice, you can cut through the void with the sword. 9-turn golden body, 4th level peak, sun fire, thunder domain. Qualifications, created dragon blood battle body, chaotic pupils, mixed physique. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Looking at his detailed information, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but curled his lips. He was even happier when he saw the exchange point at the bottom. It made him feel like an old landowner. But he soon gave up the idea. After all, the most capital is the system. He can give you countless reasons to deduct your redemption points. And you don't have any reason to refute it. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Xiao Xuan reflexively looked at his exchange point. Ding, today's sign-in has been enabled, do you want to sign in now? Sign in. Ding, you signed in successfully and received a reward of 8 million redemption points. Ding, the 100,000-year large-scale sign-in task has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? This is the day I have been waiting for. Xiao Xuan said without hesitation, get it. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 100,000 years is really not easy. Although you can receive rewards and other things every day. But it's no different than being trapped here. But now he's free. However, the system has released a new task at this time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 167, The Great Emperor Destroys the World with One Blow. Breaking through the air current, he continued towards the Xiao family's residence. Wherever the stream of light passed, the airflow stopped and the void shattered. The star-field imprisonments were also broken. Xiao Tingyun and others felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The great emperor's power is truly terrifying. This was the first time they encountered the emperor's bombardment. But it is also a fatal blow. In front of the emperor, even if they are the most talented people in the world, he has no ability to resist. Xiao Tianyun threw the scroll in his hand directly into the air. Suddenly, the scroll with Xiao Xuan's back unfolded. A terrifying sword energy burst out from it instantly. This scene also attracted the attention of onlookers. The scene where this scroll killed Tianzu and Long Ao last time is still vivid in my mind. This time, I don't know if this picture scroll has the ability to compete with the emperor. The eighth elder glanced indifferently, and then sneered. With half the strength of a quasi-emperor, you dare to do anything in front of me. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the scroll was held in his hand. Without waiting for everyone to react, the scroll was crushed to pieces by him. Debris is flying in the air. The onlookers around saw this scene. I just felt a sense of powerlessness arise spontaneously. Sure enough, in front of the great emperor, the half-step quasi-emperor was no match for him. It means that the owner of the scroll is personally present. It is impossible to escape death, let alone a painting. In the world of the heavens, the only one who can defeat the great emperor is the great emperor. Half-step quasi-emperor? No matter how talented you are, it's not enough. At the moment when the stream of light was about to fall on the Xiao family's residence, Xiao family buildings such as the library, scripture collection pavilion, and enlightenment room in the Xiao family residence, they all emitted rays of light at this moment. Then they converged together to form a huge beam of light. All of a sudden, the power of that finger was blocked by this beam of light. Interesting. Seeing this, the eighth elder raised his lips and smiled with interest. He was surprised that the Xiao family could fight back. Instead, the young man next to her took a step forward and whispered in her ear. Ancestor, Long Ao Xianzan told me that the Xiao family has only been in the world for 100,000 years. The ability to develop to this point depends on the treasures in the Xiao family's residence. Oh, I got it. As for Long Ao coveting the Xiao family's treasure, he didn't think anything was wrong. After all, in this world of the weak and the strong, it is your luck to have a treasure and be able to protect it. That is your strength. The most precious treasure is naturally found by those who are capable. I would like to see what kind of treasure it is that can even withstand my attacks. The eighth elder then sent out his spiritual thoughts and headed towards the Xiao family's residence to investigate. Under the exploration of the emperor's spiritual thoughts, no treasure can be hidden. However, his spiritual thoughts just landed over the Xiao family's residence. The eighth elder felt a pressure and locked him instantly. As long as his spiritual thoughts take another step forward, what awaits him is death. All of a sudden, a breath of ancient and indifferent Tao constantly impacted his mind. Immediately afterwards, the aura of Tao was in his stunned eyes. A huge eye slowly formed. There was a suffocating ancient aura in those eyes. The place it looked at seemed to be destroyed. The eighth elder's body couldn't help but shudder. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 168, This feud will be avenged in the next life. Facing this blow, Xiao Xuan looked calm. The realm of heaven and earth is locked, and the endless golden halo continues to spread in the sea of stars. A terrifying Tao aura burst out directly. The world is upside down. As Xiao Xuan's plain voice sounded, countless light pillars instantly erupted in the sea of stars. Countless streams of light continued to rise in the sea of stars, exploding with astonishing lethality. Streams of light, swirling like a whirlwind, causing the void to tremble. His brows narrowed, and the rotating light suddenly stopped. Sizzle. All of a sudden, the void barrier was torn apart. Endless colorful beams of light shot up into the sky at this moment. Countless powers of void laws continue to explode. The power of Xiao Xuan's glance actually made the power of the void law his own weapon. This glance is powerful enough to create new creatures. The surrounding stars were destroyed by this power of void law. Countless stars exploded in the sea of stars. The brilliant colors are terrifying. Crane Moon Sword, come out. With the waning moon sword in hand, the power of the void law is absorbed into his own sword power. A stream of Tao Yun Qi carrying the power of the void law instantly headed towards the eighth elder. The dragon clan is invincible in close combat. Even the quasi-emperor can only die. The eighth elder's cold and ruthless voice spread across the sea of stars. The surrounding stars exploded in pieces at this moment. Above the void, two figures, one black and one white, were intertwined. A polar situation of black and white has formed, like a green dragon and a white tiger that are constantly fighting. The stars in the sea of stars are constantly being shattered by the aftermath. Countless creatures looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Xiao Xuan and the eighth elder are like the creators of the world. What a terrifying strength. Who is this man in white? He can actually be inseparable from the eight elders of the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan. No, from a formal point of view, the man in white will have the upper hand. The original young demon emperor was already a legendary figure, but I never thought that the man in white would be as good as him. No, since the man in white is able to use the power of the law of the void, it proves that this man is anything but ordinary. If he doesn't die this time, he will definitely become a quasi-immortal in the future. Wow. As soon as these words came out, countless people immediately exclaimed. They have lived for millions of years and have never seen an emperor who can use the power of law. In a series of sighing voices. As a descendant of Long Ao, Ida was extremely nervous at the moment. Even if he is hundreds of millions of kilometers away, the eighth elder ancestor will definitely defeat Xiao Xuan. He will definitely avenge his father. Ida's expression was extremely nervous at this moment. He respects Long Ao as his father from the bottom of his heart. Although Long Ao valued him because of his ancestral bloodline. But he also had to admit that it was precisely because of Long Ao's respect. Only then will everything go smoothly for him from birth to now. Originally, he could go on smoothly for the rest of his life. But because of the appearance of the Xiao family, the peaceful life was broken. As soon as Long Ao died, the dragon clan as a human race also collapsed. He, the proud man of heaven, also fell into the dust and became the most ordinary human being. Even though he has ancestral blood in his body. To the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan, this is nothing at all. It is precisely because of this that Yida thought of going to seek help from the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan. But he didn't expect that when a Xiao family came out, another Xiao Xuan came out. The appearance of the Xiao family allowed Xiao Xuan to kill Long Ao. Now it is, because of Xiao Xuan's appearance, that the ancestor is prevented from destroying the Xiao family. Thinking of this, Yida's hatred for the Xiao family and Xiao Xuan became even deeper. At this time, the battle between Xiao Xuan and the Eighth Elder had also entered a fierce stage and have the upper hand in this battle. Qiankuan Sword Wei 99 returned to 1. All of a sudden, the waning moon sword emitted a wild sword light, and the sword body continued to grow larger and longer. The golden radiance and wild rice radiance correspond together. All the light in the sea of stars also turned into dots of starlight and merged into it. Jiujiu returns to 1, which is how Tao gives rise to all things in the world. All things in the world must return to the Tao and accept the provisions of the Tao and the meaning of the covenant. It is precisely because of this that all the starlight in the sea of stars will be integrated into the sword. The extreme flow of sword light turned the entire sea of stars into white light. The stars integrated into the waning moon sword seemed to be returning to the starting point. The feeling of this sword actually makes people feel like everything is returning to its true nature. This sword seems to be able to cut off everything. When the Eighth Elder saw this scene, he couldn't help but show an incredulous look. He didn't expect that Xiao Xuan still had a trump card. Even he had to use all his strength to resist this blow. The next moment, he burst out with the aura of the great emperor, blocked the absorption and transformation of the waning moon sword. This blow caused the void to tremble continuously and make a shattering sound. At this moment, all the bloodlines of the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan were gathering spiritual power for the Eighth Elder. The collision of the two spiritual powers caused all the stars to be involved. Even the ancient stars were affected by it and kept making explosion sounds. Under the two blasts, the entire star sea shook. The aftermath was not over, and the smaller stars turned into dust. The endless terrifying power of the void law continues to swallow the surrounding stars. The Eighth Elder couldn't resist this blow even with all his strength. The body was continuously forced back, and there were bursts of explosions. Then it hit an ancient star. As the ancient stars exploded, the Eighth Elder's body also experienced 3 explosions. In an instant, he turned into a bloody man, and even a section of his tail was broken off. There was a dark brown blood stain hanging from the corner of his mouth. The Eighth Elder clutched his chest in horror, with a look of deep horror in his eyes. Xiao Xuan's cold eyes made him see death. He had never been so afraid of death. His heart was beating crazily. Do you know that I am a pure-blooded black dragon? If you kill me, you won't be afraid of retaliation. The fear of death made him move out of his backstage. However, how could Xiao Xuan be afraid of his threat? From the Purple Forest sect at the beginning to the Demon Clan later on, when had he ever been afraid of threats? Why don't I dare to kill you? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 169. A new secret realm is about to open. Xiao Xuan returned to the Xiao family's residence, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the Xiao family with a smile. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, many new faces appeared in the Xiao family. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Zongtian and the other 9 elders looked at each other. There was deep excitement in his eyes, and then he knelt down and worshipped on the ground. Uncle Xian. Master. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan gave him a hand and said, "Everyone, get up. We haven't seen each other for 100,000 years, so there is no need to pay such a big gift." Except for Xiao Yi, and others, they were all influenced by their father and uncle. Know something about Xiao Xuan, one of the younger generation of the Xiao family. In addition to hearing and seeing the legendary deeds of Xiao Xuan, there is no other understanding. Therefore, everyone was very curious when they saw Xiao Xuan appear. Everyone stretched their heads and looked over. although Xiao Xuan in front of him is very young. But the aura on the other side was enough to crush everyone. It's exactly the same as on the scroll. Xiao Xuan looked around and found no other geniuses. So he looked at Xiao Tianyun with a little doubt. Why aren't Qing Yun, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yanyao here? Could it be that they haven't found each other yet? Xiao Tianyun smiled bitterly when he heard this. Uncle Xian, it's not that we haven't found each other, it's that they are being hunted. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, with a hint of sullenness between his eyebrows. Sister Qing Yun is the reincarnated empress, and many of her enemies are still alive today, so she is hunted down by her enemies. And Nanming Wanting was in the rising period, so she took Nanming Wanting directly to practice in secret. Except for a brief meeting with her at the beginning, we never saw her again. For 100,000 years. Xiao Yanyao offended many enemies because of his special physique. After entering the heavens, we used special contact information to learn the locations of both parties. After that, we met briefly and never contacted him again. I am afraid that he has lived an extremely difficult life in the past 100,000 years. If Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao hadn't been practicing in seclusion because of the demon clan demon's son, the young emperor. In addition, if the other party wants to survive, he will probably be killed by the demon clan long ago. Even so, it is very difficult for the two of them to avoid the pursuit of the demons. As for Emperor Murong Yi, over the years, I have never stopped looking for him. But there has been no news. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Uncle Xian, it was my dereliction of duty. You blame me for not taking good care of him. After Xiao Tianyun said this, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. During these 100,000 years, the Xiao family's growth rate has been coveted by many forces. But they had no way to fight back, and they could only watch their own people wandering outside. In the final analysis, my strength and power are not strong enough. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyun hated it even more. I hate that I am not strong enough, and I hate that I cannot let everyone in. The family have no worries like Uncle Xian. Xiao Xian knew how Xiao Tianyun was feeling, but he was afraid that he would be stuck in self-blame all day long in the past 100,000 years. He waved his hand and then helped him up. Uncle Xian can't help you. You don't need to blame yourself. You have suffered for 100,000 years. Now that Uncle Xian is back, all the difficulties facing the Xiao family will be solved. There is no need to worry about any force anymore. You just need to recall them and leave with me. Please, log in to continue reading.